A pin. All my fate was hanging on the balance of a pin that was meant to fasten a cloak. It was a pin made of dragon bone, 2 pieces, one shaped like a 3-headed dragon and the other long and thin. Ironically, the dragon was black as midnight instead of the red it ought to be, but the pin itself was the most valuable thing that I owned, far more than any treasures that we could sneak away with from Dragonstone, for with it, I held hope. It was already too late to take anything else before my exile. I had found myself in this body the night my mother died, the night I was forced into exile along with my baby sister. For all there was, it was too late when I found myself in the body of Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, in a world of ice and fire where death was so cheap. That being said, finding myself living the life of Viserys Targaryen was what led me to decide to use anything I could use, which included more esoteric options. I was not the Viserys I, whose life could be summed up as him being too stubborn for his good. He had declared that his daughter, Rhaenyra, would be his heir to the throne, leading to the worst bloodbath in the history of Westeros that culminated in the extinction of dragons. All that idiot had to do was marry the Velaryon girl, wed his daughter to the Valyrian boy, and maybe have Daemon burn Oldtown on the way to a peaceful and united realm. The idiot. No, I was not Viserys I, who inherited the most peaceful kingdom in existence from his grandfather. Comparatively, Viserys I played the game on easy mode. I was not Viserys II, son of Rhaenyra and Daemon Targaryen, either. That would have been an interesting experience at the least. The prince who was raised in Lys under the equivalent of House Medici was, without a doubt, the most competent ruler that Westeros had ever seen. Sure, he was a shitty father and his rule lasted for around a year, possibly poisoned by his shitty heir, but he ruled for decades as the hand of the king, first to his brother then his 2 diametrically opposite nephews. What was that saying again? Aegon brooded, Durin warred, Balon prayed, and Viserys was the one who ruled. The man had single-handedly held together the Targaryen dynasty after the Dance of the Dragons, when the fools killed off all the dragons that remained from old Valyria. As an administrator, Viserys too was great, though he was succeeded by Aegon the Unworthy, who had in turn undone the whole stability by causing the Black Fire rebellions, but he was not a horrible option. If the first one played it on easy, Viserys II played the mode on medium difficulty. No. I was neither of those rather nice and comfortable options. I was born as Viserys, the son of Aerys and Rilla. I was reborn as the soon-to-be prince in exile, the beggar king. Viserys III, if I lived long enough. A child who lost everything and sold his own sister to what was essentially slavery because he did not have anyone he could trust who could call him out on his foolish decisions. The man who had been crowned by molten gold in the middle of nowhere, never to return to the place he considered home. As my fate was rather unfortunate, so I had to use any tool that I had access to, including my knowledge of the more obscure side of this world, and my meta-knowledge of 1,000 other works of fiction, in hopes that George was inspired by some other works in some ways at the least. The idea I had was a stupid one for all manner of reasons. It was an idea that simply did not even belong to the book series about this world. It was stupid, but that did not mean that I would not try it out, as every instinct in my body was screaming for me to do it instead. Given that Daenerys had hatched dragons based on a similar gut feeling, I decided to follow it as well. So I was, watching the hearth crackle as I held this pin of dragon bone that may have been worth more than the entire treasury of my mad fathers, let alone the measly sum we were able to sneak away to Bravus. The pin was made of dragon bone, long and narrow, nearly 10 inches, and shone as though it was a black diamond. The maesters thought that the bone had a high iron content which gave its black color. It was possible, I supposed, though why it would not rust was a question I could always ask. It was much more likely to be some sort of carbon-based material that was better as a bone than calcium-based ones that belonged to humans, or it could also be that it was magic in the bone that gave it the color and superior properties. I did not have access to all that knowledge about magic and the properties of dragon bone. I knew that Septon Barth had written a book on dragons, yet I had not read it, and it was stuck somewhere in the Red Keep of King's Landing, where Robert Baratheon now ruled, possibly popping a stiff one every time he thought of my sisters and mine corpse. There were still facts that I knew. By weight, dragon bone was lighter and stronger than even steel, though it was best suited to be made into bows. I did not know if anyone thought to make swords out of the material, but I knew that Valyrian steel itself did not contain dragon bone, as I recalled George once mentioned. The bows made of dragon bone somehow outranged any other bow, even weirwood bows of Westeros and Goldenheart bows of the Summer Isles. Which made no sense in any way or form. The main problem was the fact that dragon bones ranged at 500 yards at maximum, while yew-long bows of the same shape and draw strength ranged at 300 based on everything I was able to find out. For all the mechanics of how bows worked, dragon bone bow had nearly twice the range of normal bows of this world and even outranged the modern compound bows of my old world, which I could not explain through laws of physics. The only factor that was not accounted for in such an experiment, however, was the nature of dragon bone, the fact that it was magic in some way or form. Dragons themselves were by design too heavy to fly, yet they did. No creature could swallow a mammoth whole and be able to fly without having jet engines mounted to their backsides. Similarly, Given that the all physical properties of the two bows were the same, any difference could be attributed to a factor not accounted for by all the laws of physics. In conclusion, dragon bone had magic and it was from a magical creature. The next material that I sought out was relatively easy to acquire and one that I was certain had magic as well. While getting access to weirwood was rather hard, it was not as impossible as dragon bone, nor as expensive. The problem came from the fact that accessing weirwood in Essos was nearly impossible, though one could get a few smaller pieces that were already formed into an object, such as a box or trinket. A sliver of weirwood however was enough to grow more of the material to those who understood the nature of the material. A proper soil, enough bone meal to provide sustenance and blood proved to be the key. It was pig's blood that I was able to acquire, as the servants were working to make blood sausages. A few months of regular supply of blood and bone and the weirwood had grown to an acceptable size, proving to me that weirwood sap was blood for all purposes. What I really cared about the weirwood was that it was a magical wood. Sure, it also somehow created a pathway to greensight and it was a potential that I would need to explore, but for now, what I truly wanted was the wood itself. Weirwood was a hard wood to work with and it was almost impossible to insert the dragon bone into it. A bit of trickery and I was able to instead have the weirwood grow around the dragon bone instead, the long and thin pin becoming the core to the wand of weirwood. The mechanics of the process were from the world of Harry Potter, but George had once said that there was no Hogwarts in this world to teach magic, which did hint at a possible connection in terms of magic. It did not mean that I could not take inspiration from the world of Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, stronger wands contained cores of phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, and unicorn tail hair except for the Elder Wand, which used thestral hair instead. I did not know if phoenixes existed in this world. Dragon heartstring required fresh dragons and if I had a fresh dragon, I was going to ride it instead while unicorns in this world were closer to rhinos than silvery horses so, that was not really an option at the moment. That being said, there were other alternative sources of magical creature parts. Less powerful wands but wands all the same. One of the unique wands that I could recall was Basilisk Horn made the core of Salazar Slytherin's wand. By all logic, horn a core would work, so it could in theory mean that bone could be used as a core as well. So I had fed the wood my blood in hopes of binding it to myself. Valyrian magic was based on fire and blood magic itself was something that I knew to exist in some way or form in this world. It had taken a while for me to realize that I could feel something from the weirwood itself, a connection that was formed as I fed it my blood. The connection was enough to convince me that this method may work in some way and if it failed, I would still have gained some sort of green sight from the way I could feel the weirwood at the back of my mind. The last step had been to remove it from the pot and shape the roots and branches into a handle, but before I could start carving, the wood itself somehow started moving, not unlike a sunflower, the roots twisting around the trunk, braiding itself into a handle, while the small branches pressing themselves into the dragon bone that was left pointing at the end. No magic left my albino arse. I muttered with amusement, as I watched the wood morph as though it was liquid, becoming an elegant and uniform wand before my very eyes. So I created a wand, weirwood, 15 inches, the handle as wide as a dagger's handle tapering into a fine pointy end. The white wood clashed with the black tip of dragon bone that was sticking out from the last half inch. It was closer to a dagger than a wand for all intents, but that was fine by me. When I waved the wand, a warm breeze filled the room I was in, and it smelled of spring. I could not contain the grin that started to stretch over my face. Not sure about it but, I have been toying with the idea of how closely Harry Potter and A Song of Ice and Fire magic systems would be connected and if wands could be used in the world of ice and fire. I wanted some self-insert that explored magic in this world at a rate that was much more comprehensive and I have been playing around with ideas for a while. Feel free to post any suggestions. I heard it when I was walking next to Sir Willem on the way back from the Sea Lord's palace, trying to get in contact with someone who might in turn get us in contact with the Iron Bank without owing too many favors to the Sea Lord. I am so sorry. Someone whispered in my ear as I felt the punch of something towards my ribs. A grunt escaped my lips, as I lurched forward with the force, falling to my knees. I clutched my ribs where I felt the dagger hit, turning around to my back as my free hand reached for my belt. The next moment, Sir Willem Derry had apparently punched the man who had a knife in his hand. Said assassin was knocked out cold and the knife was on the ground. Given that the knife looked to have an odd sheen on, I could only guess that it was some sort of poison. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" asked Sir Willem looking me over, failing to see any blood. Even if the old knight was, well, old, he was still once the master of arms who taught rigor and the man could punch. "Missed me, broke a rib though," I muttered through my teeth, as I reached and took the knife, just to make sure it did not disappear or someone picked it up to finish the job. The truth was much more complex and I did not want to reveal it, even to my only protector, mostly because he was a knight, raised in the way of the seven. As if reading my mind, Sir Willem snapped, grasping the hand that was trying to hide away the wand. "Do not take me for a fool, Your Grace. I swore to keep you safe, no matter what," said the old man, giving me a knowing look. I opened my mouth only to be interrupted. "Later we shall talk, we should get to safety first, he whispered, his eyes darting around, waiting for the next attack that I knew would not come. He started moving to carry the assassin, when an idea came to me. Given that the cat was out of the bag, it was no use hiding my magic. I sighed, grimacing only half in pain. Can you carry me? I asked as my wand found my hand. It was not really as strong as what I would have wanted, but it was still for most magics. I can make him walk so long as he is knocked out. Get somewhere we can ask questions. As you command, Your Grace, said the old man, picking me up. Given that I was only 10, it was not much of an effort. I wrapped my head around one of the spells that I knew might work, only to fail at finding something specific. Imperio, I muttered, as a shimmer of air flowed from the tip of the wand, as my mind and soul moved out of my body. Had I tried one of the unforgivable curses after I created my wand? Yes, yes I had. There were a lot of uses for such a spell, and I was preparing for life in exile. While I could handle a few nights without food, I was not going to have my little sister live through that. If it meant compromising my morals and doing something that I would normally consider immoral, for that innocent child, I would do it in a heartbeat. Incantations were not really set rules with magic. I did not even really need an incantation to cast a spell, though it helped with how I could imagine and focus my will, which in turn helped me not accidentally on fire. Harry Potter spells that I could replicate the effects of, some Pig Latin and even some High Valyrian when my knowledge of Latin had hit a block were pretty useful ways to speed it along. The truth of the matter was much more spiritual. I had taken inspiration from the tale of Azor Ahai when I figured it out. In the story, Azor Ahai sacrificed his wife, Nissa Nissa, and her strength, her warmth and her soul were poured into the blade. To most, it was a story of how magic required sacrifice. To the educated, it was a story of how magic required willing sacrifice. To the wisest, it was a story of how magic required self-sacrifice. The truth of the story was based on who had cast the spell to create Lightbringer. Was it Azor Ahai, or was it Nissa Nissa? It was Nissa Nissa's soul that made up the enchantment, so was it not her who cast the spell? To me, the answer was clearer. The Weirwood wand gave me a strange perception when it came to magic. I could feel the bond that had formed. I could feel how my soul moved through the wand when I cast a spell. It was subtle, but I understood it at that moment. Magic required souls to interact with the world, as skin changers poured their souls to other beings, red priests poured their souls to fire. Others poured their souls to ice. Even my wand, through which I poured my soul, only acted as an interface with the magical core. It allowed me to interact with the dragon bone core, and tap into the magic of the dragon that echoed through the bone itself, giving my spells the flavor of a dragon's in more ways than one. Most spells of physical effects were based on hot air that the wand could produce, while the mental spells that were more subtle only had a light shimmer. So I have started creating my own spells, based on my new understanding of magic. There were not many, but the year since I completed my wand allowed me to come up with some of the essentials for survival. The Imperious Curse that I used as a spell was not really a unique magic to this world, funny enough. It was a method of controlling someone, and based on my experience, it was essentially skin changing with the wand acting as a medium that amplified and focused my mind. I had practiced it with dogs, birds, and a few of the more unique animals from the menagerie of the Sea Lord of Bravus, when he would invite the prince in exile of House Targaryen. Best I could tell, the wand acted as a filter to prevent any bleeding between human and animal that I had recalled from the experience of Var Sixskins. That being said, humans were significantly harder to dominate and I lacked experience, as controlling a human was only reserved for when necessary. If the man was awake, I was sure that it would have failed. As he was knocked out, I was able to suppress his sleeping mind, using his body like a puppet. Of course, I could not go around puppeteering an entire kingdom for myself. That was rather hard to do when controlling a single mind, however small of an animal it belonged to essentially stripped me of my actual body. I was practicing, but the results left the spell not really useful in a fight. Carrying around knocked out bodies like nothing happened. If someone could carry my own body, that I could do. Dany? I asked as I came to. Upstairs, sleeping. Responded the old man, as he watched the body of my would-be killer sprawled over the chair. He is clearly an assassin. The old man muttered, as I had the body of the man drop into the chair. Specifically sorrowful men. I corrected, rethinking my knowledge. They apologize before killing, or so Pycelle had said. I clarified. The books had pretty much implied that they were a step below faceless men when you wanted someone dead, still pretty expensive still. Someone who could not afford the faceless men then. Faceless men would have asked for a fortune. Nodded Sir Willem. Faceless men would ask for the man's life. I clarified, causing the knight to gulp. They would not take a contract for us though. I added with a grin, we have an arrangement. May I ask how you got in contact with the most notorious of assassins in the known world, Your Grace? Asked Sir Willem in a tired drawl, simply done with the Targaryen brand of madness. The House of Black and White, I said with a grin. Oh, was the only response the knight gave. The truth was that I had visited all the temples, including the Temple of Arhala and the House of Black and White. I simply told them that I would take on any contract in Essos in exchange for any attempt on me or my family through the Faceless Men. It was essentially the same method that they used for their own men, and they were rather understanding when I told them I was both Viserys Targaryen and not at the time. Granted, they booted me out of their temple after that, but it worked, so my win, I suppose. Sir Willem ripped the clothes off the man, leaving him naked while I made sure to bind the man tightly, including his thumbs in a way that would make it impossible to get himself untied. Right, the man is nicely bound and secure. I said, would you like a cup of tea, or something stronger before we talk? We should not leave him alone, countered Sir Willem, getting a nod from me. His knife, did it really miss? Asked the knight. No, I said, lifting my shirt with my right hand, as my left ribs had taken the impact, where the blade would have reached my heart. I knew that an attack would come, as I had seen it in the flames. Do you worship the Red God? Asked Sir Willem. The magic is called pyromancy. I clarified it is older than Arhalar, originally of Valeria. It is called fire divination, and it can show threats if one knows how to ask. So you knew it was coming, why let it happen? Asked the man, confused. What happens, happens. I tried to explain the trick is to make it happen on your own terms. I added, not really in the mood to give an explanation on high-level divination based on the story of Oedipus. And the knife? Asked the knight, curiously. A spell to make fabric stronger, I said, not lying. There was nothing between my clothes and my flesh to stop the blade. Said spell was tricky and required some blood magic to prepare, lasting only a few hours, but such limitations were ones I had to work around with. Combined with the fact that I knew it was coming and was able to compress the air around me to be near solid for a moment, the knife simply bounced. You are a skin changer, he stated as a matter of fact. Among other things. I nodded. Humans are nearly impossible though, and that only happened because he was not conscious. Such things are. Started Sir Willem. Dangerous? Against the seven? I asked, not really in the mood for a lesson on religion. Useful. Countered the knight, making me stumble. Useful. I gaped, not really understanding the man's reaction. A knight masters any weapon they can, no matter the form. Stories of Bloodraven are known to many, and he had used his skills to protect the crown against the Blackfire rebellions. I fear your talents are given by the gods in your hour of need to see you safe, as I am old and I do not know how long I might live. I have nothing else to say, but be careful and remember the lessons of the dead. Explained Sir Willem, showing his age for a moment. When you were young, you were a spoiled brat. I nodded. You can say that, Ser. As you say. Said the old man with a smirk. After that night, after the Queen. Promise me, Viserys. The voices echoed at the reminded, memories that were long since buried raising to the surface. There are times when you remind me of your brother, your grace, said Sir Willem, clearly nostalgic. He too had this look as if the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. And there are times, I see your great-grandfather in your eyes. I was a young man when I laid eyes upon him, and King Aegon had kind eyes. And he died in Summer Hall, I responded, understanding. And he died in Summer Hall. Repeated the knight. He sounded far more tired than he let on. I am not Aegon the Unlikely. I said, looking the man in the eye. Neither am I, Ares the Mad. Good. Said the man. Magic is dangerous, but so is a blade. You have shown wisdom and discipline beyond your age in these last 2 years, so I shall trust in you. I am your sword, as I have sworn. I thank you for your wisdom, sir. I said, before turning to the third member of room. Now, shall we? Do you have something to make this easier? Asked my sworn sword, mostly out of curiosity. There is something, I said with a smirk. By all means, he said, motioning me to go on. Legilimens, I muttered, pointing my wand, as my eyes were clouded. Again, the incantation was mostly to aid in the focus of the magic. The true spell was a variant of skin changing for all that I cared about. It was a more passive form of skin changing, however, making you the passenger instead of forcing control over the other. It linked the minds, as the caster could slowly push certain thoughts and make the victim focus on ideas. The Stark children had wolf dreams, which the process was similar to, as they would share the thoughts of their wolves, lacking the control that came from practice that only Bran had mastered by the end of the dance. I drifted through the thoughts, creating a need to think about who hired the sorrowful men. Nothing. I ground out, clutching my head to spare myself the headache. Religious zealots are hardest minds to crack, but the man was given a name and a face to kill, my own. He does not know who contacted him. Could it be the usurper? Asked Sir Willem. So long as he has Jon Arryn to temper him, Robert would not send an assassin without some significant cause. I explained, my thoughts are on Tywin. He could certainly afford such expenses, muttered Sir Willem. What of the man? He asked. I ought to do it, I stated, the northerners had the right of it, I owe it to him to look him in the eye before killing him. Are you certain? Asked Sir Willem, only getting a nod. I looked at the man who made to kill me. Sectum semper, I muttered, as a compressed hot air formed along the line I traced with my wand, becoming thinner than any knife could become and passing along the man's neck, cutting the head off in a moment. I sighed, muttering a quick prayer to stranger, the prayers that I was made to memorize for the sake of appearances coming easier than any other. I was not sure about whom sorrowful men worshipped, but it was likely death in some roundabout way. No different than a sword. Muttered the old man, mostly to himself, clearly shocked. Does it get easier? I asked, my emotions were a mess as I had killed my first man. I was mentally older than a 10-year-old, but that did not change the fact that the emptiness made me worry. You get used to it, said the master-at-arms. Most do anyways. I hope I do not, I said, being genuine. If I ever did, there was a part of me that knew that no dragon would be half as terrifying in this world. There, first spells and how to cast them. What are you doing? Came the voice of a young girl as I winced once more. Getting dressed, I responded, briefly wondering how a 3-year-old could sound so bossy. I winced, putting on a clean shirt over the bandages that Sir Willem helped bind before going to sleep. You are hurt, she exclaimed, making me snort. If it hadn't already, any questions I would have had regarding magic in this world would have been quashed after a 5-minute conversation with my sister. In the books I had read, she was a 13-year-old, capable of speaking multiple languages and enacting her interpretation of Alexander the Conqueror in Slaver's Bay after hatching 3 dragons. 3-year-old Dany may have been bossy given how Sir Willem or the servants treated, but she was observant and way too smart for her age. A lesson, dear sister, a strong armor does not make the person wearing it indestructible, only harder to kill, I said with a soft smile. I will heal, and it will be forgotten. Nothing for you to worry about. I hastily added, to make sure she would not worry, only to be proven how naive such a wish was with her next question. What happened? Asked Dany, her head doing a tilt that I knew she picked up from watching me. I made a mental note to not spend too much in the minds of animals, as I knew to be the source of where I got that reaction. A bad man tried to stab me, but failed, I explained, knowing that she would keep asking unless I told her something. If I had to be honest, lying to her was not something I was comfortable with, and she would need to face the fact that people may want us dead. There was nothing wrong with returning the favor to those who tried to see us dead at the least. He failed and won't be able to do it again, so you do not have to worry about it, sweet sister, I explained, seeing Dany frown at that. Finding a deflection the wisest course of action, I spoke now. I am starving, so come along and we can break our fast. What should we eat? Pancakes! Exclaimed Dany, once more making me question the decisions of my past. Introducing some food from my old life was just a way to make this life more bearable, and it made my sister happy. Normal food from Bravus was rather dull in flavor, and given how spices were not as common and the variety in food that George described in the books was for those lords who did not have to budget in their exile, I had to improvise in areas other than magic as well. I slowly made it down the stairs of the house we were staying, wincing as I did not have any painkillers and the numbness I had from last night had long since faded, leaving only pain behind. Growing or fixing bones was beyond me for now, not that I would be willing to experiment on myself. And the only spell I could think of may or may not have a chance of vanishing my bones. Instead, I mused as we entered the dining room, where Sir Willem was sitting, nursing what looked to be ale. Sir Willem, good morning, I spoke, throwing away any stuffy tradition regarding greetings. This man was closer to a father than my biological one, granted, a rock was a better father than Ares the Mad, but I digress. Prince Viserys, Princess. Greeted Sir Willem, frowning as he saw the way I looked, knowing that I consciously broke protocol that he had been trying to teach me for the last 3 years. The first sword dropped by to ask questions. Said Sir Willem, still frowning, something about an altercation in the streets last night. Any trouble? I asked as I took a bite of the bacon. None. Said Sir Willem. He was however curious how someone from Karth made it to Bravus and who may have paid for them. Did he have any guesses? I asked, curious as to what someone more knowledgeable about most powers in the world would think. He talked of some spice guild of Karth if the target was a merchant, so I asked him of any group of hedge wizards from there. He mentioned warlocks of Karth. He stated, his eyes looking at my belt, that had still had my wand attached to the sheath I had made for it. Guild of Spicers may not be it, but warlocks, that is an interesting theory. I deflected, mentally beating myself as I had ignored where sorrowful men came from. I suppose it is possible that they are interested. I should see what precautions we can take. They should not be able to do much while we are in Bravus, however. I explained. The presence of the faceless men would probably discourage the warlocks from taking action, given that both cities had their own cults of assassins. Good. Said Sir Willem, throwing me a small bag. No work in the yard today, let your rib recover. If you say so, I said, opening the pouch and taking a sniff. What is this? Willow bark. He said, chew on it and the swelling and throbbing should lessen. Don't look too surprised, my prince, I am a knight and I have cracked or broken my fair share of ribs in tourneys. Broke more in other men, I would bet, I said with a smile. I was not sure what sort of a painkiller I could take that did not lead to my mind weakening, but the medieval equivalent of aspirin was not one that I would consider. You have no idea, began the old knight, as he started talking about the tourneys, which got Dany's attention given how she had stopped stuffing her face with her pancakes. Once the food was eaten and Dany went out to play, I turned to the knight. The warlocks? I asked, curious as to what he was considering. What do you know of them? Asked Sir Willem, leaning back. Rigger had books from the time of Unlikely, I explained, trying to make my knowledge more palatable than the actual source of it. And Pycelle once told me that they supposedly prevented Valyria from taking over Karth. He also said, their power waned as magic left the world after dragons died. But we know that magic did not die with dragons. Countered Sir Willem, looking at me with a knowing look. That has been what the maesters want everyone to believe, I stated. I was still not sure of the real core reasoning for the maesters' obsession with denying magic. As I still did not know the real reason for how the maesters behaved, I could only theorize. If they worked to uncover knowledge, they were too traditionalist to achieve progress. If they wished to protect people, they were leaving humanity vulnerable to magical sources, denying the threat of others and all other actions they took. Possibly because they do not have the ability to control magic and magic users. I mused, before forcing myself to go through that rabbit hole again. I had no solid proof that maesters were acting against my family other than speculation, so making plans for their demise was useless for now. What do you think we should do? Asked Sir Willem, feeling like a parent who was asking a child what their thoughts were. I never met him, but mother talked of Maester Aemon Targaryen who once wrote to her, saying to arm ourselves with knowledge. I stated before continuing, we do not know enough to act. If it is Tywin, we do not have a way to pay him back. If it is the warlocks, their reasons are unknown to us. Attacking blindly is to open ourselves to a counterattack. I could not personally attack Tywin, he had too many men and I was not going to blindly charge into Westerlands without an army and possibly a fully grown dragon. While I could send an assassin after him, paying for one was not really in my current budget. I thought of sending a thrall that I skin changed and getting the job done myself, but that would not be feasible either. My skin changing was strong, enough to possess humans when they were not aware of it, and it left me without control of my body. Weakening my flesh in a months-long coma and risking death was not worth the effort, considering that such an action would mean months of journeying overseas to get a shot at one of the most protected people in existence. Good, you are learning, said Sir Willem with a proud smile, as he seemed to have liked my cautious nature. What would you have me do, your grace? I dislike being called king. I countered, I am a prince of blood, not even Robert could deny it. I shall be a king when I sit upon a throne. And wear a golden crown. Countered Sir Willem with a smirk. Crown for a king, the heavy accented voice called out, causing me to grit my teeth, as I pushed my mind out of the memories of a possible future. Not of gold, but a crown all the same. I countered, still adamant about it. I would not seek a golden crown if I could help it. Silver would do, just as well as bronze and iron, or even better Valyrian steel, though tracking the conqueror's crown would take a while still. The question still remains. Deflected Sir Willem, probably seeing the pain in my face at the words. The Master-at-Arms probably considered the talk of a crown too painful for me after my mother's death. Memories of Rilla that remained from old Viserys were too painful for me to properly process still. The fact that she had crowned me with her own silver crown was a reminder of what I was left with. I could understand how the old knight came to that conclusion. I took a breath, thinking of what I would need to do. We needed answers, but looking for them may prove troublesome. My right hand rested on my ribs, where the knife had struck, a direct path to my heart from the back. An idea started to form within my mind. What have you done to the body? I asked, my eyes focused once more. Dash. The servants dropped a large barrel by the entrance of my workshop. It was more like a section of the basement of the house we stayed in. It was not used due to the small number of people who actually lived in the house with the red door. Whereas Sir Willem preferred large men to act as servants, to discourage anyone from trying to attack us, I knew the true nature of such people. We would find ourselves in the streets once the old man died if those servants had their way. Knowing the future and what may happen was tricky to manage. For example, I had foreseen the assassination attempt in the flames, and I was not certain if trying to prevent it would lead to something worse. All the stories I heard of prophecies told me that such an act was unwise and would lead to greater disasters. So I prepared, using my knowledge and study of magic. Making fabric stronger than it ought to be was a tricky project. I knew it was possible, as there were such spells from other works of fiction, and this world had at least one story about some ironborn with possibly magic tattoos with the nickname of Steelskin. The more obvious example from another magic system that I could recall was reinforcement from Nasuverse, a way to fill the gaps between atoms with magical energy to increase the strength of materials. The main challenge had been to make it a sustained enchantment, which my current spells could not reach the level of. Now, I had an ingredient that may ensure that the enchantment would last longer. I took out my wand and reached out through the door of the basement, feeling what I was looking for. I had modified the room to have a bar to block the door. Using my magic to place it, locking the room from the inside in a way that would not allow anyone from snooping in. It was a simple mechanism, but it worked, and all I needed to do was levitate the wooden bar. The approach to levitation was similar in principle to my cutting curse and shield spells, creating solid air to have some form of physical impact on the world. Sure, I would not try it on myself for now, but the method was just too useful for me to not work out. In theory, it was not even out of context for this world, though it was much more subtle than the displays of mental magic. I had the opportunity to see what an aeromancer actually did, as the man wearing the attire of monks put on shows near the Isle of Gods. They were rare this side of Essos from what I was able to learn from whispers, and I only knew of Asai by the shadow to have aeromancers. Granted, most assumed that what they were doing was simply moving in a way that was controlled by how the wind flowed, instead of their movements controlling the wind, but to those who have felt magic, they were taking control of the winds as they moved, making it into a show for money. The two monks seemed to be in a state of trance during the process, effectively becoming airbenders in practice and have abilities to control the weather in a different way than a Stormsinger or dozen other groups of practitioners of magic. The warm air started blowing from the tip of the wand, moving through the gap through the door to the back, solidifying as it came in contact with the wooden bar blocking the door. Wingardium Leviosa! I whispered with a smirk, as the warm air held together by magic lifted the wooden block out of the way. For all I knew, the words did not matter, so long as they provided me with a concept to focus on. I could have thrown an Alohomora instead, though that was still a work in progress, as using the wand and solidified air to pick a lock was tricky and required too much finesse for me at the moment. The entire incantation trick had two benefits as far as I could tell. It was both a form of the mental equivalent of a muscle memory and self-hypnosis to speed up my spell casting, as well as being a simple show of smoke and mirrors to prevent someone I did not want from learning magic from what I was doing. In a pinch, my magic may respond faster if I used the same incantation throughout my life. A few seconds that I could gain from what amounted to muscle memory may prove the difference between life and death. Granted, the actual reason I used incantations was that I could, and it made me feel like I was in an equally dangerous but more civilized work of fiction work instead of this one, but I also had to consider the consequence of what would happen when my powers became more commonly known. If people thought I needed to speak some words of power when I would be taken prisoner for some reason, they would gag me and leave me be if they were stupid, and drug me to the gills if they were truly smart. Given the average intelligence of Westerosi nobility, most would go with the first approach and give me the opportunity to mount an escape. Granted, I was much more likely to be killed on the spot, but even Robert would want to make it a public spectacle if he got his hands on me, giving me the time to escape and annoy him as a result. The sound of a clacking of wood on stone led to a full grin, as I unlocked the door with the key and went inside. The workshop was rather barren for all I cared. There was a chest in one corner and a desk in the other. Small cages were on the desk, containing rats for me to experiment with. A few barrels of water in case of a fire, and a sandbag that was hanging over the rafters in case of wildfire. A flick of my wand had the fire from the lamp in my hand jump through the candle wicks in the room, before returning to the lamp itself. A simple trick that involved reaching out to the fire and bringing it under control. While my wand could not make any fire from scratch, it still acted as a bridge for me to control any flames, though the candle trick was one of the few things I could do for now. Another flick of my wand had the barrel containing the body roll into the room, ending in one of the empty corners as I dropped the tunic I wore the day before onto the desk and headed towards the chest. Opening it and removing the false bottom under the junk within it. There sat a dark leather-bound journal that I had to order from a bookbinder, my grimoire in all but name. It contained information written in a language foreign to this world, as I did not want to write it in English, which was basically the equivalent of Westerosi common in this world. The book contained records of every use of magic or speculated instances of someone using magic in as much detail as I could recall, as well as numerous theories and experiments that I was yet to conduct. The page I opened had a simple title, Shadow Binding, before giving a sigh and rereading it for the 1000th time just to make sure. An A-bit plot development and some old/new method of magic in the form of aeromancy. George has nothing on aeromancers, and the wiki only says that they control air. Given that Melisandre could control the winds somehow, it made sense to have them do some sort of subtle air bending from Avatar. The lack of martial arts-based magic sects not developing, especially in the eastern regions like UTI that were inspired by a combination of Asian countries, made no sense if West had the concept of knighthood and chivalry, so this is my headcanon about aeromancers until George says otherwise. Shadow Binding. It was a pretty name, as anything to do with shadows sounded so mystical, so dangerous, so edgy. A scoff left me as I considered it. Actual shadows were the last thing the entire branch of magic was related to. In practice, there were only two unique forms of shadow referenced in the books in conjunction with magic. The first instance was the concept of a soul shadow, which was the impression made by a soul on a vassal. It was taught to Bran in the cave of the Green Seer located in the lands beyond the wall. Bloodraven had described the impression left in the raven as a shadow as well, though to call it a soul was much more accurate given what else I knew about the process of a second life. Varmer in the books had shown that second lives did in fact exist, so Bloodraven was either wrong about the fact that the shadow left behind by a skin changer was just an impression and not the real thing, or more likely, he was simply lying. The implications of such a lie were not lost on me, as it made Bloodraven not nearly as benevolent. The soul shadow being used by a shadowbinder was pretty hard to track down in the books, but I had a list of instances where it was used. First was the resurrection of Khal Drogo. Strength of the Mount Go into the rider did not really have many meanings, and the idea of Mirai Mazdur binding the soul of a horse into Drogo's body, turning him into a horse in a metaphysical sense, was amusing. Granted, from an outside perspective, it was a horrifying thought and make me petty, but the fate of my would-be murderer still amused me. Next was probably a failed instance of it, in the case of a ritual done to Samwell Tarly. The process was similar to what happened to Drogo in a sense, as Samwell was made to bathe in Auroch's blood to gain its courage or strength. Another was the shadow left behind by Orell on the eagle. It had faded over time, becoming part of the eagle, but the personality and instincts of Orell had left some influence over Varmer in the end, such as his hate for Jon Snow. Whether that was left behind within the mind of the eagle or its soul was up for debate, but souls could leave influences over their new mediums for better or for worse. There were other instances as well, most of them connected to second lives of skin changers. In this context, shadow binding, or more accurately, soul binding, was the act of forcing a soul to take over another vessel than the original body, either temporarily, or permanently. It was a more forced version of skin changing, one that was more forceful and probably less natural, though how natural skin changing is, was a question I could debate for hours. What really had my focus for enchanting was the second type of shadow binding, the cases of a mysterious the shadow smoke, which was some sort of smoke-like substance that had physical effects not dissimilar to how I used my wand to create wind blades to cut things, only much stronger than what I could currently achieve. I would have normally dismissed the idea of playing around with what was possibly a dark magic, but it sounded similar to how I used my wand to control air to do my bidding. The most obvious example was the shadow assassin that Melisandre had created. The creature had killed Renly, with a knife that was able to cut through plate metal, if I remembered correctly. The creature that Stannis dreamed of being when he had sent it to kill Renly. In all likelihood, Melisandre had somehow used a variation of skin changing to have Stannis control the shadow smoke. I knew that the cost of such magic was the child that Stannis had impregnated Melisandre with, or at least it was so in the show. In the books, Stannis had used himself to fuel two shadow assassins, one to kill Renly and another to kill the Castellan of Storm's End, at the cost of showing great physical degradation for the spell, aging unnaturally. The concept of a Neverborn was one that George had talked of in his works, specifically the early draft he had written about the Game of Thrones book. Given the children that Melisandre gave birth were made of smoke, it was likely that the 400 or so year old Shadowbinder had burned the child she conceived for this specific purpose within the womb, using the blood relation to Stannis to bind his soul to the shadow baby and kill people, which was in effect a form of blood magic. Then, there was also the weapon the shadow assassin had wielded. A blade that could punch through armor was not hard to notice among others. Apart from Valyrian steel, which was shown to cleave through bronze helmets, and the ice swords of the others, which could shatter swords and pierce mail, the shadow baby was the only confirmed case I knew of with the ability to cut through steel armor. While I did not recall whether it was showverse or the bookverse where Renly's gorget was pierced, it was still one that left an impression, and even if that was not true for this world, my own cutting curse had similar properties, though I had yet to test it against armor. There was another one as well, more obscure and more ancient than others. My theory only had a single historical account, which itself was more of a conjecture even if it fit with what I knew to be possible. From the accounts of the Dance of the Dragons, there was one of the accounts regarding the death of Syrax during the storming of the Dragon Pit nearly 200 years ago. There was a story of the shepherd, the one-handed Septon who had riled up the crowd, somehow conjuring the warrior, a 20-foot-tall man with a shadowy blade that cut the head off Syrax. I was not sure of the validity of such a story, but having known what Melisandre was able to achieve, in the instance when multiple dragons and thousands of humans were dying and burning in mass, such an event would be enough to fuel a 20-foot-tall shadow assassin for all I knew. The question of whether it was on purpose, or an accidental instance of magic, was the true question one had to know. I made a note in my notebook, just to make sure that there was no residue from the spell in the Dragon Pit if I ever found myself in King's Landing. In all likelihood, the echoes of the dead sharing the sentiment of death to dragons may have actually made the place non-viable for dragons after the dance, which explained the rapid decline of all the dragons that were left and the lack of new dragons hatching. Which brought me back to the concept of binding the shadow smoke onto an object, using it for enchanting and making the object far more than it was. Valyrian steel had too many similarities to the blade used by the shadow assassins for the two spells to not be related in some way. Given that both Valyrian Steel and Shadow Assassin were both made of fire and blood and provided a cutting ability that was supernatural in origin, it stood to reason that they were related in terms of magic. The conclusion to get from this was that Valyrian Steel was partially made by shadow binding, using the shadow smoke to give it the edge and strength the magical metal was known for. Or at least in theory anyways. In practice, if Valyrian Steel had the final step based on the legend of the forging of Lightbringer, a shadow binder could figure out how to remove and reapply the shadow smoke onto the metal, which was one of the possible explanations I had for the smiths of Qohor and their ability to reforge Valyrian Steel. They could have used the insights of shadow binders to figure out how to remove the shadow smoke bound to the blades, change the shape of the weapon, split it into smaller metals and reapply the shadow smoke somehow. That theory was also supported by another, that it was shadow binders who taught Valyrians their magic, which in a sense would be within reason, even though access to dragons and thousands of sacrifices in the forms of slaves would mean that Valyrians would have improved upon the basics known to shadow binders of ASOIAF. While creating the base metal of Valyrian Steel was still a pipe dream, at least for now, knowing how to reforge it and apply the spells to make the blade stronger and sharper through shadow binding to permanently bond a soul opened opportunities for me to use. It made sense in a way and was in line with my own observations of how magic worked. Souls were needed to sustain spells, to impose control. Sure, I could use my soul to reach out and create blades of air, but once my soul fully returned back to my body, the air was free of that control I imposed. Binding a soul would ensure that there was some spiritual element to sustain the magic. The question remained as to how Valyrian dragon lords managed to bind a soul and impose their will into an object, though the answer came along with the question given that they were, well, Valyrians. All Valyrian magic is based on fire and blood, Marwyn the mage claimed. Specifically, it came from the fire of a dragon and blood of sacrifice if one looked closer. From my experience, if I wanted to sustain a spell or magical effect, I needed to sustain it by imposing my soul upon the object. As souls were not something to mess with too much, I would always pull the entirety back, making sure that I did not have any of myself left out of my own body. While it led to my soul gaining the flavor of the medium I was skin changing into, it did not have any adverse effects on me yet, mostly because I was using my wand as a medium and a buffer at the same time. If I wanted to have a spell sustained for a more permanent basis, I would need to give it a will of its own, somehow find and bind a soul that was not mine and impose the will I wanted into the soul to hold the enchantment. Binding the soul was what shadow binders did in truth, even if they called it shadow. As the two different concepts within shadow binding were in truth a single concept that was further supported by the generalized magic theory I have been compiling over time. All of them had the concept of a soul in common among each other. Magic is the imposition of soul, will and intent upon the physical world I wrote down on the first page of my grimoire. It was all a person really needed to know if they wanted to use magic, though they would probably not survive the experience without proper precautions. The memories of watching Full Metal Alchemist leaped at me when I thought of ways to bind souls to objects, of how one of the main characters had his soul bound to a suit of armor using blood as an anchor. That thought alone was me more certain that Valyrians used blood magic to bind souls to objects. I raised my wand, resting on my palm. I had used a few drops of my blood to feed the weirwood, hoping to form a connection as well and succeeded. I knew that weirwood used blood magic, so even if the wand had failed, it was likely to awaken some form of skin-changing ability within me because of the blood magic. As it stood, I had bound the wand to myself, creating a metaphysical path for my soul to flow through and into the dragon bone core. That left the specific enchantment itself, the purpose and the will that the bound soul would sustain and impose onto reality, and that is where dragon fire came in. There were theories that I knew, theories on how dragon riding was either based on skin changing or a variation of it in some shape and form. Given that dragons bonded for life and no dragon rider was able to take more than a single dragon as their mount while they lived suggested a connection similar to wargs. Wolves mated for life, and wargs bonded to the wolves for life. As I knew from Silverwing and Vermithor, dragons mated for life as well. By that reasoning, if dragon riding was based on skin changing, it stood to reason that a person could only take a single dragon as a mount at one time, probably within that person's lifespan, as was the case with Viserys I. I wondered if the logic worked for my wand as well. I knew that my control was based on skin changing, or rather greensight to be precise, as I was taking the skin of a piece of wood and bone. The best way to test it would be to have someone try to use my wand, but I did not want to try the consequences of such an act. At best nothing would happen, at worst. Summerhall was a thing when it came to magic, as was Doom of Valyria. As for enchanting an object by providing intent to a soul, that was pure theory on my end. If a human could take the skin of a dragon for their own, they could in effect impose their will upon the dragon and the fire of the dragon, not unlike how I could impose my will onto the air through the warmth that came from the dragon bone core of my wand. Of course, there was one way to check my theory, and that was to bind a soul to an object and enchant it. My gaze focused on the fabric that had saved my life. My thumb passed over the grey fabric, once white before I had tested different methods of binding souls to the material. The tunic itself was one of those experiments in truth. A rat was sacrificed so that I could create the enchantment that stopped the blade. It was in truth the 30th rat that I had tried to bind to make knife-proof clothing. I was not sure if that was because there was a combination of rat souls working together for the same purpose or if it was because my focus becoming better with practice. I did not need to cover the whole fabric in blood, at least, not after testing on smaller pieces of fabric and finding no difference between the two methods. A few drops of blood onto the threads was enough to act as an anchor once the original body was destroyed. I opened the barrel, getting a few drops of blood from the corpse of the assassin. Even if the man was dead for nearly a day, it had not mattered for the likes of Lady Stonyheart to be resurrected. I could still use the blood to pull back the soul that was in the process of being dispersed into the nature, as was shown by Varmer's death. Dipping a quill to the congealed blood, I decided to take a bit of an artistic license and drew the anchor onto the fabric in the form of Valyrian glyphs that meant protection, armor, and shield using the blood. While I was not sure if the use of Valyrian glyphs or First Men runes had any effect, as I had not tested it enough to be certain. Using words that were related concepts made sense in a way, not that the mark would show once the spell was completed. Dropping the tunic into the barrel, I pointed my wand to the hearth where the flame was crackling and started the spell in truth. One moment, I was seeing the barrel that held the corpse and the flame that gave the warmth, and the next, I was the flame within the hearth, reaching out and consuming the wood for fuel and the flesh within. An open flame, burning a barrel in an underground cellar that was my workshop, was probably not the safest idea to a normal person. People might have even compared it to the foolishness of the summer hall. The truth, however, was different, as there was magic involved that prevented it from causing a disaster. The flames burned, though only that which I willed it to burn. The smoke rose, but I was the smoke that was released from the fire, and I willed it to sink back into the cloth and empower it. The heat that would be unbearable if left unchecked was only a pleasant warmth against the skin. Fire was change. Fire was power, and throughout human history in both this world and my old one, fire was protection. While I could not conjure fire from the tip of my wand for reasons I had yet to understand, fire was what was needed to change the nature of something. Maester Iman would one day say that ice preserved and fire consumed, but it was also true that ice did not change, while fire did. As the flames burned, I felt something familiar yet so unique at once. From my experience with skin changing in general, it felt like a mind, or a soul more likely. The soul was part of the fire, just as I was, though where I was focused and knew what I was doing, the soul seemed to lack agency. I had not known what would happen in truth. The tests I had with rats all accounted for it, as I had taken over the skin of the animal before the burning started. This time, it was different, as the soul was somehow pulled from where it was. Though I did not know what would happen, expecting something to happen meant that I was prepared for it. Like a passing shadow, I pushed my own will to the soul. In that shared medium of fire, the two souls shared single willpower and one purpose as a whole. The flames did not rise beyond the barrel before leaving a pile of cool ash in their wake, having completed their purpose as I willed it to do so. I felt myself return to my own flesh, leaving the other soul behind, hidden beneath the pile of ash that had once been a person, one that wanted me dead, but a person nonetheless. I had a body to return to, so my soul found its way back. The other soul found another path, made in blood to a body that was not his in the first place. My finger sifted through the pile of ash, finding the unburnt fabric, the ash falling away as though it could not find any purchase over the tunic so dark one would say it was almost black. A few hours of testing and prodding the enchanted clothing revealed that I had succeeded in my efforts, though I would still not be confident that my new armor could turn back Valyrian steel. Any more experimentation would require more bodies to sacrifice, and the only other place I could gain answers was in Asai by the shadow. A knock on the door brought me out of my musings. "Come in," I called out, my voice dry from not using it for the last hours. I reached for a glass I kept at the side. "Your Grace," said the woman who entered. She was in her 20s with brown hair, though she was still pretty in that unique way I had only seen in those with Valyrian heritage. Given that she was from Dragonstone, it was not really surprising. "Nessa, come in, I was just about done," I said, closing the notebook just to be sure. Nessa had been the wet nurse for Dany in Dragonstone. The poor girl was essentially dragged into exile by Sir Willem and the 5 other soldiers who came with us. The 5 had left, seeking their own fortunes as sellswords rather than stay around and look after what they saw as 2 kids. Nessa did not have the option to leave and seek better fortunes, as we could not send her back to Dragonstone for fear of letting Robert know where we were. She had nothing else to go back to, and a subtle legilimency confirmed that she was left to fend for herself after losing her child, her husband having died during the rebellion fighting for rigor. It was luck that she still had milk when Sir Willem had someone fetch her from one of the fishing villages. Nowadays, she was in charge of Dany as her nanny, making sure to keep an eye on her and look after her needs. For all intents and purposes, she was the closest thing to a mother my sister was left with. I was not sure what would have happened to her in the original timeline, but given that I was more mature and kinder than the original Viserys by a margin, she seemed content with her life for now. "Sir Willem stated that your presence was required upstairs, Your Grace," she said without flinching. It had taken a while to get the girl used to actually talk without fear that came from Aries' reputation, but I was getting there. An envoy from the Iron Bank is here. I sighed in relief, as the bankers finally deigned to show interest and this overcomplicated game of chicken we have been playing came to an end. Quickly putting on the tunic to ready myself to face bankers, I walked out of my workshop, locking it behind me with a flick of my wand. It also indicated something that I was dreading, that Robert had finally managed to run the treasury dry in the last 2 years and he was starting to borrow money. And, to answer the question and to paraphrase, shadow binding is a path to many abilities some may consider unnatural. This chapter was mostly an exploration of shadow binding and the tricks Wizards was able to come up with in a year and some of the limitations he seemed to be running into. Soul binding using blood is inspired by FMA and essentially in line with blood magic from canon, and there is also some runecraft inspiration for those who are looking for it, though their potential is yet to be revealed in full. Now that most of his current abilities are established, next chapters will be more plot heavy, though still independent of the book events which are a long way ahead. As the focus is to explore magic, someone traveling ESOs and uncovering unique magical sites is not common in ASOIAF fanfictions, though I enjoyed reading a few that had them. For the case of Nessa, she is technically an OC for all intents and purposes. We have no knowledge of who the servants were, though the wet nurse of Dany is mentioned even if her name or her fate was not given. Kudos to anyone who can name the inspiration for her name. Devil in the deal. What the fuck was that? I asked as my self-control slipped for a moment from annoyance, once the banker or rather the messenger from the Iron Bank had left. The man had interrupted my research to just let us know that we had an appointment. You are invited to the Iron Bank, to meet the bankers, stated Sir Willem, seemingly wary. They could not have just sent a note. I countered, disliking the entire charade. They cannot just summon a king to their feet like a commoner. Countered the old man, there are protocols for the Iron Throne, even SSC respect. They also wanted to get the measure of you first. I am blaming Jaehaerys on this, I grumbled as he was the first king to start the conversations with the Iron Bank of Bravos. How sure are we that it is not some sort of trap by Robert? I asked, though it fit in more to what Tywin would do if I had to be honest. We have been making inquiries for a meeting since we arrived as you have commanded. They seemed hesitant since they see you as a child and they did not wish to meet with me at all. Countered Sir Willem, pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. SSC are peculiar folk. They prefer to deal with men directly, and it is better than what I had achieved. Gaining recognition in a place in Sea Lord's court is not nothing, Sir, you have done well. I countered, though I was not sure if it was worth much. The place in court was not even a proper one, as the Sea Lord seemed much more interested in showing us off as part of his court as a power play than anything else, and I disliked the attention as it would eventually leak to Robert. When it came to supporting a Targaryen restoration, Sea Lord, like any politician, excelled at promising everything and committing to nothing. No wonder he was chosen, I thought to myself. It is in their interest to keep you out of the usurper's reach, and the Sea Lord would gain nothing from turning you over to the usurper or his dogs. Countered Sir Willem with not so little bitterness. He had lost a brother and 4 nephews during the rebellion. While his loyalty was without question, I was not sure whether it was because he was more against Robert than for me, but I could at least understand that his bitterness was well deserved. At least now I knew where the vitriol original Viserys had spewed came from. What are the chances that the sorrowful men had something to do with it? I asked, whacking my head for ideas. It would give the message that we have an enemy that considers us a threat. Nodded Sir Willem before frowning. I dislike it, but the opportunity is a rare one, but what would you have us do? We show up, armed and armored, I stated with an understanding forming that we were going for a potential war. I looked at the building, which was a marble building that occupied its own island, looking closer to a castle on its own than a building if I had to be honest. Sir Willem stood to my side, his mail hauberk was on, beneath a nondescript coat and cloak. While the heraldry of House Derry would be appreciated as a show of support in Westeros, I could not put the one house who still supported me to risk with the rumors that may find its way back to Robert. I could have also offered my sworn sword a white cloak, but I knew it would remind him of the loss of his brother, Sir Jonathor Derry, and it would be easy to tell apart a clean white cloak in a crowd, which would mean people we wished to avoid could easily track us. While I simply wore the enchanted tunic I made. In a fight, it would prevent me from dying, but it was never meant for use in war as it lacked proper head protection. It still prevented casual stabbing, however, and it did not look out of place in dinner invite or meeting with bankers, which was why I had initially made it, as I would eventually outgrow the clothing. I considered my plan as we walked through the marble stairs to the bank. The main problem with banks in Middle Ages was that they were not the banks of the modern world. You could not jaunt into the Iron Bank and drop a bag of coins for them to keep in an account for you. They would probably laugh at you for it unless your investment was large enough for them to reinvest it in their own ventures. There were no secret Targaryen accounts either. Jaehaerys nearly declared war on Bravos and threatened them with dragons after the whole debacle with the eggs that Alyssa Farman had stolen. It had become so bad that Septon Barth had only managed to have the debts that Iron Throne had to the Iron Bank dismissed at the end of the whole mess. The only time Iron Throne sent money to Iron Bank when not in debt was during the dance when the Greens had stashed away a third of the royal treasury in the Iron Bank while the remaining two-thirds were shared between Lannisters and Hightowers and were never recovered. I had tasked Sir Willem to find records of it through the Sea Lord and found some record that Viserys II had managed to get that money back, around the same time that Baelor was building that September of his. Whether that was true or false did not matter, however, since I had no record of the originals to force the Iron Bank. Given that I was from a male line and Robert was from a female line through his grandmother, I could have even argued that I was on the side of Greens in a way, but that path was closed. After Viserys II, the Iron Throne was in one way or form always in the red with the Iron Bank until Tywin paid off the remaining debt from all the Blackfire rebellions when he was the hand to Aerys. With no hidden stash of wealth I could access, I turned to the main purpose of the Iron Bank. The banks in Middle Ages were closer to investment banks in purpose and structure than modern retail banks in any sense, acting both as loan sharks and middleman to handle transactions, acting as guarantors for both sides in a deal. Now, I just needed to convince them that I was worth investing as insurance against Robert's debts, and get some investment in the form of support to develop myself. While money was good, it was only worth what it could buy, and the connections that the Iron Bank had were what I was truly after. Prince Viserys, I am Tycho Nestoris, said a tall thin man with a long beard that reached his waist. He spoke the common tongue well for a Bravasi, though there was that accent unique to Bravus. He was wearing a purple felt robe and no hat, with scrolls underneath one of his arms. The man looked like what I would imagine Dumbledore to look like in his youth, with glasses and a long nose. King, corrected Sir Willem with a tone that suggested he would. Is he? Asked Tycho Nestoris with a smirk. Where is his throne then? Original Viserys would have drawn a blade at that. I felt like Crown Prince in exile, if we are to be picky. I quipped instead in Bravasi, knowing that the man would appreciate some measure of humbleness and precision, though I could not show too much of it. My kingship may be challenged, but none would refuse that I am a prince of blood, as none would argue that my father died a king and declared me his heir as Prince of Dragonstone. That shut off the banker and his power play that I did not have time for. Lead the way, Banker Nestoris. I needed to show that I was not some puppet of some disgraced knight in exile, knowing that their investment was for the person than his supporters. If I let Sir Willem deal with the bank, their support would last until the old man had died, and the Bravasi was right, all men would eventually die. Indeed, said the banker, his gaze gaining a sharper look. Though I am simply a clerk. He corrected, his eyes sharp and his ambition clear. He is inspecting me closely now, seeing if I am worth investing in, I thought to myself. At the cost of stripping Sir Willem of his control, I was showing myself to be a bigger player. It was similar to how Olenna Tyrell used her sharp tongue to dominate a conversation, and where her excuse was being an old woman, mine was that I was a child. Please, follow me, said Tycho Nestoris, seemingly satisfied. No weapons from this point on, I am afraid, though this would help with your worries, said the clerk, before producing a bowl with a piece of bread and some salt. Sir Willem relaxed. I did not. Afraid of a 10-year-old and an old man, I countered with a smirk, taking a piece of the bread and sprinkling some salt over it, before throwing it into my mouth. I had still not tested if guest rights had some magical effects or if that was purely symbolic, but I would not break it, and I doubted Iron Bank would break it and risk damaging its reputation in such a way. Valamor Coolies, responded the man with a smirk, clearly wary of a faceless men and aware of a possible connection I had with them. Valadoha Aerys, I responded, with a knowing smirk, grabbing Sir Willem's sleeve before he could reach for the bowl. The old knight stiffened but followed the order. Wait here, I commanded, taking out a piece of parchment and tearing one side of it before handing the piece of vellum to the knight. If someone attacks you, rip that parchment in two, I said, letting the knight make the association himself. He would probably assume that it was some sort of magic, even though it was for a more mundane purpose. A torn parchment would allow me to know that my sworn shield was replaced by someone else, probably. It was the bird that was watching us from across the street and through the window that I was using as a spy that would provide the true warning against an attack. It took off my belts, both the one containing my dagger and the wand which the man had been eyeing. I knew that my wand looked like a bone dagger from the outside, with the pommel shaped like a dragon's head. It had not been so when I made it, but I had been noticing how it slowly shifted and changed in shape over the year I have used it, looking like a white fireworm with red veins and a black tip for a tail. It had become something pretty enough that it would be considered a ceremonial dagger of sorts, and the triangular pointy end was strong enough to double as a shiv if it came down to a more physical fight. I handed my belts to Sir Willem, not trusting the Iron Bank with my path to power. Sir Willem knew more and protected me from worse, so I could trust him to guard my wand for now. Leaving him by the door and preventing him from being bound to the guest right in case he needed to come barging in to protect me from an attack. It was a trick I knew Kingsguard actually practiced from what Aerys had shown me, so it was not so unnatural. He did not seem to like the idea of leaving me alone, though he nodded with a look to question the piece of parchment I handed, knowing that I was not without any form of defense. While I disliked skin changing without a wand, as I knew that my mind was more influenced by the animal without a form of insulation in between, I was still pretty decent at it, though not to the extent or precision I could do so with a wand. My mind reached out to one of the other ravens I kept around as spies, emergency ingredients for shadow binding and projectiles in a pinch. No one anticipated a raven diving beak first into their eye sockets because such an event was not in line with their normal behavior. I had not tried the last one, but I knew that it was better than not having an option to protect myself. I also conveniently forgot the existence of the small dagger in my boot, the same dagger that once belonged to the sorrowful men who tried to kill me, the poison still on the blade. I mean, who would expect a 10-year-old to be that paranoid, right? In the end, the guest right would do more to protect them from me, than to ensure that they would not do me harm. Crown Prince in Exile, Viserys of House Targaryen. Introduced Tycho Nestoris, before moving to sit down in one of the chairs on the other side of the large desk, which was not what I expected from a clerk. It had a deeper meaning, I was sure of it, but what is underneath the underneath, I thought to myself, using one of my more favored quotes from fiction. And you are? I asked with a curious look. There were 5 men, with large bound books in front of them, along with a scribe at the edge of the table. Our names do not matter. We represent the Iron Bank, said one of the men, motioning to the chair. Please, have a seat. I nodded in understanding and sat on the bench, making sure to keep my back straight. Viserys had been trained in courtly behavior from birth, which came in handy after I took over, as it was a surprisingly uncomfortable posture. My eyes wandered over the man whom I was looking at. These were probably some of the key holders who were not known to anyone but a select few. That also confirmed that Iron Throne was seeking to borrow money if it was their money that was on the line. What can the Iron Bank do for you? Asked one of the men whose name was not given to me. It is not what the Iron Bank could do for me, but what I can do for the Iron Bank, I countered, turning their offense back towards them. To an unwary person, it would seem I was the one who requested the meeting and owed them something. I disliked the power plays, and framing it as the opposite of what they expected, I would have some more control. I was going to be asking them to invest in me after all, and I needed to show that it was not a bad investment compared to the alternative options. What can a crown prince in exile do for us? Asked Tycho Nestoris, clearly amused. I know that Robert will start borrowing soon, I explained. He was never the responsible sort when it came to what he called counting coppers in his hand. Jon Arryn is not going to be of help. His family always looked down on their own members who were more mercantile, like House Arryn of Guldsdone. So, you would claim that the Stag King is a wastrel? Asked Tycho Nestoris, leaning back. It would seem like he was the one who arranged for this meeting, seeing an opportunity to advance his own career. Now, I just needed to convince the remaining 4 men in the room, and I would have a sponsor who owed his advancement to me. The man is a king of whores and wine barrels, even if he was a good fighter. I countered, in a way that was not untrue. I needed to show that Robert was a bad investment as a ruler, even if he was a good battle commander. I pity my father's realm now that he is the one who is failing at ruling. And why should that be of concern for the Iron Bank? Asked the frowning man in the corner, whose name I was not given and cared not for. For 3 years we have been making inquiries to arrange a meeting. I explained before, meeting with me was not in your interest, now it is. We are here so you can decide how safe it is to invest into the Iron Throne and how likely you are to have your due. I asked with a smirk, knowing that I had them in my palm now, not even needing to use magic for it. Safer than investing in a man who has nothing, said one of the men who looked as though he wished he was anywhere but here. He was going to be the tough one to crack, probably the one who would play the bad cop in this meeting. If I got him, the others would fold as well. The Stag King is married to the daughter of Tywin Lannister. Him, we have done business with. I have nothing but my word, that is true for now. And a Lannister always pays his debts, they keep reminding everyone who asks. I stated, looking the man in the eye. Lannisters owe me a debt of blood, for a father, a nephew, a niece, and they would refuse to pay that debt if asked for it. Why should they pay for any other that would cost them more than they can afford? It was Tywin Lannister who paid the debt of your father some years ago. Countered the one on the chair with carvings of peacocks. We know his word is good for. Who is his heir? I asked instead. Is it the one who swore himself to celibacy and killed the king he was sworn to protect, or the dwarf whom none wish to marry, as he is known for being a drunken wastrel who may just as likely to be living in a brothel? Yet their word is not worth what once was, is it? Was it not Tywin who came under a banner of peace and turned his cloak at the gates of King's Landing? He used deception to sack the city he lived in. He betrayed the king who was his friend since they were both children, the king he served as a hand for longer than I have been alive. I said, my voice raising slightly before I brought it under control. Taking a breath, I centered myself, pulling myself back into my skin for a moment and regaining my focus. Occlumency was tricky for me to master, but I had started making some headway in that branch as well. Like legilimency, my occlumency was based around skin changing, though unlike legilimency that was the connection of my mind and soul to another body and willing a thought, occlumency was mostly skin changing into my own flesh and willing my thoughts to order. It was funny that in the end, it boiled down to the instruction Snape gave in the form of clear your mind when one thought about occlumency. Sure, it was essentially self-legilimency, but the concept still stood and you got home field advantage. While it was tricky to master and much more efficient to do with a wand in hand like any other magic I could pull off, it was probably also the safest wandless magic I had access to as there were no negative effects from personality bleed through from myself like when I took over the body of another being. Once my mind was in order and my emotions under control, I continued. Do you think any promise he makes to people he cares nothing for is worth the parchment it is written on? I asked. The mines of Casterly Rock are known even to us, said Tycho Nestorus. I smirked, as the man finally took the bait I was laying down. I could not really do anything with the bank, but lay my cards on the table. It was worth nothing to me in the long run and it would be a thorn in Robert's side, so I might as well go all in. Do you know of House Westerling? I asked, seemingly changing the conversation. A house in Westerlands. One of the others answered. They mined their silver mines for 8,000 years. I explained, 3 generations ago, they stopped mining. One house out of many. Countered the man who answered. Rains of Castamere too borrowed heavily from Tywin's father, as did Tarbec's. Lannisters could not afford to not get the gold back. There is a song about it, I am sure you heard. I added. Neither mined as heavy as Lannisters nor did they dug as greedily. What are you implying, Prince Viserys? Asked the bad cop, leaning forward. I served as cupbearer to my father, listened in on the meetings of small council. I explained I know we had a full treasury despite the rebellion, and now it remains empty if Robert seeks to borrow from you. I heard whispers that may or may not be true, though I heard that lately, the mines of Casterly Rock produced the same amount, whether in hundreds, thousands, or millions. What you are suggesting, what proof do you have? Asked the bad cop. Any proof I have would be worth nothing to you, I answered, as I truly did not know if what I was saying was true. I knew that the mines drying up was specifically for the showverse and there was no mention of it in the books. I was not sure which of those was the truth. For all I knew, Casterly Rock still had enough gold stored away to break the economy, but it would not matter. What I needed was for the illusion of Tywin's wealth to be broken enough for me to get what I wanted. I also made a mental note to sack that piece of rock Tywin called home when I was ready and figure out a way to cast fiend fire to melt it down like Harrenhal as a warning to others. Even if it was not a fact, the shadow of a doubt would linger, and it would give me the time needed to prepare. The purpose was never to get the support of the Iron Bank to be made into a puppet king. It was always the resources and the protection the Iron Bank could provide against Robert until I was powerful enough to protect my own. So you give us nothing? Said the bad cop, though he seemed interested in my words. Send men to look for miners who died mysteriously near Lannisport in the last few years, never to speak of their failure to find new veins of gold or how Tywin left his son in charge of the sewers to look for new veins, I countered, framing Tywin as an unsustainable option in the long run and throwing in some reasonable doubt to what I knew to be true with how Tyrion was given the duty of taking care of the sewers. Hear the story of the small folk who suffer under Tywin's iron fist, as though they were slaves. Any word they say would be worth more than what I would say today. The peace Robert has is built on the backs of dead children, and it will last until they live and no more. That seemed to have done it, as any bank knew that a war was both a risk and an opportunity at once. Now I had them. I just needed to take as much as I could, knowing that any investment they made for me would be added to the debt that Iron Throne would start developing, not that Robert would notice it in the first place. That was the trick of these bankers in the end. They would invest in one side if they thought it a good investment. They would invest in both sides if the investment was not secure and collect both debts from the winner. It took nearly another hour of negotiating, but I was able to make a deal to act as their insurance against Robert's reign. If Robert failed to pay back the debt, or when eventually Cersei or Joffrey did the stupid thing and refused to pay the debt they owed to the Iron Bank, I would be there to act as a subtle threat and someone willing to pay it back. In exchange, I would gain the resources to build myself as a significant threat that was useful for the Iron Bank, though what those resources would be, I was not sure of for now. When I came out of the room, I saw that Sir Willem was on the bench in the corner, sitting with a frown on his face. He handed me the parchment I had given. The precaution I had taken was for naught, but the paranoia was well deserved given the world I found myself in. As I had to break the connection to the birds for a moment when I used occlumency, a secondary confirmation helped. I took the belts holding my wand and dagger, inspecting both before placing them back in their sheaths. We left the bank with a smirk on my face. Paying back to the Iron Bank in gold would be easy in the long run once I grew in power enough to casually raid the rich, and I needed the resources in the short run to grow in power. It took nearly 2 weeks before there was a knock on the red door. The man standing was bald with a long beaked nose. He handed a scroll to the servant who answered the door. From the Iron Bank, it is a deed. Explained Sir Willem, reading it to a manse outside the city, with a horse ranch it would seem. Good enough to train knights? I asked, with a whisper. If gods are good, responded the master-at-arms, his eyes shining with renewed hope. The man stood at the door, still waiting. A smirk on his face meant he was here for something else. And who are you? I asked, looking at the man who dressed far too nicely for a simple messenger. I am Sirio Farrell, first sword of Bravus, responded the man in Bravacy. And? I asked as I inspected the man for the warrior he was. I am here to train you in the art of water dancing, and to see your mettle, boy, said the man. I considered it for a moment, before stepping to the side, silently ordering Sir Willem to do the same, letting the first sword enter through the front gate. I was already training in the knightly arts by Sir Willem, but a second style that was more common in Essos would certainly be welcome, even if I knew that Sirio Farrell would report everything to the Sea Lord or Iron Bank in the end, to make sure that their investment was worth the continued investment. And, their Wiseries vs Iron Bank to the one commenter who requested it. No one could really expect a 10-year-old to make more sense than many nobles of West Eros, but a grown man in the body of a child is cheating according to some, especially one with canon knowledge. I was hoping to be able to have Wiseries to channel Lionel Mormont there. This chapter is dedicated to the trope shared by most Targaryen SI and Essos I have read, with some hidden cache of money in the Iron Bank that made them instantly rich. A fully grown Wiseries would either have the ability to casually procure the gold he owes the bank, or he would already be dead because of some explosion doing magic. Iron Bank and to a lesser extent, Bank of House Rogare that used to exist are based around the Bank of Medici and other medieval banking systems that were different from the retail banking done today as far as I could understand, though I am not an expert so might be wrong. Given that the books only had them give large-scale loans to lords, kings and the Night's Watch, figured they would have something of a preference for nobility or people who can borrow on the larger scale than some peasant. Horses to raise knights would be the most useful thing in the current setting and it would be something Wiseries would not be able to learn in the long run, hence the whole barefoot king thing with the Dothraki. It would allow Wiseries to allow being trained more effectively by Sir Willem who for all we know was a competent master-at-arms, having trained Rigger who was pretty competent as a warrior if he could wound Robert in their fight, it was just that Robert was essentially a demigod during the rebellion. Raising a few more knights and have a safe house away from the city also helps in the long run. I threw in some introduction to occlumency in there as well, and yes, the entire thing boils down to clear your mind ironically enough. I will probably develop it more and give it more substance in the long run but that is what Wiseries could do for now. Headcanon for me for Harry Potter wands is that the change of wands from the first movie to the later movies is that wands are alive and they slowly change shape to fit the personality of the wielder, so it might be same in this setting as well. It also explains how Voldemort had an obviously evil-looking wand with a bone-like handle and no one suspected a thing when he was a child if the wand did not start off looking like that and grew to become what we know it to be as Voldemort became the monster he is in the books and movies. A wild first sword appears, because this is Bravus and of course an SI would track down Sirio Farrell in some way, and sometimes, find him as a happy little coincidence. 287 AC-. The manse that we were given was, not what I had expected. The stone building was effectively a keep on its own, with lands that were ideal for raising horses. The location of the manse was a day's ride from Bravus following upstream the Sweetwater River that shared the name with the aqueduct that brought fresh water to the city of Bravus. The mountains to the side made sure that the location was secure from wind and storms and the river itself had created the perfect environment for the rearing of livestock and production of grain that kept Bravus fed by something other than fish. Since the only entry through the valley was through the delta occupied by the city of Bravus, it was a perfect place to lay low and gain power. The stone manse however was rather decrepit if one inspected it properly. Granted, the deed was given to us, but both sides who made the deal agreed that the property would return to the Iron Bank, who themselves repossessed it from some merchant or other unable to pay his debts. In a way, we ran the place and kept things from further breaking down and Iron Bank let us use it as a base to build more power. In the end, the entire thing was a test to see if I could run a small keep, to ensure that their investment would be secure. Since the bank did not provide any other starting capital, there was nothing they were risking by giving away a small keep out of the public eye that would probably become a ruin. It is a fixer-upper, I said, with a grin and as if on cue, one of the tiles fell on the floor for dramatic effect. I was pretty sure that I was not responsible for that. It is a dump, countered Dany, much less political. Can we go back to the house with the red door? I chuckled at Dany's grumpiness. The house will not go anywhere and we will split our time between the two places once we can find a proper castellan and get started, but this will do for our purposes, declared Sir Willem before moving on to talk with the old man who was left in charge. Nessa, keep an eye on Dany, would you, I said, as I started exploring the not exactly ruin. Horse breeding was one of those hobbies that were acceptable for a prince to occupy his time with. Granted, those princes often had fathers or forefathers sitting thrones to bankroll such a hobby but it was still something that Sir Willem had no way of complaining against, especially if it allowed me some novel training. It would also give us a constant source of income while providing me with the horses that I would need to train as a knight. Horses required space that we did not have if we lived exclusively in the city of Bravus. Bravus was not an ideal place to develop into a warrior acceptable in Westerosi society, and even if I never became a knight, learning to ride a horse was essential in this medieval dump that I had found myself in. Even if I did not have any intention to ride to war on horseback, riding would be useful in this world. The final purpose of this new venture was less defined, as it was to experiment with horse breeding, or rather flesh crafting. Flesh crafting was an ancient branch of magic that was lost to time after the doom of Valyria. It was the sort of thing even Valyrians did not do close to their city, leaving their creations in the flesh pits of Gagasos, where slave women were said to be bred with animals to create half-human hybrids, and that was a bunch of bullshit, of course. It was much more likely that the process involved some form of shadow binding that reminded me of the works of Sauron and Morgoth from the Silmarillion. Specifically, it reminded me of the creation of wargs and werewolves. In the world created by Tolkien, werewolves were a breed of wolves of some sort, but the important bit was the way Sauron bound spirits into the bodies of wolves to make them better. This led to the werewolves becoming smarter and larger than the normal breed of wolves. Some theorized that the wargs in the later periods were descendants of those werewolves, wolves who inherited the greater minds of the werewolves. In all honesty, wargs and werewolves in the world of Arda reminded me more of the dire wolves in this world than anything else. While warg was a term used to describe skin changers who took the skin of canines in this world, a word that meant wolf in ancient Scandinavian languages. Granted, the inspiration was probably the same, as the lesser known of werewolf myths from my old world were less about man physically gaining wolf features and more about their spirits possessing or taking the form of a wolf, which was not so dissimilar to how wargs in this world operated on. I was already aware that skin changing and shadow binding had the potential to increase the soul stuff within a vessel like an animal. The increase in soul stuff also led to an increase in physical abilities. I knew from the books that Jon Snow would show unnatural feats of strength when emotional, and often associated those acts with his dire wolf, Ghost. These instances were possibly when Ghost's soul flowed into Jon's body for a short duration, increasing the strength of Jon's soul and giving him the ability to do things like pull out spears from the frozen ground that would take 3 men to achieve, or lift a grown man off his feet. My theories were easy to test on myself with the application of occlumency. I could pull back my entire self and feel that I was stronger and faster than I had been a moment before. It was not by a large margin, as I did not have the soul of a dire wolf to boost my own, but the difference was easy to notice. It was how I have been able to practice nearly 6 hours a day in the yard now that Sirio had taken to sparring with me, along with my normal daily training with Sir Willem. While my magical training involved a lot of experimentation and self-study, my martial education was rather strict and guided by experts in their fields. Sir Willem was the master at arms of the Red Keep. He had been the man who trained Rhaegar in his youth to a level that Rhaegar could go toe-to-toe with the man who would be the demon of the trident. While their fight was relatively close-matched, Rhaegar had been stupid enough to use a sword against a fully plated opponent, a fault that had led to his death, as Robert was using what amounted to a spiked iron mallet. The results showed themselves, as Robert only needed a single solid hit to win the fight, which was what he had done in the end. The old master at arms did not seem pleased with adding another teacher to the one he was charged with. That being said, he was pragmatic enough to understand that I could benefit from learning more than a single sword style, especially as he was aging, having gone half-blind, a fact he kept well hidden from strangers, and preferred to sit by the side and give instructions rather than sparring with me. He was far from useless, as the cane he used was actually a cane sword that Sir Willem had gotten after a recommendation from Sirio. Carrying a sword in the city of Bravus was an invitation to be challenged to a duel, and the cane sword was a good idea to not have either of us unarmed. I knew that my magic would be the primary source of my power, but appearances had to be preserved. One of the reasons for the Blackfire rebellions was because Daemon was more martial than Durin the Good, and that was the type of small-minded Westerosi way of thinking that most subscribed to. I would have to be trained as a knight and knighted. There was also the fact that I needed to make sure that I could survive without magic if it came down to it. Relying on a single skill to survive was dangerous in the end. Footwork and physical training would supplement my magic in the long run, but dead was dead, whether through magic or a sword through the chest. So I trained as though my life depended on it, which was just the case. Using occlumency allowed me to push past my limits in different ways. The most useful tricks I was able to achieve were to be able to keep going even when exhausted, and some minor increase to my physical abilities when I pulled back my soul in its entirety into my body. I had no hope to match the mountain that rides in strength, but if I could survive long enough, I could use magic to win such a fight, outlasting him and boosting my strength when needed. Using skin changing as part of flesh crafting also had the basis on the skin changer Borok and his unnaturally large boar. The size of the boar had me start thinking if an animal with more soul stuff could have a larger size. Of course, that entire thought led me back to the obscure details of dragon lore, but the idea was tempting for more than one reason. For now, I would experiment with horses and dogs, try and figure out if I could breed some improvements. It would help in the future, and giving away such lavish gifts as war horses to loyal knights was the type of thing a ruler had to do in the end. Then there was the logical end goal of applying these methods on myself, to increase my physical abilities through rituals, which was tempting. 2 mares good for breeding and a stallion, said Sir Willem, taking a seat on the chair while I was busy trying to make sense of the ledgers I had found in the old keep. Rest of them are not as impressive, though they are not in the worst condition either. The disrepair is rather troublesome as well. I nodded, as I got a general idea of how much the upkeep would cost from the records that existed. This place would end up being a money sink if we were not careful. It appears that we have been tricked, Your Grace, said the knight with a smirk. I prefer to see it as a test, but the horses won't return a profit for a few years, I stated simply. For now, we have a place to lay low away from the city and a potential source of income in the future. Most of the cost would be fodder for the horses and all the wooden posts and tiles that need replacing. Wood is expensive in Bravus, nodded Sir Willem, having been running the household for more than 3 years now. While there were forests around Bravus, those acted as a natural barrier from the cold chill of the sea and it was illegal to cut down trees without permission. That of course made wood one of the primary demands of the city and gave me an idea. Do you think we can find a cheap source? I asked, thinking of options. My nephew ought to have some forests left to his name, suggested Sir Willem, making me suppress a smile if the usurper did not strip him off those lands as well, that is, he added bitterly. House Derry paid a lot for their loyalty to the Targaryens. While they had a keep, their lands were nearly halved after the rebellion and most of their resources were cut down to leave them weaker. They can send the wood through the last bend of the Trident to salt pans, ship it off through Bravasi ships. I thought out loud. Learning about logistics was one of those things I needed to do, and while it took me some time, I nearly memorized the entire map of West Eros and Western Essos just in case. We can have the Iron Bank act as the middlemen as they have access to ships. They will be more discreet than some sailor and much less likely to tip their hand with Varys sniffing around. Would Robert not object if he finds out? He asked, wary of the idea. Lords borrow from the Iron Bank all the time, I countered, knowing that Iron Throne could make the entire venture obsolete by asking for a large trading tax. A bit of nice bookkeeping and it will look less like trade and more paying off debts from being impoverished. Robert will have a laugh, Derry will get paid, and we will take a cut that will ensure that we are not losing from what we already have. Do we have access to enough coin? Asked Sir Willem. We have some of the treasury from Dragonstone, but not enough to risk on a venture of such scale. The Iron Bank agreed to provide the coin to invest in if I could show that the investment is worth it. They are not willing to give us the money directly, but they are willing to provide a line of credit to our ventures if they think them safe enough. I stated while cursing my luck that I was essentially acting as an investor for the Iron Bank. I did not even do this in my old life. And by that, you mean? Started the old knight. I impressed some of the key holders, enough that they are willing to take our suggestions and give us a cut of the profits, I explained. We will use the coin to handle the upkeep of the castle, get some Westerosi horse while at it, and we should make enough to not touch on the savings we stashed away. Counting coppers should not be your duty, stated Sir Willem. Viserys II was fostered in House Rogaray of Lys and served as hand while Durin Ward and Balon prayed. Both kings spent enough money to bring the realm to ruin, not to mention the state Westeros was in after the dance. I explained, he was a man who excelled at counting coppers and the realm prospered. He was a king for a year, countered Sir Willem. Yet, well, he was a shitty father and his son probably killed him. I countered, not the worst thing Aegon the Unworthy had done, the cunt. Sir Willem chuckled, probably amused at my hate for my idiotic ancestors. Potentially not even that, if rumors of Aemon and Nerys were true, I mentally added. It is good to see you take your studies so seriously, Your Grace, said the aged knight, a tired smile on his face. I beg your forgiveness for this is most I could provide you, he added, sounding defeated. Loyalty you showed is without equal, Ser. I countered I would not trade it for all the gold in the world. You are too kind, Your Grace, bowed Sir Willem, with a smile on his face. You might just have what it takes to take back your throne, he added, complimenting me in a way that made me thoughtful for a moment. And you shall see it, sir, I responded, fully intending it at that moment, even if I knew it to be unlikely. The winter chill was what had taken Sir Willem, but I had 3 years to prevent it. If the gods are good, I will live long enough to see the day you sit upon the throne of your forefathers, Your Grace, said Sir Willem, but I am old, and I have made my peace with that long ago. Thank you, sir, I nodded, accepting that it was a possibility, even if I would work to undo such fate. Yet your point stands, I stated. Both me and my sister need proper education fit for royalty. There are a few learned men in the city that we can hire. And Princess needs courtly training as well, asked Sir Willem. One fit for royalty? She is barely 3. Her histories, letters we will arrange, and sewing and embroidery are things that Nessa can already teach her, I countered before releasing a breath, but I will try to figure something out for it as well. 288 AC. It took 5 months before we were able to establish the trade deal with Derry. Secret messages went between the sides under the guise of Tykou Nestoras traveling to Derry to provide a loan from the Iron Bank. It was not technically illegal and my name was not involved in the documentation. Tykou was the one who had made the deal with a reference from Sir Willem Derry, and once the lumber arrived, we took possession of it as the middleman. Dancing around Vera's spies was not that hard since I knew how he worked. While the children without tongues who knew how to read were hard to find, a bit of mental manipulation had them avoid certain ships and warehouses out of irrational fear, a side effect of the compulsion charm I had placed on them. All it took was a variation of the legilimency spell with a bit of Pavlovian conditioning to bring forth dread when I felt them approach one of the important locations we used. The trade proved profitable and allowed us to use a small amount of the lumber to start with the repairs of the keep, while the rest was split into two, one part sold to nearly thrice its original cost to return the initial investment and the rest to be stockpiled in the keep for the winter, when we would sell them at a larger profit still, as Bravus hungered for wood to burn in winter. While more trade voyages would take place, it had proven to the Iron Bank that I was a safe presence and gave us some much-needed source of income. During that time, I had grown decent with a horse. The makeshift tilt yard we had assembled allowed me to practice under the constant watch of Sir Willem, and Dany enjoyed the cleaner air away from the city and the open space where we did not need to hide indoors as much. The keep was known as a location, though none but the Iron Bank actually knew who we were. The staff of the manse was mostly employed through the Iron Bank, and we had established a cover as a Westerosi knight in exile and his grandchildren. Sir Willem was old enough to pass for our grandfather, and for safely, we had concocted a lie that we used to live in Liss, where both our grandmother and Moth were both from. I continued my experiments with magic, the first of which was rather simple. Jaime Lannister would claim that justing was 2/3 horsemanship, which was at least partially correct. While using the lance was also something important, a bad rider did not a good juster make. Partially skin changing into a horse while riding it was a logical conclusion of what I could do with skin changing, and that was exactly what I was practicing. The combined mind of man and beast allowed for a control that was nearly impossible to match with motions and cues that could be trained into a horse, and I sort of understood how Lyanna Stark had managed to unhorse 3 low-level knights as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. I was not a combination of man and horse when riding, but rather both at the same time. A bit of acclimacy to keep the connection and control over both while keeping the bodies separate, and I had near-perfect lance control. Granted, the lance was 1/3 of the weight of an actual lance and half the length for now, but being good at hitting things with a stick was what I had signed up for, so I was happy. Honestly, it was a pity that I was not suicidal enough to ride in a tourney or something like that. We were back to the house with the red door once more, as Nessa greeted us. "Any trouble?" I asked while warming myself as I sat near the hearth. "None, your grace," said Nessa with a proud look. Sir Willem ruled the house with an iron fist, that much everyone knew, but it was Nessa who had taken the responsibility of controlling the servants and being left in charge when we were not within the city. It had left watching over Dany to Sir Willem, who seemed to enjoy spoiling her as though she was his granddaughter. Given that Sir Willem was the closest thing we had to a grandfather, I did not fault the man. The treasures we had brought from Dragonstone were stashed away in a location that was known to only me and Sir Willem and required either magic or pickaxe to get to, so they were rather safe and in an unknown place, but my paranoia was hard to suppress as I took these long absences from the city. The events in the original timeline made me cautious about the servants, as they were responsible for Viserys and Daenerys living on the streets. Sure, I had gotten rid of the ones who were disloyal by using them to develop my abilities with mind arts and leaving them simple-minded, but I would rather be cautious than homeless. Heading to my room after washing off the dust from the road, I found an iron coin on top of my pillow, with a hooded man on one side and the face forming a full moon split in the middle on the other. I mused, my right hand resting on the pommel of my wand, my mind finding no one but the familiar minds of the servants within the house. I might as well give them a visit. Kudos to anyone who knows where the title comes from. To those who asked, yes, rituals will be a thing, after testing everything on animals first, because Viserys is not an idiot. There are a few that I have pretty much fleshed out and waiting to be written. There is some setup for the breeding of magical animals, with a focus on what dire wolves may be. While a dire wolf exists as a real-world species, the one in the canon is definitely some sort of a magical creature. To the person who asked about Dany's training as a lady, it is something I have been thinking over as well for a while now, and I have a rather unorthodox but pragmatic idea about which direction it will go after there is a time skip, so she is slightly older for the instructions to be worth anything, so maybe a year or so after this chapter. The main problem with the pacing is to show some progression in magical abilities of Viserys and go into full detail of how magic works, because that is one of the parts I really enjoy writing about. So for now, the progression is slow because I have certain plans and an overall arc-like structure up to the canon timeline. First arc is going to take place primarily in Bravus. Also, I got Grammarly to work and reviewed the older chapters. Hopeful there will be fewer errors from now on. I rolled the iron coin across my knuckles, my mind occupied with what it meant as I played with the coin in my left hand. One side of the coin had a man's head, hooded and its face hidden in shadows, faceless. The other had the split full moon face I knew from the door of the House of Black and White, leaving no doubt as to who was summoning me. My right hand lashed out, and a slash of my wand left a similar slash across my target. A piece of wooden log around 10 feet away from me gained another scratch. The cutting curse had taken months of slashing it against a target to refine. Even now, after more than a year of near-daily practice, the cutting spell still lacked the range I would expect. I had chosen the cutting curse over all other spells to master first as a way to avoid attention. I could not use any other spells that could get attention. Using fire was intuitive, instinctive in a way that felt the same as breathing. Even if I needed a source of fire to use fire-based spells, I had a particular affinity for it. Unfortunately, it would also leave a line of burned bodies in the same city as the son of the Mad King. A cut was fast, as useful as any other spell in. Appropriately, I had named my target the Scratching Post, a name that reminded me of cats and Lannisters. That in turn reminded me of Tywin and how I wanted to cut him down, a fact I thought might improve my ability to cut things as I practiced more. It was the closest thing to printing his head and sticking it to the target I could get without paying for a picture of Tywin. The piece of wood was a long line of targets I used to practice my one physical attack spell. The cut was nothing compared to the time I cut off the man's head. Near 3 months and I was not able to replicate the amount of power I had used in that instance, a feat I was unable to replicate. There was something to the spell that I was missing, a state of mind that I could not replicate since then. The spell I used was close quarters, no different than using a sword or an axe, yet I had only expected to only slash open the sorrowful man's throat instead of cutting off his head completely. You have to want it, I repeated the words of Bellatrix Lestrange on the torture curse. It was not really different in this world from my experience. I could want something to happen and that desire transferred to the medium I used, be it fire, living creatures or the strange magical air my wand produced that gave me the facsimile of telekinesis. I pointed my wand at the piece of log, imagining the air rotating like a drill instead of a line to cut. I wanted there to be a hole in my target, I needed it. Sir Willem had told me not to punch the target but to punch through the target when I worked on my physical training and I focused on the same concept. I wanted to punch through what was behind the log, drilling through it with the bullet of air I was forming. The next moment, there was a crack as the spell had completed and a small hole appeared through the wood where I wanted it to, cracking the dried log into 2 pieces. I sighed, rubbing my temples as I got up from the chair I was sitting on, in the workshop where I could be alone to think. My eyes now resting on the coin in the middle of my palm instead of the wand in my other hand. There is no choice, it would seem I need to go pray, I mumbled, not liking the implications. Someone must have ordered my death, which was a problem since someone actually saw me as a threat and took me seriously. Queen Rolla was religious, and Viserys as a child was made to pray in the September of Baelor and later in the September in Dragonstone. I was not the most religious person in either of my lives. First, one was mostly a dislike for organized religion and how people tended to lose their reasoning ability when brought to a religious fervor of the masses. It was a personal choice in the end, though I enjoyed different interpretations of religion, finding interest in ancient stories. In this life, I was mostly afraid that if the gods existed, they were not ones I would ever want to meet. From my knowledge of how souls worked, it made sense if multiple souls could combine into a single entity, a metaphysical crystallization of a concept formed by human sacrifice and belief in a single idea, or they existed before humans and had the same amount of care for humans as high lords cared about the lives of their peasants. It was a chicken and egg dilemma that I was more comfortable avoiding. Granted, the faith of the Seven was not exactly the best of the religions for my health. Other religions had cool instances of magic while the Seven had an aversion to magic as they hunted down practitioners in their equivalent of witch hunts. I understood that as the religion was formed in Andalos in response to the expansion of the Valyrian freehold, it was not the most ideal of religions to be allowed to exist if one was descended from Valyria and held power. I may have been biased, as I was fascinated by magic itself, but what Maegor had done in breaking the faith was required for House Targaryen to exist. To a family of incestuous magic-wielding dragon riders, Seven was the enemy. It was utterly baffling to me that no one worked to further weaken the religion of Westeros after Maegor the Cruel broke the faith and Jaehaerys had disbanded the faith militant. In the end, visiting the September beyond the sea was one of those chores I was able to avoid thankfully, bringing forth safety reasons to Sir Willem. I was pretty sure Maegor was right in trying to break the faith with how those idiots consistently sabotaged the actions of House Targaryen at every turn. The regency after the Dance of the Dragons followed by the books burnt by the idiot Baelor and whatever happened at Summer Hall, were all proof that the faith acted to reduce the power of my family. Given how I had on my own, in a hidden basement managed to reverse engineer half the magic from memories of a book and untampered instances of spells that were out of reach to the maesters or septons in charge of the libraries in all castles in Westeros, I was cautious and rightfully paranoid. I did not trust septons to not report anything to Old Town, who in turn would leak it to Robert, so I avoided the place. I was not certain if Robert knew that we were in Bravos, but the fact that he did not come knocking with an army meant that either he did not care or he did not know where we were. That being said, I enjoyed spending some time in the Isle of Gods, under the guise of a Lysane boy. There were more than a dozen temples and some of them actually provided me with more information about magic than I was able to remember. I had to convince Sir Willem that I was in fact going to the September to pray just to be here, but once I was done with praying, I was able to watch various religions and sects perform some unique interpretations of their magic. Aeromancers put on shows for coin on the Isle of Gods, just as red priests preached the coming of winter and end of the world as they made the fire flare out and give off random colors through powders, and moonsingers sang sad songs without any words under moonlight that left men melancholic. Placing a single candle upon the foot of the stranger with a muttering of "not today" that I had picked up from Sirio, I headed towards my actual direction. As I stood before the two doors, I again wondered if there were magic in them. The weirwood door was obviously magical, and the ebony wood gave off a similar type of feeling to weirwood. While most people would dismiss the black wood as ebony, I knew that it was more likely to be the nightwood, the leaves of which the warlocks of Karth used to make shade of the evening. "Wait here," I said, handing a torn piece of parchment to Sir Willem. He was probably safe, but I would use the same trick I did with the Iron Bank meeting, a raven perched atop a column high enough to watch my sword shield. "Yes?" asked an old kindly man in simple robes of black and white. "You called?" I asked, holding the iron coin held between my fingers and presenting them. The kindly man narrowed his eyes before asking, "Have you come to take the gift?" "Death is peaceful, though it is not peace I am looking for yet," I countered instead, waiting for the man to say the first part, as it was they who called and I, who was expected to serve. "Vala Morgulis," said the priest, stepping to the side and letting me through. "Vala Dohaeris," I responded with a smirk, taking a step into the house of black and white. The first thing I noticed were the statues of various gods, all a representation of death in their pantheons. Inspecting the gods of death in this world, my eyes rested on the dragon statue upon one of the altars as I paused. The next thing I noticed was that the connection I had to outside the building was cut off. As the part of me that was looking through the eyes of the raven snapped back into my own flesh, I could only clench my teeth and grit through the backlash and let it pass through me. "Bael Ryan," explained the kindly man, thinking my pause to be because of the statue. The name brought an image of the large dragon skull to my mind. Earlier Targaryens had named their dragons after gods of old Valyria, but to know that Bael Ryan was a god of death was oddly fitting. Theories of faceless men causing the doom and letting House Targaryen survive made more sense given that the only dragon to have been left from old Valyria was named after the god of death. "Follow me," said the kindly man, noticing that I had stopped moving, leading us away from the people who were praying by the pool in the center of the large room. Behind a column, through a door and down a set of stairs we moved, as I kept myself from reacting. I was not really certain why I did not feel the incredible feeling of death closing in, as I headed to the bowels of the one place that raised the deadliest people on the planet, but I felt calm, at peace. "Did someone name a boy?" I asked, in an accented bravasti. Speaking in the way the faceless men spoke was complicated. The idea I had was the same as speaking with Fae in the stories. Do not lie, but do not reveal the truth as a whole. "No, a boy's name has not been offered, and those who offered could not pay the price," countered the kindly men, as we entered a room with a circular desk. "Where are we?" I asked, curious as there was only a desk and 7 chairs in the entire room. "This is the room where no one meets," explained the kindly man, leaving me more confused than anything else. I thought the deal we had was if someone names me, I would pay for myself to be unnamed. I broke the silence, curious as said deal involved the faceless man who was probably this one hearing my name simply stating a man will let a boy know when he is named. "The deal, as you say it, is that a man would die, or a man would serve," countered the kindly man, sitting across the room and motioning me to do the same. "A kindly man has watched, and seen enough to offer an invitation to a boy. If I am not named," I started, dismissing the fact that they were watching me. Of course, they were watching me, not that I expected any less. "A man owes a debt to the servants of the many-maced god," stated the priest. "Are we going to play the pronoun game?" I asked. "Tell me the name of this man and whom I am going to kill." "A boy is impatient, it does not suit him," countered the assassin. "You shall see the man whose name is known to you." Dash. "Why not have someone else do it?" I asked as I was again led through passages that left me confused as to my direction. "A man has come to us, just recently, seeking the gift." "Did he now?" I asked, playing their game of using partial truths. "He had quite a debt to certain unsavory establishments, he thought a quick death was favorable." "Not the Iron Bank then?" I mused loudly. "No, not them," smirked the kindly man in what I would assume was amusement, though reading the face of a faceless man was a foolish task on its own. "The man was unable to pay. So they gave him to you?" I asked, completing the trail of thought, confused. "Pretty sure you lot are against slaves." A kindly man took a man in after paying off his debt. A man asked for aid and a servant of the many-faced god answered. A man's life belongs to the house of black and white until his debt is paid or he chooses to receive the gift," explained the kindly men. I don't understand why you lot did not just give him the gift if that is what he asked of you. I asked. The man is relevant to you, countered the kindly man before stopping in front of a door and opening it. I inspected the man, the scars, an unkempt beard, the stained cloth and the stench covered a face I recognized. It was an older one from my memories, but I have been working to use what I knew of mind arts to sharpen my memories, which was a finicky task, to begin with. Richard Linmouth, I named the man who had once been Rhaegar's squire. Prince Viserys greeted the knight in question, emotions of bitterness radiating from him in a way I could not ignore. One moment, I whispered before turning around to face the kindly man. So, you bought off his debt to ensure he lived to use him to get to me, how does that work? I asked, rather confused. Sure, I knew that in principle, this man was probably one of the few who actually would be more loyal to me than to Robert, if he had chosen to pledge to me. From what I knew, Richard Linmouth had been with Rhaegar when the whole Lyanna kidnapping supposedly happened, so Robert would sooner cave the man's head in than offer him a pardon. All man must serve, and a man owes a debt to the House of Black and White. A boy can pay for it in exchange for the man himself. That sounds like slavery with extra steps. I countered, crossing my arms. I will not take slaves. A boy can pay a man's debt, or a man can pay his own debt, one way or another, a debt is owed and must be paid. Insisted the faceless man, though I could feel, smug from him, even though I was pretty sure I was keeping my soul to myself and not casting legilimency by letting it wander around. While such an act would give me a better idea of what those around me were feeling, I did not think it would end well if I got caught. Fair enough. I countered, strangely relieved that there was not someone after me directly. Must be the cheapest kill you lot could make, was it? I asked. A boy is too cynical, but not incorrect, countered the priest. A boy has chosen to bring the gift to another man then. Why not just bring the gift yourselves? I asked, in a whisper as I looked up at the priest. A boy is smart and the one who must be delivered the gift, his name is unknown to us, a servant of the House of Black and White cannot deliver the gift to a man whose name is not known to us, countered the faceless men. I thought it was the opposite, that you could not kill those you know. I asked. A boy knows things, but not all things, commented the priest of death. A servant of the House of Black and White can deliver the gift to another if his name is known to them, but he is not known to them. Because death is impartial, I thought out. It also meant that they could never come after me for a similar reason, as my true name, the name I had before Viserys Targaryen, was gone, unknown to even myself. And I am special because? I asked, an idea forming around it. A boy is a servant of the many-faced god, even if he does not realize it yet, explained the kindly man, but a boy is not a member of the House of Black and White. The idea of being a servant of death was not something I was ready to digest. As was probably not healthy, I pushed it to the back of my mind for now. So, I kill someone for you and you let Richard Linmouth go, is that all? It is a start, yes. And where would be the end? Vala Morghulis, smirked the faceless men. Translation, the end is in death, my mind supplied as I weighed my options. I could refuse, but I did not know what would happen to the knight who was still laying on the ground before me. I will get him now, so he can help pay off his own debts. Also I want a minor favor within reason, I added, not wanting to go cheap. A man finds that acceptable, smirked the kindly man, and I realized that he was doing that more than I would expect from emotionless murder machines who worshipped death itself. The priest presented a piece of parchment. I took it, still wearing gloves that I planned to burn after this. Poisoned parchment was a trick these lot would use after all, though not as often as the maesters. The alchemist. I read out loud, under which was an address. Does the man not have a more descriptive name? I asked. None that is known to the House of Black and White, and none that would offer more to a boy, countered the kindly man. Where is he from? I asked. An alchemist has arrived from the land of Asai, responded the faceless man. That made no sense whatsoever. From what I understood, the people of Asai were sorcerers all, they used either undead or some sort of life extension method given how they did not seem to have children. Anyone who lived in Asai would probably avoid Bravus given that it headquartered a group of assassins with the belief that death was part of life. If I figured out a way to live forever, I would avoid the death cult. And he showed up here? I asked, confused. Did he take a wrong turn from Volantis or something? He has come 2 moons ago, countered the kindly man. Looking for something. Or someone, I completed. I was not certain, but I had a feeling that the man had come for me. My right hand rested on the pommel of my wand, its presence bringing me comfort and dread in equal measure. Dash. Did I feel vindicated as I threw a bucket full of water upon the man on the floor? A little bit, yet. The whole mess with the 3 Kings Guard not being there to protect my mother or me after the trident had left a sour note on my tongue when it came to Rhaegar's sycophants and Richard Linmouth was, rather obviously, one of those idiots who drank Rhaegar's Kool-Aid, so to speak. Sir Richard. I greeted the sputtering man who seemed soberer after the bucket of water. Prince Viserys, repeated the man, spitting to the side. Set fire to any man recently. He seemed to hold a grudge against Ares. Granted, before I found myself in Viserys' body, the memories provided suggested that the boy was spoiled rotten and hung onto every word out of the Mad King's mouth. Having Rhaegar's children be passed over after his death and being made the Prince of Dragonstone and the de facto heir to Ares did not sit well with most of the court even during the rebellion. While Richard had gone missing in the Trident, he would have heard the stories and assumed the worst. I really hate working with fanatics, I thought, as this was exactly what that was. The former squire to Rhaegar was not exactly someone who would see me in the best light given how Sir Barristan had done the same. At least I was pretty sure that Robert would cave the Stormlander's face in on sight given his closeness to Rhaegar, so I did not need to worry too much about any betrayal, even if I would keep an eye for it just in case. Only once, I said with a grin that hid a scowl. I really did not like being compared to Ares. He tried to stab me with a poisoned dagger and he was missing his head when I did it, so it was mostly giving a man funeral rites. The tunic I wore felt strangely warm when I said those words. I felt the comfort it provided, even if it was not a full plate armor or even the best against preventing a broken bone or two. The shadow-bound linen had endured for nearly 3 months of use, unlike the versions I created by sacrificing rats instead of sacrificing a dead man. Responded the knight noncommittally. You are not Rhaegar, he bit back, though I got a feeling that he was talking to himself, as I turned to the kindly man with a questioning look. The murder priest shrugged in response. Thank the gods. I responded instead. The world could barely handle one idiot like my brother, let alone 2. The knight made a noise that sounded like a snort before he started to weep. I turned to glare at the kindly priest, only to find that he had left. I sighed and entered the room, my wand tucked into my sleeve for easy access just in case. Faceless men are up to something and things are going on in the shadows that MC is now barely noticing. There are consequences to certain actions and some of them are catching up to Viserys. He is making waves and possibly people are noticing. I needed someone normal to react to Viserys as well, since Sir Willem is either willfully ignorant or too old to care. In the case of Richard Linmouth, the man was a supporter of Rhaegar and his former squire. He had gone missing after the Trident and theories exist of him being Lemoncloak or some other named character but not in this FIC. Given Arya had managed to escape to Bravos from Salt Pans, which is near the Trident, he may have survived and lived in regret not helping Rhaegar given their closeness. I also wanted another knight introduced other than Sir Willem, given his age, and I had other ideas for Jon Con. This will also allow Viserys to learn more about Rhaegar and find out some interesting things. Also, it is in homage to a long-time-running quest I was able to partially read, because it is too long, called Sword Without a Hilt, that is a D&D crossover with Viserys as the MC, so I wanted my own version of Sir Richard. The next chapter will take a while to write, though I have an outline and the one after that practically wrote itself. As I will be traveling for the next 2 weeks, I expect for the next upload to be within a month at best, but I might upload 2 chapters at once when I do. How does a 11-year-old boy and a barely sober knight kill a potentially deadly alchemist whom even faceless men do not want to mess with for some inexplicit reason? Is the answer fire? That sounds like a solution, doesn't it? It would be the type of thing Ares would do, throwing wildfire at the problem. That being said, I had a reputation to uphold, and randomly setting fire to things or people would have me be compared to my father from this world, and I had my own issues with the Mad King Ares himself. As I had principles and some potentially misplaced pride, I was not going to go with the fast and easy method, mostly to make sure there was something to loot in the house belonging to a man called the Alchemist. Then there were other factors, like a man who was called the Alchemist would probably be a deft hand at using wildfire in a way that was better than my own approach, not that I had access to the substance, as the pyromaniacs in King's Landing like to call it. Also, the fact that the concoctions the man had made just as likely to cause a chain reaction and start an uncontrollable fire, but I cared more about potential information about magic I could get my hands on than the potential safety of Bravos as a whole, which probably said more about me than I cared to admit. I mentally filed away my utter lack of fear of death, possibly as a side effect of being reincarnated, for future evaluation. I hummed, lost in my thoughts as I looked at the doors of the house of black and white that was closed behind us once we got outside. The coin I had found by my bedside was still with me, an IOU of some sort for the faceless men, burning a hole in my chest pocket as I inspected the monochromatic doors before me, considering what the door itself could mean. The first part was something that I noticed when I entered the house of black and white. The door closing had caused my connection to the outside break. It was an interesting effect that I did not expect, but hindsight showed that there was some magic involved. That meant I should dig into it. The door of the house of black and white would be described as ebony and weirwood by Arya Stark, an observation I would agree with a cursory glance. The duality of white and black wood also existed in the workshop of Tapomat, who had the knowledge and skill to reforge Valyrian steel. As 2 independent groups in the form of Faceless Man and Smiths of Qohor who could use magic in one form or another used the same setup, I realized that it was worth investing in materials. While I was lost in my thoughts, I noticed the tension around me. "Sir Richard Lynmouth?" asked Sir Willem, his hand resting on his cane that hid a sword. "Sir Willem," greeted the knight, now sober and silent. The kindly man had given the knight some foul-smelling concoction once he had calmed down a bit. Whatever the concoction was, it had him coughing and sweating until he sobered up. At least he could walk straight on his own, so, small steps for now. "I did not know you could conjure knights, my prince," stated Sir Willem, looking at me with a look that promised further questions. "That is yet to be seen, sir," I hummed noncommittally, as I kept looking at the large door made of black and white wood. The black wood was not in truth ebony, a fact that Arya and Ned Stark could not recognize in their ignorance. It was a distinction one could make only if one could see beyond the physical. Opening the third eye, as the saying went, was far more complicated than it sounded. Third eye was a concept from my old life, connected to the Easter spirituality, and trying the tricks I recalled from meditation had not been exactly useful. The third eye was more of an awareness of one's own soul and the connection soul and mind shared that allowed for use in skin changing and any other form of spell casting. As my mind reached out to the birds around the city, I saw through the eyes of animals. A physical form was needed to see. The one in the house with the red door kept a close eye on both Dany and everything around the house as I turned my focus to my own flesh, seeing through my own eyes without the wool over it. The trick was technically a variation of occlumency, mostly in the fact that it prevented illusions from taking hold through my eyes. It prevented the caster from having their eyes fooled through magic, giving them the ability to see beyond what others wished me to see, allowing me to see through the instinctive need to dismiss the truth. The blue veins upon black wood and red veins up white wood told me an interesting story, a story of two trees that brought me memories of another set of two trees, more magical than anything in this world. Weirwood was known to me, as I gripped the pommel of the wand at my hip to bring me comfort. I knew weirwood, I understood what it was, bone and wood bound through a living sacrifice, a bridge between a tree and a sentient creature that green seers used to store their souls and look into the memories of the past. The black wood, I recalled, was called nightwood. It had blue leaves that were used by the warlocks of Karth to make the drink shade of the evening, which was another thing that I needed to study that I had no access to. Nightwood itself seemed to have similar properties to weirwood in that it allowed people to use magic in some shape or form, making it the second magical wood that I could leverage. It was the duality of the two kinds of woods that had my interest, though. The fact that it was able to shut off my skin changing when the doors of the house of black and white closed gave me ideas. "My prince?" asked Sir Willem, as I came out of my thoughts. "Did you say something, Sir Willem?" I asked, returning to the present from thoughts of magic. "To the house, your grace?" asked Sir Willem in a stiff tone. The message underneath was clear. Can we trust him? "Mayhaps we shall eat in this tavern," I heard Sirio mention. "Have a chat with our new acquaintance," I countered, my hand not leaving the pommel of my wand. I had to put away my thoughts of magic research and handle what was before me now. "I could use a drink," responded the Knight of Skulls and Kisses, making me sigh in exasperation. I was really conflicted about just letting him get put down by a faceless man and focus on magic research. It was extremely tempting me now. Was I too hard on the man? Probably. I mean, first impressions matter, and I was not impressed by the emotional wreck that was Sir Richard Lynmouth. The problem was that I was aware that I was extremely biased. Richard Lynmouth was one of Rhaegar's supporters, but given what I saw, he was still loyal, which made him worth more than his weight in gold if I could get him to my side. I was self-conscious enough to know that it was not specific to this knight. I would not even receive Barristan the Bold himself without any bitterness. "Granted," said Knight of the Kingsguard had bent the knee with an excuse that Og Viserys had his father's madness, not to mention what they let Aerys do to my poor mother. The memories of Viserys had long since blended with my own to make us a single entity, and my perspective gave me a new appreciation of Queen Rhaella Targaryen. I mean, I was not an expert, but I was not sure if the behaviors of a sheltered 8-year-old should be used as the basis to judge a character. I was sure I could at least manipulate someone like Barristan Selmy to keep his loyalty had I found myself in this body at an earlier time, but thinking of what could have been would not help me now. Dash. My hood was up, as I held my wand against my leg hidden beneath my cloak while sitting in the corner, my back against the wooden walls. Sir Willem notices the way I was on guard and kept a hand on his cane's pommel, ready to unsheath the blade within. "Ale for me, water for the lad," said Sir Willem, getting a nod from me. "Wine," responded Richard Lynmouth, not even hesitating in his choice. My dislike for alcohol was mostly built around my need to keep a clear head to use magic, so I did not approve of his choice. Given the state I met him in, Sir Richard needed to keep himself under control, a failing on his part. "Water it down, I need him sober," I commanded the girl, pushing my command and words with my mind onto hers to make sure she listened. The magical compulsion ensured that she ignored the fact that I was a child. Despite my command, a mental desire formed within her mind that made her ignore that specific bit. The spell was less a command and more a compulsion in its purpose, and the gold coin I flicked in her direction was enough to break any resolve the girl might have had. It was not exactly the voice from Dune, but it worked to achieve similar results if the target was not completely against the commands and coin had a way of opening the minds, so to speak. So, what brought you to Bravus, Seer? I asked, reaching out and creating a small mental compulsion to make eavesdroppers ignore what was being said. I felt inspired by the subtle compulsion I felt from not wanting to pry into the nature of combining weirwood and nightwood, and I was trying to replicate the effect, forcing people to feel that we were not really worth any attention. Whines, responded the knight, though the eye contact was all I needed to slip in, reading the surface thoughts. Pushing into the minds of others was uncomfortable if I went too deep. The compulsion I was using was surface level, a simple thought that was easily picked up and likewise easily resisted. I could pull off full possession if they were unconscious or lacked proper mental blocks that most adults had formed as they grew older, but it was not something I enjoyed or could do without breaking something on a permanent basis when they resisted, and anyone who was conscious resisted. I really did not want to turn another person into hotter, at least those who did not do anything to deserve it. What I saw in Richard Lynmouth was a mess, a reflection of the outside showing within. Richard Lynmouth was a broken man. A broken man who had nothing to live for, or at least that is what he believed in. You were at the Trident, I stated, deciding to bulldoze my way through. I needed him to focus on specific thoughts if I wanted to judge his worth. I was, said Sir Richard, his discomfort obvious. All I heard were second-hand reports. I stated, what happened? What does it matter? Asked Sir Richard, his tone uncaring. Rhaegar is dead, and I should have died with him. Shame and despair. Then I thought to myself, mayhaps gods have another plan for you, yet. I asked. If so, they are cruel. Countered the knight in turn. Mayhaps, one day, I will tell you why I think it is worthless to try, Prince Viserys, but that will not be today. He deflected. It is not my life that the faceless men are holding onto. I countered, with some anger. Stupidity I could handle, the self-loathing was just annoying at this point. What use is a knight who will not fight for himself? I knew the lad when he was a squire to Rhaegar, your grace, he is dutiful. Countered Sir Willem, speaking the words that he knew would hit where it hurt. Sir Willem was a good man, who knew the game I was playing, and the way he helped me manipulate a drunk man with nothing to live for was strangely comforting. He is a mess is what he is. I countered, though I felt rather conflicted. We can just as well let the faceless man give him a more permanent peace. A part of me that I had not managed to strangle out of myself wanted to help the man. The more pragmatic part of me wanted to be rid of him. If I was honest with myself, the only reason I was helping him was to see if I could learn something from the alchemist. I have been putting off experimenting with alchemy and potions for a while now. Whatever advantage I could gain from potions would require me to place time and resources I did not have, along with discovering how materials reacted. While it was potentially a high-risk endeavor with potential rewards, I was better suited to focus on what I had access to with the use of my wand, though my spell work had slowed down to a crawl in the last month or so. The alchemist potentially held knowledge that I needed to kickstart my path to understanding how alchemy worked in this world. My knowledge was limited to the fact that alchemists could make wildfire, which was rather limited. Sure, there were probably many and more uses for the only branch of magic that seemed to have endured the test of time, but I needed some way of learning what was, so I could come up with what could be. I simply did not have the time to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. I held the bridge of my nose, rubbing it to stave off the headache I would be suffering for my decision. Fine, we will help you with your problem, I stated, knowing that I did not really have any other option but to help. It still helped to show that it was not something I would do for the sake of doing it. It took me a week to figure out how to approach the problem that was this so-called alchemist. I was moving with extreme caution, mostly because I did not know how much this alchemist knew about magic. For all I knew, he was better at it than me, and he would see me coming in, which was where Sir Richard came in. A sorcerer in this world was powerful, but they could still fall to the bite of cold steel. While I would be more comfortable with the aid of Sir Willem as well, the old man was past his prime and I needed him to be unharmed more than I needed someone like Richard Lynmouth, even if the Knight of Skulls and Kisses was younger and potentially a good alternative to Sir Willem should the old man pass on as the book suggested. It was all to provide me with a buffer to get stronger. First was a way to disguise myself. If I was going to act as an assassin for the Faceless Men, I was going to take a page from their own book. Getting some black hair dye would serve as well as anything else to keep my identity somewhat obscured in a world where cameras did not exist. Next was an idea. I was inspired by the House of Black and White once more, an item that may provide me with an edge. Getting access to nightwood to pair with weirwood was an experiment for all intents and purposes, but it seemed to have some interaction with skin changing from what I had experienced that seemed strange. Welcome, greeted the old man in the shop. I had found the pieces of weirwood nearly 2 years ago. What can Laro do for you? Asked the old man who owned the shop. The black hair and time would hopefully be enough to prevent him from recognizing me as the Westerosi who sought anything made with weirwood. I am looking for a gift, something made from a dark wood, I stated, causing the man to nod and smile at the prospect of earning coin. I have some ebony chests, stated the old man. Best ones you can find in Bravus indeed. Crafted with carvings from the time of Century of Blood. I was looking for something rarer, I countered, knowing that I had enough coin to spare for it, even though spending so much money for something that would be considered wasteful was painful after all the effort I put into earning the money. I hear there is this special black wood from Karth. Ah, the nightwood, yes, I think we had a decorated chest made from the famed nightwood of Karth in the back, with carvings of the failed invasion from Valeria, stated Laro the shopkeeper, making me sigh as I could tell it would be a costly investment. Given that it was a rare wood import, I would be lucky to get it for the equivalent of hundreds of gold dragons from this single item. The fact that it depicted another depiction of a failure of Valeria probably was the only reason it found its way to Bravus, given what I knew of these people. With the materials collected, I was able to spend more time scouting the alchemist and the manor that he had been living in. The kindly man had provided me with an address and it was not hard to identify the man wearing robes and smelling of sulfur as anything but an alchemist. An owl perched atop a roof, watching the house with unnatural eyes. Using skin changing for scouting was not a novel idea to start with, as Mansrader had done something similar by organizing the skin changers beyond the wall. It also allowed me to gather the information that would normally require me to watch the house myself, an act that was not as appealing after another week spent watching the house. "Children, are you certain?" asked Sir Richard, sober now that he understood that it was his life on the line. "Probably. Orphans and street rats mostly," I explained. "They enter the house but do not leave." I had to hold myself back from reacting rashly and attacking directly. I did not know if those children were still alive or dead, but I knew that I had to put a stop to it, and not just because the faceless man had subtly threatened me for it. I knew that it was possible to use souls to cast spells. It was what I was doing in a roundabout way as well, but using children to power spells made me feel sick. I could understand the general idea of it, even if it was the most amoral thing I have come across. I could think of nearly a dozen justifications on why it was easier to use children than a grown man, chief among which was the fact that it was easier to skin change less developed minds, which in turn would help with any blood magic by blurring the lines between willing and unwilling sacrifice. That did not make what was happening should not be stopped. It was nearly a whole month since I visited the House of Black and White, and the night of the new moon provided the best time to sneak in. I was armed and armored as much as I could get away with, a gambeson over my shadow-bound tunic that could pass off as a jacket, a buckler for my offhand to use with my wand, 2 daggers, and an axe just in case. I could not go for plate or mail armor, mostly to be stealthy and also because that would get people to ask questions. Sir Richard on the other hand was dressed for war, in a cobbled-together second-hand armor that Sir Willem was able to get through various blacksmiths, since Richard did not have his armor anymore and he refused to elaborate. All in all, we could pass for a noble son and his guard real well, or a knight and a squire if Richard was able to play off being drunk. The eyes of the owl allowed me to navigate the streets without a light source, night vision and lack of noise when flying made the owl a perfect animal to use for this. Getting used to walking the streets from a third-person view was weird at first, but I was able to get used to it. "He is asleep?" asked Sir Richard. "From what I can tell." I nodded, taking out my wand and pointing it at the door as I prepared myself for the spell I was working on specifically for this purpose. Reaching out with my very essence, I could feel the latch behind the door keeping the door from being opened. The lock was simple enough that I did not need to have too fine control over what I was going to do. "Alahomora," I whispered, mostly for myself. Just because I was trying to be stealthy did not mean I could not enjoy the small things in life, and that small satisfaction alone was enough to get me in the right frame of mind to achieve the spell. The latch rose a moment later, unlocking the door with a click, causing me to smirk. The owl landed on my shoulder with a mental command once I was sure the door was unlocked, providing me with a night vision that my own flesh eyes could not provide. The hallway was empty, as I knew it would be. The alchemist did not have servants staying in the house from what I have observed. While killing him was important, I needed to make sure that the children could be recovered before I decided to face the man in case the whole place was rigged by some alchemical concoction to go Summer Hall. I held out my wand, willing it to point me in the direction of the children that the alchemist had lured into his house. Keeping the image of the street rat that entered the house last, I felt a thug in the direction of the basement. The divination spell had no incantation and I barely understood the mechanics of how it worked. For all I knew, I was tapping into a future version of myself to get the answers from, not that I had the time to explore the process. Another unlocking charm to open a lock that I could have just as well picked manually, and we were in the basement. A chill ran down my spine, seeing the sight before me. It was a veritable graveyard, bones littered the room, bones too small to be fully grown men. I have been busy for the last few weeks as I said in my previous update, so I did not get a chance to update weekly as I had set myself to do. This chapter became longer than I anticipated, but it did allow me to create a buffer of some sort for future chapters. I was not expecting the reaction to Richard Linmouth to be so harsh, to be honest, but there are reasons for his reactions. That is the main problem of a first-person view, as everything is colored by the MC's biases. For all we know, Rhaegar somehow convinced the most honorable knights of the King's Guard like Arthur Dane to follow along with a scheme that made no sense, and someone like Richard Lynmouth who was under Rhaegar's influence from a young age would not have a chance with the way Targaryens seem to form cults of personality just as easily as they breathe unless they are idiots like Og Viserys. Nightwood and Weirwood combination is a weird one, only seen in the House of Black and White and the workshop of Tapomat. Given that both work on secrecy, I figured there is some sort of a magical effect that Viserys also noticed firsthand in the previous chapter and now, it has become an itch he just needs to scratch. There was a discussion of how unlocking charm is a good utility spell and Viserys needed it, so theories he considered were slowly developed into an actual spell he could use when the necessity arose. Is the use of incantations he does not need a bit immature? Yes it is, but would you not play off being Harry Potter if you could pull it off? It probably helps get him in the mental space for the spell effect, so he is using it. It will eventually pay off though, so bear with it. ASOIAF magic is based on sacrifice and while Viserys is working on a more comprehensive model of magic but it is still not a complete model yet. The main thing to note is that Viserys figured out a way to bypass the requirements of sacrifice to a degree by using some advanced form of skin changing through the wand that even he barely understands. Not all magic users are as moral or care efficiency as the MC and even then, even Viserys is not a beacon of morality given that he does not shy away from turning the souls of people who attack him into magic items if it suits him. For all I can tell, Bloodraven, Melisandre, Mirai Mazdur and most Valyrian mages according to what little we know about them are just as monstrous as the mages from Nasuverse, hence the title of this chapter. Let's just say that the world of magic in this version of Planetos is not as limited as everyone seems to think and there is a reason it is hidden from the Muggles. 17,453 said. Sorry for going overboard. I loved it actually, so please, do keep going overboard. All of these are being added to my notes as Viserys finds himself exploring them either by stumbling through them or because he knew about them. Lockheed said. Damn cliffhanger. Good job and everything, writing is good, yada, yada, when the next update. Now the next update. And new cliffhanger because I am feeling generous/cruel like that. Now on to the chapter. Children locked in the basement was one thing. I could deal with that. Corpses of children hanging from the walls was another. Do you ever feel a rage that just leaves you in a calm state of mind? That feeling of ringing in your ears as everything gains a clarity that was not there before? What I assumed was a corpse in the corner made a wheezing sound, causing me to focus on the child. I ran toward the girl, a push of my will unlocking the manacles that had her chained to the wall. I pushed aside her blonde hair and looked for any obvious injury that needed immediate attention. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and I had only a single moment to cover her mouth before she screamed. SHH. I calmed her with a push of my will. While I drew the line on skin changing into children, this was one of those occasions when I really could not let my rules limit me. The girl looked at me with tearful eyes before nodding. You should leave, he will come for you. She gasped out in bravado that made me sigh in relief. If she was good enough to talk, that was good, right? It will be all right. I stated simply using my magic to make her believe it, a small comfort that I knew she needed. I turned to Sir Richard to help me with the girl. I took a few breaths, trying my best to calm my rapidly beating heart. The ringing in my ears had returned. Fuck, I whispered, unable to find any other words to describe it before I felt something at the back of my mind. A check on the scouts I had ordered around the house showed that light was coming from the room that I knew to be the bedroom. The alchemist seemed to have woken up and the plan of putting him down while sleeping had gone out the window with it. Richie, get the girl outside and come back for me after, I commanded, using the code name that Sir Richard had found childish, while Sir Willem had found it amusing. Knowing that this would have to be a confrontation of some sort and I could not risk an innocent from getting caught in the crossfire, or be used as a hostage against me. I just had to play a different role to play it would seem. Are you sure about this? Hissed Sir Richard who seemed just as disgusted by what he had witnessed just as well. I will have a wee bit of a chat with the owner while you are out, I stated, taking out my knife and my wand. The weirwood felt almost warm in my hand, the echo of the dragon almost eager for a fight. While I would have preferred to use the dagger I liberated from the sorrowful men, using a poisoned dagger that I had no knowledge of countering myself was not a smart idea if I accidentally nicked myself. Granted, that poison was possibly made by the warlocks of Karth if my hunch about the actual people who sent that assassin after me were true, but that only made the weapon more lethal to those with magic, which included me. I could probably resurrect myself by skin changing back into my corpse, but using unknown poisons might throw away that chance and I did not want to use my other options as they were, less moral. I closed my eyes of flesh and opened them again along with my third eye, seeing into the world as it truly was. I never gave much thought to my third eye, a fact that was probably neglectful in hindsight but it had been essentially blasted open the moment I had first waved my wand. I could feel the influence that was being woven with each of my steps. Something was guiding me to the study, a compulsion that I could dismiss with ease. I still followed the path it laid for me though, springing the trap and hoping that it would make my opponent drop his guard. The study was what I expected from a man who was called the alchemist. There were a lot of vials and devices around the room, a bookcase of decent size in one corner with maybe 50 or so tomes and scrolls. A mental command had my owl fly up to the rafters, giving me eyes to the door I entered through. I walked over to the desk that held 2 thick tomes and a scroll opened across them all, filled with high Valyrian glyphs. It caught my curiosity as the use of Valyrian glyphs had gone out of favor after the doom. The modern High Valyrian, as I like to call it, used the Westerosi common as a writing style instead of the glyphs that probably contained some form of magic, possibly another way of suppressing magic by the maesters. "So you are the one that I have been seeking," said the voice behind me. I turned around only to get a face full of a powder I did not know the nature of. The shield spell I had managed to develop sucked against any solid weapon with enough mass, as it failed to stop a forceful strike of a knife before. It had been too much air and not solid enough in the end. That being said, against something as light as powder, it worked perfectly, stopping the airborne particles the alchemist threw in my direction. I smirked before slashing with my wand without a word, a thin line of red appearing along the man's arm as he instinctively shielded his neck from my attack. I did not waste time with words mostly because I needed the added speed and it was not time to play around. "Impressive, how do you Westerosi say it, for a green boy?" said the man in High Valyrian, smirking through it all, seemingly unfazed by the cut along his arm that was bleeding. I dismissed the fact that he knew I was Westerosi. I did not have time to play 20 questions with the man. If he knew where I was from, I needed him dead just in case he also knew where I lived. I could not put Dany in danger. Seeing the blood falling from the man's arms, my first instinct was to assume he was not feeling the pain, a side effect that might indicate some form of possession. That thought was dismissed as it came since I knew from first-hand experience that pain was a good way to knock out a possession. A skin changer could not keep the skin they were using after feeling physical pain, the original soul was simply able to overpower the foreign soul when it felt pain. It was just another peculiarity of magic that meant the man before me was the real deal and he had a high tolerance for pain. "What do you want with me?" I asked, curious and stalling for time. I carefully positioned myself so the man was facing away from the open door of the study. "Nothing you need to worry yourself with," said the alchemist with a smirk, his eyes noting the knife in my left hand. He was cautious of me, not willing to get close after seeing how I could cut him if he got closer. My cutting spell was way more powerful at close quarters as well, so it was not a game of chicken. A few seconds later, the alchemist casually waved his hand toward me. The flames from the hearth leaped towards me with the motion, only to stop as I took over the fire the moment my wand intercepted the fire. The dragon bone somehow connected with the flame and allowed me to take over the flame. A moment of inspiration and I swung my wand, using the flame as a whip that slapped towards the man's torso, pushing the alchemist back. The next slash of the fire whip, alchemist simply slapped away, dismissing the flames with ease that made me wary. I noted that his hand had a red welt as if the flame had hurt him before our eyes connected. For a single moment, our minds connected, a battle of wills that came to an end as soon as it started, when the alchemist flinched away from my mind when I pushed back against his intrusion. Metaphysical spikes were countered completely, as I combined his style of legilimency with what I had developed against animals, pushing against the intrusions as I bit the inside of my cheek, tasting my own blood and bringing my entire soul back to my own body, the connection to my owl breaking for a moment. "Marvelous, simply marvelous," commented the alchemist, seemingly impressed. I took a calming breath, as this whole thing turned from a low magic setting to a full-on wizard duel real fast and I did not have the experience to survive longer. I had to end this quickly. A stab of my wand launched a simple yet effective spell. A drill like wind, similar to my cutting curse with the winds specifically meant to pierce. A hole through the torso would be hard to shrug off like cuts to the limbs after all. The alchemist was not fast enough to dodge the aptly named piercing curse, which got him in the torso, though his lack of reaction was making me more worried by the minute. "No words?" asked the alchemist, seemingly unfazed by the whole duel. "Come now, boy, you have the potential to become the strongest sorcerer I have met in a while, surely." Whatever he was going to say next would remain a mystery to me, as I had flicked my wand while he was talking, letting a chair behind him slam onto his head. Talking was definitely a free action and the action economy won the fights from what I learned from Dungeons and Dragons. I would have to be content with filling in the blanks with one of the clichés like "you can learn great things with my guidance" or "you will make a perfect vessel for me to take over" or something equally amoral. I barely reacted when a bolt of shadow flew towards me from where the man had fallen to his knees. My wand moved to intercept, knowing that I could take control of the shadow smoke if my wand could just touch it. Before the mess of shadows could reach me, my owl fell from the rafters, intercepting it instead. The mess of shadows ripped through the owl and I felt my companion get cut in twain as the spell ended. The blood splashed onto my face and clothes as I just stood there, trying to get my bearings from the backlash of feeling the death of my familiar, the knife in my hand clattering to the ground. I watched as the alchemist got to his feet, raising his hand and throwing another bolt of shadows. This time, I was prepared as my left hand reached to my belt, grasping the steel buckler, while my wand intercepted what I now knew to be a cutting curse. The shadows were brought to my will, just as they intercepted the buckler. The steel shield fell apart into 2 pieces as the shadows touched it, providing just enough resistance to give me the time to take over and dismiss the spell by forcing my will through the shadows, breaking the will to cut while also changing its direction. It worked, to a degree, as I was able to slap the shadow to the side as I swung my wand and my entire body to divert it away from my torso while stepping out of the way. I felt something hot run along my left arm before I clutched the slow flow of blood. I felt it nick my left forearm when I touched it, and feeling pain was good. If it felt cold, I would have to be worried, but pain meant that it was a shallow cut. The bolt of shadow I had intercepted had cut through steel and barely stopped by my tunic bound with shadows, scoring flesh. This was the same tunic that had managed to stop a steel knife, and it was cut like butter when faced against whatever shadow binding the alchemist had used. I could feel something trying to dig itself through my forearm. The shadow binding was broken by my will, but something remained within, and I needed to address it fast, and that meant ending this fight soon. I pointed my wand to the blood that was now flowing down my sleeve, trying to create shadow smoke from my own blood. As I needed to end this fight as soon as possible, using a bit of my blood was worth my survival. Shadow smoke was much more effective than what I normally used, as the man before me had shown. I somehow knew that I could weave it into my cutting curse and end this fight right there. Sacrificing a bit of my blood and soul was worth preserving the rest for all I cared. A few decades of my own life force meant nothing when compared to what this man would be able to do. The problem was that I needed fire to produce shadow smoke, and the only source of fire had gone out when the alchemist somehow threw the flame from the heart at me, not even needing a wand to do it. "You know, I thought I would offer you a position by my side," said the man, his face now a rictus grin that was so unnatural it brought me a pause. The man knew he had won. I could feel the smugness radiating from him that brought a shiver down my spine. "You mean under you? Find yourself another choir boy." I responded too fast for my brain-to-mouth filter to catch, causing the man to chuckle. I was not sure if he actually understood the reference or if the idea of a priest using children was a multiversal constant or not. I did not know. What I knew was that this person needed to die. "If I wanted you dead, boy, you would be," countered the alchemist, doing his best impression of a Sith Lord with their tried and true method of join me or else shtick. For a moment, it was an enticing proposition. For a moment, I considered his offer, before the image of the blonde girl was replaced by a girl a bit younger and with lighter hair, the image of Dany filling me with a new rage. "Well, I am waiting for a response," said the man, his smirk not leaving his face. I really wanted to rip his face off. "How is the dental plan?" I snarked in return, my tone calm as I gave up on trying to stop the blood from flowing and reaching out with my soul to the knife on the floor, sending it flying with a subtle flick of my wand. "What is a dental plan?" asked the man, confused. As the flying knife punched through the man's heart, I knew it had done so, yet the alchemist seemed unfazed by 12 inches of triangular war crime sticking through his heart. "If that is your wish, I am sure I can find other uses for you," countered the man, still unfazed by having his heart stabbed. "Fucking should have packed dragon glass," I mentally thought to myself as I braced myself for what is to come. The man reached for his pocket, pulling out a vial that glinted green. I knew what it was. I remembered what it was, the screams of man and the laughter of my father. I prepared for what I needed to do, my spell weaving itself around the desk, ready to flip it towards the man and block the vial of wildfire. If I could just time it right, wildfire would do what dragon glass could as well, probably. Before either of us could react, I saw a glint of light behind the alchemist and watched as a blade stuck through his mouth, causing him to drop the vial of what I knew to be wildfire. Behind the man, Sir Richard was standing, a necklace around his neck holding an amulet made from 2 distinctly colored pieces wood stuck together with blood and horse glue. While I could not use the weirwood and nightwood combination for myself, as it seemed to interfere with the way my magic worked, I was able to make a simple amulet from it that hid Sir Richard from my senses. I just had to bet that it would protect him from the sense of other magicals as well. Sir Richard noticed the green vial from behind the alchemist and yelped in shock, familiar with the green substance no doubt thanks to Ares. His next reaction probably saved the day, as he pushed the man that refused to die along with the sword that was still stabbing through his mouth to where the wildfire had splashed but had not ignited. The body fell on the green liquid and I watched as the blood touched the green liquid before the entire thing burst into green flames that nearly caused me to stumble back. A moment later, the alchemist's body was consumed by the green flame and I acted on instinct. With a mental push, the desk I was grabbing with metaphysical limbs flipped over and falling on top of the body of the alchemist and the wildfire. If the man still refused to die and tried to get up, the desk would hold him down, probably. I watched unable to move as Sir Richard ran to my side, though I did not know why he did not simply choose to go back down the only way out, the same path that was now blocked by the spreading green flames. "Thanks," I muttered, as Sir Richard caught me, as I was suddenly filled with a sense of nausea. Wildfire did not make me feel good in any way or form. "We should get Out, said Sir Richard, only to just notice that the green flames had spread enough to consume not just the body of the alchemist, but also the path to the door. I watched the green flames block the path to the door and path downstairs, my mind trying to figure out a way to escape my own version of Summer Hall. I did not have a way through the wildfire, as I could feel my very soul flinch away from the green flame on instinct when I tried to push myself to take over the magical flames. If it were a normal fire, I could take over it, force it to cool down and go out, but wildfire proved its magical nature. That fire would burn my soul, I thought to myself, knowing it to be the truth as I watched the alchemist's body stay still within the green flames. I had caused enough physical damage to the man from ASOIAF to kill a normal man, and it had done absolutely nothing. I knew that the sword through the mouth had only made the man break his concentration for a moment, yet wildfire was something else entirely, it would seem. We needed another way out, and the only way was through the window behind me. It is the second floor, we can survive that, I mentally declared, mostly to convince myself. I just needed to make the opening wide enough to actually be able to pass through. Aiming my wand to the wall, a wordless roar exploded from my mouth, just as the wall exploded outwards as I pushed out with all my metaphysical might, the warm air forming into a compressed ball before exploding outwards, breaking through the window, and the wall in a display of magic I did not know I could pull off. It had left us with just enough of an opening to jump through. I noted that the spell had a lot more power than I was expecting, but I did not really care about that at that specific moment. My eyes landed on the items on the floor, broken vials and knickknacks along with the scroll and 2 books. I noticed that the flames were consuming the rest of the library, so I made a grab for what I could get my hands on. Grabbing the scroll and 2 books that had fallen to the floor from the desk, I jumped from the second floor down. A push of my will to my wand had the winds pick me up, not strong enough to make me fly, but definitely enough to slow down my fall. Jump! I declared, looking at the hesitant Sir Richard, who was still inside the house, looking at me. Trust me. The knight jumped, as I willed the very wind to slow his fall. While I was still an 11-year-old in a physical sense, Sir Richard was an adult in armor, and he was heavier than I was by a large margin. Still, the spell held as the man landed on his feet before falling over to his back. The fact that he was able to get up meant nothing was broken, so that was good for us. I rolled up the scroll and placed the 3 pieces of loot into my satchel. I would have preferred more, but I was not going to cry over it. The alchemist deserved to be put down, and that was my primary goal after seeing the bones of the kids he sacrificed. My mind briefly went over to the bones of the children. The idea of using their souls was nauseating, and they were probably already bound to something given the way the alchemist was able to use shadow binding. I watched the flames grow to cover the entire second floor, a brief prayer leaving my lips, hoping that the souls of those sacrificed would be released through the fire to whatever afterlife there was. I knew that our Haller would take those souls, so to him, I prayed for once. The green flame turned red just a moment after my prayer, making me wonder if our Haller was listening. I reached out with my soul and touched the flame, just enough to feel that the wildfire was burnt out. I pushed my own will into flame, confining it to eat away at the house only and not spread further than that. Feeling souls linger in the flame, I felt that they were not hostile at all as I would have thought the soul of the alchemist would be. I pushed my will through them, binding them to follow my command. Enchanting the fire to limit itself, I pulled back. Burning down the entirety of Bravus would not benefit me for now, and I did not want the faceless men angry at me for going overboard. We should get away from here, I noted as I came to my own body, now that I knew the spell would work. I think I can use a drink, I commented, breathing heavily, as I took out bandages and tried my best to stop the bleeding on my arm. I don't think it would solve anything, Your Grace, countered Sir Richard, his body stiff as he seemed indecisive on whether or not he agreed with me. I paused what I was doing, replaying the words of the knight in my mind before chuckling at the irony of it. I turned to see Sir Richard on his knees. I was confused as it took me a while to register the words the man was saying. I offer my services to King Viserys Targaryen, third of his name. I will shield your back and keep your counsel and give my life for yours if need be. I swear it by the old gods and the new, said Sir Richard Linmouth, the Knight of Skulls and Kisses. That was the first time Sir Richard had referred to me as a king instead of a prince. And I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth and meat at my table. And I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new, I said, as my hand went to the pommel of my wand. Something made me add, I swear it by wood and bone, by bronze and iron, by ice and fire. Arise, Sir Richard. Don't forget about the girl, I added after Sir Richard got up from where he was kneeling, his eyes sharper than before. We will find her family if she has one. Yes, Your Grace, responded the knight, turning to the direction of where I assumed the girl had been before stopping and turning. Your Grace, what do you know about the Song of Ice and Fire? Asked the former squire of my brother. Oh, fuck. I could only respond to that. I was going to blame Rhaegar for the headache I was about to get from this, I was sure of it. The climax to the Alchemist arc. Unfortunately, shitty DM nerfs the loot. Blaze M said. Avada Kedavra his ass. Wizards looks at green flames and shrugs, it is the same color. I think. Smiley face, dash. I really wanted to write a wizard duel, so here it is. It also shows where Wizards stacks in the totem pole, as the wand allows him to match up to people with probably greater experience and training than he ever has, but he does not automatically win. House of the Dragon made this whole thing a lot easier to write, since the prophecy of ice and fire seems to be a canon thing now. It is in Fire and Blood in the new show, so it is in this one as well. The fact that Richard knows about it implies that he learned it from Rhaegar, and the books imply that Rhaegar knew about the Song of Ice and Fire somehow. It does put Richard's mental state in a better frame. Poor guy was probably thinking that the end of the world was coming, and the only person who did something about it went and got his chest caved in by Robert Morwine Baratheon. Oh, fuck. I exclaimed, only to get a snort from the other man. Come off it, boy, the cut is a clean one and not even that deep. Said the surgeon would have hurt less if you took some milk of the poppy. No drugs. I countered through gritted teeth, my vision gaining black spots. The surgeon nodded, as I had forced us to enter what was probably his home, late at night, by presenting the iron coin of the Faceless Men. Gotta love the superstitious bravacy. The surgeon took one look at the coin and decided to help me. The blade seems sharp, so it should not scar too much, commented the surgeon we had found ourselves in. It will still need stitches though. Are you good with stitches? I asked instead, getting a glare from the man. Wash your hands first, I commanded with an authority that was beyond my stature as a child. Do I look like Dothraki to you, boy? Of course, I have washed my hands. That is not what you should worry about. Countered the man, still inspecting the blackened veins over my forearm by poking them with a knife. Not sure what the blackening is from, some sort of poison or shadowbinder. I cursed, inspecting the cut with my wand under a new light. The black lines were there, and I could feel the malice like it was fresh. I had already taken over the spell before, so I knew what the effect was. The shadow binding acted as an enchantment that held the concept of cutting. In the wound, it would remain as it was, unable to perpetuate more, as I had somehow managed to balance the negative intent with my own will in the last moment. When I had taken over the cutting curse, I had managed to add my will into the soul bound to the shadow, allowing me to stop the cut from perpetuating. The fact that I had managed to do something like that without actually understanding what I was doing made me smirk with satisfaction. It also explained how the owl had managed to counter the enchantment and absorb the curse in my stead, while the steel buckler was simply cut in 2 pieces. The soul of the owl must have stopped the spell that was aimed at me, eating the enchantment that the shadow binding was meant to force on my own flesh. Granted, from what I could understand, the enchantment now placed within my wound also prevented it from healing, so there was that to address. The problem was, I had no idea how to fix it, as I was not sure using another soul would actually work. It seems to be a curse meant to prevent the wound from healing, I stated, mostly to prevent the idiots in the room from stopping me. The question of whether it was the knight, the surgeon, or the little girl in the room was up for debate. I am not a warlock. I do not know how to fix that. Countered the surgeon, as I could feel his fear should I be displeased. I do, I said with a confidence that was mostly for the sake of others. Taking my belt, I bit down it, making sure that I would not break my teeth during what I was about to do. Speed triumphed over efficiency in this case, so I made up my mind. Grabbing the bottle that was half drained by Sir Richard, I poured it over his hands, the needle and thread, and finally my wound, wincing from the stinging. The flame from the brazier was enough to provide a source of fire, as I took out my wand and pointed it at the fire. The flame leaped and set the alcohol and most of my arm on fire, though it would not burn me even then. I let the fire and blood merge together, creating my own shadow smoke, potentially sacrificing a bit of my soul in the process. It did not really matter if I was giving up my life force or bits of my soul. The other option would definitely kill me, and I would not have time to figure out how to fix whatever I would be sacrificing. Giving away my soul sounded like a bad idea, to be honest, but I was not sure how long I would have left if I did nothing instead, and the only way I knew to interact with shadows was with shadows themselves. The shadow smoke had a tendency to merge together and give me a way to pull it out of my arm. The smoke rose from my arm, where the blood had dried off. Before sinking into my skin, I felt the shadow become more, join in with the small amount left within the wound when the cursed spell the alchemist threw in my direction. I watched as the shadow rose from the wound before I casually flicked it at the fire of the brazier that was lighting the place, willing it to burn out. I turned to look at the others in the room. The surgeon looked green, while Sir Richard was somehow holding me, though I had not noticed when he had moved from where he was sitting. The blonde girl was hiding behind the door, peeking out. The surgeon had already checked her, but she seemed insistent on not taking anything for the pain, a feeling I could understand given what she had probably been through. Why were my ears ringing again? Why was my throat sore, as though I had been screaming? I spat out the belt that was still between my teeth mark having left a clear imprint on the leather. Water. I croaked, uncertain of what had happened. An ice, I added, recalling an old story I had read in my old life, about Arya Targaryen and the worms she was infested in, worms that had died when exposed to an ice bath. Shadow smoke was close enough to fire magic as possible, so it stood to reason that ice would help with breaking the spell that remained. The surgeon looked at the wound with renewed interest, prodding it as though it was a dead animal and he was a 3-year-old child. You see something new every day, the blackness seems gone. Said the man, that is probably a good thing. I noted that the man was probably one of the actually smart people in this world, which was rare from what I had seen. Do you have any silver knives? I asked, getting a nod from the man. Good, need to use that. I did not really know what I was doing, that much, I could admit to myself. I was taking inspiration from Makoro's surgery on Victorian Greyjoy. Silver probably worked for some reason that was still beyond my understanding. I took the silver knife and held it to the fire, heating it up slightly. Placing the flat of the blade over the wound, I bit down on the belt once more. Once the ice bath and silver treatments were both complete, I let the surgeon tend to the cut. A poultice, made of stinging nettles, mustard seeds and bread mold. In a base of honey. Explained the surgeon, seeing me sniff at the poultice he brought. I nodded. Nettles reduced swelling from what I had learned from the ramblings of Nessa, while mustard seeds were antiseptic when crushed just like honey was. Bread mold? I asked confused as the man spread the paste over the stitched-up wound. I knew how penicillin was made from said mold, but I was pretty sure the process had a long number of steps between just moldy bread and end results. Ah, yes, it is said to reduce chances of infections and pus. Even maesters of Old Town agree to its use. Explained the man. I will give you the instructions to make it, so you do not need to see me ever again. I do not need to be blamed for whatever sorcery you lot were fighting to get such a wound. Once the wound was bound, I inspected the bandages, unable to find anything wrong. I never got your name, I stated, trying to get some more information from the man, mostly because it was a good opportunity to learn but also to distract myself from the pain. Nor will you. Countered the man, tying up the wrappings of my arm. Valadohaeris, there, I served as best as I can, he said, bowing before me and turning around. Now, get out, I wish to never see you again. Said the surgeon. Good, I said with a smirk and a nod, getting the gist of the man's request while ignoring the glare Sir Richard was shooting the man. I got up, gathered my bag and dropped a bag of gold on the counter. I wish to never need you again either. The door slammed onto our backs after that. Dash. Are we going to talk about the prophecy, Your Grace? Asked Sir Richard, probably questioning why I have been ignoring him since he mentioned the prophecy. No, I responded, turning around and walking away with the girl who seemed glued to my side. I stopped at a corner, checking to see if there were any patrols on the streets this late at night. We should get to safety before we are seen, would you be willing to come with us? I asked the girl, who nodded. The walk back to the house with the red door was rather quiet. A pair of guards who may have noticed us had this weird, almost inexplicit feeling to turn around and walk away, but other than that, it was rather uneventful. I never asked you your name, did I? I asked the blonde girl who shook her head. Now that we were in the safety of thick walls, I was more relaxed. Lana. Said the girl, looking away. Lana. I repeated, something in the back of my mind itched at that name. I knew I should not dismiss it, but this was not really the time for it, unfortunately. I could not be sure until we were in a more well-lit area. How old are you, Lana? I asked, trying to act casual. 6, she whispered, causing me to nod. She did look slightly older than Dany, but I was never good at telling how old a kid is. While the name was a bit of a curiosity that triggered the memory of a theory, the age did not really fit with what I knew. I reached with a hand and lifted her chin, getting a good look at her eyes. Now that we were not in a badly lit basement of the operation room of a surgeon, I could make out the coloring. 2 eyes stared at me, one was black in the low light of the street, while the other was green, flecked with gold that glittered in the light. For now, she would be coming with us until we figure out where her mother was, given whom I suspected her father to be. Dash. We entered through the red door and into the yard, where Sir Willem was waiting, sitting on a chair and clutching his cane. The summer was still at its height, so the night was warm enough in Bravos for man to sit and relax. Nessa, this is Lana. I said, taking the cup of willow bark tea she handed to me. Get her bathed, fed, and find her a bed to rest in. We will figure out where her family is in the morning. Once the girl left, Sir Willem started looking me over, noticing the bandages. How bad was it? He asked Sir Richard. His Grace did well, though he could have done better. Said my newest sworn sword. Not my fault the fucker refused to die. I countered, before snorting in amusement. People die when they are stabbed through the heart. Would it stop you? Asked Sir Willem, giving me a knowing look. I might figure out a way to survive it, but not completely. I said. Sir Richard severed his spine and he set himself on fire using wildfire, so he is probably gone for good, I said, though a part of me still wondered if that assumption was true. If he could survive getting stabbed through the heart, an alchemist with not so little talent, would he know a way around wildfire? And the other problem? Said Sir Willem, the silence filling the entire room. The girl looks like a Lannister. The old knight said, speaking out that one pesky detail that everyone was thinking. Right, that was what was bothering me. The eye color was distinct enough without the hair color as well. There was only one Lannister with two distinct colored eyes, but the timeline would not fit what I knew, so it made no sense. How old is the imp of Casterly Rock? I asked curiously. 8 and 10, or 9 and 10, I do not recall, answered Sir Willem. That made me frown. In the books, Lana was the daughter of the sailor's wife and she was 14 at best. That would make her only 1 year old this year, which implied things I had no idea about. I had assumed that this world was the book universe, given the line of succession included Jaehaerys II, I was certain that this was the book universe, but it seemed to be something different. That implied that what I knew from the potential multiple futures was not exactly what may happen in the future. A bastard? Asked Sir Richard, focusing on one of those pesky things that Westerosi would focus on. Trueborn, ironically, I said, sipping on my tea. That does not matter, she is a girl, a child. That did not stop Tywin before, muttered Sir Richard, sipping what looked like a goblet of wine. I was not even sure where the man found the wine. I am not Tywin. I ground out through gritted teeth, as the candles seemed to have brightened up in the room, causing both knights to take a step back in caution. Sir Willem knew most of what I could do, or he at least suspected, as he had seen some of the after effects. Sir Richard on the other hand mostly saw the after effects of the duel I had with the alchemist, and the fact that I could easily blow out the side of a wooden building with a wave of my wand, even though I was also surprised by that single feat which I was sure was beyond my capabilities for the moment. Your Grace, started Sir Willem, clearly tired. I know the story of the girl, Sir Willem, and it is not a pleasant one. She is a guest until I state otherwise, and that is an order from your king, I stated, unwilling to budge. I was also willing to admit that there was also a part of me that just wanted to stick it to Tywin and thought that taking in his granddaughter as a servant would just do it for me. That and the theory that Tyrion was actually a son of Ares made me stay my hand. If that was true, then the girl was a dragon seed, which meant that she could ride a dragon. Gaining her loyalty and manipulating her using the truth would be a good way to ensure that if I ever needed a third dragon rider, I would have one that was only loyal to me. You have a kind heart, boy, said Sir Willem with a sigh. It will get you killed one day. He can keep the babe. I will rip it out of you. The words echoed from a time and place that would never be. Better that than being cruel, cunt, I countered, straightening up. Speaking of cunts, so, the Song of Ice and Fire, hey? I asked, deflecting the conversation. What is the Song of Ice and Fire? Asked Sir Willem confused. Some prophecy that Rhaegar read about apparently, his reason to drive the entire realm to war and us to exile, I stated, unsure about the true details. If I am not mistaken, the same shit that caused my grandparents to forcefully wed my parents together and cause them years of misery so they can produce the supposed prince that was promised. You once told me that the prophecies are best ignored lest you lose your sanity, countered Sir Willem. Wiser words I have not heard, cheered Sir Richard. I have known Rhaegar long enough to know that he did see something, a winter unlike any other, and it consumed everything that he was. And more fool us. For we followed him to his doom. So, let me get this straight, I repeated, after having some time to process the story Sir Richard had told me. Rhaegar dreamt of a winter that never ends, he foresaw the coming of the long night. Yes, said Sir Richard, his focus now on me, he seemed to look at me with pity. Have you seen it as well? I know of it. I deflected, not really answering. I was not sure how much of my canon knowledge would work for this universe, though I find no wisdom in following visions. If it comes true, it will always come true, so no need to worry about it. If it is false, then it will be false and there is no need to worry about it either. The ones who work to avoid prophecy are ensnared by it, and ones who seek it find it in the way they least expect it. Prophecy does not excuse Rhaegar's decision to run away with the daughter of a High Lord, the same High Lord whose family has been crying for the coming of winter since the dawn of time and cause a rebellion that saw our family weakened and in exile. I went on, causing Richard to grimace. I did not say I agreed with his decision, countered Sir Richard, stepping back. I could tell that he was displeased, though whether it was mine or Rhaegar's actions was a toss-up. He still wore the amulet I had given him, making it near impossible to glimpse into his mind or that it was a good decision. And you followed him regardless, I shot back without a word of protest. As is the duty of any loyal squire, he responded. Not that Prince Rhaegar could be convinced. I would not have stood a chance when Sir Arthur failed. Fair enough, I nodded. He was not wrong, as it was rather hard to restrain a crown prince without losing your head. Is that why he meant to call a grand council at Harrenhal as well? I asked, following a hunch. What grand council? Asked Sir Willem, which indicated that not many actually knew Rugger's plan. You really are smarter than you let on, Your Grace. Smirked Sir Richard, his eyes however showed his sadness. Rugger meant to declare Ares unfit, take over as regent and protector of the realm, so he could prepare the realm for the coming war. Meant to? So, he called it off, for what reason? Asked Sir Willem. Robert, I concluded, he may have taken the throne through right of conquest, but he held a minor claim through his grandmother. The Stab Alliance, as it was called, was made up of Starks, Tullus, Arryns, and Baratheons after their lords became friends during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. I knew of the theories that it was meant to counter the influence of the decisions of the throne, or possibly as a way to gain control of the throne through the claim of House Baratheon. Some said it was a plot by the Maesters, some claimed it to be thought out by Jon Arryn. The fact that the person who gained the most by playing kingmaker was Jon Arryn, later theory made more sense to me as the man had become the hand of the king and ruled in the stead of Robert for all purposes. From Lady Lyanna, Rugger learned a plot to see Robert crowned, explained Sir Richard. All that was needed was someone to call a grand council. So, Rugger stopped and ran off with the linchpin to the alliance against House Targaryen, I suggested. I do not know why Rugger did what he did. I was not with him at the time and I did not ride with him until he returned before Trident, said Sir Richard, appending his goblet of wine before continuing. He told me that he was doing all he did to protect the realm from the coming winter. And you believe it to be the truth? I asked, not sure what to do with this information. Rugger believed it enough to die for it, countered Sir Richard, placing his goblet down and leaving the room, possibly to get some rest. Do with the knowledge what you will, Your Grace, but you are owed the truth of what happened, especially after what we saw tonight. What do you intend to do? Asked Sir Willem. What we were doing before, I stated, having not changed my mind. Just because there is a prophecy does not mean it is a good excuse to do things that are stupid. I considered the idea, as I have been considering it for a while now. Most people who found themselves in my place would do something to strengthen the defense of Westeros. Granted, I did not have the resources of a great lord and I did not care much for people who in turn did not care for me, but would I be willing to let innocents die, just because their lords wanted me dead? I could always say others take them all and that would become the truth in a few decades. The only thing that would end up becoming a problem for me in the future is when the dead from Westeros would rise as one and I would be facing a larger army in the end, if I survived that long. I watched by the door, trying my best to not make a noise. My arms were bandaged where the healer had stitched the cuts closed. It would scar, but I would retain the full range of motion. Viz. Mumbled Dany. You okay? She asked, mimicking my language in a way that always left other people confused. Yet I whispered, couldn't sleep, that's all. Nightmares of what the children have been through mixed with the blue eyes of the enemy that I knew was coming. Do you want to sleep here? She asked. You let me sleep with you when I had bad dreams. Yet. I said after a pause. Yet. I would like that. As I settled next to her, she snuggled closer, allowing me to hold her. Night, little dragon, I whispered, kissing the top of her head. Night, big dragon, mumbled Dany in response, still sleepy. The nightmares did not come after that. So, I have to admit, I kinda wrote myself into a corner with the girl MC saved being Lyanna, who in turn may or may not be Tyrion's daughter. Did I do it for drama and internal conflict for Westeros? Yes I did, mostly the idea that Tywin's granddaughter being a party member to Westeros just tickles the right way, you know, especially how it may parallel Joanna and Ares in the future. Does it fit the potential of book canon and all the theories in Reddit? Yes it does. That being said, this is still 287 AC and book Lyanna would be 1 year old. Before anyone comes up and guts the timeline I built, I am going to do it myself. Tisha event happens when Tyrion is 13 in books and 16 in the show because even HBO has some lines. In the books, Tyrion is born in 273 AC, but in the show it is set to 265 AC according to the wiki. That would make it 286 AC and 281 AC respectively when it comes to Tyrion's marriage to Tisha. That being said, I disliked how the show played fast and loose with the ending parts for the sake of convenience. I prefer following the book canon for most events since the show did all magical elements dirty, but the idea that this universe is neither book nor show universe will make Westeros question accuracy of some of his knowledge of events. In the morning, Nessa helped me wash the black dye off my hair with some wine before redressing my wound with a clean set of bandages. It gave me an opportunity to check the curse over and make sure that it was not still there. The effect of the spell was broken, though which of the many methods I used actually succeeded was another question entirely, and one that I would need to experiment with to see. There was a thin line with stitched, though the flesh did not seem burned even if I was sure no hair would grow from the area with how I used fire. I made sure to hide the bandages beneath my shirt and walked downstairs, to start my day. Lyanna was there as well, trying her best to blend into the furniture with how still she looked. How are you feeling? I asked, turning to the girl. A single gesture was enough to dismiss Nessa, who probably went on to check on Dany and help her get dressed. I feel. Started the girl, freezing as she tried to put to words what was never meant to be spoken. I reached out without putting too much pressure, my mind brushing against what she was thinking, and I understood. Words, from another world so different yet similar to this one. Like butter on toast. I said in a soft voice spread too thin. Lana nodded, making me sigh in exhaustion. I would lie if I simply said I did not account for something like this, but my thoughts were mostly there to prevent it from happening to me as well. I was still not sure how much life force, soul, or whatever it is I used when casting magic, or even if I actually used magic the same way as other practitioners in this world. While a warg or a skin changer was sickly, it was not a common factor for all of them. I did not feel different, and I did not feel tired after casting, apart from a weariness of the mind that discipline and some rest could fix. I was mentally exhausted after using magic, but I could explain it as too much time focusing, like cramming for a study session or getting eye strain from reading too long. I had a too strict diet and discipline to waste away, and forcing myself to eat food even if I did not want it was part of my aim to build up my physical body. Yet, here was an example of the worst case that would happen to me as well. The girl probably did not understand what was happening, and I could not simply chalk it up to blood loss or infections without keeping a close eye on her over a few months. In the event that something fundamental was taken from Lana, apart from the mental trauma of what she had been through, I had theories and a few leads I could follow. There were some rituals that I had come up with help Lana. Most of them were mere thought experiments, but some I had a more solid understanding of. Those could potentially help me in the long run as well, should I really need to sacrifice something I could not get back. I do not know how I could help you, I stated, honestly, but I have a few ideas on where to start, if that is your wish. I don't want to go back, said Lana, slamming herself to my torso in an awkward hug. He took me and no one did anything, they just let him take me. I patted her hair, trying to push calming feelings toward her without forcing her to feel those emotions or making her realize that her mind was being invaded. While I wanted to bring comfort to the girl, I did not know what had happened to her to feel comfortable using magic on her that was intrusive. The bad man is dead, I said simply. He won't hurt you anymore. I felt wetness on my shirt, and all I could do was let Lana cry. Who is she? Asked Dani in that bossy tone that would eventually become the bane of every slaver in Essos, eventually. Granted, she had found us sitting by the stairs, with Lana cuddled to my side. This is Lana, she needs a place to stay, I stated, introducing the two girls to each other. They were close enough in age to. Are you replacing me? Asked Dani, making someone snort in the background. I turned and shot a stinking look at Nessa, who seemed to have an amused smile on her face. Lana, could you give us a moment please? I am sure Nessa would appreciate some help with food, I said, giving something to distract the girl, who nodded and left and dismissed the maid. No, I said, turning to my sister with finality before kneeling next to her. What brought this on? You have not been playing with me for the last few weeks, stated Dani with a pout. I was still unsure how a 3-year-old was both that observant and capable of holding what amounted to a grudge. And that means I am going to replace you how? I asked, countering with the superpower that came with being an adult once, logic, causing Dani to bite her lip in thought. It means. Started Dani. It means you do not want to be around me, so busy with adult stuff. You are Princess Daenerys Targaryen, the blood of the dragon, and above all else, you are my sister, a fact that no one can change, I comforted her, trying to find the right way to explain my reasoning. I have duties, to you, to Sir Willem, to Nessa, and even to Sir Richard, who is new to our lives. Duties of a king? Asked Dani, looking at me with teary eyes. Sir Willem seemed to have seen fit to teach her that fact, it would seem. I disliked the idea of being king, and while I knew that I would eventually come face to face with declaring myself as king eventually, for now, it was a responsibility I wished to avoid, at least until I had an army to ensure I would not die from it. A lord or a king, or a queen has duties to those they rule, akin to an older brother or a father, I tried to explain. Sir Willem worries and works hard to keep us safe and well fed, Nessa works to see us clothed and clean, and just as they work to help us, it is our duty to help them. That may lead to times when I have to spend time doing something else, a sacrifice I have to make for their sake, do you understand? Dani nodded before allowing me to hug her. It just means I was busy with something important, something dangerous to ensure that you are safe, I stated while holding her, before deciding to sound a bit cheesy and adding, never think that I will give up on you, you are stuck with me as your big brother, I said with a smirk. No take back cease. Promise? Asked Dani. Crown for a king, the accented voice echoed in my head before I forced my mind to obey my will and dismiss the sound. What would have happened with original Viserys was no more a future, so why was I still haunted by it? Promise, I whispered, looking Dani in her big violet eyes that showed so much without even a need for me to use magic on her. And Lana, what is she doing here? Asked Dani now that her doubts were pushed aside. She is our guest for now, I explained, and she needs a friend who can be there for her, Do you think you can do that for me? Danny nodded before the silence was broken by the growling of my stomach, causing both of us to giggle. Dash. After breakfast, Danny and Lana went to play under the watchful eye of Nessa, but we had other guests to entertain. Once she was assured that she was not being replaced, Danny had become a chatterbox and roped Lana into some game or other, while I had another metaphorical fire to put out. Sir Willem was sitting in his usual chair, clutching the cane that hid a sword. Next to him, Sir Richard was standing, while I was sitting against our guest. There was a fire recently, said Sirio Forel, the first sword of Bravus, with an amused look, sipping a cup of tea like he owned the place. There were 2 guards behind him, part of the soldiers who probably patrolled the cities. Accusing or notifying? I asked directly, my hand resting on my wand. While I was mentally exhausted and relatively in pain from my wound, I could still fight if the need came, even as I felt naked without the shadow-bound shirt that was left on the desk of my workshop so I could study how it was destroyed by the alchemist. If I were accusing, boy, I would have brought more people. I am here for information you may possess. There were peculiarities to the fire, said Sirio with amusement. I could feel Sir Willem's hand shift from ready to draw steel to a more neutral form after that. The fire did not spread? I asked, feigning surprise, though the way Sirio snorted was immediately seen through. I of course knew the answer. Even if I had not interfered and suppressed the fire, Bravus was wet enough that the fire would not spread, and most buildings were made from stone as wood was expensive. It also had this funny effect of suppressing dragon fire, a threat that was consistent back when the city was founded. No, it was buried under sand before it could engulf the mans it started in, said Sirio, his tone implying there was some question there that we needed to answer. Sand? I asked, feigning confusion. It made sense that the alchemist had taken precautions like that, but the fact that I did not anticipate it was concerning, a failing on my part. I was too cautious in general, having used scouts but never actually daring to go into the house with them. I could have probably used rats to map the entire building, had I thought about it before, even though the risk of being discovered was there, given how knowledgeable the alchemist seemed. The owner had bags of sand placed on the rafters, a rather unique decision. One might say they were prepared for a fire, explained Sirio, which was a fact that I had missed. I considered how hot wildfire burned, realizing that I could have set the entire city on fire, accidentally. Alchemists of King's Landing do something similar from what I recall, I stated. Was the man playing with wildfire? That would explain why some claims from neighbors to have seen green flames instead of red or yellow, said Sirio with a nod. Ah, so you are asking the son of the Mad King this, why? I countered, my hand never leaving the pommel of my wand. Sirio was fast, and I had sparred with him enough times to know he could beat my scrawny arse 6 ways to Sunday with a piece of stick. That being said, he never faced me when I used magic, and I was not a green boy anymore. Push him back, away from his range, and rip his throat, I mentally planned, ready to act on a moment. Let us say, the Sea Lord is interested in why a house that is supposed to be empty according to all neighbors had a man living in it, along with bones of children in its basement, stated Sirio with a look that said he had a pretty good idea what was going on. If a boy was involved, he could have been hurt, he added, his eyes that he had taught me to keep track of in our lessons in dueling focusing on my arm that hid the bandages beneath. I never understood how perceptive Sirio was, but he was not the first sword of Bravus for nothing. His job was sort of a mix between Sea Lord's champion in any formal duel, Secretary of Defense and Head of Intelligence, like a King's Guard who was also a master of Whisperers. The fact that he was doing this for more than half a decade was proof of his skills. I hold no love for warlocks, that much even you would know, and if a man was playing with wildfire, good riddance to him. I countered, looking him in the eye, that thing is stupid, and anyone who thinks they can tame it is a fool, including some of my relatives. I was mostly being honest. There were maybe 3 examples of Targaryens using wildfire, and none of them were pleasant people. Aegon the Unworthy had wooden dragons made that spewed wildfire. Arion Brightflame drank wildfire to become a dragon and burned, and then there was Ares the Mad. Just so, smirked Sirio, his eye landing on my arm. A new injury. Training accident. I countered, lying as best as I could. Sir Richard was showing me how to use live steel. As far as lies go, it was not the worst. Of course, I had to keep myself from reacting when I remembered just then that Sir Richard's sword was left behind in the house as it burned down, neatly buried into the throat of a charred corpse if not melted from wildfire. Only a fool trains with live steel, boy, do not repeat that, said the first sword of Bravus, making me nod with a chuckle at the subtle insult towards Jaime Lannister, who was said to train with live steel. Is that all? I asked, getting a look from the first sword of Bravus that implied that he knew it was me. Sir Willem, Sir Richard, give us a moment of privacy, I commanded. You two can wait outside, we are done here. I need to make sure the boy is taking his lessons seriously, commanded the first sword to his man as well. Once we were alone, I flicked the coin in my pocket, which Sirio was able to catch and simply give a glimpse. What do the servants of the one true God want with a boy? Asked Sirio, looking at me with a calculated look. The man was a shadowbinder from ASOIAF, I stated simply, one who used children as sacrifices for his spells. Good that he is dead, responded Sirio, flicking the coin back. The Sea Lord will be glad to be rid of such a man. You do not approve? I asked, seeing how stiff Sirio was. Do you know the story of Bravus? Asked Sirio, sipping his tea. Enough to know that you have no love for sorcerers who would sacrifice the innocent, I responded, having done enough thinking on the subject. I knew that Valeria ran on blood magic, using slaves to power the spells they used, slaves that would later run and form Bravus. Just so, smirked Sirio before sighing. I know not what a boy had to do with the servants of the one true God, but I would caution a boy to be careful still, there are dangers the boy would not wish to face when he is not ready. Sounds like you do not like them. I stated, what does Sea Lord think of the faceless men? A Sea Lord that dismisses the wishes of the House of Black and White is a Sea Lord for a short time. Countered Sirio with a smirk. Keep your head down for now, and a boy may wish to take a vacation out of the city for a while. I will do that, I responded with a nod. Sirio nodded before getting up. I shall meet you in a fortnight for your lessons, boy, to give you time to recover from your training accident, he added with a knowing look. With the unspoken threat of not causing any more trouble delivered, Sirio simply left. Once he left, Sir Willem tapped his cane on the wooden floorboards near the door where he was standing. This is why we need more men, said Sir Willem, bringing out the old argument. Had he come to arrest you too, we would have been overwhelmed. It would have been easier if we had more men to guard the place, stated Sir Willem, looking at me with. You are a good man and true, Sir, yet all the men you find are liars, cheats, spies or craven. This is an old argument, sell swords make for poor sword shields, I countered. Sir Willem had his virtues, as he was loyal and steadfast, but he was apparently a horrible judge of character, which ironically explained why he tolerated the craziness of original Viserys, or mine own peculiarities. Sir Richard is a good start, and we will find more in time. Not to mention the birds and dogs we kept around, they made for better guards and scouts and more loyal besides, I mentally added. After figuring out skin changing and getting a bad taste of how horrible the supposed servants were as human beings, I was less willing to take chances with sellswords that would betray us at the first chance. What happened to those men? Asked Sir Richard, his tone stiff. The ones with no ill intent in their hearts were allowed to leave, I stated simply. And the rest? Asked Sir Richard, his tone indicating more curiosity than anything else. You have seen me fight people who piss me off, do you really wish to know? I simply responded, causing Sir Richard to gulp before shaking his head. Violence was the norm for this world, and a knight understood from first-hand experience that my form of violence was, what amounted to the stuff of nightmares to a non-magical. Fortunately, both knew that I was measured in how much I would prefer to use. I had no use of him if he had been self-righteous or arrogant enough to try and control me in some way, and me being dangerous was a good way to keep both men in line and not try something stupid. The fact that he was familiar with rigor and his potential obsessions when it came to magic also helped as far as I could tell. Sometimes, Your Grace, it feels more like we are protecting the world from you instead the other way around, stated Sir Willem with a tired sigh. Well, yes, my bespoke dragon keepers, I mused, causing Sir Willem to chuckle. Once everything returned to the ordinary and I ensured that Dany was busy with her new friend, I decided to spend some time tinkering in my workshop to clear my head. I headed to the basement, slumping onto my chair after dumping the bag I had on the desk. It was a chance to reflect on the events of the day before and improve myself in any way I could. I waved my wand over my arm, feeling none of the remaining magic in the wound, nearly the dozenth time that I have done so since the sun rose up. I had considered the whole set of events that lead to the duel, the way my judgment seemed, compromised by something. It was not just that I had gotten emotional after seeing the corpses of the children, but there was something more there that I was not sure about. I had felt the compulsions that the alchemist had placed, but were there other compulsions that I had not felt, ones that actually controlled my decisions? The initial plan had been simple: get in, kill the alchemist in his sleep, and take off with the books. Of course, I had already accounted for the fact that I was walking into the home of a potential mage, which meant that I would be playing into their hands. The entire event was beyond foolish, even if it was necessary. The fact that Lana had survived whatever the alchemist may have put her through was the least of my worries. The only reason I had actually survived the alchemist was the fact that I could think fast and prepared the amulet that prevented Sir Richard to be detected by the alchemist, something that I had a strong suspicion was used by the faceless men to kill mages from Valeria. Deciding to commit the entire series of events into my grimoire, I took out a quill, mostly to further analyze it and see what I could replicate from the way the alchemist fought. I was sure I would be able to develop new tricks from the entire duel once I had a chance to rest and reflect on the events. I dropped the quill once I was done. Fuck. I grunted, not sure what had gone wrong. The revelations about Rhaegar were another ball I needed to juggle. I was not sure how much of what Sir Richard said was the truth and how much of it was some lame excuse made up by Rhaegar. The plot for a great council made sense, though Robert would not have a valid chance from what I knew of the Westerosi politics as the claimant from a female line. It was more likely to be a way to pressure the throne for some concessions instead of a direct opposition in the event of a great council, but I could not discount whatever tricks and plans Maester may have had, as the ones counting the votes. The way that the queen who never was, Rhaenys Targaryen, lost to Viserys I was known to me, and I knew that it was not possible for any vote to be so skewed as to be 20-1 in favor of a single person without there being some cheating going on. Those were the type of statistics used by tyrants to justify their power. I could maybe accept a 2-1 vote in favor of Viserys I, but given that Rhaenys had the support of the North, the Stormlands, and a significant chunk of the Crownlands, the difference suggested something fishy that made any great council afterward just as suspicious as well. Maybe Bloodraven had the right of it. Killing Aenys Blackfyre was the only logical move, I muttered to myself. Having given it some thought, taking Lyanna as a wife in place of Elia, who was likely to die in childbirth in the hope of taking over the strongest power block, made sense for Rhaegar from a political standpoint, even without the prophecy and whichever way Rhaegar chose to interpret it. Even if Rhaegar was an adult and Lyanna was a teenager at the time, that was the way Westerosi viewed the world. Alliances like that would have held the realm together. It was something that I was sure Aerys would never allow, given that he seemed to be aware of Rhaegar's plot to replace him, which he derailed just by showing up. I was not sure how much of Rhaegar's decision to call off the Great Council was based on the knowledge of the Stab Alliance and how much of it was because Aerys was there to present his case, but I could see the risks involved, as Rhaegar probably counted on all Targaryen supporters without Aerys there to present his case and not look like an ambitious son looking to depose his father, which the Westerosi would not like. The rest of the events were off and I was still not certain what to believe. The only way I could actually confirm is if I could figure out greensight and see into the past, which was an ability I still struggled with. While I could skin change into my wand and use it to cast spells, using the trees to look into the past just avoided me. Taking the 3 items I took from the alchemist, I started looking over the loot, cursing the shitty DM for rolling so low. Accidentally setting the entire house on fire was a misfortune, though I did not know if having his spine severed by a sword would actually work to stop the alchemist. It also reminded me to get a new sword for Sir Richard. The 2 books were of interest to me, as they seemed to be books with a focus on alchemy, a detailed list of materials, one book dedicated to minerals and metals and the other dedicated to plants. Both books read like the ramblings of a mad person with notes around the borders, but I could see some information, such as the use of stinging nettles for healing and what I had learned from the surgeon as he was treating me. There stood a reason that the rest of the information was also reliable, though I would still be cautious about it and test each one. Then there was the last item, the one that I considered worth more than the rest. It was a scroll, written in High Valyrian glyphs. I was proficient in reading the complex language to understand the gist of what the scroll was saying, but I would need more information from a more learned source. Finding a person who already could read and write in High Valyrian glyphs was going to be a hard task, but I managed most of it on my own. Aerys may have been an idiot who plunged the realm into war, but he had actually done right by Viserys when it came to his education, sans the ramblings of dragons and their superiority and all the brainwashing involved. For the last 2 years I have been around, I had not been idle either, as I knew that High Valyrian could be used in some way with magic. While it was hard to find texts in High Valyrian, there were enough around if you knew where to look, and held the right name. The library of the Sea Lord's Palace and the Temple of Arhala were regular destinations for me. The scroll was a recipe, detailing a substance. It made sense that the last thing the alchemist had on top of his desk was the recipe for wildfire. A wiser man would decide to throw the scroll to the fire and be done with it. Unfortunately, my curiosity got the better of me as I started reading and trying to interpret the secret to Targaryen stupidity. I, as a sane person, had a dislike for wildfire. For the magical equivalent of napalm, the substance was too unstable for use and obviously influenced those who used it. Aerys the Mad and Aegon the Unworthy were both users of wildfire, as Aerys did everything but try to drink it, while Aegon the Mommy Issues had wooden dragons made that could spew out wildfire. From an engineering perspective, Aegon the STD had invented tanks. From every other perspective, he was a cunt who caused more trouble than any other idiot in my family tree with the exception of Viserys I, probably. It was a tie between those two. Speaking of drinking wildfire, the poster boy of wildfire himself was not one I would forget. Aerion the Bright Flame. I was not sure how much of that was the influence of Bloodraven and how much of it was Aerion being a nutjob, but he had proven that it was unwise to drink wildfire. The recipe was the equivalent of magic napalm as expected. Well, not really, it was more like magic Greek fire, and the recipe sort of proved that. There was the usual stuff with fire and blood, some long incantations that read like a poem by an edgy middle schooler that wanted to sound cool, and actual chemistry, which was more shocking than the rest of the recipe. I knew from interviews with George that the incantations did not matter as much as the intent and purpose behind those words. The first-hand experience proved that I could simply push my will to make a fire burn hotter or not burn without a word. I could decipher the ideas that the incantations would bring out, the intent to dissolve, mix and combine were present, as well as a depiction of what wildfire was supposed to do, which could be summarized with the single word. consume. Stripped from all the bullshit, the incantations, and ritualistic mysticism, Wildfire at its core was a mix of resin, ground obsidian, and blood along with a particular mixture of charcoal, sulfur and saltpeter that I knew as black powder. I recalled reading that Greek fire was similarly a mix of resin and base materials of black powder, so the idea of adding dragon glass and blood to the mix for an added bit of magic helped. I was not sure how the mixture dissolved into a single liquid form, but I suppose it could be chalked up to magic with how I had seen some similar things when I was building my wand. Fire and blood. I voiced out loud, my fingers tracing over the words of obsidian. Dragon glass, or rather as it was called in High Valley Ryan. Frozen fire. There were other theories that I could think of about how obsidian could be used in, but the first part I wanted to test is how it was used to amplify the effects of a mixture with magic, as that would unlock the path to potion craft for me. The idea of the addition of blood, obsidian, and tree resin added a magical property to the black powder and made it extremely volatile, made me wonder what else I could do with it. While I would be skeptical about whatever magic was involved, the fact that my wand, made from wood and dragon bone, had allowed me to use magic implied that there was something to this recipe that I could leverage. While black powder mixed with resin could in theory burn underwater as was the case with Greek fire, the volatility of wildfire was something I had to test for myself. If I trusted the accounts, wildfire burned if you looked at it funny, and I was not sure if that was the case. I was sure that it had to do with whatever magic obsidian had in this world. With a sudden stop, I closed my eyes as my head slammed onto the desk with a thunk, as released a groan of exasperation. Idiot, I grunted, dim-witted. Moron. I yelled out before banging my head on the desk twice more. Dragon glass was literally magical and I had forgotten about it. Alright, fair enough, I did not really forget about it, having known that it was used to make White Walkers in the show universe as well as in the killing of White Walkers and possibly whites as well. Rather, I had forgotten one specific use of dragon glass that was offhandedly mentioned in a single paragraph in the books. In that specific instance, dragon glass was used by a street performer from Karth or Astapor or wherever Dany was after the dragons hatched to produce fire. Kaith had told Dany while watching a street performer do actual magic that drawing fire from dragon glass was the most basic of magic, and I had been stupid enough to not try it out with my wand. Was it because I was too wrapped up in what I was able to do, or was there some sort of a mental influence that prevented me from thinking of the idea? I did not know. Maybe I was being paranoid and maybe it was just me not being diligent enough, but I now had a potential solution to one of the main issues I have been coming across recently. My wand did not work properly. Sure, it allowed me to amplify my control, as a magical focus ought to do, but I had been stuck for months trying to figure out magic that did not involve some sort of telekinesis or telepathy-based trick, which was effectively what my wand was limited to for some reason. The main problem was that my wand could not create spell fire, or whatever sparkly flame-like thing that Harry Potter wands were expected to create. I could control existing flames to a decent degree, as my proficiency only increased with practice, but I still had that limitation of figuring out how to create fire, and now I had a potential solution to it. Sure, the worlds were different, but the fact that a magical animal part core and a magical wood combination worked to any degree suggested some sort of connection between the two magic systems. I turned around and headed to one of the walls. A flick of my wand and a word in Pig Latin revealed the hidden stash where I kept the remains of the Targaryen jewelry from Dragonstone. Among them was my mother's silver crown along with many rings. Picking a ring with a golden band and a round ruby, I inspected the other gems attached to the ring. The black stones produced a nice offset for the ruby in the center, creating a red and black theme that was everywhere in my family heirlooms. The golden ring was made for a woman, one of the few that my mother, Queen Rilla, would wear, though its origins were not known. From a modern perspective, I would call the ring gaudy with how much exuberance the single ring held, but I was pragmatic enough to focus on the essentials, that it had dragon glass like any jewelry that once belonged to my family. The important part about these black stones many would confuse with black diamonds, though I knew that they were obsidian, or rather dragon glass, since the obsidian I knew differed by a large margin from the volcanic rock from my old world. Tapping the tip of my wand on the single piece of dragon glass, I reached out with my soul, feeling the obsidian as I could feel when the obsidian was, as memories of fire came to my forefront, both the memories I held from becoming one with the fire to control it, as well as the flames of earth that had forged the obsidian. A flame blossomed at the tip of my wand, fueled by nothing but memories of fire. Oh, I can work with this, I said with a large grin. As a comment reminded me, Viserys was neglecting Dany and now she feels like she is being replaced as the best sister. To be honest, Viserys is not sure how to interact with Dany, mostly because she is young and Viserys is conflicted about how to avoid raising her to prevent something like burning of King's Landing from happening. Syrio is a competent first sword of Bravos, and while I did not write in detail, the fact that he and Viserys spend time is evident given that Syrio can tell when Viserys is hiding something, like the interaction between a parent and their child. Viserys reflects on the past and the politics of what he learned and decides that what happened in the past does not matter that much anymore, which, it does not. He, like many others from the comments, suspect foul play from some unknown source. Wildfire being based on Greek fire is what we know, and I had been looking it up, and the recipe is something I have as headcanon that sort of makes sense. Since Valyrian magic depends on fire and blood, wildfire needed blood in the mix, and dragon glass in the mix just makes sense with how there is magical fire within dragon glass. The rest of the recipe is just black powder mixed with resin, which the wiki says is the theorized recipe of Greek fire. It also makes it ironic that black powder is already there, just with added magic, because of course Valyrians figured out a way to make a more unstable version of black powder for shits and giggles, which sort of implies that pyromancers are indeed dealing in shit, given they need saltpeter, and I think Bronn would find it amusing given that it is made from bird shit instead of pig shit. Dragon glass is not obsidian from our world, that is the word of God from GRRM. There is a magical element to it, and drawing fire from dragon glass is implied to be one of the most basic forms of magic. Waisois just skipped that stage and went to the more complex stuff and never thought to look back to that small detail until now. It probably would have been a lot more useful before facing the alchemist, but he grew arrogant in his power. He is learning and slowly covering his weaknesses, but his memory is not perfect and he does not have access to a handy Wikipedia site. Also, the entire arc with alchemist was to set up potions and how they could work, and there are multiple ways I planned for. Waisois just found one of them through the rather sparse loot, which had been the intention. 287 AC. Oh, shit, I said as I watched the bronze cauldron bubble and hiss angrily. Tapping my wand to my new ring and bringing out a shield made of fire between myself and the cauldron. I was able to prevent the mixture from splashing me using my improved shield spell, though the boards did not seem as lucky as me, as the mixture seemed to eat away at the wood. Potions were weird like that. Every property of the materials I used was amplified through the base enchantment, including the acidity of certain plant materials, which made things complicated. It had been nearly 4 months since the night I dueled the alchemist, and I was no closer to understanding potions as I had been when I first started. The main problem was that half the information in the books I got from the alchemist was just plain wrong or did not work for me, while the other issues seemed to be that fire magic liked to explode for fun if I lost my focus. The fact that I was limited in my knowledge of chemistry, and I was not really that good at it in the first place, as I preferred physics. I had however improved my spell collection with an actual shield charm, sort of. Alright, fine, it only stopped liquids, but that was better than being only able to stop powders or gas. Granted, I needed to tap my wand to the most recent edition of my tool set, a ring that had a decently sized dragon glass as a jewel. The secrets of magic I unlocked through the recipe of wildfire sounded impressive, drawing fire from dragon glass, only at first look. I had barely scratched the surface with it, and modifying my wand before I was sure would lead to disaster, leading to the current setup I had until I could understand. For all I knew, dragon glass acted like a battery, hence my exclusive use of a single piece of dragon glass in the ring as the source of fire. I was pretty sure after 4 months that it was not the case, at least. The fire from the dragon glass provided me was that one missing thing. The fire when I used the dragon bone core wand as a focus produced a magical fire, the dragon's fire, or rather, as it stood, spell fire. It was a unique fire that I could use to enchant with a bit of shadow binding, or rather charming the object, as I was pretty sure the definition I recalled worked. A charm changed the properties of an object, and the enchantments I could layer on objects simply were derivations of that concept. With fire came a versatility I was lacking. If I could gain control over the flames, which was tricky at best, as I was as likely to cast a temporary charm on an object as I was likely to end up scorching the target with the current setup. The true treasure was the base potion I came up with. A mix of blood and ground obsidian extracted from the recipe of wildfire was almost intuitive. The mixture somehow caused the dragon glass to dissolve into the liquid when held under a magical flame, and I had access to the magical flames now with almost ease. Using blood as an anchor for a soul also was not unknown to me. I had done the same trick in shadow binding, and the recipe of wildfire involved sacrificing animals to draw upon their life fire, whatever that meant. My theory was that the mixture acted as a good medium to bind the soul of the animal whose blood was used to create the material. Dragon glass in this case sort of acted like a soul gem from Skyrim, storing the soul within the liquid that was now a single material instead of two. The resulting black liquid gained the ability to almost amplify the properties of other liquids it was mixed with, or at least that is what I was able to understand from wildfire's uncontrollable combustion in my own experiments that involved so many cauldrons. While the base for a potion was expensive, as I did not actually have consistent access to obsidian and the animal sacrifice required for each batch limited its use, the sheer versatility it could provide was mind-blowing. Now if only it did work as expected. As was the smart thing to do, the first thing I crafted was a potion for healing, based on the poultice that the surgeon had given me. The problem was that while the cuts healed rather fast, the mixture left some rather nasty acid burns on the poor rats that I had sacrificed. Who knew that mustard was acidic, or that the potion base I created amplified every property of the mixture to cartoonish levels? Since the mixture's acidity was amplified, I needed to check if that was the case for all forms of acids. The simplest experiment had been to add a bit of lemon juice, which had led the mixture to not only eat away at the first cauldron I had but through the floor as well, reaching the bedrock of the island we were located in before it stopped. The good news was that I now had a neat little storage space in case I needed it, along with an understanding that I really should not experiment with potions where people were living in close proximity. I tested the same approach with a glass vial to check if the effect would increase over time. While the vial survived, I was sort of expecting that the mixture would get more potent with time, based on what I knew from Wildfire. 4 months in all I have to account for is magic super acid and a healing potion that leaves more scars than if you let it heal on its own, I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. The main issue was the fact that the mixture was extremely dependent on the simplest of chemical concepts. I needed to ensure that the mixture was not too acidic or basic while accounting for how each ingredient would affect the potion. While I was proficient enough, I was not a professional chemist and I could not produce most of the materials on my own. I knew that it was possible to measure the acidity using easy-to-make products, but for the life of me, I could not remember how. I made a note to track down Qyburn. If anyone on this forsaken planet knew rudimentary chemistry, it would be that creep. No wonder Harry sucked at this. This shit is more complicated than pointing your wand and yelling Expelliarmus, I muttered mostly in frustration, knowing that I was being unfair to the main character of one of my favorite books. Leaving the latest lab I had for myself, I considered whether or not I could still use the small cabin with a workbench inside it, a fire source and a roof over it and nothing else. The potions research had reached a point where doing it in Bravus was just asking for some disaster, so I was spending most of my time in the horse ranch, overseeing the experiments in horse breeding and experimenting with the potions on the side. The makeshift cabin was shielded from the elements and ensured that I did not need to have the entire house evacuated when I accidentally did the wrong thing. I looked to my left, seeing the 4 other similar cabins that were either burned, partially melted, and for one single instance, still smoldering. I should probably look into a way to fix that, I muttered to myself, considering the validity of mixing the potion base with concrete to cover that particular experiment. Who knew that combining snapdragons and dragon peppers with magic could have such an effect? Just because both materials had dragon in their names did not mean the result would be some weird fiery concoction, right? Granted, I was thinking exactly the same thing, trying to figure out a substitute for dragon bone which I had limited access to. Now, I could buy dragon bone. I was not exactly poor and the wood trade had given us some decent source of income, especially as I had figured out how to enchant the entire depot to be fireproof using the rats that were nesting in the place. The only obvious good news with my potions was that I pretty much perfected a bubble head charm out of necessity because of all the failures. Fine, it was a rather simple modification of my initial shield spell, the one that was able to protect me from powders that the alchemist had sent me. It ensured that I could survive the experiments I have been conducting at the least, and it may come in handy if I can figure out how to apply it while in water, which was firmly stuck in work in progress. Dash. The dog resting by the tree opened his eyes, becoming alert as I walked out of the latest failure. Without a word, Huan the wolfhound jumped across the distance between us, ending right in front of me. From a biological standpoint, he was still a puppy. From a physical standpoint, he was the size of his parents, because I apparently was really good at magic, or a clueless idiot who was messing with what he did not understand. While the experiments with the horses were all well and good, the kennels provided me with a much faster alternative, and added size of dogs made for a greater intimidation factor. Was I jealous of Starks for having supersized puppies? I was, so I made my own version, on accident. The effect of flesh crafting, or rather soul crafting, was peculiar, and I was testing it on the parents. Using myself as a channel to experiment with sacrificial properties of second lives was something I always wanted to try out. It made sense as a way for blood magic to work, and using the souls of the sheep we would slaughter, pouring the souls into the bodies of living dogs seemed to work, to a degree. The 2 dogs had grown more robust, had a slightly larger build than average, and definitely showed a greater intelligence overall. I was not sure how it worked, but binding additional souls to the parents had a unique side effect with Huan specifically. While the 2 parents did not show any overt physical improvements with increased soul stuff, it was Huan who proved that I was on the right track. The results of the experiment were similar to how Drogon had grown faster than his siblings in the books. I was almost certain that it was Khal Drogo's soul that was bound to the black dragon egg, and the larger soul had led to a larger body in the end. Along with the possible theory I held regarding the evolution of dire wolves from wolves acting as the second lives for wargs, and I could almost understand how Huan would become larger. The problem, however, was that it was not on purpose, and I had a small freakout as a result. The fact that I did not account for Huan while working showed me why this branch of magic was dangerous. The 2 having puppies showed why experimenting with flesh crafting may have led to a disaster in places like Gagasos. A single mistake and I would have a super disease on my hands. After he was born, the puppy grew at a rather fast rate, getting to the size of its parents by 2 months, hence the name Huan, as a reference to the dog in Silmarillion with a similar large size. He was young but made for a good guard dog against wild animals through sheer size, and the warg bond between us was deep enough for me to communicate with him without a word, which made training him so much easier. On the trek back to the manor, I pulled my cloak closer to me, the chill in the air starting to get more and more noticeable as winter approached, and I had a feeling that my time in Bravus would end shortly after that, given what I could recall from the Greyjoy rebellion. Before the Iron Islands decided to rebel, Robert's position was not as secure as it was after the rebellion was quelled. Balin's foolishness had only acted as proof that Robert's reign had support and it would not be easily disrupted. I had a feeling that the relationship I built with the Iron Bank would not be as warm once the entire set of events came to pass, not that I had any permanent plans to stick around in Bravus. I had nearly a dozen places around the world that I wanted to visit, seeking answers to questions that I could not answer on my own. Lana was sitting still in a chair, in the middle of a circle made from rope soaked in salt water with a small amulet attached to it. The amulet was one of the 3 I had made from the combination of weirwood and nightwood, the combination somehow acting as a magical barrier that came in handy with ritualistic experiments that I simply called Amulet of Proof against detection and location. Sir Willem and Sir Richard had the other 2, just in case. While I knew that I should be cautious with an item that I had no way to work around, the 2 knights were both vulnerable to magic and their protection would be much more reliable. For now, I would have to trust them with it. Lana was looking at a pitch-black candle that was burning red with a rather thick black smoke, though she seemed to be in a trance, just as I had expected. After the lessons with Huan on the benefits of soul crafting, I had come up with a ritual of sorts to help Lana. It also worked as a way for me to grow in spiritual weight, in a manner of speaking, but it was still very much experimental and work in progress. While I would not try to use the ritual on a child in normal circumstances, the way Huan's growth depended on the amount of soul stuff he held made me rush to ensure no negative effects on the girl whom I had accidentally taken in as a ward. The mixture of obsidian, blood, and beeswax to make a candle was a rather simple idea once I figured out how to make the potion base. I had taken some inspiration from the glass candles of Valeria, though I had no access to those special items and had to make my own version, which I called a blood candle. I figured combining beeswax with the potion base would make do as a magical candle, because of course, you could use candles when it came to magic. Luckily, Nessa knew how to make normal candles, so it did not take long to learn from her. The best advantage it provided me was a way to offset the sacrifice and the enchantment process, using the candle as a battery to store the soul of the sacrifice, which was one of the properties of dragon glass. Multiple candles allowed me to combine multiple sacrifices, which in turn allowed me to patch up my tunic and build other versions for Dany and Sir Richard as well. Next would be Sir Willem, though we all knew that in a fight, Sir Richard and I would be the ones who would be taking the brunt of any damage, with the older knight being a last line of defense, though convincing the old man had not been easy. The blood candle also led me to develop the ritual Lana was using. Using the soul of the blood sacrifice to recover the soul stuff was a straightforward logic. Fire allowed for skin changing if you had proficiency, or if you glared at fire long enough. Magical fire of the candle was unique enough that the soul bond formed instantly. The problem was that the entire ritual was still dangerous and I was sure that there were ethical concerns when it came to experimenting on other people, but I had already checked that the method was not deadly, for animals or for myself. Did the potential for the subject to develop animalistic behaviors exist? Sure, not unlike a normal skin changer might gain the habits of their animal companions. Could they develop the physical traits of animals? I would not discount the possibility, given how boar-like Borok was described and how Starks had long wolf-like faces and Targaryens all had obviously magical hair and eye color. Did I specifically use a cat as a sacrifice for the candles Lana used? I mean, the sweet irony of the Lannister cat girl was a temptation I was not going to pass up on, and I was sure future Viserys could probably fix whatever I messed up. Sir Richard was in the yard, running one of the horses through the tilt yard in practice while trying his best to replicate the way I used skin changing to control the horse, though it was a work in progress. The trick was useful for me, sure, but it was not something I could keep as a secret. Given the potential for war, I needed people who were loyal to me with some abilities when it came to magic, especially with winter coming. It also doubled as a way for me to test some of my theories before I could try my hand at teaching Dany, who was the only person I could think of as a proper apprentice, given the foreknowledge I held about her magical potential. Sir Willem was sitting in the corner, occasionally providing feedback the other night while also teaching Dany her lessons in knowledge about Westeros. While I was teaching her most of the history lessons in a way to develop her critical thinking, the customs and details were ones that I often disliked, and getting the old knight to teach those lessons gave me some time to experiment. I once again considered how to improve my sister's education. Normally, in a Westerosi castle, she would get a septa to educate her, maybe a maester as well if the lord of the castle was open-minded enough. I distrusted any organized religion that would describe me as a demon to my little sister, and maesters all deserved to die in a ditch as far as I could consider. I had an unorthodox idea about how to teach her courtly etiquette, but I would need some contacts to get that. Lost in my thoughts as I was, I had no control when Huan broke ranks, as he still had the temperament of a 2-month-old puppy, bounding across the distance and standing next to Dany, who yelped in joy before starting to play with the dog. Sir Willem gave me a stern look that I responded with a cheeky grin. Your Grace greeted Sir Willem with a look. Sir Willem, have I interrupted something important? I asked, looking. The princess has been practicing the houses of the Reach, said Sir Willem with annoyance. We were discussing the house Tarly, said Dany scratching Huan's ear. Well, go ahead then, I stated, letting Dany revise what she learned. House Tarly of Hornhill, Red Huntsman on a green field, words, first to battle, she stated. For a 4-year-old, her mind was impressive, but I had no baselines to compare and Dany was a curious one who liked to read ever since I taught her to read after she bugged me one too many times about the books I was reading. First in battle, easy mistake but rest is correct, good job, I corrected, patting her on the head. They take pride in being the vanguard of the Reach, as they are marcher lords on the border with Dorne. They are also a claimant to the Reach through their familial descent from Gardnas. Current lord is Randyll Tarly, said Dany. Is he significant? He was the only person to actually defeat Robert on the field, though fools would credit Mace Tyrell for the deed, I explained, having spent enough time considering how I would approach any significantly powerful lord. While my future knowledge was as reliable as a wet tissue, I was betting on my understanding of the players of the game more than events that I was certain would happen. I had literally read the mind of the major players in my old life. I never met the man, but he is strict, single-minded and a good battle commander, and that is all the good things I could say about him, I added. Randyll Tarly was a singularly unique character that I considered more than once. His treatment of his own son and his toxic masculinity were a good reflection of his ideas of society. It was imperative for Dany to understand who could be relied upon, and Randyll Tarly was a wild card that had to be handled with caution. A part of me considered somehow intercepting Samwell on the way to Night's Watch and somehow subverting him as an alternative for the title of Lord of Hornhill, but the Samwell Tarly who stabbed a White Walker became as such through his experiences north of the Wall. Then again, it would have been so easy to just dangle the fruit of magic over the head of the boy who wanted to become a wizard, but getting access to anyone in Westeros would be a risk I could not take now. As for Randyll, his views and ambitions would make him a good tool for me so long as he was not aware of the more magical things, but less so for Dany, and she needed to understand the differences as my heir. The main problem was, how do you explain a 4-year-old that the world was not fair, that this shithole was filled with sexists, racists and every type of ists in existence because humans were idiots? Sometimes, I felt for Ares, fire was a good way to keep said idiots in line. How did your experiment progress? Asked Sir Willem with a look that showed disgust at the word experiment. While he was not on pars with the Lord of Hornhill, he still had his own ideas on how a person should do, even if he was too loyal to keep me from experimenting with potions and alchemy. He was a great master at arms, that much, none could deny, but he was not really supportive of intellectual pursuits. He tolerated what I was doing when I showed that said experiments had the potential to melt rock without fire, and I was able to frame everything as a way to help my future invasion, which I was still not certain about, as Essos may yield a better location to settle in the long term. I am going to need a new cabin, I sighed, causing the old man to sigh. I am missing something and it is not going to be handled as I am stuck at the same spot, I tried to explain, using concepts the old man would understand. Then change to a different position and find a gap in the armor, countered Sir Willem, understanding the gist of my problem. An hour against Sir Richard before lunch would do you good, lad, get to work. Can I watch? Asked Dany with excitement, causing Sir Willem to chuckle and nod. An hour of getting my arse handed by a man twice my age and size, without relying on magic because that would be cheating, that was never going to become fun, even if I knew it was necessary. Sir Richard had taken to wearing the amulet I made him once I explained how it blocked magic, a bit of trust that I regretted especially when he would decide to face me in a spar and I could not leverage my magic to end the bouts quickly. Dash. The point of my wand rested on the desk, as I spun it, my finger resting on the back of the wand to keep it upright. I was thinking about its nature, mostly to ignore the newest set of bruises I had gotten from the yard. Weirwood and dragon bone, it was supposed to be a functional wand but it felt off. Even after nearly a year and a half of working on developing spells it was limited, incomplete. The spells I could use with the wand were good at specific branches of magic. Mind arts and anything based around skin-changing animals and humans worked almost with ease. This included subtle enchantment spells to control others and even a few that provided me avoid detection. It made sense in a way, as that was actually what I could do without a wand after some trial and error, and the wand itself had weirwood which was designed to amplify that specific ability from what I could gather. The problem was that my wand could not create fire on its own. While I had worked around it with the dragon glass ring, the fact that I needed two objects was mostly an annoyance for me. I had gone through multiple iterations of my theory. Weirwood amplified skin changing, but it did not explain the warm air that I could create and control to such a degree that I could make objects defy gravity and make blades sharp enough to cut flesh. That left only the core of my wand as the suspect for the way the magic worked. Of course, hot air was self-explanatory with how dragons were fire-made flesh, but the proclivity of my wand to cut things but fail at acting as a shield was perplexing. As I had no other point of reference, I started mulling over the nature of wand cores in Harry Potter itself. Phoenix tail feather provided wands that were explosive in power. They, like the phoenix that the feather came from, were aloof and independent, but it was the fact that their nature was less sustained and more instantaneous, a property that made me associate it with how Phoenix had the ability to burn and be reborn from those flames in bursts of Phoenix fire. Unicorn tail hair was one of the hardest to explain. Unicorns were obviously magical creatures, at least in the world where their tail hair could be used as wand cores. The other use of unicorn tail hairs were in healing and absorbing curses, a passive ability that would also make the unicorn tail hair cores share similar properties. In effect, unicorns purified the environment, and the wands that were made from the tail hairs had the properties associated with the magical creature. Even thestral tail hair held properties similar to the animal they originated from. First was the matter of mastery. The Elder Wand had a single master, and it was a rather binary option, either you were, or you were not. It reminded me of their extreme sense of direction that ensured that they knew their master, along with how thestrals could only be seen by those who had seen and accepted death. This property also affected the way spells cast by the wand worked as well. Either the spells failed or they succeeded, there was no middle ground, which was the case when Harry had used the Elder Wand to repair his Holly Wand. As Harry was the master of the wand at that time, the spell succeeded, even if lesser wands would have failed to cast the same spell. At least that was what I thought made the Elder Wand so effective as a wand. While other magical creatures were used for wand cores, they were not as explored or strictly defined. I could extrapolate the concepts, tying the lighting of the Thunderbird to its proclivity to transformation, as lightning itself represented the concept of change in a state of nature from one form to the next in an instant. The basilisk horn was less clearly defined in properties, only one wand existing that was recorded, but basilisk had a killer sight and it was a product of dark arts with a deadly venom, so it stood to reason that its horn held its own magical properties. I also idly wondered if basilisk eye stalk would make a wand particularly good at casting the killing curse, before dismissing the idea for later tests, when I had a Valyrian steel sword and had enough precautions to try my hand in breeding a basilisk. And finally, the one closest to my wand. Dragon heartstring came from the heart of the dragon. It made for powerful wands that could easily turn to violence but were easy to change loyalty to those who won their allegiance. Dragons themselves represented strength, and their fire was the most powerful representation of that strength even beyond their size. By that logic, it was likely that the wand core itself produced a form of dragon fire that the wizard could manipulate through the bond they formed with the wand. The heartstring was so closely tied to the life force of the dragon that it could channel the fire of the mighty beast. Dragon's heart was a significantly important concept of magic. There was the Volsunga saga, where Sigurd had consumed a dragon heart and he had gained the ability to speak to birds and more abilities. The conclusion was that wands themselves were alive in a sense, so it made sense that this life held properties of the materials that made up the wand. The connection to fire was less defined with my use of dragon bone. I could admit that a dragon horn would probably be a better material to use, as there was an actual example of a magical item made from dragon horn in the form of the dragon binder, but dragon bone was not a horrible material, it just lacked power and versatility that I would expect from an actual magic wand. What I had was a single piece of dragon bone, however. One that had the ability to make things fly, and control fire but not create it and cut things. That pretty much matched the properties I knew from dragon bone. Melisandre would one day say that bones remember, and if that was the case, the affinities I had that could not be explained by the other aspects of the wand or myself came from the dragon bone core. The bone also had a unique relationship with the air itself, a closer relationship than even fire, ironically enough. That made sense if you considered that dragons flew. Given their size and weight, dragons must have had some form of aeromancy to manipulate air itself, an ability that was tied to their bones. Spells I could pull off were strangely one-dimensional in the way they manipulated air. Floating things was possible because the bone remembered flying, lifting large masses into the air. Making things fly was in the nature of the dragon bone and it excelled at that task. Controlling fire was mostly a combination of skin changing and the affinity of the dragons to fire. A few months of trial and error ensured that I was immune to fire even if I did not have my wand at hand. While I did not enjoy casting wandless magic before getting a greater understanding of how magic worked, flame freezing charm, as I called it, made for a good emergency skill to have. It boiled down to pouring my soul into the fire and willing it not to burn me. It still involved skin changing into the fire, however, so I had a feeling that a better mage with greater skill or affinity to fire would be able to overpower my spell, a theory that would explain how Daenerys in the books could burn Mirai Mazdur and came out unburnt from the funeral fire. While Mirai had cast the spell to protect herself from the fire, Daenerys had a greater affinity, or because she had recently had her son burnt, gaining the allegiance of the fire in some way, I was still not sure. The hot air the wand was generating was also easy to explain. Dragons radiated heat and that heat transferred to the air. It created a path for my soul to take, giving me control over air enough that I could create a thin blade of air to cut with. As the wand core had properties not dissimilar to the fangs and claws of a dragon, it made cutting-based spells much easier. My current theory was the fact that dragons had claws and fangs they could use for attack that made the wand great with piercing and cutting spells. Either the dragon bone pin I had was made from a fang or a claw of a dragon, which I was not sure about as it was something Viserys had owned as a prince even in King's Landing, or it was because the pin was made from the same material as the fang and claws of the dragon, in this case, dragon bone, which itself held the viciousness of a dragon that made such spells so potent. That explained why my wand was severely limited in versatility yet achieved the cutting curse almost with ease, while it was less successful in the protection spell. Even if the dragon bones were extremely tough to protect against other dragons, that was more the purpose of the scales. With all that, my goal was clear. What I needed was a wand core that could produce fire. I knew something that I could use to draw fire from. Dragon glass. Obsidian. It was the third obviously magical material that I knew from this world, right next to dragon bone and weirwood. I had despaired that I had not recalled that detail, and I had enough experience with the material that I had some ideas on what I wanted to do with it. I had spent the last 4 months casting spells by drawing fire from a single piece of dragon glass on my ring on purpose. It was all meant to see if dragon glass actually lost its fire. I had to make sure that the material did not lose its properties, and I was bored with testing it anymore. I was certain that it would have run out by now if its principles were based on a battery. For all I knew, I was drawing the memories of the dragon glass, the impression of fire that always came when I tapped my wand onto the dragon glass, imposing itself onto the magical air that the wand created. If I wanted to build up more complex spells, I needed to figure out a way to stop splitting my focus to creating fire and giving it intent, and that required combining the dragon glass with the wand. The problem was how to bind it with the wand, because that was what I needed to do, somehow combine the obsidian into the wand core, and make it part of the whole. I could not attack it to the weirwood, mostly because I needed it to touch dragon bone to draw out the fire. I lacked enough dragon bone to create another wand, not because I was broke, but rather to avoid the attention of a certain merchant who dealt with dragon bone, and I also did not want to damage the one wand that I had. In the end, the pin was not thick enough to embed solid chunks of dragon glass by an amateur like me, and I was not going to hire someone to do it for me with something so vital as my wand. That left the obvious answer, using the potion base and figure out the magic to combine it into the core. Sacrificing a raven would resonate with the Blackwood side of my bloodline, and specifically enchanting the mix of blood and obsidian to bind with dragon bone and retain the properties of dragon glass was almost easy with all the experience I had with shadow binding and potions. In an instant, I was beset by a familiar feeling, like a compulsion to do something in a specific way. It was some sort of instinct, something guiding me to do things a specific way, like a good feeling that it would work. I noticed that, ironically, I held all the knowledge needed before that feeling had to shown up, and even considered the idea before being beset with the feeling to see it through. The last time I got the feeling, I had crafted my wand, which in turn had unlocked magic for me. Deciding to follow the feeling once more, I dragged the tip of my wand over the pad of my finger. 9 drops of my blood were mixed with the raven blood and dragon glass. Adding my blood forged a connection that was far more effective than using my wand, a simple principle of blood magic and how blood could be used to connect the soul to the medium. It had taken me a while to realize that blood magic was essentially a way to create a link for the souls to cast magic. Sacrificing blood to flame gave you a link to the fire to control it using your soul, to ice and you could control ice, or to weirwood and you had access to weirwood, again gaining greenside of some sort. The amount of sacrifice was the tricky part, but the amount I gave up just felt enough to gain a greater connection with the brew. A flick of my wand had the flames beneath the cauldron reach out to engulf the body of the raven and burned it into ash in a flare, leaving nothing behind but smoke. Without a body, the soul of the sacrifice would bind with the blood, with the potion I was making, further supplementing my will. Reaching out, I was able to feel the small bit of soul still connected to the flesh before grasping it with unseen hands. Once the soul of the bird was bound to the smoke, I could better see what I was doing, as I guided the shadow smoke into the blood itself, watching it darken to a pure black color from the red it initially was. The next step was to add a piece of dragon glass. I did my best to grind the volcanic rock into a fine powder between 2 pieces of leather, pouring my magic and intent into every strike of the hammer. The act was less precise in terms of magic than using a wand, and I was still able to pour my soul through my strikes, an act that amplified the physical act, or so I had theorized. The dragon glass entered the boiling blood, as I waved my wand over the mixture, reaching out and pouring my intent through the wand and into the mixture of blood and volcanic glass. Slowly, the red blood darkened, turning pitch black in color. I held my wand over the cauldron before dipping the tip of my wand, only letting the dragon bone touch the liquid. I watched as the mixture seemed to drain from the bronze cauldron as the red veins on the white wood of my wand took on the color of the potion I had created, darkening to black. The tip of the wand had also changed. Where the tip once was black from the bone, now it shone in a way unlike anything else I had seen before whenever I pushed myself through the wand. As I held the artifact, I felt the connection to the wand, the feeling of completeness that was not there before. A closer look made me realize that the mixture of obsidian and blood had not only changed the core to contain the properties of dragon glass, but it also acted as a binding between the core and the wood in a way that was not there before. A small flame appeared at the tip of my wand, giving off a soft warmth, before the fire slowly took the shape of a small dragon, giving a soundless cry. 4 months is a long time for MC to come up with new stuff, so this chapter is a bit more exposition heavy than I would like. Potions will become more and more prevalent, now that there is a base potion that would work. Dragon glass has special magical properties that are going to be more completely explored later. Since I needed to search online to remind myself that cabbage juice is a good pH indicator, Wandbearer does not get that, so his plans for future experiments are on hold. Of course, it does not mean he does not have emergency healing potions. Even if they leave chemical burns, they will prevent a person from bleeding out. He might just let Qyburn live longer if he knows the tricks to help him though. In other news, Magic Boy invents magic batteries. Will it explode in his face? Some considerations of politics and Dany's education, some not so ethical experimentation on animals and people. Wandbearer, being a Tolkien fanboy, names his dog after the best boy. That brings to question, does the name of an animal affect their fate, like the case with Stark dire wolves? To those who were complaining about the wand being too simple, you were always right, but I did not want to spoil that the original wand was always incomplete, though I heavily hinted that it was limited. It lacked the source of fire to actually provide the power in a way, and some of you correctly guessed the need to integrate obsidian to the wand. This version, containing dragon glass, was always what I planned for, but the starting point had to be somewhere, which is the case for most innovation. You keep building on top of your previous work, and that is exactly what Wandbearer is doing. It also makes wand lore a bit different from Harry Potter for all we know, making it closer to Wicca practices and other works that had magical foci with magic stones, like Star Wars. In terms of using divination while creating/upgrading the wand, I had added hints that there was something mystical happening, which fits with the canon verse. Dany hatching the dragon egg seemed to have some form of a force guiding her through it, and it made sense for Wandbearer to be guided as well. The point is, Wandbearer has also noticed his instincts, and he will definitely develop it over time. Thought that is for the next chapter. Foresight and preparation. I thumbed the amulet around my neck while listening to Tycho Nestoris drone on and on about how stupid my newest idea was. I decided to cycle through the animals I had connection with, including Huon, who had decided that he liked Dany more than me, something about belly scratches that I did not bother to decipher from dog thoughts. It enabled me to keep an eye on her at least, and no one really dared to cross a large dog in Sugar Rush. While the combination of Nightwood and Weirwood blocked souls from passing, it was still not a perfect method. A few drops of blood, first tested with the blood of a rat that I was skin changing into, and then mine own, showed that the protection granted by the amulet was less complete and more limited to select few. I was able to pass through the ungraded amulet, as my own blood provided me with a one-sided passage through the spiritual shield. I have predicted that the winter would come around this time, have I not, Tycho? I asked the banker, who had the inexplicit urge to shut up. You have, stated Tycho with a nod. And if I say sell all the wood, because this winter will last around a year, what would a sane person do, Tycho? I asked once more. I enjoyed bullying bankers, they were so easy to lead around when they thought you magic was without reproach. So we sell the wood. Nodded Tycho, and I could almost see the glimmer of golden coins in his eyes. That does not explain why we need to buy more wood. I paused, before sighing. I sent a glare at Sir Richard. The Night's Watch sits next to the largest source of lumber in Westeros, I explained, lumber that Bravos can use to expand their fleet. And we need the fleet because Iron Islands will rebel, repeated Tycho, not sounding like he was believing it. Granted, the entire plan of supplying Night's Watch with coin in exchange for wood was something I came up with at the insistence of Sir Richard. Apparently, the Knight still thought that we should do something and would not stop pestering me until I came up with this harebrained scheme. On paper, it had come from the fact that Jon Snow had borrowed from the Iron Bank in the books. I was going through some thought experiments on how such a debt could be paid when I recalled that the haunted forest was overgrown and Bravos always looked for more lumber. Honestly, my main purpose was to get in touch with Maester Aemon and give him a forewarning. The trick was to write in High Valyrian and hope that Aemon's assistants did not know High Valyrian glyphs, because I was sure that they were either spies or up to no good. Politically, I did not have much power, but my more useless knowledge, like when winter will come and how long it will last, along with the Ironborn rebellion, made for solid points to leverage the fact that I was a reliable source of information. That was the only way I could get the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to listen to my warning about White Walkers and have them start carrying dragon glass weapons when ranging north of the wall. Selling information that no one could acquire without magic granted me a soft power that I could use in the future. Giving up on knowledge that I had no use for in exchange for a few favors was worth it, and it also fucked with the naval power balance in the Narrow Sea, which was a good thing because remaining free cities were Slavers and fuck Westeros. Tycho did not seem enthused with being forced to go to the wall to arrange for the deal, but he would do his job and make us both richer. I am also going to need an invitation to the ball for the uncloaking this year, I said, mentioning the ball that Sea Lord arranged every year. I had missed the last year, having been working on not dying at the time. It was meant to be a time to approach other people of import and network, and I desperately needed to get more people to my side. Who are you? I asked the woman who was sitting in the living room, with Sir Willem on his chair, while Lana was chatting with said woman. I am Inna, said the woman, turning to look at me with her single eye, the other one covered by an eye patch. I have seen you in my visions, Viserys Targaryen. She is a friend of Mama, explained Lana, with a smile on her face, happy at seeing someone familiar. You are from the Happy Port? Asked Sir Richard, gaining a glare from me. Nessa, take Dany and Lana to the other room. I believe that we will need some privacy. Yes, Milord, bowed Nessa, before doing as she was ordered, while I carefully took out my new wand, ready for any fight, only to get confused with what came next. I have seen you for months, a WIRM without wings, golden and white and wreathed in shadows, and before the WIRM a hooded man, holding a staff with one eye with the fire of the sun in his one eye, said Inna, pointing at me with her bony fingers. So the woman could see things, which made sense. The missing eye sort of indicated some connection to magic, as was the case for Bloodraven, Euron Greyjoy and even the likes of Aemond One Eye. While unexpected, the seer was not that hard to decipher, at least for me. The gold and white WIRM was no doubt a representation of Viserys, the dragon to whom I was fated to be bound to. I was all but certain that the death that paid for the cream and gold dragon was Viserys, the day I would be crowned with molten gold. The shadows made sense mostly because it was what I was wearing most of the time, but I was also slowly using shadows to get stronger, using the bloodful candles. The last depiction was weird, but I could interpret the idea behind it. A hooded man probably alluded to my connection to faceless men and death, while the staff was a good representation of the wand I held. Then there was the last part. The fire of the sun was a funny way of describing me, mostly because it made sense in a way if you understood High Valyrian. In High Valyrian, the sun was Vizunka while I knew that fire was Perses. If you took into consideration that dragon fire was Dracarys, then the closest thing to sunfire in High Valyrian would be Viserys, or if one applied the Westerosi dialect to soften it, Viserys. Which brought my mind to the political bootlicking that the Greens must have been doing by naming Aegon the Usurper's dragon after the king at the time, given sunfire may have literally been referred to as Viserys, or it was all a coincidence and I was slowly losing my mind in boredom without any modern entertainment or enough books. You vanished from my sight a fortnight ago, said Inna, sounding bewildered. I thought something bad had happened to the girl and sought her out. I suppressed a smirk. While I knew that the amulet would work as intended, getting independent confirmation always made me glad. Not the mother? I asked, curious. The situation with Lana was one that I had no idea how to handle. Sure, the girl stayed with us and I had offered her my protection, but I knew where her mother was, and worst of all, I knew that Lana would have eventually wound up working in the same place. That suggested that the owner of the brothel may have some interest in recovering the girl. The mother is dead, said Inna, with finality. The man who took the girl also killed her. Shadows ripped her like nothing I have seen before. It was why no one else did anything else, and the next morning, it was as though all of them forgot Tisha ever lived there. You contacted the faceless men, I guessed, not reacting to the confirmation that Lana's mother was Tisha. Inna only nodded at my guess. The one who took her is dead, burned himself with wildfire. I am providing her with protection and I have no intention of letting her be forced into your line of work. The gift is strong in me, said Inna with a nervous look, strong enough that I can tell the fortune of a man with a drop of their blood. After the girl was taken, I drank a bit of blood I kept of those close to me. I saw you for the first time then and felt what the girl felt upon meeting you. I know the girl will be safe, and I only sought her through visions after you became unseen to my sights. If there is anything I can do for you, she said, leaning forward. While I appreciate the offer, lady, I am 2 and 10, I deadpanned. While the idea of sex was something I had considered, my body was not really there yet, and I did not like the idea of laying with a whore out of fear that I might catch something. I would however appreciate the trick to telling someone's fortune, if you would be willing to share your experiences with me. What followed was a 3-hour discussion on blood magic and its use in divination, along with a promise to keep the woman up to date on Lana in exchange for news brought from the ships. It would let me keep a closer eye on the events around the world, as I was sure my foreknowledge would start to butterfly away soon. Heads, I called out before the wooden coin landed on heads. I have been practicing divination using a rather complex method based on what I learned. The one-eyed Magi, Inna, was rather open about how her gift worked, especially after I proved to her that I understood what she was going. I recalled that there was another in Westerlands who gave a prophecy to Cersei, so I knew that you did not need to lose an eye to see the future, which was good because I was not giving up an eye unless it was for phenomenal cosmic power, or the equivalent. An offhanded comment from Sir Willem about how it may come in handy to invest in ships undertaking voyages, and here we were, spending the ride back to Bravos from the ranch with Sir Richard flipping a coin and me predicting the outcome before he flicked. The ship idea was nice, and I was not sure if I could get the second round of investment with the Night's Watch back in time. So, here I was preparing to foretell the future of ships, so I could make more money, not so much that it would allow me to match Tywin or the Iron Throne, but enough to make me a major player. Me being, well, me. I spent a week trying to figure out how that trick would be possible, and I had a solid theory that we took to stress testing. The idea was that blood acted as a bridge for the soul. As the soul spent time in the body, any part of the body naturally acted as a vessel for the soul to bind to. The blood was simply a way for the souls to connect, and I already had my wand for that. Normally, using the trick on wood required a form of greensight, and my greensight was not something I knew how to properly develop apart from brute force practice. That being said, practice made perfect, and I had been doing this daily for the last 3 months now. It required a drop of blood from me to the wood, but I could get a glimpse at the future of a piece of wood. That was the 100th time, Your Grace, in a row, called Sir Richard, causing me to sigh and rub my forehead. If I got an aneurysm from this, I was going to curse someone, right after I figure out how to actually cast a curse. It took a while, but I was finally getting some consistent results with divination and greensight at the cost of some headaches. Now, to see if I could scale it to the wood that make the ships and gamble on it with some real money. Bullshit, you cannot tell the future, said someone as our horses came to a stop before a roadblock. The 2 men who were standing on the road looked like they were living in the wild, which was not far from the truth from what I could gather. The one who spoke had a scar over his nose and a mean look, while the one next to him held a rather bent-okaying metal mace that had seen some use. He did say you would be waiting for us, countered Sir Richard with a smirk, putting on his helmet and lowering the spear that he was carrying. The other man took a step back, showing fear. Batman was right, criminals were a superstitious lot. I turned my head around, eyeing the other 2 that were standing behind us, though they felt more afraid than wanted to harm us. Did we ride here on purpose to get the attention of these brigands? We did. I had gotten enough botched images from the wooden coin, along with other visions through pyromancy, that I knew we would be set upon by brigands, so Sir Richard and I had set off earlier to get the prop heist event over with, to make sure Dany was not in any danger as we got rid of these pests. Is this the part where you rob us? I asked innocently, my slasher smile breaking the illusion, while my wand was already in my hand, a new enchantment preventing people from noticing the wand as anything important, making them ignore the glow at the tip of it when I pushed my soul through the magical focus. I am thinking you saw us coming, said the man holding a rapier. Then you will be fine with giving us your gold and horses. Depends, I said, getting a confused look from the man. How attached are you to your head? I will not ask nicely again, said the man, flourishing the blade. I noticed that he was holding the blade with competence. Before he could lounge, my wand was out and a crescent of flame slashed through the air before the head of the man rolled onto the floor. By the time I was done with the one who seemed to be in charge, Sir Richard had already gone through the other one in the front. The ones behind us took one look at the result and dropped their weapons and got on their knees, probably figuring out that running would not work. Mercy? Asked the man, before I sent 2 spells that caused the remaining 2 men get suspended in the air with a muttering of Levi Corpus. It was one of the newer spells I was working on, and the newest update to my wand seemed to improve the quality of my spells. I was still not sure how it worked, but I could almost see the shimmer of a rope lifting the 2 men by their legs. We meant no harm to you, we only wanted to feed our family. I made eye contact with the 2, confirming that they did say the truth. Sir Richard was still standing next to me, on the horse, ready to cut both down. What is your name? Asked Sir Richard, getting a nod from me. Wat, said the one on the left. Wat, said the one on the right. Both of you are named Wat? Asked Sir Richard, causing me to snort. Don't tell me you 2 are brothers, I said in amusement. We are not brothers. I swear, said one of the men, now panicking. It is winter. I needed coin to feed me mum, Wat needed to feed his sister. Met those 2 at a tavern last night and they roped us into this, honest. They are lying. Said Sir Richard. They sound Westerosi, maybe spies. We are, from Guldsdone, both of us, said the Wat on the right. If they are lying, they are better at lying than faceless men. I countered, what are you lot doing here of all places? Ran from Guldsdone before the siege, said the Wat on the left. Heard horror stories of what Lord Arryn did there. I raised an eyebrow. The only event where Jon Arryn would have done something to Guldsdone was during Robert's rebellion. I was not sure what happened, but I knew that Guldsdone was Targaryen loyalist and the first major siege was the siege of Guldsdone where Jon Arryn had attacked the port city. I was not sure of the details, but it did not sound like the results were good for the small folk. That being said, these 2 sounded like they were either spies or a cosmic joke upon me. Holding the coin in my hand, do you 2 know what this means? That be those 2-faced priests' coin. Said the Wat on the right, causing me to sigh. Those 2-faced priests are known as the Faceless Men, I explained with a sigh. Please tell me you know what that is. That means we do not want to fuck with you, my lord, said the smarter one. Well, at least you are quick, I said, an idea forming in my head. I looked at Sir Richard with a raised eyebrow. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Groaned Sir Richard, protesting. This is a horrible idea, they are brigands. Starvation makes men do desperate things, same as the need to feed their family, I countered, as I was familiar with the concept, having risked my own soul for magic. Their minds were simple enough that I could check if they lied. You two are looking for coin to feed your family, is that correct? The two echoed, the truth. Have you hurt anyone before? I asked, as that may lead to trouble. Nay. The two echoed, the truth. Beg your pardon, my lord, who are you? Asked the Wat on the right. You stand before Prince Viserys Targaryen, announced Sir Richard. Me mum always said I was born under a lucky star. Said the Wat on the right with a grin on his face. Fuck, please don't burn us your grace. Begged the Wat on the left, cursing his luck. I in turn cursed the memory of Ares. Do you two wish to work for me? I asked with a smile in turn. Your families get a warm home and food, along with coin throughout winter. The two looked at each other with the exact opposite looks. Sir Richard decided to take a swing from his wineskin, probably tired of Targaryen bullshit. I did need some more men-at-arms, but I was not going to complain about them. I dropped the two down to the ground, and they stumbled onto their knees. Beg your pardon, your grace, but I swear I thought one of your eyes was white a moment ago, said the Wat on the right. What? I asked in response, confused. This chapter is for those who wanted more plotting for future gains. I should stop reading Dr. Seuss. The puns were too much and the reference to Dunk and Egg was unavoidable. Someone said. Why doesn't Viserys use divination to predict successful trading voyages/expeditions/ventures then invest in them to make bank? After all, being stupid stinking rich opens a lot of doors and allows for a great deal more options in the future. First of, thank you for the suggestion about predicting sea voyages as an investment source. He had been considering using divination to Munchkin investments, the problem was that he did not know how to do it. The problem is, greensight is a tricky thing and even the process of Bran getting it is sort of questionable with the theories of how cold hands may have passed off bodies of some of the deserters from Night's Watch as pork and the infamous Hojan Pass theory. I am not saying that Bran specifically ate other people to get greensight, but it may be a long and drawn-out ritualistic process, closer to shamanism than anything else. Viserys has been experimenting with enough different approaches and has enough partial knowledge that something sticks and allows him access to the way trees perceive time. The problem, however, is that he does not have werewoods with faces to train, so the results he gets are iffy. The logic he goes with is that since ships are made of wood, they can therefore be used for divination. He is willing to make a bet for now, though he is still wary of divination as a sane-ish person. The idea that most Targaryens have some sort of divination ability is canon, and it is interesting that Viserys in the books claim that there are assassins after them, but none seem to have managed to catch up until they are in the middle of the Dothraki Sea, and Viserys did not have any control over Dany anymore. Even if Robert essentially admitted that he did not send assassins after the Targaryen children due to Jon Arryn's influence, that does not really mean Tywin or others did not send assassins or some opportunist did not try their chance. Viserys may have had an excellent divination-based danger sense that kept him one step ahead of those who would kill them. This sort of fits with his rather hysterical state in V's Dothrak, as he may have felt that his time was running out, like a caged animal, or he may have just been delusional. One-eyed Odin symbolism was always there, because pouring your soul out means there is no one in the windows, so to speak. Uncloaking. 288 AC. Left, said Dany giggling. Now it is the right, she added with a clap, amused at the show I was putting for her. It had been weeks since I recruited Wat and Wat to work for me, and all I could pull off was a party trick. As it turned out, I lost the color in one of my eyes whenever I cast a spell, an effect that I was sure was tied to my soul pouring out of my body. The fact that I lost the depth perception should have been pretty obvious. I was often more focused on the spells themselves. The show had skin changers gain cloudy eyes, though the books never mentioned that as a physical effect, even if it made sense given that eyes were said to be the window to the soul. With a bit of practice, I could control which eye got clouded when casting a spell, something that I had Dany help with, mostly as an excuse to spend time with her and teach her to see past magical influences, just in case. I was not training her in anything overtly magical until she was old enough, at least around 10, but this was a trick that would help her in the future. Speaking of my newest recruits. Wat and Wat were. Gods, this is confusing, I thought before deciding to follow the wisdom of my elders. Taking a book from Olenna Tyrell, the lefty and right were physically not impressive in any way or form. They looked similar with brown hair and brown eyes. Their features were not really impressive, and compared to me or Dany, they could simply blend into the background when not talking. That being said, both had their distinct advantages. The Wat, the one with common sense, as that was the best way to distinguish between the two, was simply dubbed Lefty. He had a sharp mind and worked hard enough to impress Sir Willem. He was the brains of the two. He was also smart enough to understand that I had some sort of magic and I was dangerous, and the best way to not be on my path of destruction was to stand with me. The Wat, the one without common sense, was dubbed Righty. He was also possibly the only person I met who could see through whatever perception field that prevented others from noticing that one of my eyes lost its color when I was casting magic. The only problem was that he did not have any ounce of cunning, even if I would not call him simple-minded in any way. That being said, he may have some magic, so my curiosity meant that I would let them work for me. Constant use of surface-level legilimency on them and their families was a necessary evil. The two knew each other from childhood, and some of the events that Rai managed to get out of suggested that he must have some form of magic. The fact that he was the reason they decided to visit relatives nearly a week's journey away from Guldsdone just before the siege of Guldsdone at the start of Robert's rebellion suggested either that he could use divination, or something guided them, options that I never found a way to distinguish. I knew that there had been some sort of a war, though I had thought Jonaran would have prevented certain acts, a belief that seemed to be proven wrong, given that he had stood by after what Lannisters did to Elia and her children. The Watts have returned to learn both their fathers, fortunately not named Watt, had been conscripted into the city defense, dying in the siege. Given that everything they owned was also gone, taken, or burned, they had nothing keeping them in Guldsdone. It was different, seeing the experiences of common folk when the High Lords played their games, even when the ones who supposedly have honor. With only their lives, they had decided to risk coming to Bravus, knowing that they would certainly die in Guldsdone come winter, and deciding to risk it in a place untouched by the war and did not allow slavery. The rest of their story was simple: failing to get jobs to feed their families, the coming of winter, and the two had ended up being dragged in with the bandits. While they were not innocent by any measure, beggars could not be choosers and all that. The other two men Sir Richard and I had gotten rid of through cremation, their souls bound to 2 pieces of dragon glass during the burning. It was not the most direct way of soul binding, but the method that I reverse-engineered from what I knew about White Walkers and inspired by the soul gems of Skyrim had me develop the most efficient method of storing souls for later use that I could find out. Granted, I did not actually explain that I trapped the souls of the dead men into a piece of dragon glass. While they were afraid of my use of fire to cut a man's head off, the end result was close enough to what a normal person with a sword could do, and I did not wish to actually scare the shit out of my new man by threatening their immortal souls. They did not have any intention of betraying me. Their thoughts were influenced by the blame they held against Jonaran and all the lords who rebelled, a desperation to live in a belief that running into me was the will of the gods. My decision to recruit them was mostly a reaction to my want to avoid more killing, an act that I did not enjoy even if I could do it if it was needed. The comment that Wright made was the final nail in the coffin, as I have been trying to figure out what was wrong with my way of thinking that made me overlook dragon glass as a way to explore magic. Wright's ability to see through illusions was simply fascinating, as he was able to see past anything that was not actually physically real, an ability that took me active control to use. In hindsight, it made sense that there were people with certain affinities out there, outside the limitations of specific families. Given that Wright were from the Vale, I could only guess that Watt was somehow related to House Royce in some way, as that was the closest family with magic to Guldsdone, but I was not sure if it was just luck of the draw or genetics or something random that I did not know about. My knowledge about bloodlines and the actual effect they had on those who could wield magic was severely limited and heavily biased by the fact that known records only included noble families and not peasants who had the ability to shoot fireballs out of their arses. For now, the two provided a bit more security to the girls while Sir Willem and I played the court politics, occasionally with Sir Richard acting as my sworn shield. While they were not really competent in terms of fighting skill, it was fascinating seeing Sir Willem whip the two into shape while also teaching me how to command and train men. Enough playing around, get back to the spar, barked Sir Willem, causing me to sigh. This was the punishment I got for forcing the two to work for us, as said training of recruits was mostly done by having the two face me. I put on the padded cap, tying it securely before putting on my helmet. A moment later, I was in the bailey, a shield strapped to my left arm and a sword in my right. I blocked the strike with my shield, moving to keep one of them in front of the other to prevent them from rushing me at once, as I slowly took apart their styles with fast jabs, stabs, and tight slashes that came from combining water dancing and the traditional Westerosi style. Of the Westerosi styles of fencing, Sir Willem had taught me a relative mix of different approaches, having experienced all types of styles in King's Landing, while Sir Richard has been showing me the distinct Stormlander style, which I could identify as a close relative of the German longsword fencing methods with the distinctive use of thumb grip. My knowledge of HEMA from my old life was limited to a few concepts and half-remembered videos I watched. It was not much, but combined with the instructions of Sir Willem and Sirio, I was competent when faced with untrained masses. Given that the only two that I often sparred against before the Watts were a trained knight with battle experience and the man who was charged with representing the Sea Lord in a duel, my perception of myself was limited. When facing Watt and Watt at the same time, my training seemed to show even if I had to use a bit of magic to match them physically. Even if I knew that I was tall for a 12-year-old, the two were stronger than me without magic. The small trick I used to make myself stronger and faster seemed to be the only thing keeping the two fully grown men from beating me in a fight, but it also allowed me to get more practice with the method. It allowed me to go toe-to-toe against the two, even if victory was not always a guarantee. Sure, the two were not even trained properly and I was essentially spending every day for the 3 years working myself to the bone when not playing around with magic or hanging out with Dany, but I had an excuse to be proud of myself, until I watched Sir Richard not even break a sweat as he dismantled the two over 15 minutes. I was competent, but I think I would rather use magic if it came down to it, mostly because I was far more deadly that way. Any duel or sword fight would be delegated to last resort and on occasions that I was sure to win. Having more minions to act as guards at home helped ease my mind, especially when it came to the largest party of the year in Bravus and I had to mingle with the aristocracy. I still had Huan watch over Dani and Lana, but the two new men at arms, bearing amulets of protection that I had made and secretly attuned to myself with a drop of blood each, made for decent enough guards while I was not there. Any person with magic, like the alchemist, would not see them coming, and whatever bullshit ability Righty had would allow them to see through the illusions, as I had also linked the amulets to his blood, in case his magic worked similar to what I suspected with divination. Anything without magic, Huan could handle, or at least give an early warning to me, and Nessa knew where the emergency potions were hidden that could melt a knight through his armor, while I could rip their minds to shreds even from this distance. One of the many tricks I was able to figure out with my wand, the dragon glass acting similar to how I would expect a glass candle to work. Hence why we had a chance to go out and mingle without too much worry. Sure, every 5 minutes or so I blinked longer than usual, as a way to hide the fact that I was keeping an eye on my sister, but that was still a proper level of paranoia. The uncloaking of Othero, it was the largest festival in Bravus where who is who got into all types of shenanigans, hidden behind their masks. If I were a betting man, I would guess at least one orgy was taking place during the 10-day festivities, and given what I learned from Ina, most of the brothels were overworked. The mask on my face was not what I would call a functional mask. It was relatively easy to discern my true identity, yet elaborate and looking sufficiently rich enough to give the illusion of power. The fact that the man who sold it had named the mask Wizard meant I just had to buy it. Apparently, each mask had an identity that made it easier for people to distinguish each other, often linked to their positions and power. In the end, like every social event, the uncloaking was also another chance for the rich to make connections, plot things, and stab each other in the back. In other words, the perfect opportunity to get people to support me, on paper anyways. While my intentions for Westeros were to not step foot in that hellhole until I could figure out the killing curse and fiend fire along with magically binding contracts that would rip off the souls of those who violated the terms, I still had to give the image of trying while allowing me to get some more resources for my research. This entire event was meant for me to get the Sea Lord to allow me access to some of the rarer books he had access to, and the fucker was avoiding me. Next person to insult my family in conjunction with Valyrians, I am going to break their mind and make them worse than hotter, I mentally scowled, undoing the top button of my collar as I stepped out, letting the cooling air hit my face. Sure, insult Ares to your heart's content, but insult my mother and I will make sure you live the rest of your life as a newt, or at least thinking you are one. I could probably figure out a way to switch the souls of a human and a newt, pretty sure Mirai pulled it off with Drogo and his horse, which made me consider the Magi one of my favorite people for that fact alone. My mind turned back to the feast as it were. The subtle mockery of my exile was permissible, but the hidden racism along with whatever perceived power they thought they had over me and mine, was just grating on my nerves after 10 days of it. It was not hard to recognize who I was. The silver blonde hair was an obvious tell with the eyes, along with the short height suggesting my age. I sighed, once more regretting the fact that I could have done something much more productive during these 10 days. There were magic experiments to test, spells to perfect, artifacts to make, and cauldrons to blow up. Weeks have gone and my mind was still more focused on the fact that one of my eyes dimmed whenever I was apparently casting magic. It was not what I had expected, though it was definitely not a surprise after I learned of the physical effect of magic. The fact that no one else in the know, which included Sirs Willem and Richard, Nessa, or even to a degree Lana or Dani noticed it before what was interesting. Even I only noticed it after my newest minion had pointed it out and I actually looked into a mirror with my third eye open. I was not sure if Watt had magic or not, but it was more interesting than the waxed rhetoric about Bravus being superior to those Westerosi savages. While I agreed with the sentiment, they also included me in that insult, so I should be justified in giving them permanent constipation or something equally petty. Unfortunately, I was still a novice in the art of permanently causing someone minor annoyance. Cutting off limbs, sure, I could get that done, minor jinxes or hexes, still a definite work in progress. You sigh like someone tired of other people, said the sultry voice, causing me to turn around from the view of the city and come face to face with, wow. The girl had a smooth caramel skin and black eyes. She was slightly taller than me, though I could see that it was the way her shoes were made that achieved such effect. Her age was hard to distinguish other than young, maybe a teenager, given that it was hidden behind an opulent mask made from mother of pearl. The next thing I noticed was the smell of vanilla with a hint of lilacs. My eyes roamed to her dress, midnight black with jewels, the cut made to amplify her developing curves and make her breasts look larger, augmenting her petite figure. It was the other effect that I noticed, however. The candles around her seemed to have a greater glow, framing her in a halo of light that made her hard to ignore. I blinked a few times, before pulling my entire soul back into my own body. Immediately, everything sharpened to a focus it did not have a moment before, my mind clear and focused, chasing away whatever effect that was happening. My eyes checked her neck, looking for a choker like the ones red priestesses might have used, finding nothing. Nope, Her allure had something magical, to a degree, but it did not seem to be based on an item. I could still feel something off, something that pressed into my mind that this person was worth noticing. Nonsense, just prefer the company of those with mediocre crumb of wit in their insults, I retorted without thinking, ignoring the snicker behind me from Richard, behind his full helm. You hear one insult about dragons, you hear them all. The giggle made me feel lightheaded, before I clamped down on my occlumency, forcing my mind to clear itself. Going through puberty a second time was already a nightmare before this girl used whatever magic to stoke it. My, how honest. She purred, a bit overacting in my opinion. It is refreshing really, all everyone does is wax poetic about themselves or what they see, said the girl who sounded closer to a teenager. Here is to hope you will not find my wit as dull as others. Maybe they are incapable of breaking out of whatever spell you place them on, I responded, half teasing. The questioning look was a surprise, making me smirk at something I noticed before the girl before me. A casual surface scan showed she did not have any intent to harm me or have any idea what I actually meant, though she was still curious. Anything more was too deep for me to dredge out of her mind without force. Fascinating, not even realizing what you are doing to those poor sops, I thought to myself before asking. I must however ask, what such a lovely lady is doing, unaccompanied and alone. My companion, unfortunately, was dull and he may have passed out somewhere in the room. Having heard rumors, I decided to seek out this prince I heard the rumors of, but you will have to do, I suppose, said the girl with a sultry voice. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, as my hand rested on the wand hidden under my sleeve and I could see through the eyes of the bird across the street that Sir Richard had a hand on his sword. My instincts told me that she herself was not a danger to me, the legilimency probe supported those instincts and I had used enough divination to know I was in no danger in the Sea Lord's palace for this night, at least nothing planned. Given that this was Planitos, and there was no party without a few deaths, my paranoia was justified with Red Wedding and all the other weddings and feasts where people dropped like butterflies. A hand sign had Sir Richard returned to his initial pose of disinterest. What sort of rumors? I asked with a smirk, my right hand hovering over my wand still. She leaned in, with a conspiratorial whisper. Oh. I heard that there is the exiled Prince of Westeros would attend and I just had to meet him, you see. He does not go out in public much and I heard so many things about him. Is that wise? I asked, not really expecting people to gossip about me, though it did sort of make sense, given my family. He may be shunning the public because he is scarred, or possibly malformed, it may be why he hides behind a mask. I heard he was a sorcerer who treats with demons and sacrifices children, or so some whisper, she said, playing along. I did not get anything but curiosity from the girl, and she seemed more amused than intent to kill. What do you think? I asked with a smirk. I considered that bit of rumor, filing it away under important for later. I seemed to have more enemies than I thought, given the rumors they are spreading. It sounded like something Septons from the September beyond the sea might spread, though for whose behest was a question for later. There was also the chance that the servants gossiped and revealed my hobbies without intending to. Given that most of them only knew bits and pieces, it made sense, though hiding a pot of weirwood growing in the courtyard of the mansion that needed regular deposits of pig's blood was hard to justify as anything but magic. Whatever it was, I would have to handle it later. Suppressing such rumors had a nasty habit of acting as a confirmation for those who would wish to use it, though if it got to the ear of the spider, I might have to increase the security, as I knew the hate Varys had for magic, or at least the hate he claimed to have. I think men lack the wit to insult properly, she echoed, my mind returning from the thought to the present, a smirk appearing on my face. She presenting her hand before whispering until we are unmasked, dear stranger, you may call me Pearl, her mask catching the glint of the lamps. Amusement danced in her eyes, the color of chocolate. It also explained why she found the comment about insulting dragons amusing, she was descended from one. The Black Pearl, possibly the only contact outside of the Iron Bank and Sea Lord in Bravos that would in some shape or form hold any sympathy for my family, was someone that I had wanted to meet. Not just for familial connections but because the courtesans of Bravos were an interesting organization that I needed to learn more of. They were as general far beyond the whores in Westeros, being independently wealthy, highly educated and extremely politically connected. There was more to sleeping with men that the courtesans did, as they held a more celebrity-like status, holding political influence, having playwrights stumble over each other to write plays that were specifically for a specific courtesan or even have stupid bravos fighting in the streets with a look alone. Just the sheer influence and contacts Black Pearl would provide was reason enough to get in contact with her, though my age and lack of resources made it an uphill battle. And now here she was, getting in contact with me out of curiosity. I could use it. In that case, you may call me Wizard, my lovely lady, I said, bowing with a flourish as was common in Bravos and taking the offered hand and bringing it close to my lips. I had to say that the girl before me was much more pleasant company than the haughty idiots I had to deal with for the last week and a half, as I found this dance of words almost refreshing, before the girl almost dragged me to the literal dance floor. "So, are you a wizard with magic powers?" whispered Pearl, pressing herself to me. "You may say so, how about a trade?" I asked, having observed the girl long enough to notice the effect she had around her. "What can poor old me trade for such secrets?" pouted Pearl, pulling herself dangerously close to me. I had to clamp down at whatever instincts that seemed to have surfaced in her presence. It was weird, the effect I was feeling was not normal from my experiences. Other women did not bring out that much desire, and I was sure that it had something magical linked to it. Was this the effect Targaryens had that made them attracted to each other? Was this her desire to be the center of attention bringing out emotions in men? The closest thing I could compare it to be would be the Vila allure from the Harry Potter books. "You tell me how you think you are making light stronger around you, and I will tell you how you actually do it," I suggested, guessing that the effect was tied to the effect she had on minds of others. Arya would describe this woman before me as so lovely that the lamps seemed to burn brighter when she passed. A simple description that did not do justice to the actual effect she had on flames around her, an effect that a part of me had tried to dismiss, though experience allowed me to push through whatever influence was making me not notice effects with obvious magic. The light compulsion to disregard every bit of magic was something that I had noticed significantly after Watt had pointed out the shift in my eye color when casting magic, and now, I was able to push through it with ease, having braced myself for it. "Whatever do you mean?" asked Pearl, trying to look innocent. "The fact that the lights flickered with her blinking." My hand brushed the wand attached to my belt, followed by a mental push to those in the room to ignore what I was about to do, a more overt effect to the compulsion to ignore magic that I have recently played around with. I pushed to the flames, causing them to grow dimmer first before making the one closer to her line of sight jump with a thought, matching the beat of the drums, all with a glare to one of the candles that lit the room. I did not even need a wand to do that trick anymore. "Ha, eat your heart out, Dumbledore, you are not the only two-bit hack who can pull such a trick off." "That is what I mean," I said with a smirk, while Pearl looked genuinely taken aback by what I could do. Did I overplay my hand? I so rarely got to show off, what with the Watts having stopped reacting to weird things I got up to with magic. I suppose it was hard to top waving a stick and cutting a man's head off with a blade of fire, or that was how they described my latest cutting curse. Me revealing or rather confirming my abilities was a risk I had to take. The effect she had on other people was something I needed to learn, and the potential alliance was worth revealing something that everyone else would have hard time believing. A surface scan of her mind showed that she was surprised, curious, slightly afraid and aroused by the display. Magic had that effect on most Targaryens, it would seem, or it was the potential power a person might wield with magic. I did not know. A smirk appeared on Pearl's lips, before she leaned in, her body pressing into mine. "A true wizard indeed," she whispered in her sultry voice. "Whatever shall I do?" she asked, her eyes holding a glint of interest. "Here I thought those poets were being fancy when they said my presence made flames burn brighter," whispered Pearl into my ear, her breath tickling my skin. "You are doing it on purpose though, unlike me. Where did you learn it?" "On my own," I stated, bragging just a little bit, which was not even incorrect. Controlling flames were the next logical step to flame divination, and I knew it was possible, which was half the battle. But it is not even the most intriguing part about you, my dear Pearl. You are making people notice you by your every breath, not even noticing it. No wonder man think you are dangerous," said Pearl before someone shouted, interrupting her. "There you are, I was looking all around for you," the man said, his words slurring and his stumbling testament to his intoxication. I briefly wondered about whichever god was throwing clichés in my direction. "This is the part where he insults one of us and grabs you," I whispered, loud enough for Pearl to hear. Pearl snorted at my comment, causing the said man to do exactly that. "Who do you think you are?" the man said, pushing me back with a finger, which I simply "She came with me," he said before making a grab for Pearl's arm, which was still over my shoulders. A mental push to those around us made them ignore the three of us before I snapped the hand that was reaching Pearl. Turning and looking the drunk man straight in the eye. "You want to go back home, sleep off the hangover and rethink how you treat a lady," I stated, pushing my entire mind behind the compulsion. The man, or rather the boy, really, given he could not be anything but a teenager, turned around, stumbling out of the ballroom. His mind lacking the inhibitions to resist my commands. "How did you do that?" asked Pearl, making me smile cryptically. "I suppose the same way you make people notice you," I said with a hint of amusement at the revealed look Pearl had. "That was the nephew of the Sea Lord," she whispered. "I was to accompany him during the ball as a favor to him." "He sounded like a drunkard," I said, having not been impressed. "And a bore," said Pearl in a bored tone, "if I have to hear another boast about the size of his ship." I snorted, causing Pearl to giggle as well. "I suppose I owe you my gratitude for not causing bloodshed." "I am sure the Sea Lord would also appreciate it," said Pearl, linking her arm with mine and guiding us back to the balcony. "Oh, there would not have been much blood," I said, my words causing her to gulp. If she was aroused by power, I could definitely show her how much power I could truly wield. though he would spend some time thinking himself a newt, but no blood. Pearl seemed to have found it amusing, utterly comfortable with magic. The crowd rippled in excitement. "Oh! I love this part," she said in excitement. The countdown reminded me of the New Year celebrations in my old life, a nostalgic feeling as the Titan of Bravos roared, announcing the end of the celebration and signaling the uncloaking. "Belgier Otheries," she introduced herself with an amused look, having taken off her mask. She was young, younger than I would have thought, though still a few years older than me from what I could tell. "Viserys Targaryen," I responded with a bow, flourishing my mask like a hat, my exaggeration eliciting a giggle from the girl who was definitely a teenager closer to my age than an actual adult. "It is an honor to gaze upon the beauty of legendary Black Pearl," I said, with a smirk, causing Belle to giggle before tilting her head and giggling once more. "You know the funny thing, my prince?" asked Belgier, her smirk not leaving her face. "I can see in your eyes that you genuinely think of me to be Black Pearl. Are you not?" I asked, now genuinely confused. "That would be my mother, at least for a few more years more," said Belgier with a self-satisfied smirk, though I am sure she would find the compliment amusing as well. "Please, my friends call me Belle," she added, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You are my friend, are you not, Prince Viserys?" "I suppose it is only fair if you call me Viz," I said with a matching grin. "Such familiarity, my prince, would that be appropriate?" gasped Belle, pushing a bit with her acting. She was good, the way she moved and acted, no wonder the courtesans of Bravos had man wrapped around their finger. "I thought we were friends," I responded, getting a smirk from the girl, before someone screamed. I closed my eyes with a sigh. It would not be a party if someone did not get shanked, it would seem. A mental command had a bird fly to get a better view of what was going on. As I saw the cause for commotion, I saw the crowd separated by armed guards and I noticed the purple cloak of Syrio, which gave me enough knowledge to know that someone important was attacked. There were 2 people on the floor, though everyone was focused on a single one. "Syrio!" I yelled out, moving through the crowd, my wand in my hand enough to provide the field around me that slightly pushed everyone away as I walked. I had not even noticed that Belle had followed, along with Sir Richard, who was ready for a fight. "Let him through," commanded Syrio Forel, his voice harsher than any time I heard him before. "Shit," I said, noticing that the one on the floor bleeding was none other than the Sea Lord himself. The blood was a lot. Enough for someone with experience like Syrio to know the man was going to die. "Can you help him?" asked a woman next to the Sea Lord, putting pressure on the wound. From the color of her skin and the dress that was similar to what Belle was wearing, I could only assume that it was the Black Pearl herself. "I could, probably, maybe." "Boy?" asked Syrio, his eyes darting around. "Me and my fucking bleeding heart," I mentally chided, before getting close. I was not a healer, not a trained one at that. That being said, I did have some first aid training and around a dozen different methods I came up with to use magic for healing, all of them untested on humans. "Keep the pressure until I say so," I ordered, not bothering with niceties. "I need to cauterize the wound, stop the bleeding," I said, though I was not sure I could do it with just my wand. I reached behind my belt, to a custom pouch made from hardened leather. Inside was 2 vials of the prototype healing potion I had, along with the more inert mixtures that would come in handy in a pinch. Just because the damned healing potion would leave acid burns did not mean that they could not be of any use. The main problem was that normally, the potion still took hours to close a cut wound, which meant that I had to improvise. Once ready, I signaled for the woman to take her hands away, pouring the potion into the wound. I could see that the blood was leaking with each heartbeat, suggesting that the wound was either to an artery or something major, a kidney if I had to guess. "Met, he has a spare," I mentally shrugged, before sinking into a calm state of mind, letting my instincts guide me as I held what I was planning in the forefront of my mind. Magic was weird and I already knew that there was a divination-based aspect to every spell I cast, especially in the more ritualistic spells that I needed more than my wand. I pointed my wand and flames engulfed the mixture of potion and blood. Instead of guiding the flames to have a purpose on my own, I pulled it from the potion directly, not dissimilar to how I could pull the concept of fire from dragon glass, a process that I still barely understood. The potion itself held a rather distinct purpose, the way each material helped with healing, making up the parts of the whole that were greater in total, a synergy between materials and the soul bound to the potion. The flames took on that purpose, while I pushed my will into the flames to suppress the less desirable effects, like the way it would burn through flesh, a rather counterintuitive effect for a healing potion. The flames took a green and yellow hue, different from the fluorescent green of wildfire and much closer to the colors found in leaves. I let the spell be guided by the echo of the potion, accelerating the process using raw spell fire. It was technically a spell, but instead of my knowledge or experience, I was letting the potion handle the heavier load of healing, giving this process a more ritualistic bend. The wound slowly closed, knitting in a way that the body itself would heal, only much faster, much faster. I was not still good at understanding the more transformation-based aspects of magic that I was capable of doing, but this was less changing something and more accelerating the natural healing process. Where before, there was a fresh knife wound, now was a bright red line around which was covered with acid burns, an angry red in color, the cost of the potions and magic leaving a rather distinct scar. The Sea Lord was still pale. He lost a lot of blood, I stated, not having thought of anything to address that on me. I could probably make something in a pinch though, before my mind caught up and without casting a spell, my perception returned. We were still surrounded by onlookers, watching behind the perimeter of guards, far enough to not see exact details, but close enough to notice any overt use of magic. He should be good enough to move. I will need to make the watchers forget, I said to Sirio, who understood my need for secrecy. He was observant enough to know that I could do magic, providing some tips and tricks in exchange for learning of ways people could influence minds, so as to not repeat the mess with the alchemist. He did not know the full extent of my skills, but he knew enough to protect himself. Getting up, I reached out to cast another spell, a hand landing over mine that had the wand caused me to snap at the owner, a curse at the tip of my tongue. Let them remember, whispered Belle, causing me to calm down. She was looking at me with eyes glinting. You can use it, she said, probably having overheard my talk with Sirio. I considered it, knowing that someone trained to take on the title of Black Pearl of Bravus would have more experience with PR than I would. I was more focused on keeping things down, but Belle seemed to have some sort of a plot, yet a simple legilimency proved that it was not malicious, politically motivated but not malicious at all. She was cunning enough to know that any rise I might have could come in handy for her, as she banked on me feeling grateful for her help. While I could not care for the plots of other people, Belle was the daughter of the Black Pearl, someone I wanted on my side, not discounting that part of me that wanted to bend her over the nearest flat surface that I had been keeping at bay for the last few hours. From another perspective, I could even see its benefit for me. The Sea Lord being saved by the last scion of the last Dragon Lord of Valeria on the day of uncloaking would send a certain type of message, so I decided to follow her lead. The more overt aspects of magic would be dismissed, a combination of my wand's notice me not enchantment and that passive field that made everyone not notice magic most of the time. Any rumor would easily be dismissed by anyone who held power, though it would still bring attention to me in some way or form. So busy in my thoughts, I did not notice when Sirio stepped next to me. Before whispering, he lost too much blood. The Sea Lord was laid on the closest comfortable-looking surface, pale as bone, while what appeared to be a surgeon had recently come in binding his now healed wound. I have seen men who looked less pale not wake up from their sleep. Unless you have something that can refill the blood he lost. I nodded, understanding what he meant. I cannot guarantee anything, I warned. But I may have a way. While everyone watched over the Sea Lord, I went to the table to the side, which had some plates with food in them. A silver goblet was my choice, as I lacked the bronze cauldron that I normally used. I was still trying to figure out how certain metals used in cauldrons influenced the potions. Bronze was good for anything I could do, giving a feeling of stability and strength which made the resulting potions stronger and less likely to act up, while silver specifically had a strengthening effect on healing potions, though each brew caused the silver itself to darken and lose its luster, which was why I did not often use it when experimenting. Bronze was simply cheaper to replace and far more likely to last for multiple uses. I pulled back my sleeves before reaching into the heart, grabbing a couple of burning logs from the center and throwing them around the silver goblet. Someone gasped behind me, not that I cared, as I prepared the materials. The heat from the logs was low, but the goblet would still be ruined, either way, so nothing was lost. I had never created this specific brew, but the theory was there and it ought to be safe, probably. A backup vial of potion base from my pouch for starters, followed by a sprig of parsley that had decorated one of the plates in the main hall before the raven I had snatched it for me, along with a charred tomato from one of the plates on the table went into the mix. Each material was one I knew to help with blood production, and so they became part of the improvised blood replenishing potion. I took a cup of half-drunk Dornish red, pouring it over my own hand that was covered with the Sea Lord's blood. A few passes with my wand to push my will into the mixture and I had what I wanted. Taking the goblet that now had a deformed base out of the flame. The metal was cool enough that I could hold it. A mental command had the raven I used as a scout land next to me from the rafters. Before taking a sip of the potion I spilled on another cup. Soul density had some influence on how magic affected you, which explained why animals did not live in places with high magic concentrations, lacking magical resistance to survive places like ASOIAF. If the potion had any negative effects, the raven would show it faster, and its mind was close enough to the intelligence of men that I could tell if there was an unseen effect. I said, holding out the goblet and checking that the raven was not dead or a molten puddle or something equally likely. This may help him, but I am not certain that it will not cause something worse. It is made to help with the blood loss. I was banking on any incorrect calculation of acidity that would not hurt anything in his stomach, while the magic would effectively boost the rate of blood production. He will likely die if we do nothing, said Sirio with a shrug, and all man must die. He looked me in the eyes. Not today though, I said, matching the smirk that came on his face. No, not today, said Sirio, taking the goblet from my hands. Over the next 15 minutes, I watched, as the Sea Lord regained some of all the color he had lost, his breathing becoming deeper, his chest moving more clearly. The amount of potion was less than a pint, but even that was apparently strong enough to force his body to produce blood cells at a faster rate. He might still die from blood cancer or something equally likely because of magic, but the Sea Lord would not die today. Impressive, young man, said the woman who was tending the Sea Lord until that moment, having been helping stabilize the Sea Lord. Belonara Otheres. Viserys Targaryen. Belle, I did not know you had a sister, I said with a grin, bringing her knuckles over to my lips. The effect of magic was either on my end or it was hereditary, as I felt lightheaded, the world around this woman blurring before I could pull my mind back and everything snapped into place. Oh my, such a charmer, said the Black Pearl of Bravos, looking at her daughter with a knowing look. And is it Belle already? My daughter is moving fast, isn't she? Not really, he thought I was you at first, so he may just not be thinking clearly at all, responded the daughter, giving me a knowing look. I turned to respond before noticing something strange. Was she, blushing? Flirt with men somewhere else, woman, grunted the surgeon that was now done binding the wound. He turned and looked at us, probably intent on saying more before he stopped and his eyes locked on my face. His face was one that I recognized. You, said the nameless surgeon who had patched me up. It is a small city, I said with a warm smile. Ahem, coughed the surgeon, clearly shaken. Whatever you did helped him, so good job, lad. Not sure what could do it, but it seems to have closed off the cut better than any stitch could. Your recipe, I responded with a cheeky grin, I just improved it. Viserys Targaryen. Of course you bloody are. Terrio Dimitis, court physician, anything else you did to my charge in the process of saving him? Asked the now named Terrio. Just feed him some ash and water mix if he starts feeling stomach ache, I said with a shrug, seeing that the raven who drank the potion first was still alive. He should be fine in a few days of rest. Good, not leave before you attract more trouble, commanded the court physician, giving Sirio a glare. It is time we shall take our leave as well, said Belonara, before leaning down and giving a kiss to the Sea Lord on the lips. The poor man was probably too out of it for it to register, lucky bastard. From the way he treats you, you have met Terrio before? Asked the Black Pearl, amused at our interactions. Let us say that he patched me up after a spot of trouble, I said with a shrug, the scar on my arm choosing that moment to throb, though it was dull enough that I could ignore it. I watched as the Black Pearl rose to her feet with a grace that made me memorize her every move. While I am sure you two would like to spend more time together, I believe that this night has already soured with unpleasantness with drama, said the Black Pearl, ever the picture of grace, despite the blood on her hands that she seemed to ignore. I shall see you later, Prince Viserys Targaryen, and I am sure dear Belle would love that as well. I nodded, not really trusting my voice. A hasty exit was the safest option after what happened. I could feel that both of them were shaken from the violence, not strangers to it, certainly, but still not used to it. Belle looked at me for a moment before leaning in and whispering, until we meet again, my wizard. Before kissing my cheek. I will have to hear more about how I keep you enchanted by my mere presence, she said with a smirk before turning around and leaving. Were you expecting the night to end differently? Asked Sir Richard with a grin, his eyes looking in the same direction as me. Mayhaps with that lady friend of yours. Shut up, Richard, I commanded, getting a snicker in return. I hated that he was right. Given how I already had the intention of getting in contact with the Black Pearl, the mutual attraction would help me. The interest Belgier had shown me was natural for a teenager who was curious about the unknown. I was unsure how to proceed and would have to play it by the ear for now, but an alliance could have many benefits. In the end, I just had to make sure not to be led around by the girl. That being said, the effect she had on me reminded me that I was open to being manipulated, which meant I needed to double my daily occlumency practice. Wouldn't be planitos without someone getting shanked at a party, I muttered to myself, walking back home. In other news, local wizard saves the Sea Lord while struggling with puberty. Some people have an inborn affinity for certain magics, but the true skill comes in being able to learn the methods which sets Viserys apart. Wat the Right and possibly Sirio have the ability to see through illusions, while Belgier has an unconscious control of fire and some sort of an allure. Similarly, there are some characters who are capable of using magic to improve their physical abilities. Robert is inhumanly strong given the hammer he wields, and so is Jon Snow when he is angered. Jaime is said to be fast enough to cut through 10 trained and armored men, most of them nobles who were trained from the day they could walk. This is subtle, and there is a subtle perception filter that Viserys realized that is keeping people from realizing that they are using magic. In alchemy, bronze is strength and stability, while silver is linked to healing and protection. Also, silver reacts with sulfur, which is what has led to the belief that silver weapons can hurt werewolves and other demonic entities. Belgier is the Black Pearl by the time of the books, and she is described as young by area, so I thought she would be around her mid-20s by then. For now, she is a teenager a few years older than Viserys. I tried to capture that era energy with the current Black Pearl. Also, note that blood of the dragon seems to have this weird attraction effect on Targaryens, so there is definitely something weird going on. Before anyone comments, regarding lemons. I want to try my hand with them, and this would not be an ASOIAF without gratuitous sex. Half the magical practices that people come up with utilize sex in some way, so they will be there, not every chapter like some other works on this site, but they will be there, eventually. This chapter took a bit longer to write, mostly because real world kept me busy, but also because I have not written lemons before, so I kept rewriting the last part. Feedback is always welcome. Warning, this chapter will discuss post-Dance with Dragons Westeros politics, so spoilers for Hot D. Does it even count as spoilers at this point? Number 015 Flavor of Magic. Cold water washed over my face as I took a deep breath. Right, I muttered, my blood cooled after the events of the night. Now that I was away from Belle, I could tell that something was definitely wrong with my instincts when I was near her. The closest I got to that state was when I had for an instant imagined Dany in place of Lana in that basement of the house the alchemist had. Where, that vision brought wrath and instincts to burn anyone who was remotely responsible. This time, my mind was clouded with pure lust. It took all my self-control not to lose it right there and pick a fight with the Sea Lord's nephew. The only common factor with both events was the blood of the dragon, not just mine, but also the person who brought out those feelings. My mind held many memories of Aerys rambling on and on about the blood of the dragon, waking the dragon and all that bullshit, but this was not what I had imagined it to be. I had mostly considered it nothing but the ramblings of a man who grew up not needing to have any impulse control like any other royalty. No wonder Targaryens are impulsive wrecks, I said out loud before my eyes landed on my wand. Was that why my reactions were so strong? That was the other answer to the question of why I was so influenced by the blood of the dragon. Maybe it was not just genetics affecting me, maybe it was the dragon bone that made part of the core of my wand leave its mark on me. A dragon instinctively snapped back at anything that dared attack it. They were the apex predators and their fight or flight reflex was heavily biased towards fighting. While outwardly I had not changed, a bit of self-reflection showed that I was less averse to violence lately. The way I took out the bandit compared to my previously more cautious nature clashed, not because my wand was better, but because I was more at ease with killing my enemies, because I cared less about them and more about mine. It also explained my attraction to the two women who would hold the title of Black Pearl. Unlike Dany, who was still a child, the mother-daughter pair were fully grown for all intents and purposes, and that breeding instinct came to the surface when they were close to me. The reaction, combined with the onset of puberty, made for a dangerous combination, and tonight was proof of that. Then there was the way they seemed to so easily manipulate me. I saw through their intent, but a part of me simply did not care. Sure, accepting Belle's suggestion had advantages for me, but they were not worth the cost of giving up my trump card and revealing that I could do magic. Now, I would have to rely on the willing obtuseness of people in this world and hope they underestimated me, though I would have to take a few precautions that were long past time. The paranoia will keep me awake, won't it? I muttered to myself, before deciding to do something, anything about it. 2 pieces of wood, one white as bone, the other black as night, sat side by side, each fed with a drop of blood from my finger before I slowly channeled my will through my wand. The spell fire washed over the 2 pieces of different wood, not burning the wood as the flame was meant to do, but changing them still. Slowly forcing them to merge in an effect similar to how my wand was created, the grains moving to form a single piece of wood where there were 2. The wood was alive, even if it was cut and lacked roots. The spell fire and my soul giving it the right properties of aliveness for a moment, a small method of necromancy as I revived the dead plant to serve my will. Once complete, I left my workshop, running into the one person who could call me out on my stupidity. "Heard you had an interesting night," said Sir Willem, seeing that I was still up. "Talk while I work," I ordered, not in the mood for pleasantries. While the supposed age gap was there, it was less a representation of social standing and more of the respect the man held for me that made him follow my orders. While I looked physically, I had long since given up trying to act my age, and Sir Willem took it in strides. To him, it was nothing but another strangeness from my family. Grabbing the ladder, I made my way to the red door, a nail and hammer in hand, while listening to Sir Willem about his thoughts on the night, thoughts that I had to agree with. "Making a spectacle is not the best way to not draw attention, Your Grace, given that is what you wanted," stated Sir Willem, sounding more tired than angry. "Things happened beyond my control. Wait a moment," I said, the nail held between my lips as I went up the ladder. The nail went through the amulet of weirwood and nightwood I just made and into the threshold of the house. Now, I needed to enchant the entire frame of the house to hold the same effect as the amulet. The principles of what I was doing were simple and similar to how I was able to mold the wood to my will and shape it, only at a slightly larger scale. The protection itself was all based on a simple concept. The most simple form of the amulet I had was the 2 pieces of distinctly colored wood and some yarn to hang the amulet around the neck. The soul that was inside stayed inside and the soul that was outside stayed outside, the yarn acting as a boundary that souls could not pass for a reason that I could explain with a dozen theories though none was proven yet. The only way around the protection was a single drop of blood to the amulet that allowed the source of the blood almost free access through the boundary that was created. A bit scaled up, the principle still worked. The ritual circle I made with the help of Lana worked on a similar method. A rope and the amulet kept the soul within from being influenced by someone outside, as anything that hit the boundary got shunted through the amulet and spiritually returned to sender. That made it ideal to do delicate rituals that you did not want another person to influence, making the core of a ritual circle. The addition of salt water to the rope made the entire mixture a bit more efficient, based on the very nature of salt as a way to purify. There were some links to other methods I knew, including the whole reborn in salt and smoke part of the ASOIAF prophecy. That being said, the end result of the ritual circle was no different than the amulet, only at a slightly larger scale than a circle a person can sit on. Any larger than that and the protective nature would fail as the circle lacked something. My studies pretty much concluded that the soul within the circle was what empowered the protection, but the effect sort of fizzled out if the soul was stretched too thin, reducing the potency of the protection. Scaling the same concept up to an entire house was going to be tricky, but not impossible as I just needed a dedicated soul to handle the process and a single object for the soul to be bound to, instead of multiple moving parts. That meant that I needed to ensure I did not need to enchant each piece of wood separately, which was where the trick I used to make the amulet came in. I could use magic to merge wood, my wand releasing blue fire, carrying my will through the entire house. The spell fire was not physically hot enough to burn the wooden flame, but it was enough to bring it to life and under my control, the entire wooden frame slowly shifting just enough to grow together, like those trees that can grow through metal posts. A vial of blood and obsidian and a bit of spell fire later, the entire wooden frame of the mansion was a single piece of enchanted wood. The soul in the potion, the bandit whose body was burned away with the bit of obsidian that trapped his soul powered the enchantment, cycling through the wooden frame and into the amulet and back through the frame of the house. The soul gained the magical effect of the amulet and spread it through the mansion, keeping any magical unattuned to the amulet from watching within. Now, how the fuck do I make it work for other threats? I mumbled to myself as my mind went through what I knew of this type of magic. Wards, magical protections, enchantments, bounded fields, call it what you will, was a branch of magic that I had little experience with. The one trick I knew was the one with weirwood and nightwood and I had already completed that. You are not the first man to be led around by his lusts, voiced Sir Willem finally seeing as I was done with what I was working on. He sounded uncomfortable, as I stepped down the ladder. You are horrible at this, I commented with an amused look. I knew what he meant. My outing of myself as a wizard was the cost of the fact that I saved the life of the Sea Lord of Bravus. He could not publicly ignore that fact and that was a win in my book. That being said, the most who would get out of this entire set of events would be the Black Pearl, given Belle's public association with me. You are a smart lad, Your Grace. Smarter men were led around by women, stared Sir Willem, seeing me visibly cringe. I am just. You are looking out for me? Yes, I know, I said with a nod. Sir Willem, believe me when I say that there is no reward a king could give for the loyalty you have shown me and my family. I understand your weariness, but I am not some lovesick fool to be led around by a pretty face. Good, your brother was bad enough, commented Sir Willem, making me frown as my anger surfaced at those words. Careful, I said, a growl, my wand glowing with my emotions. I tolerate much, Sir, but being compared to him or Ares is a line too far. And just because I can insult those two does not give you leave to do so. Yes, Your Grace, said Sir Willem with a bow, though there was a smirk on his face. You did that on purpose? I accused, noticing his pride that emanated off of him. I did not even need to use. Good, you are learning, was all the comment Sir Willem gave me with a soft smile. There might just be hope for you yet. That was like getting the talk all over again, only the Westerosi version. I mentally groaned. It was not needed, but the fact that Sir Willem even bothered showed how much he cared. It was not needed, however, as now that I had an idea what caused it, I would be much more prepared. Now, will you share what you just did? Asked Sir Willem. I know you are dying to show off to someone. I am not that bad, am I? I asked, getting a look from the old man that said I was indeed that bad. Fine, I just blocked anyone with magic who might want to directly spy on us. It is not perfect, but it will hold back most. I have a few ideas on how to add other protections, like ones that will make it hard for anyone who wishes us harm from ever finding the place, but I need to test a few ideas before that. It was good against others with magic, blocking divination and keeping them from spying in on the house. Add a soul to hold a more active enchantment running through the entire frame of a house and voila, anti-divination ward. It was a simple protection if you had a wand, but it was probably possible without one as well, through a complex process if you tried it another way, though I could see some green seer forcing trees to merge and build into a hut or a keep over a period of decades and dozens of sacrifice, letting the roots of the trees grow through the stone, not unlike a skeleton. It was a precaution, one that was long past its due. It would keep out those who might act first out, those who posed actual danger at least. The rash ones who were stupid enough to underestimate me would be easy to handle. Anyone stupid enough to attack us or think burning the mansion would rid them of me would not survive the experience, but those who would watch those fools to gain a measure of my abilities, those would need their own pair of eyes to do so, now that magical vision was blocked to them. Sounds useful, commented Sir Willem, placing a hand on my shoulder, but think of it on the morrow, it is late and you need some rest. A clear head will do you better to solve those problems I can see going in your mind. I smiled, enjoying the moment of relative normalcy. Had the Sea Lord died this day, knives would come out. It was time I prepared for every eventuality. A week of recovery and the Sea Lord was back to holding court and I was invited as the main attraction. I mean, guest of honor. The public attempt on the Sea Lord was not something mentioned in the books, and I was pretty sure Farago Antarian was still the Sea Lord of Bravus by the time of the canon. In the end, I could not discount the fact that my presence may have caused this, not that I would admit any responsibility to an event outside my own decisions. Free will existed and butterfly effect was a thing, but that did not make me responsible for whatever other people chose to do. As it stood, combined with the rumors that I have learned about regarding my less than normal activities, I now knew that I had enemies, those that I was already aware of and those I was not aware of before. Pyromancy helped me divine for any immediate danger, though it seemed whatever I did had made any would-be plotters scatter into the wind. I had spent the entire week studying the ward I had created around the mansion, trying to figure out how to make it much more useful against non-magical dangers as well, but that was not going to be an easy project from what I could see. The soul within the house gained a flavor from the amulet as the wood was actually alive, small roots starting to grow into the ground where the main posts were buried. Unlike my tunic, which was silk, wood seemed to be less static. Being made from a material that was once alive, the soul seemed to be able to revive the wood, which in turn slowly stripped the soul from any additional influence I could layer as part of the enchantment, leaving only the nature of the medium it currently resided within. The amulet, being part of the wooden frame, allowed the protection to stay around, but any other influence I had over the enchantment was minimal and decayed if I did not sustain them. I could, in theory, spend years sustaining any specific effect for the enchantment until the nature of the wood reflected the nature of the new effect, but that was time-consuming. In the end, what I was left with was a relatively passive defense. If I wanted some sort of a ward with intent-based magic to protect us from those who wished us harm, I would have to figure out how to automate it. Returning to the Sea Lord and the trappings of power that was this entire session of the court, it was boring, to say the least. There was a lot of posturing, long-winded speeches of strength and the friendship between House Targaryen and anti-slavery sentiment that was the excuse as to why we were here and not in any other free city, and other bits and pieces in the speech for whatever hidden agenda Sea Lord wanted to push now that he had some patriotic fervor to go along with the regular enthusiasm of the Bravasi people. It also suggested that they had no idea who was behind the attack, which made me concerned. As a sign of my gratitude and friendship, I would also like to grant you the deed of the new ship that will leave Arsenal, stated the Sea Lord, getting a round of applause and a nod from me, mostly because not showing some gratitude would be below my standing. Well, good news, I now had a ship. Apparently, that is the equivalent of a pat on the back and a good job for saving the man's life, cheap cunt. On one hand, I now had a ship, which was a good thing to have as a mobile base. On the other hand, ships did not move inland, limiting my future prospects significantly if I were to invest in enchanting it, since I would not be able to part with it as easily. I had no intention of handing off a magical ship to someone because I could not move it around. I would have preferred the dragon eggs stolen by Alyssa Farman that ended up in Bravus, or any knowledge of where they may be. The only thing stopping me from asking exactly was the fact that asking for it specifically may tip my hand. People already whispered about how I could use magic and that my infamy would rise with time. If they thought I was actively seeking dragon eggs, it did not require a genius to come to the conclusion that I may have an idea of how to hatch them. Dragons were something they would definitely not let me have, so here I was, stuck to tracking them down on my own time without any public statement about the fact. It was better if people thought that I was ignorant of such things. The theory of the Alyssa Farman eggs being the same ones that Illyrio had gotten access to would require too many leaps of logic to justify without any awareness of the narrative setup. I knew where the eggs would eventually end up if the eggs that were once in Bravus, the ones from Dreamfire's clutch, were in fact the same, the 3 eggs that Illyrio had. I did not really have any rush to get them, mostly because my understanding of the ritual Ogdani use was not as well deconstructed as I would like, and I was not sure if I could actually hatch them without the red comet there to potentially boost the magical energy through whatever celestial effect it had, and that would not happen for another decade. While hatching the dragons a decade early was a tempting aspect, mostly so they could grow larger, there was also the fact that young dragons would be hard to protect. Anyone with half a brain and interest to prevent Targaryen's rise to power would find them easy pickings. The uneasy ceasefire between us and Robert would end the day he got the news of such a potential threat, not to mention all those players who wanted a dragon of their own. I could probably do with a few thousand unsullied between the dragons and anyone who wanted them harmed when I got them. For now, I was content with biding my time, using the new leverage I gained to access the records that the Sea Lord may have about both the location of the eggs and some of the rarer books that not everyone could get access to. The ceremony went on and on, boring everyone who did not anticipate something. The only good thing was my companion during the entire event, Belle, having tracked me down and claimed my arm for herself, guiding me through the ever-convoluted mess of the high society. Polite words had replaced the subtle insults I heard just a week before, some of them even being genuine from the subtle brush against their minds. By the time it ended, we were invited to dinner. There was no feast of the style of Westerosi, the bravos being much less exuberant given that the uncloaking was just done and it was still winter. There was also the fact that the Sea Lord needed his rest, and giving whoever attacked him another shot at finishing the job was not what anyone wanted. That being said, I was not sure which type of rest the Sea Lord needed, given that the Black Pearl was almost hand-feeding the man in front of us, much to my amusement and everyone's embarrassment. I need to find a suitable punishment for the smug bastard, and while NTR was a trash fetish, I was not going to let that stop me from betting the Black Pearl and her daughter at the same time if I could pull it off, and I was pretty sure courtesans did not count. So, by all accounts, Lysane won the Dance of the Dragons, stated Belgier, right next to me, distracting me from my nefarious plots that involved her and her mother. She had declared herself to be my date for some reason, not that I had any protests about it. She knew who was who in the court of the Sea Lord and allowed me to navigate the entire place without seriously insulting anyone of importance or getting me to be challenged to a duel for whatever inane reason. I mean, I could simply set them on fire, but there laid the path of the Mad King. During the dinner, we somehow ended up discussing history. Some backhanded insult at my family for losing dragons during the dance devolved into a serious discussion on who actually won the dance with dragons, as Belle skillfully ignored the idiot who wanted to get a cheap shot towards me. I had read Fire and Blood, the first half, yet the second half held some of the greater mysteries still. Any insight I might gain from the known sources would help until I figured out how to sneak into the Citadel and reclaim that book, something that was among the list of things I would need to do once I was physically ready. Certainly a unique interpretation of the post-dance era, I commented, enjoying the intellectual discussion for once. Sir Willem was decent, but he was a second son, raised to hold a sword, not to learn history and politics. It made him a good knight and a great master at arms, but politics was not his domain. Sir Richard was slightly better, being the squire to Rhaegar got you some knowledge through sheer osmosis, given the bookworm that was my brother. He had also gotten a royal education as part of his training, though as Westerosi wont to do, he had only focused on the parts that involved pointy bits. Belle was informed. It was a trait of her courtesan training, being in line to be possibly the most famous of the courtesans. Her future job was beyond warming the bed of men. She made for a good conversationalist, and her skill in defending any side of an argument was a breath of fresh air. It made me think if the Lysane profited greatly from the sequence of events beyond the obvious. Was the wealth of the Bank of Rhaegar a result of the sacking of Spicetown, given how they lost prominence a few decades after the dance? I would have said that Prince Daemon Targaryen was the only winner in the entire ordeal, though. Countered Virgo Antarion, the nephew of the Sea Lord, looking sober for once. He did not seem angry or jealous from what I could tell with a cursory scan of his mind. He sounded happy and glad, festive even. I nodded at the man, the teenager really. I would rather deal with older people as they had some impulse control, while young bravos tended to take everything as a challenge to their honor. I had to keep reminding myself that I was not allowed to maim or kill him if he demanded a duel or something, because then we would have to leave and it was still winter, which made our options slim. I apologize for interrupting, I just wished to thank Prince Viserys for his actions, he added, ignoring the tension. The Sea Lord provided a safe port to call home, it was the least I could do. I repeated the same words I have been doing for the entire day. And, I would have to thank you as well, for providing Belle here with your company, Virgo added. He was surprisingly genuine in his gratitude. Well, I would have thought you would be more bitter given your words when we last met. I countered, using a bit of legilimency to navigate this situation, mostly because it was awkward. I was honestly expecting him to challenge me to a duel after that stunt. Well, yes. I may have gotten too much to drink. He blushed, looking away. I caught a thread of something, a line of thought, before I understood what the issue was. He was not drunk because he was an idiot, he just did not like the awkwardness between him and Belle, as he overcompensated in his acting the night before to hide that he was not really interested in her, or any woman for that matter. He was apparently more interested in me than Belle, now that I showed that I was not a danger to his family. It made me strangely flattered yet still uncomfortable, given that I was straight. At least, I had managed to use legilimency to learn it instead of staying so dense that one would confuse me for a shonen protagonist. Right. Mind arts too OP, please don't nerf, I mentally added before changing the tension just to avoid whatever this idiot before me was thinking. Ahem, right, you mentioned that it was Prince Damon who won the dance, care to elaborate? I asked, breaking the tension. Yet, Damon was a cunt and the closest thing to a Greek hero there was, and the maniac had ensured his name was remembered in the most badass way possible with how he died. The fact that he did something no other dragon rider achieved in the history of Valyria or House Targaryen. Virgo supplemented, making me snort at his description. Do you disagree, Your Grace? He asked. Not in the slightest, his children continued the line of House Targaryen, to the extent that most maesters argue it is his claim and not Rhaenyra's that allowed Aegon III to ascend the throne. It means that he has won to a degree, though the loss of dragons means he lost as well as any other Targaryen. I countered, granted, his line also continued House Valyrian, and possibly House Hightower as well, so irony at its finest I suppose. I was not sure about the last one, but it sort of fit with what I knew about House Hightower and their little obsession with magic, or at least the latest generation's obsession. The Mad Maid and the current Lord Hightower seemed strange and I had a feeling that they were watching me through glass candles. Soon, Belle made an excuse and we were dancing, the small meal still warranting a good orchestra. What are the chances he just threw Dark Sister in Prince Aemon's general direction? Belle whispered, snuggling closer as my hand wandered downwards. No one would see it in the air. I snorted at the image along with the idea of Damon willingly throwing one thing he probably actually valued. Given what is recorded, he would have preferred to throw his own manhood before he would chance to lose his sword. It is why most argue that he leapt from his dragon, as he would be unwilling to part with his sword, I stated, giving her a pinch for implying that a member of my family was not as crazy as history portrayed them. That being said, Valyrian steel was magic and it could probably have properties similar to a weirwood arrow, possibly, probably not the case for Dark Sister, maybe. I was not sure. That being said, there were some interesting ideas there, ones that warranted more study in the future. I suppose you are right, Your Grace. I find myself in need of some fresh air, would you accompany me? Asked Belle, giving us an excuse to leave the room. I nodded, catching the eyes of Sir Richard who gave a nod in understanding. While Sir Richard would have preferred to be close by, I preferred that he was there to protect Dany. This entire event could easily be used by the Sea Lord to keep her as a hostage to control me, not that he seemed to consider that as an option, possibly knowing that it would not work. I could select whom my fires burned nowadays and the Sea Lord's palace was as flammable as any place. Once outside, the winter air made itself known, causing Belle to shiver before a warm air wrapped around us, my hand resting on my wand and a smirk on my face. The sheet that I had made, I further modified to leave an opening in the tip, which made it much easier to cast spells in a pinch without removing the wand. It was less effective than pointing and shooting, but simple compulsions that affected every person around me were handy tricks to have without overtly looking dangerous with a strange glowing item at hand. I could feel that Belle was afraid of my use of magic before that fear changed to excitement as we slowly walked through the gardens, to the one place that still fascinated me. The menagerie of the Sea Lord of Bravos was always an interesting place for me to spend time with, the few occasions we had reason to be in the Sea Lord's palace. It was beautiful, even in winter and even at night. Most of the beasts were asleep, but the one that still fascinated me was awake, probably feeling that I was close by. That is a basilisk, said Belle, looking intrigued as she approached the cages. It was not the first time I had seen the beast in question, as he was staring at me with intense hatred, hissing as a warning to keep away from his home. I watched the giant reptile, considering its peculiar nature for a moment. The cross between a Komodo dragon and crocodile, the basilisk was most definitely closely linked to the dinosaurs. That being said, its possible origin as a species was not the most interesting part of the creature, given that there was also a pair of velociraptors from Suthyros in the menagerie, who had not gone through extinction in this world. No, the most striking part of the creature before me was the existence of 3 pairs of legs it had, one more than naturally possible for every argument that could be made. Afraid? I asked, amused at the fact that Belle took a step back, pressing herself against me as a result. Casually pushing out the mental attack that came from the eye contact with the creature that was glaring at me, I could not contain my amusement at the fact that once, I too felt fear when I first came to see this beast to quench my curiosity. Basilisks, not to confuse with the more snake-like version of Harry Potter, had a unique gaze that acted as a way for the creature to skin change into their prey, making their hunting much more efficient through magic as far as I could tell. They also had the instinctual aversion to any other being that could skin change, hence this one's hostile reaction to me. That made them a great way to detect people with magical potential and even as a counter to most low-level practitioners who lacked the required proficiency in mind arts. Aren't you? Asked Belle, clearly unsettled. I can take him, I said with a shrug, the reptile looking away at my words, understanding the meaning behind them through the contact that was still not broken, before it decided to turn around and leave, understanding that I would not attack him first, choosing to hide in his burrow. I had spent enough time with that beast to develop my more advanced mind arts, his attack not dissimilar to the stronger legilimency that I was able to duplicate. A drop of basilisk blood can drive anyone with warm blood insane, I muttered, repeating the words that the kindly man would one day speak to Arya. The causality was not incorrect, only missing a key detail. Blood of the basilisk allowed basilisk to possess the one who consumed the blood, a key power that I had reverse engineered to develop my understanding of blood magic. If used on me, the result would be greatly reduced, though I would have to find and kill the basilisk and figure out how to cleanse me of its spiritual influence which would fade over time once it did not have a body. Do you think? She started, not finishing the rest of the words. I apologize, it is just that. The Mad King deserved his title, but, he was tortured for nearly a year, any man would break, though I appreciate the sentiment, that he may not be one to blame, I countered. It was a question I asked myself as well, the part of me that was still viscerally unable to let it go. In the end, I pitied Ares as much as I hated him. The fault lay in those who chose to follow his orders after, as much as in himself. He deserved the fate he got, it does not matter dwelling on the what-ifs and it does not excuse his actions. Is it some sort of magic, the blood of the basilisk I mean? Asked Belle, deciding to change the topic. She was still looking at where the basilisk had gone, her back against me. It is not impossible. I hummed, not answering fully as my hands rested on her hips. Some knowledge was best not shared. Blood magic was finicky and what I had figured out probably accounted for all the magic that Valeria had once been able to call upon, possibly apart from the secrets of creating dragons and Valyrian steel at least. That being said, fewer people knew those secrets, better, as another Valeria was best to be avoided. Such a thing would be blood magic, and those are dangerous. Speaking from experience? Asked Belle, pressing her back to me as she rolled her hips. Possibly, I said, a whisper against her ear, before turning her around. She knew what she was doing, using her body to make me talk. There was amusement and triumph there and something else. What about more, intimate magics? Asked Belle, who was now in my personal space, our faces close enough that I could feel her breath. I heard that there were some fun ones from the Summer Islands. Such magics may be dangerous without someone who knows what they are doing. I countered, getting a smirk from Belle. It was not hard to understand what she was after. A combination of ambition and a conversation with her mother about deciphering some works of magic from some old books they had. Let it not be said that the Black Pearl did not hold ambition. She was apparently interested in keeping me around not just as a symbol of power but also to keep me out of the influence of those who opposed the Sea Lord. And, could that someone, be convinced? Asked Belle, batting her eyelashes while pressing her chest against mine. It was not the worst compromise for me, as I would rather have the Sea Lord's support along with whatever ritual Black Pearl had access to which got me interested. Keep that up and he would be, I said, enjoying where this was going as my hands wrapped around her lower back before descending further to rest on her ass as I pulled her closer. The smirk on her face as I groped her ass implied that she was enjoying this as much as I was. I leaned in to capture her lips, enjoying the taste of lemons from the desert. It was said that whores did not kiss, which was what differentiated courtesans, I suppose. I did not really care about Belle's nature at that moment, my instincts that I had been suppressing were no longer as easily restrained. I wanted to have her, over and over. That part of me that I kept behind my occlumency was unleashed with that kiss and it did not want to wait. It would not be hard, even if she was not willing, a push here and there in her mind would be putty in my hands, but that was not me. The occasional mental checks to help me make sure she did not have any nefarious intention was all I was willing to go to. I could so easily break her mind, make her nothing but a mindless slave for my lusts, her ambitions meant nothing to me, the politics were less than ash before my flames, before my mind snapped at that description, that innate dragonness that I held back. Slamming my occlumency back, I knew that I would not do something like that without reason. Such an act would make me no different than Ares or Tywin or even Rhaegar. It would be something any other powerful lord or king who abused their powers would not even hesitate to do. The kiss broke, and I found myself growling into her neck as I pulled her closer, which seemed to amuse Belle. She grabbed my hand, leading us through the relatively empty hallways to the room provided for me. It was meant to be a status symbol and a way to show off the Sea Lord's gratitude for the duration of the feast. While we could have gone to the manse as easily, the knights in Bravos were not the safest. I made eye contact with Sir Richard, getting a nod from the man who was sitting on a chair in front of the doors leading to two other rooms given to us. One for Sir Willem and the other for Dany along with Nessa and Lana, there to keep her company. Huon was with them, ensuring that anyone who might enter the room would not live long to have second thoughts before their faces were eaten by the dog. Returning to my companion, I let her lead me through the doors to my room, not questioning how she knew which one was given to me. Her intent was clear to read, and I simply let her guide me. I enjoyed this dance we had, the chase was as fun as the reward at the end, it made everything all the sweeter. Warning, lemon start. Once inside the room, Belle closed the doors behind her, only to find herself pushed against the said door, my mouth once again on her as my hands palmed her breasts, causing her to moan into the kiss. Her breasts were not overly large, but enough to fill my hands, and the stiff peaks were poking through the silk dress she wore. My hands kneaded her breasts, as I slowly kissed down her neck, enjoying the way she moaned as I sucked on a particular spot. And what spell, would you weave to do so, sacrificing my purity, oh great wizard? Moaned Belle, causing me to pause through the haze of lust, before rising to look her in the eyes. I released a hiss mixed with a growl at her words while cursing my big brain and what I was just thinking. She was right. I could not really have her without proper preparation, and leveraging her virginity along with the virginity of this body, I suppose, could improve the potency of a ritual if I went through it correctly, which required me to actually prepare a ritual to leverage. My head slowly slammed into the wooden door, resting next to Belle's own head. I could feel the way she froze from the way my mood seemed to shift from lust to frustration. You have not been with a man before? I asked, my voice no more than a whisper against her ear, and I did not need to hear her answer to know it to be the case. It made sense, the subtle nervousness I could feel, the way she was grinding herself against me through our clothes, trying to get herself as ready as she could. For someone who grew up around sex like Belle, I did not expect her to not be knowledgeable to a degree. She had been trying to get herself as close to the edge as she could to make what was to come enjoyable for her, and a part of me that wanted to have her before anyone else roared in triumph, planning to ruin her and make her think of me every time she was with another. The dragon part of me did not care, just wanted to have her there and then and keep her afterward, never letting anyone touch her. I am 5 and 10. Said Belle, before leaning away as I watched her, waiting on her to come to a decision. No, but if it is with someone, I would prefer it to be with someone closer to my age than some old man. My mother disagrees, says that young men lack the experience to make fucking fun, that she could get someone who knows what he is doing. She is not wrong, I could agree. That being said, did I even count? Also, what was the mechanics of underage sex? I was biologically 12, with a body closer to 14 from the effect of additional soul stuff I have been absorbing over the 2 years. My body was definitely ready. There was a small part of me that wondered how the age difference worked, but that was promptly squashed by a dragon. The moment of silence stretched between us, before Belle looked at me with lust in her brown eyes. But you are not an ordinary man, are you, Your Grace? Asked Belle with a coy smile. No, I said with a feral grin, and I shall make sure you enjoy every moment of it, I promised before I took a deep breath. There is a part of me that wishes to have you, right now, I said honestly, looking her in the eyes. My words got her to swallow before she unconsciously ground against my leg in anticipation. But a ritual like what you think I could do, that requires preparation, if that is what you wish me to do. I could admit that I was selfish in my decision as well. This was not just about her virginity after all, and I would rather have the one this body came with to be of some use instead of being wasted. I would like that, said Belle after a short breath to gather her courage. She seemed to not have expected that, thinking that I would simply push through and have my way with her. She was nervous, afraid of both my power and what I would choose to do with it, mostly when it came to her. I did not need her to say that it was why her mother encouraged our friendship. This was what she was after, and she thought that I could deliver. To Belonara Otheries, the Black Pearl, this was just another job, a way to have influence over someone with power. I was not foolish enough to think of this as anything but a way to use me. I simply did not care enough to not be used. If I had to be honest with myself, I could not think of a reason why virginity was valuable from a mechanical standpoint. It was not related to the bleeding that happened, else there was another alternative every month, even if it would have been a bit more messy and complicated. Such magic was not the usual form of blood magic that I was familiar with in the end. That being said, I was aware enough that I knew I was biased and not thinking clearly. I could think of a few people with an understanding of such things in Bravus, and I would want to take a look at those books that Belle seemed to have access to. While I did not expect anything solid from any of those, if I could see some pattern through multiple sources, I could combine them with my existing knowledge to create something potent. Those are thoughts for later. For now, I am sure we can think of some other ways to keep ourselves entertained, I whispered against her ear before I started kissing my way down her neck, to find that place that made her squirm against me once more, while my hands pulled on her dress, leaving her breasts bare for me. Her nipples looked like diamonds against my palms as I enjoyed her body. It did not take long for us to land on the bed, my mouth attached to one of the nipples while my hand was on the other, pinching it between my thumb and forefinger and making her moan louder as she ground herself against the leg she was sitting on, pressing against her core through her dress. I felt her hand move, undoing the laces of my breeches before reaching and wrapping one hand around my length. A moment later, my cock was free from my pants and my mouth was on her once more, as she worked to bring me to a climax. It did not last long before I spilled onto her hand, mostly because this body was still not used to sex. As I leaned back, gasping for breath, Belle did not even break eye contact before she brought her fingers to her lips, licking some of my seed that ended up on her hand clean, giving me a show. At that moment, I did not think of any of my self-imposed rules, pushing a compulsion into her mind that she enjoyed the taste. While I did not have some magic to change the taste, I could alter her perception just enough to make it pleasant, a workaround for a useful effect. It was a simple spell, barely considered eromancy, but I wanted her to at least enjoy what she was doing. I felt myself harden once she was done, moaning all the time. Already? She asked after seeing that I was once again ready to go, to which I grinned. Ever heard the saying spirit is willing but the flesh is weak? Well, at this point, my flesh was nothing but a servant to my spirit. Combined with the fact that this body was going through puberty and the Valyrian bullshit that was my genetics, recovery was not going to be an issue. I leaned forward towards Belle, whispering to her ear, "It will take more than that, my dear," as I started kissing down her neck once more, her hands moving to remove my clothing before she stood up. As I looked up, I saw Belle tug at a few strings before letting her dress and the rest of her undergarments fall onto the ground, leaving her bare to the world. With her hair slightly frazzled from our makeout, she simply looked delicious. Maybe this world wasn't that bad of a place after all. Waisois enjoying the small things in life, casually inventing eromancy through sheer horniness and all that. This will become the start of the warding and ritual magic path Wiz is getting started on, and said path he shall take will come in handy for many areas of magic. Enchanting things that are once living is complex and it causes said enchantment to evolve over time based on the medium used. This would also explain why the entire place is not overrun with magical items, as most materials simply do not last that long, with the exception of some metals, jewelry, and dragon bone. Based on the discussions and suggestions, I am going to make it so virginity sacrifice thing is not something Waisois comes up with but rather an already established concept in the world by other magic practitioners, because those are pretty much common concepts that pop out early in human development. He will also be able to study a few existing rituals before coming up with his own versions. Regarding the basilisk, that image is from the World of Ice and Fire book, so it is canon to this world. It also has 3 pairs of feet that make it break the internal rules that George established for his work, which annoys me. Because if there is a 6-limbed creature, it means dragons can also have front legs and no one can argue otherwise. Did dragons with front legs exist in Valyria? Were Targaryens just not that prominent to get the shinier version of the weapons of destruction? Whatever. It also opens the path for unique things like hippogriffs and thestrals to be feasible in canon, along with actual proper dragons, which is all I care about. Then there are these 3 dragons from some of the earlier artwork. Now, I could simply pass it off as early adaptation errors, or I could use it to imply that proper Valyrians dragons had 6 limbs in total, creating superior dragons, and Targaryens did not know how to do that, causing their dragons to slowly devolve over time into more animalistic form. Given that Silverwing is depicted as having front legs, is this related to the size of the dragons? What I am saying is, this is supposed to be from an in-universe book, so what the hell? Hidden beneath. One of the sacrifices I had to make as a wizard was the lack of peaceful sleep that came with the blessed unconsciousness. It was not that I could not sleep or I did not sleep, but after a point in training with magic, sleep did not allow me to lose consciousness. I often sank into a trance of occlumency, slowly running through my memories and reinforcing my sense of self. The process allowed me to realize how much influence skin change had on me, though the influence was limited to when I did it without a wand. The wand acted as a buffer to keep me from losing my mind. Other times, I would fly around, using animals to keep an eye on the surroundings of where I was staying. So long as I kept most of myself in my body to anchor my soul, I could see through multiple pairs of eyes at once, and it was not unlike looking at multiple computer screens in my old life. While effective in keeping guard, that meant I got less rest than I would normally. The inability to sleep and dream also meant that I could not be surprised or snuck up. Even the faceless men, however invisible to my senses they were, could be seen by the owl that was always perched on the rafters at one corner, its night vision being beyond anything humans were capable of. That also meant that I was perfectly aware when Belle woke up and started moving from her position as the little spoon, ending up between my legs. I felt her lips wrap around my cock and slowly work me to full hardness before trying her way down my shaft, a feat that took her a couple of tries the night before. Deciding to not disturb her efforts, I simply pretended to sleep. A few minutes later, I was close enough to the edge that I physically started to stir. Pulling back my entire soul into my body from where I spread it out, I decided to finally wake up. Sight from dozen of eyes faded as my own eyes opened, looking at the bulge formed by the sheets, moving up and down. Slowly lifting the covers, I made eye contact with Belle, giving her an amused smile. "Good morning," I said, my hand resting on her cheeks, stroking her face and causing her to purr in response before going back to sucking my dick with gusto. While we had not gone the full way, she was now more comfortable with oral than when she first started, especially after some mental encouragement. Lacing my fingers through Belle's hair, I started to slowly guide her motions, encouraging her to take all of my length in. While I did not have some monster-sized cock, the slight boost to my growth from souls I absorbed from blood candles had done wonders for my biology, and I was left with what I would consider an average-sized cock for an adult. Granted, I was barely a teenager, so there was still room for improvement, even if I did not figure out a way to use magic to control its size. Before long, I spilled in her mouth, as Belle swallowed around me, making sure to clean everything up before slowly rising and sprawling over me before I flipped us over, kissing my way down the valley of her breasts and beneath the covers to return the favor. Belle spread her legs, allowing me access as I reached her core before stopping, getting a groan of disappointment in response. I went lower instead, restarting at her knees, kissing up to her thighs instead, a cheeky grin spreading on my face as I felt her fingers lace through my head, intent to pull me to the prize. Sucking at one of the spots between her thighs that made her moan my name the night before, I finally reached the prize, using 2 fingers to help bring her over the edge. It took me some time to bring her to release with just my tongue, but I enjoyed the act, feeling her squirm around me, her thighs wrapping around my head as Belle came with a scream. That seemed to have alerted other people because a door was slammed open. "Are you awake?" came the voice of Dani, making me freeze. "What are you doing?" "Adult stuff," I responded, pulling myself up from beneath the covers. A check showed that she barged in through the door between the 2 rooms, which was not locked, unlike the door we took the night before, a mistake on my part. While I did not have an issue with Dani barging in, more than the normal adult outrage mixed with embarrassment, the fact that I missed another entrance to the room I slept in was a mistake I could not make again. Making myself to the side, to make sure I was not laying on Belle, I turned my head and faced my sister, giving him a glare mixed with amusement. "Is it a game? Can I play?" asked my sister, making me groan as I buried my face into the pillow. "This was going to be one long talk, won't it?" "I am sorry, Your Grace." "I could not stop her," said Nessa, her face red as she tried her best to keep Dani from seeing that both Belle and I were naked. I noticed that she had been frozen in place when Dani decided to enter, and now, she was trying to cover Dani's eyes with her skirts and trying to wrangle her back to their room. I turned and looked at the third person by the door. Lana did not seem all that influenced, standing next to Huan rubbing her eyes before turning and probably going back to bed. Figures, given where she grew up, I mentally reasoned before turning to the truly responsible party for this mess. "You had one job," I stated, glaring at the dog who whined and covered his face beneath his paws. "Blaming the dog now, lover," whispered Belle, draping her body onto my back. I could feel her nipples press against my back, tempting me with more debauchery. "The mutt knows what he did, that is going to be a disaster of a talk," I grumbled, causing Belle to giggle. Reaching for my wand and flicking it. The door that was left open to shut and lock with a mutter of Calaporchus. "Impressive," commented Belle, still attached to my back, as she tried to tempt me for more fun by kissing my neck. "Not as impressive as healing a man, but making a soft breeze to slam a door has its uses," I countered, conveniently not mentioning the locking of the door. Placing my wand on the table next to the bed, I froze. Doing a double take to see a familiar-looking iron coin right next to where I placed my wand. I released a puff of air in frustration, trying to not overreact. My delusions of safety shattered, and my body trying to relax from the onset of a panic, I closed my eyes, centering myself with acclumancy. As it turned out, I was overconfident, because I was sure the coin was not there the night before. The cold chill that ran through my spine made me swallow. Since the main door was locked from the inside, the faceless man who came to drop off the coin would have had to come through the door connected to the room my sister slept. And all of that, without alerting me or the animals I had around to act as early warning. So much for being aware of my surroundings while sleeping, it would seem. I would need to have a chat with the faceless men about appropriate methods of communication, it would seem, because the alternative was to panic, and I did not do panic. Mood thoroughly ruined by the reminder of my mortality, I decided to get up. After a long and awkward conversation about where babies came from with my sister, I took a deep breath, mentally patting myself on the back for being able to avoid the more questionable practices of my family. "So, what were you doing with Belle?" asked Dani. "Something adults do when they like each other a lot," I answered, "mostly husbands and wives, but you do not need to be actually married for it. I can explain it when you are old enough for it to be relevant." "So, will I get to do that when I grow up?" asked Dani, making me uncomfortable. "Only if you enjoy doing things like that. No one is going to force you or I will kill them," I declared with a serious tone. Said death would be slow, and involve a lot of fire. I did not care about being compared to Ares when it came to things like that. "And only once you are married," I added. "But you said you did not need to be married for it," countered Dani, using logic against her overprotective brother, as if it would work. "Little lady, I am a wizard who breaks 3 laws of physics before breakfast," I laugh at the face of logic. "Dani, dear sister, I am a hypocritical big brother that can set things on fire with a look," I declared, glaring at her. "If you did it with anyone without my permission, I would burn that man alive." Dani gulped, nodding that she did indeed understand. "Does that mean I can do that with you when I grow up?" she asked, using that unique ability to critically strike my heart. "Targaryen's wed brother and sisters, Sir Willem said so." I looked at my sister, and sighed, mentally noting that I should have a long talk with the knight in question. If anyone else said that I would choose a more violent punishment, but the old knight got some leeway. In truth, I did not know what to do with Dany. Marrying her off was not an option, because she had the potential to be a dragon rider and maybe more. I could teach her magic once she was old enough, but releasing that knowledge to some other house was not an option. Selling her off to a Dothraki was not going to happen even if the world depended on it. The last thing the world needed was a Daenerys influenced by the Dothraki culture and wanted to conquer the world, in that waylaid disaster. Then there was that little bit of doubt I had about myself. I had grown to care about the girl who became my little sister, who asked 1,000 questions that made me stop and question the rules of the world. Had I been born in any other house, I would have no hesitation about marrying her, but my mental frame had incest under bad and grooming under worse. Incest, that I could work around. Magic seemed to indicate that biology was overruled by souls, and I was proficient in magic to find ways around the negative effects of incest. I would need to study a few more generations of enhanced species beforehand, but the theory was there. The other issue, of how Dany should be raised, was an entirely different mess. I could so easily make her grow up expecting to marry her older brother, something that the original Viserys seemed to have done to a degree. That was not me though. I did not know what the future would bring, and I was not sure how the dragon blood would influence things between us, but I had to do my best to stay neutral and be Dany's older brother first. In the end, all I could do was make sure she grew up with all the knowledge she might need in the future and let her make her own decisions when she was old enough. Be glad she did not ask more about the family tree, I say to myself out loud once Dany decided that she understood everything. I decided that I needed some way to clear my mind, and I could not do it by meditating now. Deciding to head to the yard to pick up that offer from the Sea Lord about a chance to spar, I headed to hit something with a wooden stick that was not my wand. Syrio was already in the yard, with a rapier in hand, facing Sir Richard. The two had developed an odd rivalry, trying to outdo one another with their chosen styles. So, now that you have your own ship, said Virgo, putting on his own helmet against me. You will need someone to teach you how to sail. I looked at him unamused, not at the fact that he was offering something that I would normally find acceptable, but because this was his way of coming on to me. Virgo seemed to have come to the conclusion that just because I did not try to gut him with a sword over perceived insults, I was interested in him. I was pretty sure every servant was gossiping about me and Belle last night, and half the bravos would know about the next Black Pearl having the Sorcerer Prince wrapped around her finger. As far as I could tell, the entire setup was essentially a honeypot that tried to keep the Sea Lord on my good side. It also served to put people at ease, since a rogue sorcerer was more dangerous than one that was preoccupied with one of the cultural icons of their city. It also worked to advertise Belle's ability to charm someone, though I was not sure how much of those benefits the Sea Lord and the Black Pearl actually accounted for, or how many other benefits they got that I was missing. From my end, the deal was not as one-sided as I was expecting. Granted, I was more interested in the sex rituals from the Summer Isles that Belle promised to provide, but the fact that our relationship would work to prevent a mob carrying pitchforks to form in front of my door was not unappreciated. I tilted my head to the side, just enough to avoid the stab that would hit my head. A slap of my wooden sword turns into a riposte as Virgo steps away, wary, now that he can see in my eyes that I am focused on the fight, using it to keep a clear head. While I have the ability to set things on fire or cut people down from a distance, over the few years I have come to enjoy the feeling of hitting things with a stick, the act satisfying some primal part of my brain, even if I was no match for a fully grown knight or an experienced bravo. That being said, Virgo was not much of a threat. Sure, he was older than me and trained probably for a longer time, but at the moment, our physical capabilities were probably a match given how I had made sure to go through the self-enhancement ritual I had figured out. The ritual I had was a simple one, based on shadow binding. It was not a strong buff, as it was spread out across my whole body, but it just made me slightly stronger and more durable as a result. A blood candle, a mix of blood, obsidian, and wax that held the soul of a vermin or a bird, burned in a circle that prevented someone from the outside influence on the inside. Adding a bit of salt water into the circle to purify the souls I bound to my flesh based on the books that I got from the alchemist, and here I was, about as strong as a 16-year-old. Given that I was 13, the physical boost was actually significant. The only shortcoming of the ritual was the cost, and the fact that it lasted about 24 hours before my flesh broke down the enchantment. Unlike the shadow binding of the alchemist that had left me the scar, the enchantment I placed did not contain enough malice to fight off my nature, so the soul simply got absorbed into my own. While the buff to my physical stats did not last long, that did not make the ritual useless. The soul stuff that I had used instead got absorbed into my soul from the way I could feel magic get better over time. I was not certain if I was actually consuming the soul and adding it to my own, or using it as a layer across from my soul to protect it, but the result was that I felt more than I was trading blows. I made sure to draw out the fight as long as I could. My focus was on practicing and learning from a new opponent, not winning, just as I mistimed the riposte and had my opponent's blade rest against my throat. Good one, I commented, clenching my fist. The fire in my left palm blinked out, the firebolt that I had pulled from the dragon glass ring slowly spinning down, and the flame vanishing. While dragon glass was not my wand, drawing fire from it was almost intuitive now, while giving it enough spin to pack a punch made for a simple yet effective spell I could do without needing a wand. You have not responded regarding my offer, said Virgo, smiling at me. I sighed, reminding myself why it was a bad idea to set the Sea Lord's nephew on fire. I was pretty sure both Belle and Virgo were encouraged to seek something to bind me to Bravus. It was the smartest thing that I could see the Sea Lord doing, gaining more influence over a potential power in the future with minimal effort. I cannot say I have much experience with ships, I stated, trying my best to doublespeak, though I would say most men prefer horses. Ah, yes, said Virgo, a smirk on his face, I hear you have some experience with horses. Have you been on a ship before? He added, wiggling his eyebrows. We took a ship to Bravus, though I was young then, I said, deciding to respond to the question that was on the surface. Anything else, and the ones who overheard it may think that this entire thing was about something else and get curious, before adding on, if we are still talking about ships. And if we are not? Asked Virgo, giving me a knowing smirk. Here I thought we were talking about the fact that most men prefer a mare between their legs. I said innocently. It was better to clarify even with analogies. Some people do not know what they prefer if they don't try. Countered Virgo, getting the message. Some people are hard to change, I countered, taking on my starting position. I appreciate your offer of friendship, Virgo, but I prefer horses. Then again, some mares are worth it, said Virgo with an easy smile, his eyes focusing on something else behind me as his form relaxed. I turned around and saw Belle walking next to her mother, both seemed happy. She made eye contact with me and a smile formed on her face. Some are, I nodded, watching the mother-daughter pair walk through the exit. And if we were actually talking about ships? Asked Virgo, seeing the way I was distracted and probably understanding that I was not interested. I am sure I can set some time to learn how to run a ship, I stated, accepting the offer of friendship. I had no excuse to refuse, and doing so would insult the Sea Lord. While they wanted me on their side, I too wanted them on my side, as it was the most beneficial for me. What was that about? Asked Sir Richard, approaching me after the time in the courtyard and sparring, having overheard our conversation. Ducks and goose, I responded with a smirk, wiping my face with the offered piece of cloth. I prefer duck, he prefers goose. Goose? Asked Sir Richard, confused at the analogy. It was a good analogy, pity I did not get a chance to watch the entire show with all its seasons in my old life. Heard of Joffrey Lonmouth? I asked, getting a nod from the man before his eyes widened. I see. Slowly stated Sir Richard, nodding. How was your duel? I asked, with a grin. It was a draw, preened Sir Richard. It is nice that you are improving, give another 20 or so wins and you will be even, Sir, I said with an amused smile, getting a glare from the knight in question. Sirio was just better, but Sir Richard was learning more, it would seem, having replaced his depression with more constructive hobbies, like trying to gut people. Dash. Soon, we were back in the house with the red door, a quick wash to clean up, and I was standing on top of the ladder, checking the ward I had placed on the threshold. The amulet was still there, and the soul sustained a decent chunk of the influence the amulet held to keep the house unseen from the eyes. I could feel how the protections I placed had decayed as well, the overnight trip giving the ward time to stabilize into equilibrium between my intent and the nature of the woods without my presence here to influence anything. I could not have the ward, as calling it protective enchantment was a mouthful, physically keeping people out. Such a spell would require me to actively keep it up. Given that I had not even gotten the shield spell to stop solid projectiles or attacks, I had to figure out a way to keep people with ill intent from finding the house in the first place. Such a mental spell required far less upkeep than a physical barrier. I tapped the amulet and reached into the soul bound to the house. The first part was linked to a bit of green sight, a limited form I could use with my wand at least. I was bombarded by the memories of the ward, including a few attempts to physically spy on the house while we were away, all of which were diverted by subtle mental manipulation. The spies would get either an uneasy feeling or an inexplicable need to leave the place alone. One specific example implied that the man in question spied on another house instead of ours. Having confirmation that the ward I placed on the house was working, I started to reinforce it with something of my creation. Repello inimicum. I started muttering, repeating the same incantation over and over again. The incantation was not actually a Harry Potter spell, though structurally, it worked because I understood the meaning behind the words. It was a combination of two different protective enchantments that I knew of, Repello Muggletum, which repelled all non-magicals, and Cave Inimicum, which created a barrier that shielded a place from being seen, heard, or smelled by the enemy. Since I could not simply repel every non-magical who wanted to get to my place of residence, which included some of the residents as well, I had to come up with something new. The result was a compromise that I felt was optimal. Using my rather limited knowledge of Latin to deduce that inimicum meant enemy, I created a simple incantation for an enemy repelling charm, with an incantation of Repello Inimicum. I was not sure of the validity of such an approach, but using occlumency to isolate my own biased intent from the ward allowed me to feel that the soul within the enchantment gained a purpose to repel enemies of the owner. Since I specifically wanted them to not perceive or be able to find the house, that was what the enchantment wanted to do as well. The only limitation to such a spell was that it was not stable and it decayed over time, so I needed to spend about 10 minutes every day reinforcing it. The experiment I conducted by not reinforcing the protection for the time we were in the Sea Lord's palace showed that while the protection did not collapse, it did weaken without my presence, even without the once-a-day upkeep. I noted down my observations and theories in my journal, not the grimoire that kept all my lore and contextual knowledge about magic, but one that was meant to be more for my experiments. I also made a note that the blood wards that Dumbledore had made for Harry may in fact be as finicky as it was mentioned in canon, and the few weeks a year to keep them stable was some amazing achievement compared to what I could manage. It also gave credence to the "there must always be a Stark in Winterfell" rule that Starks took as gospel if it was linked to magical protections placed on Winterfell. Once I was done repairing and restoring the wards in place, I went to find Wat the Eyes and Wat the Brains, as I had finally decided to call the two men at arms. They reported that no one had come while we were gone. That eliminated the possibility that the entire event from being some subtle attempt of Sea Lord to raid my house, not that he would succeed. All the important magical things, I kept in my workshop, which was locked from the inside. There was also the fact that the door to my workshop was rigged, without magic. Since the door was locked from the inside, anyone who wanted to get in would have to break through the door, which in turn would break the vials of magical acid I placed in between the two slabs of wood that made up the reinforced door, along with the small vials of, weaker, not wildfire that took out the resin from the mix, making it effectively a less powerful, magically reinforced black powder. The combination of acid and fire was not nice on the environment, releasing a gas that ate away at anything organic. The small-scale tests I conducted left a patch of barren land in the woods near the ranch, close to other patches of land where my other experiments left their marks. "Do you have any plans today, Your Grace?" asked Sir Willem, once we were done with dinner. "I wish to pray in the Isle of Gods, Sir," I declared. Given what I got up to in the morning, I heard Sir Willem snort. Granted, it was not to actually pray but to get over the meeting at the House of Black and White and ask around a few questions I had regarding the ritual I wanted to perform with Belle, specifically regarding the virginity of the people and how it had any effect, beneficial or otherwise. Virgin sacrifice was something known to Red priests, they preached it often enough that I could learn their general attitude. Given that they preferred to burn said virgins alive, their approach was less than what I wanted. There still remained a possibility that some of the other religions had more information or even baseless ideas on the value of it, but even broken clocks showed the correct time twice a day. The door to the House of Black and White opened with a mental command of Vala Morgulis, once again showing that speaking out an incantation was not necessary as most believed, though it required sufficient control over your mind and soul that most would not achieve it without training. "A wizard has come," said the kindly man, using what I had recently learned to be the Lorithai way of speaking in the third person, as a way to reject individualism or some other philosophy that I did not really bother learning more. Calling me a wizard was a bit of a stretch for them, but I did feel some pride at that, even if he may have meant it to be derogatory. Also, I was annoyed at the fact that he saw right through the black hair dye I used to get here without being noted. It was mostly to counter the septons and draw their ire, but a disguise was a disguise. "A letter would do the same trick," I stated, annoyed at the way the invitation was delivered. I followed the kindly man. "Then how will a boy learn?" asked the kindly man, a stupid smirk on his face. He sounded far more amused than he had a right to be. "A boy knows why he has come. I am assuming it has something to do with me saving the Sea Lord's life," I suggested, knowing that they would not tell me the real reason and let me draw my conclusions. It was an effort to manipulate the conversation and I was taking mental notes that I would jot down in the notebook I had titled, "How to Speak Like a Cryptic Wizard." "A boy, is not wrong," said the faceless man, his pause implying that there was something I was missing. "Sea Lord was not meant to die in the first place," he said, making my mind stop for a second. I clamped down on occlumency and forced my own body to stay relaxed to show no sign of panic. I was also immediately aware of my own hand that was casually resting on the wand at my belt. I did not need a second look to know that the assassin before me was hiding a knife under the sleeves of his robe, ready to throw it. "But a boy owes the many-faced god a name still," said the kindly man, holding an amused smile. I slowly released my breath, giving the man a glare, which did not match the sheepish grin on the man's face. "How come?" I asked, not sure of the way they reasoned about it. "Inna the whore came to us a few days past," explained the priest of death. "Told us of a nephew to Sea Lord of Bravus that was a dead man walking. Virgo did not seem to be rotting from what I could tell this morning," I quipped. "No, the nephew however would have died, either to the strike of a wizard or the knife of a catspaw," explained the kindly man. "A man knows not how fate changed, but a boy owes many-faced god a name. I think I got the gist from the rest." Had I not interfered, Virgo would have taken the hit aimed at the Sea Lord, which made sense in a way. It also explained that the hit on the Sea Lord was not a result of the butterflies I set off. So, I get to name anyone? I asked, not sure. A life of equal value and risk, stated the faceless man. A nephew of a ruler for another, or niece of one if that is your wish, that is as much as you can ask for. So, no asking for Tywin or Robert. I countered, getting a negative response. We will see. I will have to think about it. Who was the niece or nephew of a lord that I seriously wanted to get rid of? Jon Snow was the first name to come to mind given he was my nephew according to a lot of theories, but I had no solid reason to name him, even if fate did not change enough for Dany to not get murdered by that idiot. I needed that honorable pawn to keep things from collapsing against White Walkers, someone who would jump at the deadly threat while I watched and cheered on since I had no wish to face an 8 millennia old lich with time to hone his skills with magic, at least not without something to nuke him with. There were many Lannister cousins but all of them were equally worthless in the long run. Shireen was probably not even born yet and even if she did, I was not going to kill an innocent child, like Tywin. Anyone of equal value or less limited me to Lorch and Mountain, but I wanted to personally carve them up for causing me to have more than a few nightmares, even though I could control my nightmares in theory. Baratheons were similarly out, mostly because I wanted them to fight each other as I laughed at their internal conflict. Whoever remained, I could easily handle with a proper army. Jon Arryn could do it but he was too high profile and he was a stabilizing influence on Robert, convincing him to not send assassins after me. Baelish was an option, I supposed. Beggaring the realm to the scale he did would fall under high treason not to mention all the money he embezzled but his actions would benefit me and I could make up the money in some way or form with a bit of modern economics, knowledge of capitalism and the absolute power of a future sorcerer king, or whatever I decided to name myself. In the end, the only actual valid option for a target was young Griff. He was a nephew to a lord, me or Varys according to which set of beliefs you held onto. His presence was a threat to my own life even if he was not exposed to be some Blackfire pretender, but his existence had its uses as I could track down the sword Blackfire by tracking him down when the time came, in theory at least. I also wanted to make sure, my curiosity overrode my need to rid of a threat that was not actively trying to kill me. I had a few ideas about how to prove that young Griff was who he would claim to be but that was, not ready yet. Even Euron, I wanted him to recover the dragon binder and the Valyrian steel armor so I can take it from him, not wanting to risk visiting Valyria, however curious I was about the place. In the end, any name I wanted to give, either needed to live for now or ones I could handle myself when the time was right, and people like Illyrio and young Griff, while a present threat, were better kept alive as they were not aware I was onto them and I could use that to draw them into a trap, gaining more than their deaths than corpses. This was troublesome. I could not find someone I wanted dead enough to send a faceless man. Had I not interfered, Virgo would have died to the Catspaw, so I was allowed to name someone, Catspaw, could I? And if I had no names to name, would I be able to request the retrieval of an item? I asked, an idea forming in my mind. I was not stupid enough to ask for the dragon eggs, that, I was sure, was not something that would fly well with the faceless men. A life for a life, the rules of magic went, but that was just equivalent exchange in practice, nothing more. My actions in response to a Catspaw granting me a Catspaw of a different sort, the poetry was one I appreciated. It may be arranged within reason, said the kindly man, with a nod though a service of some form would also need to be requested from a wizard. I nodded. I need a man to retrieve a specific knife, I said, mostly because I was sure where the knife was within reason but not where the sword Blackfire was precisely, even if I had some suspicions. And where can a man find this specific knife? Asked the faceless men, curious. In a chest, I responded cheekily, getting a glare from the assassin in King's Landing, inside the Red Keep among a chest of knives that belonged to one Robert Baratheon. The Catspaw dagger was the easiest Valyrian steel weapon I could track. The instigator of the entire book series, as the knife that was meant to kill Bran, I was pretty sure I knew where it was, and retrieving it would be as challenging as sneaking into a castle to kill a lord's nephew, in my opinion at least. Truth is, I have been trying to figure out how to use divination to track down Valyrian steel on my own since the first time I looked at the fires and saw a bird shit on my head, and then have a bird shit on my head a few hours later. That being said, something in the metal seemed to be blocking my attempts and I had an idea as to why. That meant I needed a sample to study the metal more closely to work around the effect and Catspaw was low profile enough that I could have someone steal it for me. If I could figure out how to use divination to find Valyrian steel, I would have some decent bargaining chips to use with nobility as well as arm the best fighters for the next winter against the undead. Any features of worth note for the dagger a man is seeking? Asked. I gave the man a description of what I recalled to be the Catspaw dagger from the show. It may not look like that but I am certain it has a dragon bone hilt and some obsidian attached to it. I don't remember it well, but I am sure it is a family heirloom, I said with a smile, not even lying. The dagger belonged to Robert, who was technically my cousin or something, so, it belonged to my family. I mean no one got along with all their family, right? The dagger shall be retrieved, though a man will owe the many-faced god a name," said the faceless man, agreeing to retrieve it for me in exchange for another job, which I was not enthused about. A part of me wanted to test my current state against another magic practitioner in another duel, to show that I had gained more, but the bloodlust gave way to cold reason and I reconsidered, given the potential of death or worse. "That is not the only reason the servant of the many-faced god has requested a man's presence," said the kindly man. "The House of Black and White has a request for a service." "Valadohaeris," I responded. "What type of service? Not a name, I am assuming." "Follow," simply stated the priest, making me follow him through the maze-like passages to a bare room apart from what was at the center. "A boy knows a man?" asked the kindly man, standing next to what looked to be an altar and an operation theater combined. The face was peeled off the corpse in question, and he was naked. That would have made identification a bit of a problem, but the strategically placed holes, between his ribs, his eye socket, and his neck were hard to miss. I was pretty sure it was the same guy who shanked the Sea Lord only for Sirio to go to town on him, as the saying goes. "What do you lot want with the man who tried to kill the Sea Lord?" I asked, uncertain. What the House of Black and White is concerned with is not a concern for a boy. Does a boy know of our practice of wearing faces? Not enough, though I know that the skin allows you to place a glamour of sorts and you can draw out memories of the faces to better blend in, I admitted, getting no emotional reaction from the man in question apart from a nod. "A man becomes no one, so they can become someone," whispered the kindly man, barely audible enough for me to hear. "If a man cannot become truly no one, the memories begin to leak through like cheese clothes, changing a man. So, like a clemency then, only the opposite," I mentally compared. Their whole becoming no one concept was a bit suspicious from the beginning, based on my knowledge at least. Arya had failed at every moment to lose her own identity and she kept advancing despite her failure to become no one. It suggested that the entire concept of becoming no one was meant to train the user to become resilient to the influence of foreign memories and souls, which was the exact opposite of what I did, even if the purpose was not dissimilar to what I had been doing to keep the influence of my familiars from myself. My meditations were meant to restore my mind to be in line with my brain, to remove the influence of being an animal after the fact. While I leveraged my flesh to keep my identity, the faceless men seemed to have developed a method to keep their identity despite the flesh they wore. It would seem I needed to figure out a way to compartmentalize my memories instead, the new insight proving to be useful for that purpose. I needed a better way, one that would allow me to keep the memories from spending time as not me out of the boxes that were me, something I was sure I needed to do consistently to not end up brain dead like how Bran the Broken was portrayed. The version of occlumency the faceless man used also explained how he was blank to my mental senses, how I could not feel anything from his mind. I was sure there was something the faceless men did to themselves by using weirwood and nightwood, but combined with an active effort, I could not feel them at all. What has that got anything to do with me? I asked instead, unsure what the request was. I was best served not to let them know that I caught onto their trick. "Some memories, we cannot draw out from a face, and we cannot go any deeper, for the dead are sacred," stated the faceless man. "A man is asking if you have the skill to do so." "So, you want me to interrogate a dead man?" I asked, not sure if that was allowed. I thought necromancy was not allowed in your book. "A wizard is not allowed to keep the dead in their own body, but a wizard is a servant of the many-faced god, he will need to figure out how to do so without breaking the rules," explained the kindly man, making me grimace at the challenge. "In their own body, you say?" I say out loud, suggesting that it could be some other soul. I was also happy that I now understood the rules that I could not break without pissing off the faceless men. "I am going to need the skull, rest is of no use to me," I said, recalling a talk with Ina about some witches keeping skulls around and talking to them. I also knew that she could use the blood of the living to see the future, so maybe she could use the blood of the dead to see the past. "What am I looking for?" "A man must find the reason for a servant to try to kill the Sea Lord," declared the kindly man, walking to the side of the altar. I expected the kindly man to nod and send me on my way with a promise of delivery. What I got was him grabbing a cleaver and removing the head in question with a single strike. Granted, they routinely removed the faces off of the corpses, but for a cult dedicated to worshipping death, they were rather disrespectful of the dead. I suppose there was some leeway with the would-be murderer, as his head would be removed according to most laws in this world. I tapped the presented head with my wand with a mutter of Scourgify, drawing out flames to clean the skull off and burn out all the remaining flesh and sinew, not willing to touch the weak old decaying corpse for fear of decease or worse. The spell was one of the more common ones I used to create the potion base, burning the bloodless corpse of the sacrifice over the cauldron. That being said, leaving out the bones was not something I often chose to do. It was also a show of power, a subtle threat that I could rend their flesh off their bone and turn their House of Black and White into cinder if I so chose, or if they chose to attack me, to counter the subtle threat they made by leaving that coin on my bedside. The use of the incantation was not strictly necessary, but I chose to do so anyways to muddy the waters a bit, not willing to reveal that bit of trump card. The kindly man did not react to my use of magic, his smile making me more uneasy as if he did not care. I was pretty sure it was a clemency in action, as I could not tell if it may be because he already knew I could do that. In the end, I was left with a clean white skull in my satchel, wrapped in cloth, as I took a deep breath of fresh air, the white and black doors of the temple closing behind me. A part of me wanted to ask them if they knew about sex magic, but they did not seem to be the type to mix the wonders of procreation with the way they worshipped death. Sir Richard was standing there, unwilling to enter the house of black and white after his last visit. His clothing looked casual from the outside, though hidden beneath the layers he wore mail as per my command. September next. I can use a bit of praying? Asked Sir Richard, as I gave him a nod. Though he was not religious like some other knights, Sir Richard still occasionally got the need to pray, giving me time to subtly interrogate the septons about a particular concept I recalled. You see, most wedding ceremonies of the 7 ended along the lines of "and now you are one soul." For a normal person, it was romantic, or religious droll. It depended on the person you asked. For a person who regularly played around with souls, merging 2 souls into a single one, sounded like some sort of a ritual of some sort, even if the 7 were against magic on the outside. Looking old enough to be his squire, Sir Richard mentioned something along the lines of catching me with a whore and wanting the septon to explain the virtues of chastity and all that droll. While I glared at the knight, his lie was still technically correct, even if Belle was not a whore yet. So, I listened on and on about the virtues of purity, the need for abstinence, and all that shit. The septon I chose to ask those questions, I knew from experience talking with before, to be more susceptible to mental persuasion, and he was of the decent kind who believed what he said, unlike a few of the septons who paid lip service for the benefits they got. I reached out to the September, trying to once again feel the gods. If they were there, they hid well, and all I could feel was a subtle pressure of some sort. It was familiar to the protections I had recently crafted, though I was pretty sure I could just now detect it because I knew what I was looking for. Having real-world experience creating and studying wards for a week gave me the skills needed to feel the protections around the September. It also made me once again question the presence of gods. The feeling I got was less refined than the protective enchantments I had created, though they were all not anchored but focused on the 7-pointed star that made the largest icon at the altar. I was unsure if it was the 7 themselves who empowered it, or a side effect of the few of the clergy with more magical capacity accidentally empowering the protection without realizing it. Whatever the wards were meant to do, the protection did not prevent me from using legilimency on the septons, or the compulsions to incentivize them to help me more than they would. I knew that my acts were not outright harmful to the septons, so it may have been a different story if I were chosen to make it so that a few of the septons got the sudden urge to run under a moving carriage neck first. I was not willing to test my theory, and none of the septons screamed pedophile for me to justify such an act of vigilantism and test the limits of what 7 could do. Leaving the September beyond the sea with my coin purse lighter and a book called Caution for Little Girls, an awfully redacted version compared to some of the saucier ones I could find, which were essentially porn. What? I got bored easily and needed something to read, and playing around with magic all the time became less novel after a while. You cannot judge me. I found the irony of a book meant to promote chastity to me as I researched ways to use sex magic too amusing that I paid double for the book, with the explicit purpose of gifting the book to Belle for a laugh. Maybe she would be open to trying some of the things in the book, not the one I got from the September, but the one that had more detail. I could bet the ship I just got that Bellonara had at least one copy with some fun stuff. And Wandbearer making bold statements only to be proven false. Dany will become an apprentice, which also means she is going to end up in the harem, though Wandbearer is still trying his best to not be a creep about it and wait until she is older and let her decide. Granted, Dany is a Targaryen and magic is an aphrodisiac to Targs. Since Wandbearer is essentially magic on legs, he is really trying his best to not think about it. More information about enchanting, this time with warding. Wiz is also collecting information he did not have before, and all of the pieces will fit together, so be patient. I really enjoy writing about the faceless men, especially because they scare the shit off Wandbearer and are now just trolling him. I recently learned that Jaqen spoke like the way he spoke because he was Lorithai, not because he was from Bravici. That being said, I like the aspect of the faceless men not directly lying and using the method to confuse and work around stating truths, so of course they all talk like that. The cat's paw dagger is the one from the shows, but Wandbearer does not know that, because I started this SI before Hot D actually showed it, but we all know the one of the first things Wiz would do when he got the dagger will be to shove it into fire. Also, Caution for Young Girls is the type of fiction that would be great in QQ, given that MC, and I quote, finds herself as handmaid to a queen, the paramour of a young knight, a camp follower in the disputed lands, a serving wench in Myr, a mummer in Tyrosh, the plaything of a corsair queen in the Basilisk Isles, a slave in Volantis, the handmaid of a Cartine warlock, the mistress of a pleasure house in Lys, and ultimately a septa in the starry September of Old Town. And also, some people add more spicy things to the book as they copy it down, because of course they are. Words and wines. I did not know anything about the language of the Summer Islands. I knew their culture, their gods of tits and wine as Tyrion would call them. Now, I had an original and a translation of the book that supposedly held the sex magic rituals of the Summer Isles. It was once owned by a princess from said Summer Isles, who happened to be the mother of Wandbearer, the original one, not the one who was currently trying her best to suck my soul through my cock. Given what I was reading, she would have decent shot at doing so if I did not have my third eye blown open. In hindsight, pushing the idea that she liked the taste may have been a bit of an error on my part. It may have caused a bit of a Pavlovian conditioning to happen, not that I was complaining given that Bellonara had her practice with a wooden cock to make sure she was good at it. She shouldn't have taken it as a challenge when I refused to go down the entire night at Sea Lord's palace. It did not take long for us to hash out what needed to be done. Bellonara did not even blink after I requested access to any books she may have in her private collection, further supporting my conclusion that she was in on it and wanted the local mage by her side for reasons I could not fully draw out of her mind without actively breaking into it. Hence why, I was at Bellonara's mansion, reading through the book on sexual practices of Summer Islands that was part Kama Sutra, part religious text, and part grimoire, if you squinted a bit. A part of me wondered how the Summer Islanders came up with the rituals that I could identify as actual rituals of some form. The ideas were presented as a religious text, but the result required either thousands of trials and errors, blind luck, divine intervention, or some sort of divination-based effect that guided the person through the first ritual. The visit, officially was for Dany's sake, specifically to cover for the missing parts of her education. While she was good at what Sir Willem, Nessa, or I could teach, her studies that came to what was expected of a lady in court were lacking, given that Sir Willem was a master at arms, Nessa was a wet nurse. While I could personally cover most of her theoretical education, from history to literature, given that my more modern education to grad school made me the veritable Renaissance man on this planet stuck in the Dark Ages. That being said, calculus was not going to come in handy with dealing with people, which was what Bellonara was best at. Dany needed someone to teach her how to use soft power, be the velvet glove to my mailed fist, in a manner of speaking, and the courtesan who could shift the very politics of a city-state was qualified to teach her those lessons that I could not. While I cared little for those feminine skills that were valued in a court like sewing and singing and subtly insulting while appearing to be complimenting, such skills could only help her in the future. So, I managed to, quite easily mind you, convince Bellonara to teach Dany how to sing and dance and slowly train her to be able to easily navigate court politics and wrap a man around her fingers. I also threatened to turn her into a magic dildo if she tried anything sexual with her, which only made her laugh with that melodic tingle of hers, stupid hot dragon lady. To a Westerosi, having a princess be trained by a courtesan was the height of a scandal. But Westerosi were two-faced cunts, so fuck them. They were using the expectations of society as a shield to subtly manipulate my family for generations so they could all wait until White Walkers killed them and resurrected them as puppets for all I cared, if only that would increase the number of undead I would have to fight through in the end. I was more pragmatic, and if something were to happen to me, it would give Dany more options for a future, whether she chose to become a courtesan or find some lord to marry who would be wrapped around her finger or become a queen who would have to navigate court politics. In canon, Dany was manipulated so well by those from Slaver's Bay that in the end, everyone was dancing around her and she could not even tell. Given that the only trustworthy advisor she had with any experience was the straight-laced Baristan Selmy, her actions while well-meaning led to a worse result, as I had no hope that whatever she put in place there would have lasted the decade. If there was anyone qualified to teach Dany how to play the game of politics from the perspective of a woman, Bellonara the Black Pearl was the woman for the job, even if I did not trust her completely. Sir Willem as a Westerosi, obviously, did not like my choice of teacher, but he had to agree to it when I asked him to find a lady-in-waiting or a septa that could be trusted. Given that the only options for ladies to help my sister were from Dorne and thus were all nut jobs liable to poison us or septas, who were either idiots or they would try to drown me and my sister after a day of living with us for being a witch, and I was not sure which type I would kill faster. Also, Faith of the Seven was to be tolerated and not taken seriously unless you wanted another Baelor the Befuddled, which made me question why there were multiple instances of princesses being thrown away to become a septa at any point in time. Since the only other alternative was to find a red priestess to teach my sister, which neither Sir Willem nor I wanted, the courtesan option won. So here I was, using the time to read in the book from the Summer Islands while Dany, Lana, and Nessa were learning the finer points of being a refined lady of court from Bellonara, because there was no way I was going to leave her as the only adult in the room, as Huon had one eye open next to the fireplace, watching over my sister and providing me eyes and ears. So, how was I reading a language that I did not understand? That was a bit of magic I had come up with based on what I have been playing around with when it came to enchanting. The faces held memories of a person, the protections of the September were anchored to the seven-pointed star in a circle that looked too much like a magic circle of some sort, and I could not only draw out the memories from wood and flesh alike, but I could also feel the intent behind each shape. Pouring my soul into the vellum, the parchment made from animal skin, with ink markings etched onto the surface, I felt, more than understood the intent that the writer placed on the words. Given how other people's beliefs influenced the ward upon the seven-pointed star, I theories that something similar would happen to words as well, especially if left out for long enough to be influenced. Best I could tell, the movement of the quill somehow left an impression on the ink, but the result was that I did not need to know the language to understand it. So long as the intent left behind by the one who transcribed the words onto parchment was clear, I could in turn feel the language. That for now was much easier with parchment, as animal skin was much easier for me to skin change into and draw memories from, a bastardized form of the method used by the faceless men. It was structural analysis at its core, recalling the memory of when the ink was set on the page, but at a small scale. The writing itself seemed to retain a sort of weight unlike anything I could get from the spoken word, but it was good practice for finer detection spells I have been working on, so, here I was. I flipped to the next page, understanding more than the translation could express, as any translation was tinted as it was with the personal biases of the translator. The book provided me with more information than I had initially thought possible for such primitive and accidental methods of magic that this world employed and already discovered. My knowledge of sex magic was limited to breeding supercharged version of an animal as a cursor to some of the more fantastic beasts that I wanted to fleshcraft or understand the unique effect of magic that worked against pregnancies, an effect that had plagued my family for the last 300 years or so. The first one, on humans, would possibly lead to something like Mugger, probably. The records of Mugger's childhood were heavily biased, but some of the records specifically implied that he was large and more robust in his youth than it should be normal, an observation that was supported by my experiments, from who on to the new generation of ravens I was breeding to my own body. While the added soul stuff did not have any physical effect on the adults of a species, the next generations were essentially the super soldier version of the species, where everything was reinforced and amplified, including the size and temperament of the being, hence why I had spent so long meditating as well as training Huan to behave, which was easy with a bit of skin changing to understand the animal. I had also started on a newer project to breed better ravens for my use, since the ones in Essos, Sir Willem had commented to be smaller than the ones in West Eros. For the second application, I still did not have many chances to test apart from a few mishaps. A few rabbits allowed me to understand why skin changing and pregnancies did not work well together at all. Without the precision that came from a wand, any skin you took also meant that you took the skin of the fetus that was held within the skin. The soul stuff of an unborn was too raw and too unattuned to the flesh that once I pulled my soul back, the soul that would normally form the baby came along, as though it was stuck to my soul. Huan had only been carried to the full term on accident, as I had neglected to check in on the dogs during the pregnancy, which had unfortunately killed the mother. I had simply left the pair of dogs alone after putting souls into them, thinking that I had failed until they produced the wolfhound. I was now consistently generating a stronger breed of ravens and horses, though the second one was relatively new and therefore slower than any other animal I bred. The quick and easy solution to preserving a pregnancy was simple, an amulet of proof against detection and location and not using magic during pregnancy. That explained why Visenya had taken so long to produce Mugger, the conquest requiring her to ride her dragon and cause some skin-changing shenanigans, not to mention that I suspected Visenya of using a glass candle to keep an eye on things. It also explained why Mirai's ritual had caused Dani to go into labor and lose the child, the magic ritual used on Drogo causing the stillbirth. The simple solution should I got, in theory, would lock up the soul of the mother and the child in the body, allowing a mother to carry a child to term without worrying about potential interference from magic, either from the influence of her soul leaving or from an outside source. I was quite proud of myself for figuring out one of the main causes of Targaryen deaths as well as coming up with a solution, though I probably just reinvented the damned thing after all the knowledge was lost to time. I would have to research more about my family history to see if the pattern only existed when the mother used magic. The second trick also made for a good contraceptive spell at least. I would even amuse myself with a bit of dark humor and call the spell the equivalent of the infamous fetus deletus I had read on the internet, though I was not so uncouth as to voice such an incantation. Returning to the book from Summer Isles, there were a few concepts that did not translate well to terms that I would use when it came to magic. The common theme that Summer Icelanders were going for was what they referred to as feathers, which was an allegory for what I would call soul stuff, probably. Some of the effects they mentioned fit my understanding of the soul I cobbled together from my insights, knowledge of the world and the books I got from the alchemist on the nature of plants and minerals. The primary method that the book talked about was using a ritual to attune to the partner, a wedding ritual of all things that allowed the partners to become equals. The impression left by the author on the originals was that the ritual had to be done willingly, and it was titled Sharing of Feathers, which I was pretty sure meant less physical feathers and more something unseen, possibly related to the natural affinities souls seem to develop in this world. The child took on the feathers from both parents, and the parents would need to pull out those feathers from themselves and use them to build a nest in the womb for an egg. That implied some understanding or belief on the formation of the souls, especially if the feathers were the same thing that I referred to as soul stuff. The ritual was tricky, however, and inconsistent. The book called it the blessing of the gods, but it seemed to be more of an ingredient than actual outside interference. The blessing of gods was depicted to cause both sides to reach release at the same time. Flipping the causality, it was more likely that reaching a climax at the same time had a stronger effect than not doing so, increasing the chances of the ritual succeeding. Then, there were the other requirements, as the ritual was more likely to succeed for loving couples, having sex in missionary while holding hands, and merging of beings through eye contact. Given that eye contact made mind arts much easier, I was sure that it was soul magic being involved, though I was not going to dismiss the power of love. I was not an idiot like Riddle. "Do it with the lights out, why don't you?" I mumbled in amusement, scheming through the rest of the degeneracy, mostly anecdotes and warnings about being forceful, but I was pretty sure I got everything right. The ritual depended on the moment of release when the two souls poured a piece of themselves into the womb, where they mixed, forming the nest. Given that it did not mention an egg, it stood to reason that the Summer Icelanders believed the conception and whatever happened about magic was independent of the actual conception of a child. If a pregnancy happened, it also stood to reason that the soul stuff formed the basis of the soul of the child, anchoring the soul stuff into the baby and binding itself throughout the pregnancy. If there was no pregnancy, or if the pregnancy was terminated at any point, the soul stuff slowly leaked out and returned in time to somewhere, either the original bodies or wherever free souls went. The ritual I was reading about seems to leverage the mixing of soul stuff to reach out and share it between the partners before conception could happen, mixing the energy and redistributing it to the practitioners. Since the process was done before the souls naturally unraveled, it allowed for the sharing of the soul, causing the couple to take on some of the magical affinities of their partner. Since the mixture was partially yours, it allowed one or both partners to bind the mixed soul stuff to your own, resulting in a permanent effect. Honestly, it sounded like a form of soul grafting on the cheap, or dual cultivation that I had read about in some of those web novels in my old life. Unlike the blood candles that allowed me to absorb the souls of other creatures, which I was now more sure to have settled over the actual soul, rather than into it, the result of the ritual would achieve a complete binding with the caster's soul. That also meant that I could fold in some more soul stuff to the ritual, amplify the effects and complete the absorption of the souls that I already held. It also confirmed one of the conclusions I came to. Souls took on aspects of bodies they connected to before returning to the equilibrium with their original vessels, allowing for sharing of what I could best describe as magical affinities, those paths that magic naturally took within a person. Speaking of succubi, the second ritual that I found of note was the exact opposite of the first one. It was also not in the translated version of the book, suggesting that Black Pearl kept it close to her rather ample chest and did not want me to know about it. A small bit of magical compulsion had Belle think that I was reading the translated version of the book instead of the original. After all, I did not know the language of the Summer Islands, right? The ritual in question, I would best describe as, that shit that succubi and incubi do that ends with one side being a desiccated corpse, if done properly, that is. The ritual also acted as proof that anyone who simply assumed that Summer Islands was a paradise with nothing wrong was an idiot. Titled The Plucking of Feathers, the ritual involved the absorption of the soul stuff being released into the womb by one side as an intermediary to bind the soul of the partner, a more violent form of the first ritual combined with what amounted to the same thing I did when I absorbed the souls trapped in the blood candles. Honestly, they lost me with the feather analogy, but I understood the main idea that the author meant with a bit of magical translation and my understanding of soul magic. Working around the cultivation-like explanation, I understood that the soul of the victim was partially bound to the caster's own body, by absorbing the entire mixture of soul stuff of the first ritual as a bridge to the partner. The effect could enthrall the victims, making them more susceptible, more subservient to the will of the caster, and I was pretty sure that it also allowed the caster to fully remove the soul of the victim, all abilities that I would place under the category skin changing with extra steps category, not that I could not describe any spell I had in that same umbrella. It also explained how Starks managed to bind dire wolves into their bloodline. In theory, I could skin change into an animal using my blood as the medium, possess the animal while it was having sex, and absorb the soul stuff that was specifically flavored with the animal's soul. The result would increase the affinity to that specific animal type, and allow later generations to build the skin-changing links without needing blood magic to kickstart it. It was also why having sex while in the skin of the animal was a taboo for the skin changers north of the wall, and potentially why Varmer Sixskins was so strong in the first place. The physical effects on the victim of the ritual sounded familiar. Rapid aging, weight loss, dimming of the color of eyes, all effects that I would classify as loss of soul stuff. While the soul itself was not something you could break without using another soul, it seemed the ritual stretched out the soul into multiple vessels. I was sure that unlike something like the Horcrux ritual, the anchoring only lasted until the original body of the victim passed on, after which the soul would be absorbed into the body of the caster. So that is what happened to the Manus, I muttered to myself, getting a confused look from Belle before she shrugged and went back to sucking. The only two examples of such effects I could recall were Stannis and Thuras of Myr. While it stood to reason that Melisandre had fucked something up or simply not let Stannis retrieve his entire soul after the death of Renly, leaving him open to her influence. The other effect, I was sure was accidental, with the effects on Thuras being caused by his lack of training in magic as he skin changed into the corpse of Beric Dandarian instead of managing to resurrect him. The process had stages, from an effect similar to Imperio curse to sucking your partner dry, the effect creating a layer of feathers over your own, which was the same thing I managed to do with blood candles, though fire must have cleansed any affinity in question with the ritual I did, unlike the one mentioned in the boo. The conclusion I drew from the book was that the backup plan I had, called go to the Summer Islands and wait until everything blows over, was officially a no-go, much to my disappointment. For a rather peaceful people, Summer Icelanders could, literally, suck your soul before you knew it. Speaking of that, I decided to not hold back anymore, coming down Belle's throat with a grunt, deciding to shift my focus to her for some more. Did you find what you were looking for, Wiz? Asked Belle, watching me put away the book and give my focus to her. Pulling her up, I laid back as Belle ended up straddling my leg. You seem to be lost in thought, commented Belle, pressing her breasts together. A girl could get jealous, you know, especially if you preferred books over these. Nothing makes men wonder about the secrets of the universe than when they have a pretty girl's lips wrapped around their cock, I countered with a smirk, getting a snort of amusement from Belle. Only you would care more of such things as secrets of the universe, said Belle, grinding herself against my leg while moaning, giving me a show. I reached out, tracing my fingers down her smooth belly, before reaching lower and dipping my fingers into her wet lower lips as my thumb started rubbing circles over her clit. I want you in me. She moaned, rocking her hips as I brought her closer to the edge with my fingers. She knew what she was doing, the cheeky minx. Patience is a virtue, my lady, I countered before stopping and taking out my fingers, now glistening with her juices. I was tempted to lick my fingers clean before I stopped myself, coming up with an idea that I thought might be fun to try. Pulling her so that her lips rested against my once again hardened length, I slowly moved my fingers against Belle's bare belly. Tracing a glyph in High Valyrian, one of pleasure, over Belle's smooth skin using her own juices. I was not sure if it would resonate with her, but if it worked for blood, I was sure it would work for other bodily fluids, even if such a spell would last only as long as the anchor stood. By all applications, enchanting the rune was the exact same thing I did with the Summer Islander language, as well as the way I used potions to guide my spells. I was using the written language as a way to guide the enchantment that I wanted to place, to amplify the pleasure she would feel. Placing my palm over the glyph, I slowly pushed my soul into the glyph, feeling it activate in a way, taking hold of the actual enchantment. I felt something within Belle react as well, something more than her own soul, possibly the energy that I released when I came down her throat. It acted similar to the way the books mentioned, raw, unbound but attuned to my own soul, pushing back against the spiritual pressure I was placing on her body to return to my own body from where it originated. Slowly pulling back, I feel the raw soul stuff, or rather more accurately, the tantric energy, link up to the enchantment I placed on the glyph, taking over and sustaining the enchantment from me. I had a feeling that the fact that it had no attuned body, the rune would add flavor and guide the tantric energy before it got absorbed by Belle into the body, which the book stated was the natural consequence of an incomplete ritual. While the idea of permanently upping Belle's sensitivity was tempting to see her turn into a cum-starved pet, I decided that it was not something I could sustain at the time, even if the dragon side of me almost roared at my restraint. I had always thought that runes, like words, were just made up. My recent experiences showed that the nature of something, be it wood or rune, influenced the soul within, a fact that I had failed to see when I first tried out different methods of casting. That meant that runes could be used to act as a basis for enchanting, with her juices making the spell anchored to her. It was similar to how I used the potion to guide my healing spell, instead of using the meaning behind the glyph to guide the raw intent I had, stabilizing the spell. Given that the tantric energy that was produced during sex could be manipulated with glyphs, forcing them to take on, or possibly even amplify specific aspects was also feasible. That meant that I could use it to act as a guideline for normal enchanting as well as a set of instructions for the ritual I wanted to make. How does it feel? I asked, curiously as Belle was slowly rocking back and forth, humping my leg. Trying to feel the magic I cast through my soul sense alone. I needed to figure out a way to see magic, another project to work on. It tingles, admitted Belle, grinding herself against my cock, picking up speed. But in a good way, gods, this is, oh. Fuck. She screamed, her body shaking non-stop. I lifted her in the last moment, to take over control before she could accidentally slip my cock into her sopping wet folds. While Summer Icelanders had proven to not care about the virginity of the practitioners, but I wanted to cover my bases. My theory, based on my experience with potions and what I had heard, had something to do with the untainted nature of the womb potentially improving the quality of the ritual. Since potions I made tended to sometimes influence the materials the potion came in contact with, both the cauldron and the stirring rod I used, I was not going to take a risk and hold to the value of virginity for both males and females for now. Flipping us over so that I was the one on top, I placed my cock on her wet core, so tempted to just push in. Alas, saner minds prevailed as my mind arts allowed me to beat back the rush of impulsiveness that had been getting worse through puberty. Taking her legs and pushing them together before holding them over my left shoulder, I sandwiched my length between her tights. Making sure that I was still rubbing against her pussy, I started sawing in and out of her thighs. Her juices provided enough lubrication for me to easily move, drawing more and more cries of pleasure from Belle as she was having one long continuous orgasm. Far sooner than I would have liked, I came with a groan, Belle already shaking from the orgasm that seemed to not end. At that moment, I realized what I had done wrong, as I watched my seed land across Belle's stomach, right on top of the glyph I had drawn. I only had a moment as my eyes widened and I felt my soul slip out of my control before I threw myself back, landing on my arse as my vision went white. Coming down from the greatest high of both my lives, I realized that I was breathing hard, my legs trembling from having come so hard, and my cock still spasming every once in a while. It was a state that I shared with Belle, whose legs were shaking every once in a while even if she looked to be passed out. All that left my mouth was a groan in response, as I was unable to form words. What the fuck just happened? After a few hours of nap for my body to recover, while my soul got around to slowly untangling that specific mess of an enchantment work from myself and Belle in that specific order, I decided that a quick bath in a tub would do wonders for our bodies. Belle was knocked out, barely coherent enough to groan once in a while. Judging that she was not in any condition to stand up and I was forced to use skin changing on my own body to force myself to walk, the effect of the small spell I tested out preventing me from properly controlling my legs even now. The tub was empty, but Bravus was one of the wettest cities in existence, as I opened the window, letting the mist and water vapor into the room before waving my wand. Pouring my will into the air, I forced the water vapor to turn back to the liquid inside the bathtub with a declaration of aguamenti, before a mutter of incendio while the tip of my wand was in the water caused it to reach to the boiling point. Carrying Belle into the tub, I sank in first, letting her rest her back against my chest, my hand rubbing circles over her stomach, slowly undoing the enchantment I placed on her body. Was that it? I did not feel you in me, muttered Belle, thoroughly out of it. My dear, that was just a precursor to what I wish to do to you, I whispered, causing Belle to squirm in my lap, though I had no ability to get hard again after the last time, mostly because I was not sure if I could actually cause any damage to myself given the dull pain I was feeling. Is that my fate then, becoming a pet to a wizard, like in that book you brought? Teased Belle, moving my hand so it grasped one of her palms. You have a better version of the same book. I teased back, pinching her nipples and drawing out another moan. Said book was at least 3 times bigger than the one I got from the September, with writing half the size as well. But if it is to be a pet of a wizard you want, I am sure I can be convinced. Did you learn anything new? Asked Belle, leaning back against my chest as I absent-mindedly fondled her. I took a deep breath, releasing a sigh at what I was about to do. It was dangerous and stupid and so expected. I had to play up my competence a bit, and act as if I was more confident than I really was. The plucking of the feathers was an interesting read, I said with a smirk, which caused Belle to tense up, finally giving my legilimency a purchase to trace what the mother and daughter were actually planning in her mind. She did not move, noticing that my right hand, hanging at the edge of the bathtub, was loosely gripping my wand, while the left one that had been fondling her breast was now flat against her collarbones, ready to hold her down against my body or choke her out if she chose violence. SHHH, no need to escalate to violence. Did you know that I could raise the temperature of water to melt away flesh? Not that I tried it with water before, but I can keep the heat from harming anyone I want. My familiar is in the room with your mother, capable of ripping her throat out, not to mention half a dozen countermeasures I keep around me in case I have to fight my way out of the city. I admitted, causing dread to pool in Belle's mind. Then again, you and your mother could so easily get some foolish bravo to pick a fight with me in turn. He would not succeed, but the trouble would be annoying, so why don't we just use our words and enjoy this warm bath together? It would seem that I hit jackpot with the trick that the Black Pearl employed, given the way Belgier relaxed slightly. Are you going to kill me, why your grace? Asked Belle, as I could feel her fear. She did not know much, but what she knew sang a simple story. No, but I need to explain to you what a stupidly foolish thing to do that would have been, I said, not really blaming the mother and daughter for trying something like that. Casual legilimency was just overpowered and the way Belle's flesh was pressed against my chest, I could so easily reach into her mind through the skinship. So, was that the plan, turn me into your pet wizard? No need to speak, I am in your mind, my dear, a difference between a mere dabbler of the arcane and a proper wizard, I see, quite brilliant. Belle's fear turned to confusion at my compliment, making me chuckle. I mean, if you separated the art from the artist, the trick that the Black Pearls probably used for generations was without a doubt the most efficient method of keeping political influence in the world. It was not something Belle knew when she met me, or even when we were in the same room together. Bellonara had gotten greedy and explained the way they used to keep their influence and power to her daughter after I mentioned how I could come up with a ritual. The ritual they used, the plucking of feathers, allowed a caster to turn the person they bed into their simps. Yes, simps was the best definition. That also explained why Bellonara had the Sea Lord wrapped around her finger, even as she acted to be fussing over him. She had the Sea Lord as her sex thrall through the ritual, though I was sure that her natural ability to charm and manipulate men through mind-blowing sexual prowess also came in handy. The problem was that I noticed the signs of soul saturation on both mother and daughter, increased soul stuff in a person. There was so much a body could hold before the soul started to spread out, influencing the world around them through accidental magic, granting the person a semi-divine presence. It was why Belle had the natural ability to cause the flames around her to rise while I required constant effort, though the allure seemed to be linked to her bloodlines, one I knew could be held by some other Targaryens in the past. That being said, the amount of effect they had over others was fascinating, and it would require cultivating the soul over generations, but the ritual of the succubus, as I now named it, would ensure that it was so. Bellonara's intent at supporting Belle in our relationship seemed to be so that I would stabilize the ritual so it worked all the time, as well as use the basis of affinity sharing ritual to take on my magical skills, assuming that it was not hard work but some sort of blood magic that I inherited that allowed me to heal the Sea Lord, which was only partially correct. Well, I can respect a well thought out plan, I admitted, having thought that it was the Sea Lord that was responsible for the honeypot. It would seem, Black Pearl wanted someone who may have the skills to improve on the ritual and make it more consistent, to have people in power wrapped around her finger. The Black Pearl, subtly using a rather simple magic to manipulate Bravus, you are extremely lucky that I was the one who caught on, instead of someone else. If another mage with some competence got ensnared into that little ritual of yours, well, you and your mother would be his little pets right now and glad for it. Belle gulped and she was, turned on by the power I held over her, the same power that I chose not to abuse. Finding that she was a natural submissive was a neat finding, but for later. She was still confused by me admitting it. Are you not angry? If that was the case, you could have done it already. I can hardly fault a mother for wanting the best for her daughter, or a person for improving the lot in their lives. Ambition can be quite attractive in moderation, my dear, I whispered into her ear. But I am not the type of person to keep someone against their will. I find it more enjoyable when they are willing and eager, and you have to admit that you find my company enjoyable as well. Unsaid was the fact that the other option was to make an enemy out of them, potentially killing them, but any other way involved me having to move to another city and start over from scratch. Moaned Belle, grounding her ass in my lap. You have ruined other men for me, without even putting it in. She pouted, her mind revealing her effort to try to get back some semblance of control. What am I going to do when you are gone? Why don't we make a deal then? I asked, pushing more compulsions to make Belle trust me, keep an open mind and be truthful than a greater good Dumbledore would do facing a pissed of Indy Harry. Getting a nod from the girl who stopped squirming, I continued, the ritual I am planning will amplify your power, that part that makes you able to draw in men and some women, along with making you more healthy in the long run. I am sure we can also have more fun if both sides had all the cards on the table, so to speak. I had no intention to share my affinities with Belle, mostly because I was still not sure what my magical affinity was or if my experiments influenced it. I had narrowed it down to something to do with divination, given how quickly I was able to pick up the branch of magic. I had a suspicion that it was some sort of a danger sense that would have guided Viserys away from danger until he got his golden crown, but there was also a chance that same ability had guided me in my experiments when it came to magic. What I instead wanted to do was to specifically share her affinities with myself while amplifying her affinity to bring out the lust in people, see if I can turn her into an actual proper succubus. Added soul stuff would amplify her physically, making her healthier and potentially far more beautiful than she would originally become, both benefits that came from having more soul stuffed in your body, as the natural way the soul got assimilated made you better physically. That would not be so bad, and I suppose you get me in exchange to slate your lusts over, said Belle, leaning back into my chest, relaxing at the fact that I admitted that I was willing to play ball. She seemed to be turned on by the dominant side I showed, though she was too exhausted for anything to happen. I could even be convinced to be the pet of such a generous wizard. He even gives me warm baths, that alone is worth keeping you around for, my love. That earned her a pinch on her firm bottom and a yelp, as we drifted into silence, enjoying the warmth of the water. Yet, as it turns out, you did not become the best courtesan in the pseudo-Venice without actually being good at being a manipulative bitch. At least she was fun to be around. Her mother, on the other hand, was going to be another challenge entirely. After enjoying the bath that I kept warm with a bit of magic, Belle and I were both presentable once more, though both of us were too sore to go on after the mood was soured by plotting. I left her to chat with her mother, knowing that I would have a more competent opponent the next time I came to this place. At least, now I knew what they wanted, which made me much more at ease since I could predict their actions for the most part. The revelation about the true intent of the Black Pearl and her daughter made me reevaluate my priorities. Specifically, my ability to guide and control spells, as I would need a few backup methods of ensuring that the ritual could not be interfered with and used for something other than its purpose. That thought led me to the way I used the rune to cast a spell, and what else I could do with the same method. The principles of the method were simple. Similar to how I could draw out the healing properties in a potion to cast a spell that healed, I would have to draw out the meaning within the runes, something that I had barely scratched the surface of. Inspecting the shadow-bound shirt I had made, I came to the conclusion that my first attempt to use runes to add to the shadow binding I used was lackluster, a failure. It had not worked because the soul stuff trapped in the rune could not spread through the silk shirt, the non-living material not suitable for the type of enchantment that could draw out the properties of the rune. There was also the possible issue of the magical fire simply vaporizing the glyph of protection, leaving behind an incoherent trace instead of using the rune to anchor the magic. That meant that I needed to enchant things that were alive in the past, without setting them on fire, which was harder than it sounded, as creating a cold fire was going to be tricky even if the process was familiar to me. I took out a second shirt. This one was made from linen instead of silk. Linothorax was an ancient linen armor, using the natural fibers of linen to provide protection similar to Kevlar body armor, in theory at least. The plant fibers would be better at channeling the soul stuff and spreading out the enchantment powered by the glyphs than silk ever could. Since the original shirt was already getting a bit too tight as I grew, I was due for an upgrade and I could recycle the old shirt. The new shirt had specific runes of protection strategically embroidered all over itself in Valyrian glyphs, a piece of rune work that Nessa had stitched on using an improved linen thread that was magically bound with the potion base, specifically so that it could absorb dragon glass into itself. Since dragon glass could create fire from within, it stood to reason that it could be used as a medium, binding a rune into it to draw out the meaning of the rune. A flick of my wand had the first shirt burst into flames, before the fires guttered out, leaving behind a mess of shadows and smoke suspended in midair forming a ball. Slowly layering the shadows into the new shirt, a blue fire came out of the tip of my wand, a cold fire that held the concepts of change, binding the mess of shadows into the plant matter, similar to the way I layered a soul into the wooden frame of the house, this time, drawing on the concepts that were anchored to the runes stitched onto the shirt instead of relying on my intent alone. The effect required me to be able to feel the runes, or rather the meanings behind those runes. Once I completed the enchantments on the new shirt and put it on, I could feel the effects of the enchantments running through the shirt, feeling that the added comfort rune along with the dozen different phrases that roughly meant protection was not a waste of effort, a significant improvement over the single-purpose enchantment I could place with intent alone. While the silk shirt was good, it did tend to itch every once in a while. The enchantment process led me to another shortcoming: control over my new wand was lackluster at best. I had an idea on how to improve my control over spellfire, something that I could use Dani's help with, mostly as it would give me an excuse to spend some more time with her, but also to get her used to magic. She had been upset about the extra lessons and she deserved some reward since she seemed fascinated by the magic I have been more openly doing. The blue ball of fire hung in the air, before a wooden bat slammed into it, making it disappear. The flame was mine, the same flame that I used to enchant the shirt I now wore. In essence, it was a replication of the blue bell flames that one Hermione Granger was fond of using. On the surface, it was a worthless spell. Nothing but a combination of what one could refer to as fire creation and flame freezing charms, a combination that created a fire that gave off no heat. In theory, it was a control exercise that produced a fire that was not there in the first place, a training aid I came up with, meant to ensure the caster could control the natural properties of spell fire to prevent it from burning things. Said fire would also allow me to layer specific enchantments on top of it without burning my target. There were enough scorch marks in my workshop for me to justify the spell's necessity even without the improved control it would provide me during enchanting. The one aspect of magic that I seemed to run into was that the laws of nature did not stop working just because magic was involved. Sure, magic could suspend them, but it had to be intentional on the caster's side. For example, you could use fire to enchant something, but that did not mean that same fire would not in the meantime burn the item you were working with. You had to additionally account for the need to make sure the fire did not burn in a physical form. The result was a game that I came up with. It allowed me to spend time with Dani and practice at the same time. I had to bribe her with playtime so she behaved and actually listened to her lessons with the Black Pearl, while also allowing me to slowly figure out how to teach her magic. Another blue ball of fire launched itself from the tip of my wand. The actual effect was a combination of fire that burned completely, hence the blue flames, and making sure that it did not release any heat in the process. If I lost concentration, the flame would simply go out, making it no different than an illusion or a light show that could still affect the world, which was perfect for precision spells while paving the way for physical illusions to supplement the mental ones I could create. Another smack on the blue ball of flame by the stick and I recast, willing the ball of fire to move in midair to avoid the wild swings that Dani was now trying to go for. She wanted to see magic and I could not see any reason to deny her given that this spell was perfectly safe. The blue ball moved around her bat and smacked her in the back before vanishing. It was just hard enough to make her stumble but not fall. Dani turned to glare at me as I gave her a sheepish grin before she was once again distracted by a new blue ball hanging right in front of her, taunting her. Sir Willem watched like a hawk, despite the lack of danger. He had still insisted on trying it himself, though we ended up using What the Eyes as the trial dummy instead. The reason the flame went out when Dany hit it with a stick was strange, as it was caused by the nature of the flames and the act of hitting it. The moment someone else touched the flames, they would gain control over said flames, but that in turn would cause the blue flames to go out, as they required active focus to keep. That also meant that she needed to concentrate on making the fire go out while hitting, channeling her will through the piece of normal wood, which would hopefully make it easier for her in the future once I figured out how to make a wand for her. It was whimsical on her part, a fun bit of magic that her big brother used to play with her. To me, it was the perfect practice, both for myself and Dany, so everyone won. That is enough for now, you have your other lessons to attend, I said, causing Dany to pout, before trying to swing once more at the blue fire. Expelliarmus, miss, I stated, moving my wand to trace the Valyrian glyph of release at the same time. The tip of my wand left behind a rune of fire suspended in midair before both the runes and the blue flame turned to a red hue. The only reason the color changed was because of my preset belief that the disarming charm should be red. The fire took on the concept of release from the rune I traced, similar to how I had it take on the properties of the potion. The spell was held in the air, just as Dany hit it once more with the wooden stick, only for said stick to fly out of her hands and fall onto the floor. The only part that was relatively hard for such a spell was to be able to take over the possession of the weapon, given that Dany was holding the wood and physical contact allowed a person to pour their soul into an object, if the material was conductive enough for a soul, which seemed to correlate with how alive it was. I looked at my sister with a soft smile, daring her to make a fuss. Instead of gaping with amazement at my casual use of magic, she was simply pouting. Being young, she was not as wary about magic, nor as limited in her viewpoints on what was possible and not possible. She simply accepted that her big brother had magic and fire could become blue and fly around when I waved a stick. Be a good girl and attend your lessons and we can play later, I said, giving her a soft smile. Dany nodded, running to her lessons with an okay, a word that confused everyone given that I was the only person who used it in this world. She seemed more enthusiastic now that she had the prospect of seeing more fun in the future. Most of the fun would be me explaining how I did what I did in a way that would ensure she did not know enough to replicate it. I would sometimes see her looking at my wand and I would have to promise her that if she was a big girl, she would get her own when she was older. I honestly blamed the Targaryen-ness in her blood for that. The girl was more interested in magic than anything else I saw her do. Teaching my sister magic was not something I was going to change my mind about, though I was worried that she was too young for most of the magic that I knew. The latest batch of more conceptual spells I had developed by combining spell fire with runes and glyphs were far more suited to teaching than the darker, more primal side of magic that even I realized that I barely even understood. The trick I discovered with conceptual magic came down to the unique idea that I got to translate the book of sex rituals I had read. Words had a unique relationship to stabilize magic, something that I had initially dismissed in my rush to produce as many powerful spells as I could. The spell fire that I was able to access using the dragon glass was the missing piece to the more familiar magic system that I was able to now build off of. In practice, the spell fire made any magic I cast an enchantment, allowing me to give properties to materials that were not there. The effect lasted for a short duration, ending once I reclaimed the amount of soul I poured into the object. The result was different in principle from the rawer, more physical spells that I had originally created, the same ones that used an enchanted medium to interact with the world instead of using the enchantment to directly affect the world. Sure, I could still use my old spells as before, but they were less refined than what I could pull off, even if they were more physical in practice. The difference, while subtle, was easy to distinguish. I could still control the winds to move things around to my will. The spell fire allowed me to make an object move without using the winds, imposing change through the element of fire. The best word to describe the new, more refined form of magic casting I could do was to call it charms, which allowed me to add new properties to a material. When it came to charms, my understanding of the rawer magic supplemented my observations. Based on my experience with magic, incantations did not matter as much as the meaning they held for the caster at that moment. I could use High Valyrian to cast complex spells, but my own expectations made it much easier to cast spells by using the incantations based on Harry Potter spells. It was a weird effect. The Pig Latin and made-up words from another world were so closely linked to the concept of magic for me that I found them intuitive to use for casting, lacing that intent into my spells. More powerful spells, however, those were still out of my reach, lacking power and weight that simple words could not convey. For those, I experimented with wand movements, tracing runes and glyphs that held the meaning in the air, tracing them in the air while leaving a trail of fire. It was, essentially, a flame-writing charm, allowing me to enchant the flame with the additional concepts I could pull from the words themselves, before collapsing the fire into a ball to throw around. I recalled Bonero being able to write in the air with flames. The high priest of Arhilla in Volantis used it in his sermons to trace Valyrian glyphs in the air. Words are wind, a good saying that shows the weight of the spoken word, the same weight as wines, even if I was proof that wines could cut, even if the spells I used, like the wines, were temporary. It was how I managed the disarming charm I cast, imposing the conceptual meaning of release onto the held object instead of the holder, taking that said concept from the matching glyph instead of my own memory and understanding. The spell was different than the version I created using skin changing, which involved me possessing the hand holding the object and forcing it to release said object, which was closer to localized Imperious Curse than the disarming charm. The puppeteering I used was much faster and more effective against body parts than the entire body, making the spell Imperious light. In the end, charms allowed me to prove that I could use the written word to hold more complex enchantments, a skill that I knew would come in handy in both the protections I have been trying to build around our house and the rituals that I wanted to conduct. Words are wind unless they are carved on stone, I muttered to myself, making my way to my workshop. My study of symbols, runes, and glyphs became more of a priority now that I knew they could help me with casting more complex conceptual spells, and also because I was actively trying to understand rituals for a specific goal. The main problem I came into was the way tantric rituals worked made them almost impossible to properly control or guide consciously. The rituals were too primal, too chaotic, too wild, as the small accident had proven. The act of release was a keystone in each version of the rituals I learned about, but said release also proved to mess with my control over magic. Normally, the nature of tantric rituals limited the ritual to have specific basic effects, taking over the body of the partner, turning them into your slave, and sharing power. That kind of thing was easy, but I wanted to make sure that the effect was what I wanted it to be, and I refused to turn anyone into a mindless puppet without reason. Given that I was of the opinion that rituals should be strictly limited to those who were involved to make sure no one could interfere, a lesson from Summerhall that my family really needed to learn, I needed a method of controlling the magic, a sort of security net. If I wanted anything more complicated, especially if I planned to amplify the existing soul stuff in the ritual to make it more potent, I needed something to guide the spell, a ritual circle to be specific. It took a while, but nearly a week of working, and I had what I wanted. I understood how to work with runes and glyphs. The trick was to gain insight into the magic that a rune would naturally cast by enchanting the rune and meditating over it, drawing out the actual meaning of runes. I took out a dozen small blood candles, ones I had created using mice that were easier to breed. The small candles also allowed me to play around with new enchantments at a small scale, though this time they would allow me to create something much more useful than mere experiments that were later discarded. I was using my wand to carve the shapes onto the small pieces of weirwood, binding the small souls into the weirwood. I knew that most wood, so long as they were enchanted, could remain alive, but weirwood was better at it than other woods. In the end, I ended up with a bag of carved rune stones, made from weirwood, each wooden piece holding a blackened glyph that I thought would have a clear and useful meaning, written onto the surface with the tip of my wand burning the glyph with spell fire. Half the runes had a circle around them, to see if that would influence the effects of the glyphs. Then there was the other set of wooden plates, large enough to fit the palm of my hand. I carved ritual circles that I thought might provide me with a better understanding of how numbers and geometric shapes could work. Doing math to make sure magic did not blow up in my face was not a strange idea. The concept in Harry Potter was called arithmancy, to be specific, numerology, which was number divination. In my old world, numerology was a useless art that was independently invented by multiple civilizations, though I was most familiar with the Greek model made by Pythagoras. It boiled down to assigning numbers to letters and adding them up to predict the future. In this world, numerology was a serious science, one that even the likes of maesters and scholars considered to be true. It made tracking down meanings much easier, and all I needed to do is confirm that the numbers held the correct interpretations, once again using the method I used to create my rune stones. Royners seemed to have been the ones to truly focus on the power of numbers, though a bit of research into history and lore showed an interesting trend in patterns in each civilization to rely on at least one magical number. Valyrians operated on threes. 3 heads of the dragon was the most known concept, a reference to both the ruling body of 3 archons and the 3 parts required to ride a dragon. The triarchy of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh had actually based their alliance on the tradition of having 3 archons that governed, hence the name, as each city provided 1 archon for the alliance. The closest analogy I had was the Roman consuls, and how there were always 2 of them at the same time. The 3 heads of the dragon that made the dragon rider were also ones that I knew closely. It was the dragon, the rider, and the soul of the relative of the rider that was bound to the dragon. There was blood magic required in the process, at least for those who did not know the secrets of magic. There are other rules of 3, the books on alchemy made mention of the balance between mind, body, and soul, or so my most recent translation of the work implied them. Even my own wand worked on the rule of 3s if I really thought about it, using 3 magical materials in the form of weirwood, dragon bone, and dragon glass. There was also blood, but the blood bound the 3 materials to me. I was sure that it could be considered as a different, separate application of numbers from the connection that created the wand. The first men had 2 different numbers that occurred often, 9 and 13, both known for their magical properties. 9 was rarer, but the crown of kings of winter supposedly had 9 swords atop it. 13 was more common, being linked to the weirwood groves, which always had 13 trees, to the 13 heroes who ventured against the White Walkers, and of course, the notorious 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Then there was the most vexing one. 7. The first idea I got was that of the 7 who are one, making me once more ask how a religion that was so against magic managed to survive when set forth against the likes of Royner, Valeria, and First Men. It does look like what I would expect a very simple magic circle to look like, I said, turning to my companion. The raven looked at me and twisted his head in confusion. I sighed and pushed the images of other more fantasy-inspired ritual circles, before the raven turned and inspected the sign, croaking out same, making me hum in return. Ravens had the intelligence of a child, it was told, which I could judge better than everyone given how I could feel the way they thought things through. Evil Overlord list that I had partially remembered had something about keeping one around to bounce ideas off of, a child, not a raven, but my options were limited to Dani or Lana. With Lana, I did not want her to be aware of some of the deeper secrets, or the experiments that would make her draw parallels between me and the alchemist, not to mention the issue of her soul being frayed. Similarly, Dani was not an option for now, as I wanted her to have a bit more time before I took her on as an apprentice, letting her enjoy her childhood and focus on her newest studies, as I did not want her to be overwhelmed by magical theory before I had time to hash it out properly. For now, a raven was assisting me on my experiments, mostly to bounce ideas off of, the animal instincts being more attuned to how magic might work, lacking some of the more refined inhibitions of humans. The answer was obvious the more I studied the artifact in the September, as it was accidental magic, ironically, that ensured that the faith was so successful. I could not find any presence of the 7 in their seps, but there was some sort of protection that was anchored to the 7-pointed star. Given the use of the icon on everything related to the ones who followed the 7, and my test of a simple piece of wood with the 7-pointed star etched onto the surface with my wand was almost eager to take on and retain an enchantment. I had a feeling that it acted as an anchor for the belief, an enchanted object that provided some sort of a boost to what you preyed upon. Then, there were the zealots from the time of the Andal invasions. Because, of course, carving a 7-pointed star on your own body with a specific intent to destroy anyone holding magic would provide you with resistance against magic, allowing your men to invade a continent that made Valyrians stop and as if they should do so. My knowledge, I knew that 7 was the most magical number. I think it had something to do with the fact that it is the largest single-digit prime number, making it the largest indivisible number that could not be broken down into its smaller components. There were other numbers though, and I needed to figure out how to use them to ensure that the ritual I was crafting would succeed. I could combine the nature of the numbers with runes to create an anchor that would guide the ritual, or at least provide a bit of security compared to not using a proper magical ritual circle. I got to work, as I needed to map out all the numbers I could, maybe add in a few pictograms as well. Everyone makes summer islands look like a paradise, but let's face it, in Planitos, there is no such thing. Given their obsession with sex and rather interesting traditions, my interpretation is that the place has figured out a way to use sex to power magic and they are good at it. The game never ends and it is the same everywhere. Casual use of legilimency and out-of-context problem-solving saved Wizard's arse once more, well, more that it saves his moral fiber. You do not try to enslave the mind of a person who can casually break the minds of others, and that would have made this fic a lot darker than I want. Also, this is mostly to highlight that magic is still going on behind the scenes. I tried to rock that true neutral that does not give a shit about anything but learning new things for Wizard's, at least when it came to Black Pearl's plot. Let me know how it came off. His respect for Black Pearls also went up a bit, mostly because now he knows their angle. Wand movements, draw concepts from the runes and channel the effect into the spell, as it writes the symbol into the air. Wizard's slowly gets Dani used to the idea of magic while training her in the old and wise method of wax on wax off. I know the rest of the chapter was a lot of telling and not showing, but I wanted to write this part about runes and arithmancy and get over it, because they are going to be needed for the future. Confrontations. Having discovered the ability to tap into complex concepts through written words, I had spent the last week running through the small stockpile of blood candles I had made while experimenting with magic circles I could build by combining numerology of geometric shapes with high Valyrian glyphs. One of those experiments was a lesser divination ritual that was able to deconstruct the magical affinity of a person, using Dani, Watt, and me to test a framework consisting of 81 total concepts, each represented by a glyph or symbol. I got the idea from Chakra Nature papers from Naruto. The ability to tell apart a person's affinity using a magical paper sounded like an interesting concept, and I now had access to specific concepts to try it out. Instead of simple elements, however, I made it to be a bit more comprehensive and used 81 high Valyrian glyphs. Numbers were weird, and 9, in my opinion, was the weirdest of all numbers. 3 of 3s, 9 retained the stability of the 3, adding a layer of complexity to the process to reach what could best be called a superstability. Glyphs I added to the 9 ends of the star caused the enchantment to reach a stable form almost immediately, a balance that it retained unless some external force changes something. That made the simple magic circle a perfect method for me to get information, as anything that disturbed the balance caused a reaction that I could physically observe, forming the basis for an analysis spell of sorts. The result was the scroll of transformed weirwood. While transfiguration was a bit more tricky than I would have liked, Changing the shape of wood was one of the easier tricks. Stretching out the weirwood into a papyrus-like form took no effort, allowing me a surface to write the magic circle on. Using my wand to etch the glyphs and shapes I wanted onto the weirwood papyrus, I ended up with an analysis scroll. 81 different glyphs, representing individual concepts that I could come up with, some taken from game stats and others from my observations, forming a 9-sided star with another set of 9-sided stars at each end of the main star. In the middle a simple enchantment of fire for blood, blood for fire with a smaller circle in the center. As it stood, the enchantment was at balance, but a single drop of blood at the center circle would cause the glyphs with matching concepts to flare out, giving me a loose description of the magical affinity of a person. The resulting backlash caused the related runes that got stronger from the added blood to flare out in the form of heat and light. That blackened the runes that shared similar concepts to the blood added, allowing me to analyze and deconstruct the affinity of a soul through blood magic. The only issue I had with the entire setup was that the scroll was a bitch to make and was only useful for a single person, not to mention using about an amount of weirwood that required me to feed an entire pig to the small tree I had managed to cultivate. Dany, unsurprisingly, had an affinity that converged around foresight, revival, and dragon, among other lesser ones, a perfect combination for someone who would somehow divine a ritual to hatch dragons from petrified stone using only the most basic understanding of equivalent exchange. My main issue was the fact that she was a seer, or rather a dreamer, since her foresight was far more potent than the other two concepts. While I was glad that she could see into the future, I knew that such a talent could potentially mess up a person, which meant that she was not wearing an amulet until I could teach her to control her powers, or at least her mind enough for her to get a handle of her visions. I did not want her dreams of the future to influence her mind and cause her more harm than good, like the magic head with Durin the Drunken, who drank himself to the grave to avoid the visions he kept having. I, on the other hand, got something unique that confirmed the deep suspicion I had about myself, specifically my unnatural ability to understand magic and survive any bad result. My magical affinity was heavily biased to magic, foresight, and survival in that order, with other lesser affinities that were less applicable. That meant that I had a primary affinity to divination that pertained to magic and survival. The later affinity was probably because of the paranoia I shared with the original Viserys. Magic, I was sure, was something unique to myself compared to original Viserys, while foresight was simply an ability to feel the many threads of fate according to most beliefs, though I preferred to consider it as a subtle effect of retroactive precognition, with me being sensitive to the events that would happen to my future selves, echoing back through time. The insight into affinities pretty much confirmed that my divination best worked in the combination of survival and magic. That made me good at a few things: dueling, with both weapon and magic, since I could tell where a hit would come from, but it made me great at specifically experimenting with spells and general magic and surviving the consequences, since I could tell when something would go wrong and stop it or dodge it if it came to that, explaining how I managed to survive from exploding myself until now. Said instincts had also screamed at me that breaking the mind of the Black Pearl was a bad idea, because, at the end of the day, that was all I could do if they tried anything with the ritual, as I would have to freeform the spell and the backlash would break the mind of the girl I have been growing more fond of. The truth was, I had every reason to break both their minds, the mother and daughter, and keep them to sate my lusts, even if I never really had that specific fetish. Their attempt at binding me to their wills had left me with a simmering rage that even now made me clench my teeth in annoyance. Just the fact that they had tried to pull something off like what they wanted was enough justification for me to go through with the process and turn it on them, except for one single detail: my instincts. Only after meditating and going over the memories of the day could I isolate that instinct, the same one that allowed me to know when to shield myself from an exploding cauldron, the same one that I had only recently confirmed to being guided by divining a fortune where I could survive. In functionality, I was sort of reminded of the Force, how it would guide Jedi and Sith, giving them feelings, and I had a bad feeling about this. Said instincts had stayed my hand, at least long enough for my conscious mind to catch up and ask what would Tywin do. I knew that he would do exactly what I wanted to do if he was in my place and had my abilities. Breaking the minds of a couple of whores, as he would call them. I had a few policies in this life, chief among them was don't do what Tywin would do. And it was up there with all the partially remembered items from the Evil Overlord Index. Sure, Tywin had this brutal efficiency to his actions, one that many would find admirable in a lord. That being said, he was a petty man who did not take insults lightly and had no loyalty to anyone but his ego, so anything he would do was ill thought out and questionable in the long run. You did not kill off multiple families for the single reason that your enemies would do the same to yours at the first opportunity. The pause made me think through the events, trying to find the hidden reason that someone like the Black Pearl would have at wanting control over me, at least beyond the hunger for power that someone who already had control over the Sea Lord would have. There was something that I was not seeing, and it ate away at me. I had used the truth to guide the Legilimency, using Belle's panic at being discovered to peel away the layers of their plot, but the Black Pearl did not seem like a person who would try something so stupid like that, at least not without having a backup to ensure success. It made sense, too much sense, an ambitious courtesan and her daughter, a powerful sorcerer who showed every sign that he would continue to grow richer and more powerful. The only problem was my innate paranoia and my obsessive need to master the mind arts, allowing me to catch on to their little plot. Given how my instincts screamed at me that breaking their minds was a very terrible idea, and since I was sure they did not expect me to catch on to it before the ritual took place. I dislike subtlety. So, here I was, flipping the board to get answers to the questions that annoyed me directly from the source, since subtlety was taking too long and I did not play by the rules of others. It had been a week since I plucked the plot from Belligery's mind, but the benefit I got from glyphs made me much more confident now than I was before. Evening, I said, sitting by the couch, a rune of privacy burned onto the surface of the expensive golden heart table by my side, a small blood candle burning on top of the rune, releasing smoke to enforce the conceptual ward I had woven over the entire room. The first servant who had noticed me sitting there had yelped in panic, running off to call her mistress. Your Grace, I did not expect to see you here, responded Bellonara Otheries, the Black Pearl. Her hair was wet, from the bath that I knew she would be having at that moment, which is why I chose this specific time to have our chat. She was wearing a sheer robe, droplets of water still sticking to her skin and making the robe more transparent, leaving nothing to the imagination. Yes, the two bravos by the door did give me that impression. Promise of a night with the Black Pearl will make any man suicidal, it would seem, I snarked back, enjoying the view and the slight discomfort she was having at how I managed to get in despite her precautions. I could feel her dread at this very conversation, having left to stew in her paranoia. Don't bother calling out, I have ensured that we can have this private chat, I said, my fingers passing over the blood candle that was anchoring the enchantment around the room. Said two men were currently incapable of discerning up from down, as the confundus charm I placed on them was, a bit more than I had initially assumed. Combined with the privacy ward, they would not be able to walk straight let alone disturb us. Using runes with my own already existing spells gave, quite potent results. I think we should talk, please, have a seat, I said, pointing at the other couch. Black Pearl sauntered close to me after a moment of silence, choosing to take a seat on my lap instead of the other couch in the room. I had to give her credit for the seduction attempt, my body was reacting even if I kept my mind from being distracted. Black Pearl was another beast entirely compared to her daughter, and I was wary of her. She was an experienced courtesan capable of manipulating men to her whims, ambitious and cunning enough to have magically wrapped the seal orb around her finger, and also stupid enough to have tried doing something similar to me. That combination was a dangerous one and I needed a more gentle touch. Belle has been singing your praises, young man, one might say she is in love, breathed out Bellonara Otheries, pushing all her charm and sex appeal, along with her rather impressive breasts to my face. Her shamelessness and choice to make intimate physical contact made me tense, making me gulp. I watched her hands, resting on her lap, presenting no threat to me. At the thought of her daughter, her mind pointed me at a wooden wall that had an intricate design, behind which I saw a familiar pair of eyes. The mind I felt was familiar to me, as it would seem that Belgier had noticed that I was here and wanted to watch how her mother fared. She is young, she will get better, I deflected, my hand resting on her back, increasing the physical contact to better get a read on her. It would ensure that I could also paralyze her at a moment's notice if she tried to stab me with something. Clamping down on my libido, I focused on her eyes instead. Romantics were not wrong, eyes were truly the windows to the soul and surface-level reading was the most efficient form of legilimency, simply because it was near impossible to resist when there was eye contact involved. While the mother was ambitious and pushed her daughter in my direction, Belle was innocent as I was able to glimpse from her mind. It was a point in Bellonara's character that she was more worried about her daughter than any punishment I might decide to mete out today. For Belgier, I could spare, as even if she had found the idea of controlling my power enticing, she was reluctant and I had given her a much better alternative as she had enjoyed me taking control more than the other way around. Not to mention that turning me into her slave was something that made her uncomfortable as a bravasi, idealism of youth was a beautiful thing. Combined with the fact that I could give her earth-shattering orgasms and she was unbalanced in this game her mother was more experienced at it. Then again, it might have been the fact that I had shown a glimpse of my power and had shown a willingness to be reasonable and not abuse it, a rare combination for men in this world that unbalanced even Bellonara before me. Unlike her daughter, however, where I had total control, Bellonara's closeness put me on edge, because she was willing to do it. She had willingly provided me a better leverage to look into her mind, an ability of mine that her daughter had already shared with her. Bellonara knew that I could look into her mind, and wanted me to take a look, either a sign of trust or she was more capable than she let on. Was it a sign of submission? Manipulation? I was not sure what her endgame was by being as open as possible other than as a way to make sure I did not lash out. Indeed, mayhaps you would prefer someone older, more mature. Purred the beauty before me, trying to distract me with her body, though I was more annoyed at the attempt than anything else. You tried to enslave me, why should I trust anything you say? I asked, causing her to gasp in mock horror. The first law of bravos is not one even the Black Pearl would trifle with, Your Grace, such accusations. I merely work to gain your favor, a man of your status and power draws woman in, she said, trying to play it off, getting a growl from me in response to her attempts to be light-hearted. Her act annoyed me because I considered this more serious than she did. Deciding to show her a glimpse of what she truly wanted, I pressed onto her mind instead, wrapping my presence around hers, pressing just enough for her to freeze in fear. Everyone had certain instincts when it came to skin changing, even the lowest of animals. Lack of experience and not being used to the connections formed between souls made it near impossible for someone to slip out unless they had reason to, but said instincts also ensured that your soul tried to keep out other souls from your body by default. The memories I got from the animals I broke, it was like claustrophobia, as though someone was hovering over you while you could not move. That was what she was feeling right now, my anger made manifest. The black pearl of bravos froze like a deer before the open maws of a dragon. Feel that, that is my soul, in your body, just as you wanted, I said, growling, feeling her mind, like a panicked bird trying to get out of her cage. I have broken enough minds to know that such things are not to be messed with. A single loss of control and your mind would be crushed. That is what you wanted for yourself and your daughter, a ritual to build a connection, a door. Doors open both ways, and unlike others, I am intimately familiar with that door, I stated, causing the woman on my lap to gulp in fear, fear that I was amplifying with a bit of compulsion, forcing her to feel it all, causing her to shake. You, my dear, are dabbling with things that you do not even understand, and my mercy is limited. This was what Thistle had felt when Varmer tried to take her skin. It was what made a person bite off their own tongue, and claw out their own eyes to break the connection. A bit more pressure and Belonara would react the same way, if I lacked the control that I had built over the last 3 years. I released the spiritual pressure, relaxing the cage I built enough after that small rant. It took Belonara a moment to gather herself. Her chest rose and fell in deep breaths, as I watched her visibly calm down after a moment. Her control was impeccable. Her mind was a great source of insight into her true feelings. She was good at that, remaining calm while managing an angry man, the memories of instances where her chosen partner would get violent only for her to use her skills to ensure nothing bad happened, nothing permanent at least. Even then, she had some of them killed for going too far. A part of me felt pity for this woman who had to live through such things, but this world was a cruel one, and her actions needed to have consequences, no matter how much I pitied her. Her mood changed in a moment, more relaxed once she realized that I was done, and I would not do more. She sighed, giving me a smile that was happy. No, was that relief? What was I missing here? I thought you were the ambitious type of man, Your Grace, a second son, deprived of his rights, angry and looking for power. Such a man would have lashed out, just now, such a man would take what they wanted without care for others. I am glad I was wrong and I beg your forgiveness and mercy, she said, going to her knees on the floor in front of me, bowing her head in submission. The confusing part was that she was genuine in her words, showing it in the best way she knew got every man before me raring to go. I had to accept that having such a beautiful woman on her knees before me in so little clothing was getting to me. And what type of man am I then? I asked curiously, looking back up and into her eyes. A clemency had its uses even if my instincts wanted me to bend this woman over the table I had recently defaced out of pettiness. A monster, held behind a cage of morality and nobility. I had thought you were hungry for power and held a desire to reclaim your crown. You certainly act that way from all the rumors, she said, pausing before taking a breath, preparing herself for something. I felt her steel her resolve, when they came to me, with the task to test the one who would choose to save a little girl and fight another monster. I was curious, whispered the Black Pearl, making me freeze. The House of Black and White wanted to see if you would be the right kind of monster however, or one that they can work with. A chill ran down my spine, making me shiver. She was not lying, that much I knew. I did not look up, instead focusing on that specific trail of memories within her mind. She had enough mental discipline to pick up on what I was doing and she was helping me, speeding it up by thinking of the correct memories. It was not a clemency in the strictest term but it was impressive nonetheless. The faceless men, of course, it is them. What did they want? I asked, wanting to hear her words. They wanted to see what you would do. Would you notice the truth behind this plot and react with violence? Would you let it happen either way and bind yourself to our will? Or would you lash out and break the mind of my only daughter? They told me that it would be near impossible for you to not notice, that there would be a price to pay, yet you did neither of those. I thank you for your mercy, Your Grace, I am in your debt, once more bowing to me. Her gratitude was genuine, she could not fake those feelings in such a realistic way. As for the faceless men, the Black Pearl was just another test for me, a bait for me to see if I would be tempted to be cruel, to take over the mind of a person in a moment of distress. Maybe it was a warning, maybe it was a lesson to make me feel the horror of someone losing their will. Given their hate against Valyrian sorcerers, I had a feeling that falling for the bait would see me dead sooner than I wanted. I could see them using this as a way to decide whether or not they needed to kill me before I grew too powerful, before I could figure out how to detect them my thoughts rose. Why risk yourself, or your daughter for something like that? I asked, wondering how they convinced someone to do such a monumentally stupid thing. Slavery of that form is a fate worse than death. A name was given, said Black Pearl in a cold monotone that imitated the faceless men. The Black Pearl is known to the House of Black and White, but her daughter is not. I was offered a choice. And you chose to manipulate your daughter into the maw of the dragon? I asked, knowing what she was thinking. Someone had named Belgier, for reasons I did not know. A bit stupid, given she would die either way. I had offered myself in her stead but I was refused, and as you said, she would have died either way, said Bellonara, showing a determination that was, wow. If I had not been hard from the way she sat on my lap, I would have been hard from that admission alone. I would have to take the only chance that you would be merciful, that the boy I saw heal a man was not going to harm her, even if he could. I am willing to make up for it, if that is what you wish, your grace. What do they want from me? I asked, looking at the courtesan before me. In her mind, there was a relief, gratitude, happiness, and resignation at her fate, acceptance that I would torture or kill her. I realized that this was more than some ambitious courtesan, this was a mother looking to protect her child from harm. I do not know what they want. I was only told what to do, to tempt you and see if you would react in violence, see if I could influence you as well. Either way, they would have control over you. Bellonara shrugged, causing her robe to slip, revealing more of her skin. And your influence over the Sea Lord, it seems odd, given what you are doing might be considered slavery of another form. I asked, wanting to know more about the hidden secrets she had, gaining more leverage if I could. They tolerate such a thing. All men must serve. An exchange between the two is not of their concern. It was even one of those favors that keep my name from being given to them. Porphyrigo was more enthused about cooperating with them after we spent a few nights together, responded Bellonara, making me understand that this woman was not only dangerous and resourceful and above all else, willing to work with me. I am willing to do anything if it means keeping my Belgier safe. I just ask that any punishment your grace would decide on would be limited to myself. I am not the law here, I countered. Any punishment I demand would not be binding. Yet none could stop you if you truly wished it, countered Bellonara, you are here after all. And if I am willing to be merciful, to you and your daughter? I asked, my eyes raking over her body. Bellonara bats her eyelashes, giving me a knowing smile before crawling slowly towards me. What are you willing to give in return? Stopping before my open legs, she looked up and said, anything you desire, and I would be very appreciative, your grace. Her hands moved up my leg before grabbing my cock through my pants. She squeezed it with a smirk on her face. That daughter of mine certainly was not exaggerating, especially if you are as enduring as she told me you were. She purred, slowly opening the lacing and freeing the boner that I got from all the wiggling she had done in my lap. Her hands were good, and she had been teasing me long enough that I could not do anything but enjoy the hand job. She did not push for more, not when I did not make any motion to go further, enjoying the best hand job I got in both my lives. A few minutes was all I could last before I heard Bellonara whisper, now, why don't you be a good boy and cover my face with your seed? Noticing that I was close, just as I groaned as I came, just as she wanted. What do you say, your grace? Asked the Black Pearl, her face and breasts covered with my seed. Alas, I was not really in the mood to do more. Tempting, very tempting. I nodded, agreeing that I wanted this, mostly for myself. I agree that Belle should not be punished, but you, how can I ever be sure that I can trust you? Your attempt should have consequences after all, a punishment equal to the attempted crime. I had already made up my mind about what I had to do, even if I had asked for advice. Sir Willem had been furious when I told him of their plot, suggesting that we kill them both, though he backed up when I compared it to something Ares would do. Sir Richard had been less enthused about the violence, though not at the idea that at least the Black Pearl had to be punished in some way. It was Nessa who overheard the argument that suggested that I pay back in kind, at least for Black Pearl, as even she agreed that such an act should not be simply dismissed. And how would you punish me, your grace? Asked Bellonara, wiggling her chest in front of me. By ensuring your enthusiasm, in our cooperation, I repeated, as I took out my wand. Immobilis. I muttered, tracing the mirror image of the glyph of movement in the air, inverting the concept, and hitting the woman in front of me with a blue spell fire that ensured she would be unable to move. The conversation revealed interesting details about the House of Black and White, ones that I could pick up on at least. They would only react in violence if I harbored someone important, but they did not care what had been done to the Sea Lord. Stealing my resolve, I pressed the tip of my wand to my finger, making a shallow cut using the dragon glass tip and extracting a drop of my blood. Said blood started smoking from the magic involved before the smoke started forming a circle around the tip of my wand. Unlike my more melodramatic understanding in the past, shadow binding would be done without loss of soul. The blood only created a link between the shadow smoke and the caster that they could use, not dissimilar to the bond I shared with my more closer familiars, the ones with whom I had spent time, the ones I could skin change without a wand. I trailed my wand down the valley of her breasts, watching the way her skin gained goosebumps. Using the spell fire to clean her up by burning away my cum on her face and tits, I willed the smoke to mix with the blood smoke around my wand. The tip stopped just below the navel, resting on the dark skin that was surprisingly taut even though Bellonara already had a child. I filed that little detail away for possible effects of magic. The smoke sank into her skin, forming a very particular shape I had come up with over the week, fueled by my anger at Black Pearl and to see how I would do the loyalty binding that I read about in the book Summer Islands. It was a more refined version of the original, using a magical circle that contained a far more defined enchantment than I could place with my intent and willpower alone. 2 concentric circles formed from shadow smoke, beneath her skin, where they would remain as a tattoo, bound to me through the single drop of blood I shed. The blood connection also gave me a direct legilimency line, even from a distance, similar to the bond I shared with my familiars, but that was almost secondary to the true purpose of the spell. The inner circle held a simple triangle inside, a glyph for each edge of the triangle. While pulling a single concept from a written shape was easy, it had the issue of not being accurate enough for the desired effect. Combining multiple glyphs with meanings that build upon each other would create a resonance, and focus the enchantment by refining it through each added word. Of course, that approach required a pathway for the soul to cycle through, a magic circle similar to the way I had used the frame of our house to place the ward. Combined with a bit of numerology, using the stability granted by the triangle shape, and I had the high Valyrian glyphs for fidelity, loyalty, and obedience written across the 3 edges, allowing the soul stuff that is bound to move through the triangle and refined by the meaning of each glyph. Next was the glyph of pleasure, written in the center of the triangle, the same one I used on the pleasure spell I cast upon Belgier, though a more permanent one. That would be the carrot, allowing her to feel pleasure every time she took an action or even thought of me in a good way. In that form, this was an insidious bit of enchanting, one that may lead to a self-sustaining Pavlovian conditioning loop that was a bit of payback for thinking she could in any shape or form hold power over me. I was not a fool, even if turning her into a mind-broken doll was not something I was willing to do. It did not mean that I could not find a proper punishment that fit the crime. Bellonara would retain her free will, and my spell would ensure that she was properly motivated to work on my behalf, and if that free will slowly shift her mind to a more agreeable form. I was just doing the exact thing she did. The last part was a separate enchantment in principle. In between the outer and inner circle, I added 7 glyphs related to the concepts of hiding, including hidden, unseen, and even an inverted perception, making it so that the magic circle could not be noticed by anyone, and the effect would not be one that even Bellonara herself could notice. The outer glyphs were the truly genius part, as they hid the tattoo from the world. It was good enough that even Watt and his stupid ability to no-sell mental illusions could not retain the knowledge of the magic circle once he looked away from it. It would also make Bellonara forget about the tattoo's existence as well as ensure that she would be unable to share its existence with anyone, a truly insidious effect that made me uncomfortable to use on anyone who did not deserve it, even if it would make everything safer for me. The smoke bound the free tantric energy from my release, using the unbound soul stuff to create a self-sustaining enchantment, waiting for the final component. The result was, I was trying to find a more refined description than a womb tattoo, but that seemed to be evading me. In the long term, I was curious if it would shape her mind, though I could always remove it if it became a necessity. I leaned in after inspecting my work of art, the stealth rune scheme not working for me from the blood connection. I returned my wand to its sheath, now further enchanted with a similar stealth scheme to prevent anyone but me from noticing it. With an afterthought, I pulled back on the immobilization spell, freeing Bellonara. I leaned down to be level with her face, lacing my hands through her hair and pulling her up to me. She met my lips and moaned into the kiss, the pleasure amplified by the magic. Reaching out and twisting her nipple, I whispered, "Now, be a good girl, and come for me," echoing her words. A muffled moan was the only answer I got as Bellonara buried her face to my shoulder, falling back on the puddle she formed on the floor, still shaking from pleasure. I pulled on the energy she released, lacing it with her soul, the familiarity making her reach out to touch the tantric energy, allowing me to add it to the already bound energy within the magic circle. With her soul bound to the magic circle, I pulled back my own soul, slowly removing it from the tangle of soul stuff that made the enchantment. The binding of the enchantment to her soul completing the last bit of the circuit, so to speak. "Anything else you wanted to tell me?" I asked once Bellonara had come down from riding her high on the floor in front of me. While I enjoyed the old-fashioned way of bringing a woman to the heights of pleasure, watching an experienced woman writhe before you in pleasure from just kissing and breast play it made my ego soar. The vision before me was one of art, her hair was a mess and she gave me a hooded look as her body was covered with a sheen of sweat. I got up to leave, giving a wink at the wooden panel, causing Belligerie's mind to go into panic mode. I had not given her much thought during the conversation beyond ensuring that she had no intention to burst in with a crossbow or something. She seemed to be pacified after I showed that I was not going to harm her mother, and I could feel the smug in her as well, having seen me make her mother shake on the ground with pleasure, mostly because she thought she lasted longer with me. As I left the room, I heard the Black Pearl speak. I did not promise them a night with me, Your Grace. The guards in front of the door, flinching as the fire in the hearth flared just like the blood candle, that consumed the remaining material when my anger flared. I see. Keep an eye outside, I want you to watch what comes next, what happens when my mercy ends, I said, leaving the room. The two men had requested a night with her daughter as the price for killing the wizard, even though Bellonara had offered herself first. As I now knew to be in her character, she had agreed to make sure her daughter would be relatively safe, considering me a greater threat, a fact that I was going to prove to her. Faceless men may believe that turning people into puppets is wrong, but they cared not about those whom I got rid of in self-defense after all. Nebulous, I muttered as I exited the house to the inner courtyard, reaching out and pulling down the fog that covered Bravus almost every day. A flex of my will made the fog denser, thicker, almost opaque. It was said that Bloodraven could bring the mists with magic, so I had done something similar with my will alone. While still inside the walls of the manse, I swung my wand with a muttering of Sectum Sempra, binding the concept of cutting into the fire that looked more like a mirage, unseen by all but the most perceptive, but it was there all the same. The cutting curse, a combination of the old spell I had worked years to perfect, the improved spell fire, and the added wand movement to impose the concept of severing onto the spell cut through the wall itself and the two men guarding the door on the other side, well, their heads. I made sure with one of the birds on the other side of the wall that my aim was correct. Two thumps were heard, the proper cutting curse I had finally mastered, killing both men in an instant. While I considered killing the Black Pearl beyond the pale for her crime, against me, since she had been in fact coerced, those two Bravasi idiots had more than deserved it, in my opinion. Not for wanting to kill me, but for daring to take what was mine. Two flashes of fire, unseen by anyone but me and Bellonara, removed the flesh off of the bones of the corpses. A mutter of Fenestra reduced the bones to dust before a flick of my wand dumped the bone dust to the canal of Bravus. All that was left were the Bravasi blades and the two skulls, which I took with me as I needed materials to experiment with. Wrapping the mists around me as I walked back to the manor, unseen by anyone, my thoughts were focused on the faceless men. I would confront them soon. They have been playing games with me that I did not appreciate, and I wanted answers. Rune crafting gives with so many options compared to casting with pure willpower. Remember, it is not ASOIAF if there are plots within plots. Fortunately, a cool mind and mind reading make them much easier to pick apart. Next chapter is the long-awaited ritual. Bootleg cultivation. I had pulled back from Bravus after discovering that the faceless men were doing their best to annoy me. I disliked being manipulated, and the last test they had come up with had been. I would have words with them, preferably when I was armed to the teeth with magic items that would make it impossible to see as I ripped their memories out of their minds. That said, I could not afford to storm the entire house of Black and White on my own. For one thing, faceless men did not really keep to their temple all that often for me to trap them in and burn them alive. Sure, it was their main base of operations and where they trained their acolytes, but the actual fully trained assassins often took missions to other cities. An attack of any type would mean missing at least one trained killer, and I would have to watch my back all the time for the knife that would eventually come. For now, behind the recently upgraded wards of the keep that came with the horse ranch, I was stuck plotting or experimenting. I was still keeping an eye on Bravus through my familiars. I had left the ravens in Bravus while keeping the owls around me since they did not like each other, and owls had better night vision to make them better at security. I wanted answers, but I was not stupid enough to do so without arming myself to the best of my abilities. The wards were bound to complex magic circles based on the rune schema I had used to hide Bellonara's binding. A combination of conceptual magic that affected the mind and solid glamours along the border hid the property from being seen physically that even what the eyes could not see through. The glamour itself had been a recent addition, an effect that required me to skin change into light and bend it around the property, leaving the surrounding area stuck in a subtle fog-like distortion. While the original method I had based the glamour off of relied on an artifact that retained an impression of the wielder, using it on an area was slightly more complex. Where people like Melisandre used a dead man's boots to pull on their soul, binding it to the light to turn the visage of the wearer into the dead man's, my version did it to the land itself, removing anything built by the hands of man. Anchoring the entire ward scheme into a weirwood tablet that held the three-headed dragon half of the dragon bone pin was almost trivial once everything was done. The ward acre that was based on a derivative of the wand I now held made for an excellent way to sustain said spell without me there to rely on it. I would still need to check every once in a while to ensure that the spell decay of the original intent to the more literal meaning of the runic anchor was not too severe. That being said, it was a real improvement of the new wards, as I could spend around a week without resetting them, unlike the daily updates I needed in my first work in the house with the red door. With the security issue resolved and the final stages of my plans for today already set, I was taking a well-deserved break. I watched the river on the makeshift dock I had grown from local flora, lounging on a chair I had raised from the same tree. A fishing rod in my hand while I enjoyed the morning beneath the warming charms I layered into my cloak. Bellonara and her daughter were standing behind me in maid outfits I had them make for themselves, holding trays filled with food and drink. I had kept the two close to me, inviting them over to stay behind the magical protections to prevent more interference from the faceless men. Bellonara accepted an offer, thinking it better to stay on my good side, heavily encouraged by the loyalty charms she was not under as penance for her attempt to use me. I quickly disillusioned her with the idea that they were back in my favor by dismissing their servants and making them work for my every whim to earn back my favor. For a courtesan who had servants running to her every whim, their current position would hopefully give them an idea of what I could do to them should they piss me off. In all honesty, it was a mild punishment, making them serve as my cupbearer for all practical purposes. Of course, being the little shit I made them wear a pair of enchanted underwear based on the best bit of enchantment I had made. It kept stimulating them while preventing them from achieving release. Of course, I had made them both impossible to remove by anyone but me, so neither the mother nor daughter would think that being brought to the edge for hours was anything but punishment, with me being the only one who could spare them from it. Throwing the fishing rod into the river for a lousy job, I decided to head back, ending the small break I took. I was not even sure if there were fish in this river, but it was worth a try. I found Lana waiting for me in the study for the weekly sessions, and we had to figure out a way to help her. I was not a psychiatrist and could not pretend to be one. Physically, she was fine. Mentally, she watched her mother die before being subjected to magical experiments that made no sense to me. All I could offer was a way to ensure it never happened, something that Lana had latched onto. A bit of passive legilimency allowed me to ensure her mental health was better than it started off as. The sessions have been ongoing for a while now. It was a way for Lana to cope with what had happened to her. It was a way for her to help me figure out a way to undo whatever the alchemist had done in terms of magic. Granted, the foul-smelling potion did not help deconstruct what had been done to her. "How are you feeling?" I asked her, tapping the pencil I crafted for myself on the clipboard. It was not the highest quality pencil, but after all the failures crafting a wand, sticking some charcoal into a piece of wood was child's play, even before I could shape wood as though it was liquid. Better, the third candle, it helped more than the others, the feeling of being less was reduced after it, said Lana, giving me the shadow of a smile. A few seconds of silence made me understand that was all I would be getting. "And how have your lessons been going?" I asked, shifting the subject to something. "Lady Bellonara is nice but strict, and I like dancing even if Dani prefers singing," said Lana, getting excited over something she liked to do. Once the session was over, and Lana had gone to do her chores, I sighed. My dreams to increase my soul weight and ascend to godhood through bootleg cultivation by sitting in a circle of candles had been a failure so far. I had not even managed to get it to make me better at casting magic by increasing my power. Neither of those worked the way I wanted them to. The added soul stuff within my body acted as a weight, but it was harder to control than using my soul to cast a spell. It was lethargic, settling into the natural order of my body. It gave my body a greater magical resistance, according to my latest tests, but that was about it. Combined with a slight boost to my physical growth, all I got was a body that was magically charged to be a body. Similarly, Lana recovered her physical health, but her soul simply could not bind with the new additions. I was not sure how it would affect her body in the long run, but I needed to figure out a ritual to give those added soul stuff, and given her age, the one ritual I knew was not an option for another decade and something that I needed to test soon. I had focused on improving my original recipe for a blood candle, with Lana helping me test each new one. The mix of blood, dragon glass, and beeswax was decent, acting as a temporary anchor for the blood sacrifice until it could be absorbed, the fire removing any attachments the souls had to their original bodies, but there was room for improvement. The first addition was some tree resin, a recipe based on what I had noticed with wildfire. When wildfire burned, there was a boost to the magic that came from releasing the energy independent of the souls, something that increased the power of my spells. During my duel with the alchemist, after the wildfire exploded, I had managed to cast more potent spells than I initially could, such as making the wall explode. After that, I tried demolishing other walls, finding that the effect was less effective than what I managed when I used it the first time. If, and that was a big if, the magical energy released from the wildfire somehow amplified the residual magical energy, which my wand allowed me to tap into, the boost to my magic could be explained easily. That implied that weirwood was a great way to absorb said ambient magical energy for use, leading to the creation of a version of blood candle that I called Greater Blood Candle. Replacing tree resin with its magical equivalent of weirwood sap. The magical material had the expected effect of amplifying the absorption rate of the candles. There was, however, an interesting side effect to the interaction between dragon glass and weirwood sap, as the weirwood blood candle was cold to the touch. It was not uncomfortably cold but still apparent to the naked skin. The candle was drinking in the heat, giving off a chill unlike anything else I had seen. That alone made me uncomfortable to keep the new candles around for long periods, even if I may have unlocked the base mechanics of how White Walkers worked. Given that I did not observe the exact mechanism in my wand, I could only conclude that dragon bone had a stabilizing effect. Stumbling into the source of White Walkers had not been what I started off with, but it was a welcome surprise. Noting down my observations, I compared the 3 types of blood candles I had made, distinguishing them by the speed at which they could absorb heat and ambient energy. The lesser blood candles were the simplest of them, dragon glass, blood, and beeswax, the combination trapping the soul of the sacrificed animal and preserving it along with the energy their life held. They did not lose or gain any magical energy, only containing what the animal held at that moment. I could create amalgamations of multiple animals in a single candle, but I could not combine them into a single soul, keeping them separate even when absorbed. The medium blood candles were the ones that incorporated tree resin, the end result gaining the ability to slowly increase in potency as it absorbed more and more souls, or nature energy or whatever it was that it drank. Greater blood candles were the ones I had made with weirwood sap that gave a significantly more power boost over time than the version with tree resin. A dozen tests had me conclude that the greater blood candle absorbed 7 times more energy than medium blood candle managed, approximately. I was using my senses to get a feel of the increase, so I was unsure if that metric was accurate. Having finally done the double-blind test with Lana's help, I was sure the weirwood version of the blood candle was much more effective in storing power. It also indirectly proved that magical energy and soul were separate concepts that were only loosely linked. As it turned out, souls were like cups, holding magical energy, ki, chi, life fire, whatever you wanted. Whether or not it was physical or spiritual was something that I was not sure about, only that the soul had a way of storing it, and it was what decreased over time when using magic. My wand allowed me to tap into the ambient magic through the weirwood, which was lucky. While it also allowed me to absorb some of that magical energy to recharge, the effect relied on my wand. Similarly, I had lucked into throwing more magical energy into my own body along with souls purified by fire, giving me a disposable reserve bound to my flesh that I could tap into before needing to use my own life fire. It had been around the same time I had started getting some results with wandless magic, but the method was not efficient, nor was it on purpose. If only I could figure out a way to recharge human souls without relying on weirwood, which was the real challenge. There were still 7 greater blood candles that I could use, buried around the now-named dragon pit. The spilled potion strongly connected to the concept of a dragon from my analysis scrolls, giving a similar boost to my magic when I was close to it. That suggested that it was some sort of a well of raw magic, making the weirwood candles some kind of stopgap to prevent excessive magic leakage into the environment that I was already worried about. While I was not sure if it was possible to manipulate the magical energy without a soul to contain or bind the energy, I was going to further experiment in the future. For now, I was going to use the source I had accidentally created as a charging port, keeping a stash of greater blood candles around the area. Throwing the pencil to the corner as Sir Willem walked in. "Trouble?" he asked. "Is there a moment in my life that is not trouble?" I groaned, pinching my nose. "You will figure it out, Your Grace," said my most loyal knight, adding a silent "you always do." Looking at the aged man who had been guarding my back against the first day, I briefly wondered if I could somehow leverage the free soul stuff bound to the body to work with potions, to allow people loyal to be stronger. Since the potion base only stood to anchor soul stuff that made the potions magical in the first place, I could recycle the potions required by keeping them inside the consumer's body. As the drinker would already contain the unbound soul stuff in themselves, it would remove the need for using the potion base in the first place. Giving a sigh as I summoned back the pencil and noted the idea for future research, I diverted my attention away from the dreams of my brand of witchers with special potions. "Was there anything you wished to say?" I asked, looking at the old man who had been there for me through it all. The man looked at me for a moment before smiling. "The dinner is ready, you wanted to be called." I paused, thinking of food gave me a new idea for a last-minute update for the ritual that felt like it had potential. Noting down the idea, I headed down, chatting with Sir Willem. Dash. The night of the full moon was upon us. A bit of skin changing into the light of the full moon, and I knew I could use it for the finalized ritual I had been working on. A few days of waiting had been worth it to see if I could pull on concepts bound to the full moon, and the analysis scroll held under the moonlight showed some promising boost to my original spell. As I retired to my room after dinner with Dani, I found a pleasing sight waiting for me. Belgier was there, as was Belonara. The mother and daughter were naked apart from their underwear, which neither could remove without my say. While I had fooled around with both of them, and even at the same time for the last week, I had not gone the whole way with them for the simple reason that I actually discovered that the concept of virginity was, in fact, something that I could measure with magic. While the thought of having both mother and daughter at once as I lost my virginity was pleasing, the ritual would be finicky with only one of them. For the first try of the ritual I designed, I needed to use the conceptual purity that came from the virginity of both partners for this to work as safely as possible. A flash of red knocked out Belonara, causing Belle to jump. A flick of my wand changed the runic binding on the mother to keep her asleep until the morning, just in case she had some ideas of interfering with the ritual I had planned. While her mind did not hold such thoughts, I would be a fool to not take precautions. "She is just asleep," I responded, having used the stunning charm that I was working on. Follow me, it is time. Belle did as I ordered, eager and horny enough to not care where we were going so long as she achieved release. The sheer robe she put on did nothing to hide her modesty, not that it was needed with the way I had taken over the entire top floor of the keep for myself. We were on the roof, the winter air was cold, but I had the wooden battlements grown to counter the wind, and the magical barrier around the place trapped the heat comfortably. The ritual, how much of it is necessary? Asked Belle, looking at the large setup I had prepared. Honestly, none, I responded with a shrug. The symbols just make it easier to control the process, and make the end result more stable instead of wasting too much energy or putting you in danger, I explained truthfully. Without all the symbols and concepts to pull from, there was a decent chance that the process would effectively power wash her soul, leaving a husk behind. I had thrown every limitation I could, including leveraging the connection between the full moon and the conceptual relation to revealing that it held. Combined with our virginity, concepts of protection and purity that the moonlight held, and I had a base to work with, especially given the moon's relationship to fertility and childbirth in this world and my old one. Does it have to be outside? It is cold. Asked Belle, her skin was raised from the chill of the air that the wooden panels could not counter, the sheer robe she wore not doing anything to provide heat. It did make her snuggle closer for warmth, though I was not cruel enough to not give a wave of my wand to heat up the air around us to be more comfortable. Summer Hall had a roof, and you will be warm soon, I countered, looking down, causing Belle to gulp even as she looked up to me, slowly rubbing herself against my body from the edge I had kept her in the whole day. The truth was, I was again not sure. I was just drawing on my knowledge, knowing that the Dothraki wanted to do anything important under the sky. The ritual that Dany used to hatch the eggs also happened without a roof over her head. Given that I could not predict how the flames from the candles would work, it was better to be prepared than regret it. That would not happen, would it? It would not burn the place down? Asked Belle, slightly nervous at the mention of the infamous fire. While a fire that could melt the very stone was possible for me to cast with the raw power I was planning on channeling through myself, I had taken the necessary precautions. Precautions included having Sir Richard and Sir Willem ready to grab Dany and run outside, should Summer Hall happen. There is a reason I am not allowing any servants but the ones necessary, even your mother is now asleep downstairs for that reason, I stated, reaching out and feeling everything was all right. Too many cooks spoil the stew, so to speak. Nervous? I asked, guiding her to the desk. A single drop of blood on the center of the circle, I said, pointing at the white scroll made from weirwood. On the scroll was carved a 9-pointed star with another set of smaller 9-pointed stars on each end, forming a specialized set of 81 glyphs tailor-made for Belle. I had used analysis scroll on her before, but it was just a double check and further narrowed down the exact words I needed. Should I be worried that it will bind me to some promise? Teased Belle with a grin, thinking of providing blood to something that looked like a scroll. She had a vivid imagination, and the idea of binding herself to a contract to me made her more excited than uncomfortable, having understood my reluctance as a chance to tease me. She knew I was seeing her thoughts, and she seemed to be strangely comfortable with it. If I wanted, you would already be my puppet, do not insult me. It is just a simple spell to see what we can work with, I explained, having already used another. I watched as Belle's blood destabilized the magic circle, causing specific glyphs to flare from the residual fire magic that etched the words in the first place. There were dozens, since defining a person with 3 words was impossible. I picked the most potent 3 concepts, noting the glyphs that had the largest burn mark from the destabilization. The concepts her blood got were passion increase and fire, which matched what I had suspected from my observations. Belle could literally stoke the passions of someone, which was a valuable ability to have for me. As Black Pearl, she could make someone ready to go in a moment, and she unconsciously caused fires around her to increase their glow. I could use that. I could use it really well. Not only would it allow me to get the same benefits as the opposite sex, but I could also use it in war, boosting morale, influencing people, the possibilities were endless. In terms of RPG mechanics, it would increase my charisma, which was always handy. A similar circle in the back of the scroll confirmed that Belgier was still a virgin. It ensured I did not build the entire spell on a loose foundation. I would have to purify the added souls, and stamping them with the concept of purity from the body itself would be far more potent. And what is it that you want it to do? Asked Belle, looking at the design I had drawn on paper. I knew her High Valyrian was good enough for her to understand most of it. Planning to turn me into your pet, like you did my mother? She teased. You do not sound so angry at it, I responded, that she had noticed it. Mother made her choices, even if I told her that trying to bind you would be dangerous, she put herself and me at risk. Now that I know why she did it, I cannot be angry at her and I am glad you are not without mercy, your grace. Belle pulled herself closer to me, or would you prefer I call you, master, she whispered into my ear. I told you I don't need magic to turn you into my pet, didn't I? I asked, giving her a smirk. I could feel her growing arousal that had been building up. She was actually enjoying the denial. Stepping closer without breaking eye contact, I rested my palm on her cheek. Belle gulped, her eyes unable to break from mine own, and I could feel her arousal overpowering any other thought she had at the forefront of her mind. I nodded with a smirk, knowing that her knowing this was important, mostly so she could give her consent to going through an unknown ritual with someone she barely knew. As agreed, it will amplify your magical affinity and share it with me. It will also improve your health, make you slightly stronger, and less prone to sickness. It might even make it so you can keep up with me and not pass out, I teased, getting a look from my companion, who promised she would try her hardest too. Handing her a cup, now, drink this. While she did not hold a binding like her mother, I had already done a number on her mind. An impressionable young girl being given attention by a dangerous and mighty prince, compounded by the compulsions to make her trust and rely on me, she did not stand a chance. While I disliked the path it took, the results would ensure that she would not betray me. What is it, some sort of potion? Asked Belle, smelling it. She was still nervous, and I could understand why. It is wine, for your nerves, I can feel it distracting you, I said, watching Belle gulp down half the goblet before draining the rest. Once the goblet was empty, I threw it to the side, guiding us to the middle of the large ritual circle in the middle of the roof with 3 concentric circles. The outer circle was made from a rope infused with small branches of weirwood and nightwood and salt water to keep everything within separate from the outside, supported by 3 different amulets with runes of repulsion, isolation and protection on them that build up on the natural properties of the rope. It was overkill to keep what was relevant to the ritual inside while keeping out everything that was not needed on the outside, but one could not be too cautious. The idea was meant to ensure that if anyone was watching, they could not see inside the circle, and if the 7 had any power, their influence would be of no use. That was not to include the other protections on the keep itself. Between the outermost and the middle circles were glyphs and words that I had carved into planks of wood with my wand, each enchanted to keep everything stable and prevent any outside influence. The middle circle was made up of a line of salt, molten, and merged into a single solid crystal through spell fire. Subtle glyphs were carved into the inside of the crystal that took me a day to make. The purifying nature of salt made skin changing through a line of it really hard, which explained the limits to my vision when I tried to peek into Westeros. Taking it to its extreme, combining the salt to a single crystal made a similar feat impossible, even when I used my wand to amplify my power, thus preventing anyone from outside from interfering with the magic within once more. The inner circle was, in fact, the circle that was meant to provide power for the ritual. The primary purpose was to supply the additional soul stuff and magical energy. While I could go for a more straightforward method that was much safer, I got a strong feeling that using the tantric ritual to bind more soul stuff than usually used was possible, pulling them from the 7 specially made greater blood candles for this purpose. The circle itself was made from a thin solid plank of weirwood, that I managed to transform into shape by stretching out a large slab I could buy before I etched the magic circle with spell fire, one that would combine and stabilize the soul stuff for my use. Just within the border were 7 small circles that held black-colored candles. The weirwood blood candles would provide the additional soul stuff and magical energy that I would be binding into the generated tantric energy and increase the total souls of both participants. The entire power circle was meant to ensure cohesion between all 7 candles, a buffer to keep a continuous flow that combined all 7 candles at once. The circles that held the candles were connected by a 7-pointed star, etched onto the remaining surface of the weirwood. Each point of the heptagram ended in the center of the circle that held a blood candle. The lines acting not unlike a riverbed combining all 7 souls before channeling them to the center for me to pull on, the weirwood purifying the soul stuff further and giving them the properties of the weirwood itself. In the books, Bran was given a paste of weirwood. I was not sure of the contents, but given that a weirwood was growing out of Bloodraven's eye socket, it was some sort of a way to make new heart trees. Once the green seer died, they would be buried, and out of their grave would sprout the heart tree for future use, binding their soul and power to the tree. I was not going to consume something that might one day spout a tree through me. I was, however, going to gain that magical absorption property of the weirwood. The weirwood ritual circle and the weirwood sap-infused candles were meant for that specific reason. I chose 7 for multiple reasons. First was the effect I felt in the miniature heptagram I had carved on one of the rune plates. While there was no meaning to the 7-pointed star, the soul bound to the piece of wood was far more calm, I supposed would be the best word. My metaknowledge had 7 as the most magical number, which would explain the stability of the configuration. Given that 7 was a prime number and, therefore, indivisible, I reasoned that it would be the perfect number to combine multiple things. Using the added soul stuff and magical energy held by that soul stuff, a bastardized inversion of what Voldemort had done to rip his soul apart, instead combining 7 souls before flowing them toward my own as a single. The 7-to-1 combination was just too poetic for me to not use, even if it might offend a god, even if they managed to see into what I was doing. Is that it then? Not really the most romantic setting, though the full moon is pretty. Does it have anything to do with the ritual? asked Belle as we both stood at the center. A flash of flames left us naked, burning off every bit of clothing. Lastly, I held my wand in my palm, slowly levitating it to stand outside the circle where I could reach for it if needed. Maybe, I responded, why don't we put your mouth to better use? I asked, pushing her to her knees. Taking me in her throat, she started bobbing up and down. I could see her hand moving to her crotch, not that the enchanted underwear was gone, bringing herself to the edge and over it instantly. Timing it correctly, I pushed my hips forward, coming down her throat simultaneously as the 7 candles around us ignited with a cursory thought, starting the ritual. The initial tantric energy was something I needed for the actual ritual circle that was not part of the power circle on the floor. Making sure to support Belgier from falling back once she released my cock, I kneeled, pulling her to my lap. Holding my hand, I watched as the candle smoke converged over my palm. While there were multiple ways of doing this, this was the most effective. I could create the ritual circle with a potion, but that would be superficial. I could use my wand, but the gains would be linked to my wand. While I could have carved the magic circle onto flesh, that would not have been well received, and I could not fix any incorrect strokes. Not to mention scarring a beauty like Belle Nora would be a shame, not to say that ritual scarification was done in despair, and I was not that desperate. Instead, I used wandless shadow binding to form a spell circle that would anchor everything for a short while before I could remove it. I created a magic circle over Belle's womb in a similar method as I had used to place the binding on her mother. Unlike the Black Pearl, however, her daughter got a more complex circle that would hold and slowly allow her to absorb the tantric magic instead of only binding her to my will. First came 2 concentric circles. The outer circle was filled with purification runes, binding it to the concept of virginity that I could detect with the help of a specialized analysis scroll. Reaching out to the moonlight, I also felt the conceptual purity within the full moon's light, using it as a reference to layer the enchantment. For Belle, inside the central circle went a diamond shape, with a horizontal line splitting the circle and the diamond in 2, creating 2 triangles with a shared edge. A horizontal line split the diamond in half, the top side holding the symbol for male in its center and the bottom containing the character for female, defining the parts each of us will be playing. The resulting 2 triangles that shared an edge represented the physical union and a symbolic hierarchy between us, one that was meant to make it impossible for her to even try to control me. In an ideal world, that line would have been vertical, a sharing of equals, but I ran out of all my goodwill. It would still serve the same purpose, but the inherent symbolism would amplify Belle's submissiveness to me. I had to pull on my mind arts to center myself, not to be distracted by the potential of filling her womb with souls containing the ability to absorb the life energy from the weirwood. On its own, it was not much, but making her submissive at the same time. I was making myself a pet succubus for all practical purposes. In the top triangle, I placed the glyphs for soul power and strength on each edge, power being the one closest to the lower triangle. For Belle, I traced the glyphs I got from the analysis spell, passion increase and fire at the edges of a triangle, allowing for an exchange between the 2 sides. Binding everything to the tantric energy formed from mixing both energies was simple and something I experienced. This looks more elaborate than the spells other would-be wizards cast. I heard warlocks who made people bathe in the blood of animals, said Belle, making me snort. None of them actually know what they are doing, I explained, wanting to show off a bit. I knew Belle asked it out of genuine curiosity instead of making me feel better, so I decided to show off a bit. Trying things they read about without thinking through does not allow for magic. A few sorcerers are lucky, as they instinctively do what is needed, but those who actually understand it, they would not share what they do. But you are not like them, are you, Your Grace? Belle asked, squirming as I pinched her clit, causing her to moan and writhe on my lap. As the last step, I added a more unadorned circle over my stomach, using the same process as the outer circle holding purification. In contrast, the inner one held a simple spiral inside the circle ending at my navel. While I could have gone for something more elaborate, I needed a temporary anchor to store my share of the mixed tantric energy. Once the ritual was through, I could absorb it on my own terms, like some budget cultivator doing dual cultivation. The Uzumaki swirl, as I could best describe it, worked as best as any other symbol to store the energy since it had already taken on the properties of what I needed from Belle. I would work to use it to also amplify my own magical affinities. With the most complicated part done, I moved us so Belle straddled me. Comfy? I asked Belle, her face right in front of me. She simply gave the nod before starting to slowly grind against my length, clearly eager for more. Whenever you are ready, let me know, I said as Belle nodded, picking up some rhythm as her lips found my own. Lacing my fingers through her hair, I pulled her head back, allowing me access to her neck, and the air filled with her moans. My lips descended to her breasts, causing more and more cries of pleasure from the beauty on my lap as her undercarriage rubbed against my length. After what felt like an eternity, I felt her resolve strengthen before she moved just a bit higher, breaking the kiss as her hand guided my tip to rest on her lower lips. More, she said, looking me in the eyes, begging me. I pushed my soul into the ritual circle below me, grabbing and pulling the added souls that saturated the magic circle into my body as I lifted Belle up. Lining up the tip of my cock to her entrance, I let Belle sink down my cock. I knew where to look for, as the ritual circle's conceptual purity resonated with virginity's metaphysical weight. The latter concept also shifted once I was in Belle, almost peeling away from our bodies simultaneously. For a moment, my mind was flooded with an understanding of purity and purification regarding the human body. Holding on to that idea allowed me to impose the concept upon all the additional soul stuff I was connected to at that moment, leaving them clean and ready to take on properties from either myself or Belle. While I was busy metaphysically changing the nature of souls, I let Belle set the pace, slowly moving up and down as she adjusted to the new sensations. As Belle picked up the pace, I joined in as well, my hips moving up to meet hers and my hands holding her hips and pulling her down. It did not take long for us to reach our limit, as I released into her virgin womb, feeling all the combined soul stuff leave my body at once. Little Death was not named so inaccurately, and I got a new appreciation for the term as I felt my soul move out of my body before slowly returning to my flesh after hitting a metaphysical wall formed with the ritual circle over Belle's womb. In that instance, I understood what was required to bind my will to hers or her will to mine. I also knew how to overpower such a process, which would cost ripping the soul from Belle's body. Once I came to, I felt the energy settle, the mixture of tantric energy amplified by the souls and extra magical energy from the candles stored in her womb. I could feel my connection to the tantric energy, too raw for life but holding the potential for a new soul to be formed in time if there was an anchor. It was the energy that would form the souls, pure creation that would bind itself to the fertilized egg to create a new life, or it could be attached to an existing soul and make it grow stronger. Is that it, then? Asked Belle, grinding her hips against me, feeling myself get harder with her each move. Placing a hand over her womb, I ensured that the raw magical energy did not prove itself harmful before filtering all of it through the circle over Belle's womb, lacing it with the concepts that matched Belle. Once the concepts within the soul stuff were close enough to Belle's own, I felt her body take over the changes and apply them in a way I could not artificially do. Reaching out to the link and pulling it, I took on a decent chunk of the generated tantric energy into the circle on my stomach, taking what I judged to be much more than half. I stopped once I got a feeling of a warning regarding the inherent balance of the exchange. Letting the rest of the energy be bound to Belle instead, I modified her magic circle to slowly bind everything to her soul. Right, the candles have enough juice for another 6 rounds or so, I noted with a side glance, causing Belle's eyes to widen before a grin formed. Giving a slap to her rear, I added, why don't I take over this time, flipping us over and pumping into her. I did not have to sit on the floor, as my legs provided enough physical contact to access the rest of the magical energy. Soon moans and grunts filled the air. It was a long night, to say the least. Interlude 1. Stannis Baratheon. I told you before that I want them dead. Roared Robert Baratheon, slamming his fist on the table. What is this, now? Asked Stannis Baratheon, walking into the chamber of the small council, finding his brother already there and not sharing a bed with a whore was a surprise and probably a once-in-a-decade event. I was telling his grace about the recent news regarding the Targaryen children that he requested. Once again, it is quite distressing, I am afraid, the eunuch responded, exasperated. The boy is hard to track, even if we know they were in Bravus until recently. Rumors say they may have left somewhere, but no one seems to be certain. Likely, they are not within the city. Rumors say that he saved the life of the Sea Lord with some sorcery, spat Jonaran grimacing at the last word, his voice laced with hate and vitriol that would not be expected from a man his age. Allegedly. Said the Grand Maester, too quick for his usual way of talking. If the rumors have any grain of truth, he will certainly burn himself and his sister alive, and we will be rid of him, your grace, wheezed Pycelle, snorting at the ideas and tales being told. I am sure that some parlor tricks and. Yes, yes, interrupted Jonaran, tired of the Grand Maester's ramblings about how it was just parlor tricks. Stannis himself doubted magic, even if he got the chance to look at the skulls of the dragons that were stashed in the lowest depths of the Red Keep. If the citadel filled with the greatest mind of Westeros claim that magic is gone from this world, I would rather trust them than the rumors of some traitors, said Stannis dismissing the idea and looking at Pycelle. His mind wandered to Davos Seaworth. The smuggler that he knighted was a good source of information when it came to the duties of master of ships. It was a duty that Robert had deemed fitting for Stannis, another reason his jaw clenched. Stannis had enough knowledge of sailors to know they were superstitious in the best of times, and they gossiped worse than a bunch of old women. That did not mean that he cared for such rumors. Stannis Baratheon had not seen any magic during his days, and he cared not for things he could not see. Then again, he was certain that Tywin Lannister would hear of these rumors and pay for men to take care of it, however unpleasant it may be. Stannis held his tongue, knowing Robert would not appreciate his opinion. While he was not one to be fond of harming children, they had a duty to the realm, and the Targaryens had escaped his grasp once. He just hoped that his brother would not blame him for it once again. Sending hired knives against children would be dishonorable. Started Jonaran, needing to raise only his hand to keep Robert from exploding, yet 7 holds sorcery to be an abomination. I will not have that dragon spawn land on the shores of Westeros with an army of sellswords, roared Robert, his hands crushing the arms of the chair he was sitting, leaving marks of his fingers. Is that even possible? Asked Stannis. Targaryens would have fewer allies if the boy is some sorcerer, though I would check the color of the sky if I heard a sailor call the sky blue. Better to not take chances, given that they seem to be backed by the Iron Bank, responded Peter Baelish, a relatively recent addition to the small council. While the Crownlands are grumbling about the latest increase in taxes, some, like House Derry, had already had to borrow heavily from the Iron Bank to survive the winter. It is possible that with how close we hear the boy is to the bank, they might find themselves without choice. The Targaryen loyalists do not need a reason to support him, even if they are in no shape to rise against the crown, said Jonaran, dismissing it. Foolish people do foolish things, it would be wise to not give them more reason to grumble. Do I look like I give a shit? If they rise, I will break their knees with my hammer. This has gone long enough, John, I have let them be for far long enough. I will not have those dragonspawn continue to threaten my throne. Said Robert, ignoring the politics as he took a deep gulp from his cup before turning to the spider. Send word to your spies, I want the heads of the dragonspawn, a lordship to anyone who brings me the head of the boy, declared Robert. The spider seemed to be holding back his own pleasure, probably because of his hate of magic that everyone and their mother knew about. It is not the Targaryen boy we have to worry about now, Jonaran spoke, his face showing the bitterness to such actions that Stannis held within him. It mattered not, however, Robert was king and his word was law. It mattered not if killing children did not sit well with him, even if duty compelled him to obey his king. If it is not about those dragonspawn invading, why have you called me here for, John? You said we were at war, if not with the dragonspawn, then who are we fighting? Roared Robert, causing half the small council to flinch. I am afraid not from the coast you would have preferred, your grace, said the Grand Maester, taking out a parchment. The Iron Islands have rebelled, crowning Balon Greyjoy with the driftwood crown. Euron Greyjoy set the Lannister fleet to torch while they were at port. Stannis gritted his teeth, fucking Ironborn. Well, roared Robert, a bloodthirsty grin on his face, getting up from his what use are you lot? Call the bloody banners. Sir Willem Derry. The coughs were getting harder to hide, but Sir Willem had somehow managed it. It had taken years to gauge the boy's abilities, which kept on growing by the minute, it felt like. Hiding certain secrets was an exercise in futility, and not thinking of something worked the best while in his presence, if he did not choose to look deeper, that is. It was easy to forget about the coughs. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Sir Willem of House Derry watched the boy king spar against 3 grown men, as that was all he was good for now. Then again, his aging eyes failed him at even that. Looking back, there were times when he would say that it was all he was, a failure. No. You did not fail where it mattered, he thought to himself, watching his charge with a blade in hand, facing 3 men twice his size and holding his own. His student could have waved his hand and taken all 3 out in moments, he had done so as a show that he could once. Willem had asked, yet he was dedicated enough to learn the art of the blade. He had not started early enough, 8 was 4 years too late to be on par with the best swords or warriors, but the boy did not need to be the best, just good enough to hold his own, as his other talents would make up for the lack of experience. Sir Willem lived a life of many regrets. He did not regret saving that boy he called king, or the slip of a girl who was cheering on as she watched her brother. Viserys was, gods be good, when he was younger, before their exile, he had reminded Sir Willem of too much of his father. Constant ravings of usurpers and blood of the dragon had made him grit his teeth and focus on his duty, the oath he swore to the boy's mother only thing preventing him from leaving, that and the death of his brother and 3 of his nephews, all for loyalty to the dragons. A part of Willem did not want all those deaths of his kin to be in vain. It had changed in a flash after the queen died. If he was a betting man, Willem would say that the death of the queen had affected the boy more than the exile itself. What was all the wealth of a kingdom to the love of a mother? The first few months have been tough, the boy barely ate, barely spoke, he was withdrawn, his mind prone to wandering off. The only thing that would make the one Willem declared as king show emotion was his newborn sister, the only thing that could place a smile on the boy's face and chase away the demons he had. Then something changed once more, it was a change similar to what he had seen in Prince Rhaegar before, a drive to achieve something that Willem was used to with Targaryens. His father had once said that the dragons were like flame, ever-changing in their desires, but they protected you if you showed them your loyalty, if you did not overreach and burn yourself in your greed. The screams of Rickard Stark were proof of what happened if you overreached, still haunting Willem's nightmares. The problem had been the drive that the boy focused on. With Prince Rhaegar, it had been his desire to become a warrior. With King Viserys, it was magic. Magic, the word his king used brought a shiver to his spine, Willem would admit. It made the hair on his neck stand on end, root of his remaining teeth ache. He had lived long enough to recall Summerhall that he witnessed as a young squire. To remember the dangers of such follies, until the boy waved that stick of his and made the world bend to his whims like some sort of god. Hundreds died in pursuit of that foolish dream of magic, and a boy of 10 had made it look as easy as breathing. Targaryens are closer to gods than men. Willem recalled the old saying. It had become a mockery during the later years of Willem's time as master-at-arms, man seeing King Scab and whispering to their cups. Why would it, with the way the king behaved and the way Queen tried to hide her pain? Watching the boy who had been his charge, Sir Willem thought that Viserys Targaryen may have been far closer to gods than men by all accounts. Was this the boy's true calling, to be a wizard, as he called himself? His king seemed to have understood Willem's uneasiness as he had made an effort to explain what he was doing. He had kept the details away and only talked of them when there was no fire in the room, but Willem knew enough to hear the way the boy would cast his soul to bend the world over his knee. Septons would decry his acts as an abomination. Fools that they were, Sir Willem disliked Septons and Septas as they had not done anything to protect the innocents from the wrath of King Aerys. Sir Willem Darry may have been a knight, anointed by the Seven, yet he was not a religious man, nor did he understand much of the soul. It was less what the boy king did but the confidence he had in his understanding that Sir Willem trusted, seeing magic for what it was, a tool, another weapon to master, like a mace or a spear. Many a noble sought to master the sword only to fall in the face of the warhammer, rigor but another one among many. In the week that followed the king finding a magic wand, Viserys Targaryen had dismissed almost all but a few servants, deeming them disloyal and plotting. At first, Sir Willem thought the boy took on his father's madness. It was not something he could bear to see once more, but his duty was to the boy, and the boy had explained his reasoning before Sir Willem could gather his courage to ask. He spoke secrets of a person a boy his age should not know, the knowledge that made Sir Willem's skin crawl. It only took the boy of 9 a moment's look into the eyes of a person to see their deepest secrets, and it was a scary tool to have, though a useful one for a future king. To his shame, Willem had trouble looking the boy in the eyes since then, hiding it behind deference to his king. The king knew, Willem could tell, yet he seemed to trust him more than any, a feeling that brought pride and joy to his old heart. In a rare few times, it felt as though the boy was a son, or a grandson, a joy that he had not held before. Of the servants the king dismissed, 2 sell swords that Sir Willem hired were the worst of it, to Willem's great shame. The king revealed that they sold information to the spider and, through him, to the usurper. If that had been their only crime, the boy would have dismissed them, as he had done with others. While Willem would prefer that they received a harsher punishment, the boy cared little for death and was often far too merciful, both a good and bad virtue for a king to have. No, the reason the 2 had been turned into vegetables as his grace called them, was the true nature of those monsters. Sellswords were a certain kind of man, Sir Willem would admit. Their loyalty was to coin, he had to remember, but these were, to think they were waiting for his death to steal from children. Willem wished to cut them down himself had his grace not done what he did. Willem had seen their states, eyes glassy, their minds broken beyond repair, drool leaking from the mouths, living enough to move, yet dead to the world in any other way. His grace may not care for killing, but Willem wondered if their punishment was worse than a clean death. That is when Willem truly understood the old saying that King Aerys was heard calling more than once. Waking the dragon, the old king called it, fool that no one truly understood what that truly meant until Sir Willem saw the state of the 2. Dragons were creatures of magic, his old maester had once told him. With magic dead, so were the dragons, yet magic was not dead, was it? So, to wake a dragon was to face their dragon's fire. Did it matter if the fire burned your flesh or burned your mind? Both were magic, and the boy that could only do one had long since grown to be capable of doing both, even if he still chose to learn the way of the sword. Smart lad, that one. Sir Willem was proud to teach King Viserys Targaryen. Willem had been ready to receive the sentence for his failure as well, for inviting those men into their house. He was sure that he would be dismissed as well, and Sir Willem would have to take a ship to the wall to cover his shame, his home no more in Westeros. When he asked what his punishment would be, the king reacted in confusion, which was not what he had expected. To hear the boy king declare him his most loyal knight. Sir Willem Darry had forced himself to get down to his knees and swear himself to his grace once more, lest tears overwhelm him. There had been no other way to show his gratitude for the boy that he was proud to call his king. That night, it had been Willem who had guided the 2 broken men outside, neither resisting in any way as their very spirit was broken by whatever the king had done to them. It had been Willem's duty to slip a knife between their ribs and dump their corpses into the canals of Bravus in the middle of the night. Had that been all, Sir Willem would be content. Waiting for his grace to grow into his power, to protect him and the princess until the boy could grow to be a man and be able to protect himself with ease, guide the boy he was charged with protecting into using his powers with some semblance of honor, that would have meant his duty was served, both as a sworn shield, and as a knight. The bloody handkerchief in his hand, though, meant his time was not as long as he wished, even if the boy had grown into a young man, a dragon in human skin. Leaving him to face the world alone. A more naive man would pity the boy. Sir Willem Derry pitied the world. The boy did not realize what he was doing, that much Sir Willem understood. He was collecting people, each time gaining their loyalty through kindness and decisiveness. First had been Nessa. The wet nurse had been shivering in fear when she stood before them both, commanded by the king to share her story with Sir Willem. It was a story that Sir Willem had heard before from others, for this world was a cruel one. Yet the king knew more about the girl that they had hastily taken from the village than anyone else. Sir Willem had felt no shame in his actions during the time they had needed a wet nurse for the princess, and Nessa had been the only one in the small village beneath Dragonstone who had recently had a child. The fact that the child was already dead made it easier for him to make the decision he did. The king had offered a passage back to the girl's home if she chose and offered her protection if she decided to stay. The girl had nothing to her name, and the protection of his grace was nothing to scoff at, even when he had barely managed to make scratches on the post with that spell of his back then. Then came Sir Richard, his life traded for some shadowbinder that the young king had fought. A mere child facing the faceless men that had lords and kings shiver in fear and walking away with the knight's life spared. Willem had seen the scar on the king's arm, bleeding for what was right. It had taken all his effort not to knight the lad there and then, knowing that the boy king would refuse it for his lack of skill with a blade. Prince Rhaegar's squire had been taught by Willem much more so than the prince, and Sir Richard would be there to shield the king's back when Willem could not do so at his age. The small girl that his grace had rescued was a different story. Even at her young age, Lana was a smart one, if shy and reserved with anyone but the king and to a lesser degree with Sir Richard. Beneath the shy demeanor, however, there was steel in that blonde girl and devotion to the king that made Willem worry to a degree. Whatever the girl had gone through, the king declared her under his protection, and that was it. When he was a child, Willem had heard of princes rescuing maidens from evil sorcerers and dragons, but to see it happen was a welcome surprise. Even now, Lana stood next to the princess, watching like a hawk, having taken on to her duty to guard the princess when the king was not near. She had come to him once, to learn to use a knife, to pay back the kindness of the king by protecting those that he held dear. Willem had agreed, teaching the girl instead of dismissing her as a different knight might have. Tales of Jonquil Dark and how she protected the good queen were ones Willem knew, and he cared not if it was a girl who wanted to learn to fight. To this day, Willem did not know if the king actually knew of that arrangement he had with Lana, if he approved or simply did not care about. Given that he had the princess chasing after cats as he had done learning under the Bravacy, Willem decided that he would not have objections. Then what the brains and what the eyes, as the king nicknamed them, came in. The offer of a roof and food for the winter for them and their families had been enough to get their loyalties. Willem had thought that both deserved death, banditry was to be punished, but sometimes the king was too merciful for his own good, even if that mercy had bound the two men's loyalty. There was fear in both their eyes still. His grace had shown them what his wrath would look like, but both men-at-arms respected and feared the boy of 3 and 10 as though he was a man grown. His last 2 students, Sir Willem knew, would die for their king. It was fear that kept them in line, but kindness that truly earned their loyalty. They, courtesans, were an entirely different story. They reminded Sir Willem of the nobles in King's Landing, playing their games, bringing a stench of deceit with their plans and plots. Their axe would have met with a fiery end had it been Aerys who was in the place of the boy king, yet Viserys Targaryen had done something that made both women afraid and look suitably punished. The king still watched them, and the two seemed eager to return to his good graces, to earn his favor. A part of Willem did not want them around, another part knew that both the king and the princess could learn a lot from them in terms of finer points of navigating court life. Willem had no doubt left that they would take back the throne should the king wish it. Now, though, beneath all, Sir Willem once again saw the scared little child. He would catch the boy looking north once in a while, his gaze focusing on something that mere mortals could not see. Even with all his power, Viserys Targaryen was afraid of something, and that made Sir Willem of House Derry afraid as well. What did a dragon have to fear? What chance did a mere man have against something like that? Tycho Nestorus. Tycho Nestorus was annoyed. He had spent the last year on an errand for the boy who knew things that he had no way of knowing. His annoyance was not for the boy king in exile, as all his ventures had proven to be rather profitable. The boy's ideas had allowed Tycho to increase his standing in the Iron Bank as the representative of such a profitable individual. His annoyance was having to deal with other Westerosi, like the ones who made up the esteemed establishment of Night's Watch. The boy had warned him of the criminals, cowards, and victims of prickly lords that made up the volunteers of the Night's Watch. Tycho had made a note to differentiate those from the actual volunteers, which was not rather hard. If only rest of Westerosi were as easy to deal with as the exiled prince. Initially, Iron Bank had been curious. A child who lacked the arrogance that came with the nobility, let alone that of a Targaryen, was unique. A 10-year-old managing to convince some of the key holders to bet on him through his wit and sharp tongue was one to be watched. Oh, Viserys Targaryen was still arrogant, but it was the smug arrogance of a man who knew things that you did not the empty bluster of lordlings and princes with neither experience nor skill to back up his bluster. Something was definitely odd with that boy, though Tycho knew not if it was a good kind of odd, or the bad kind. To think that he also has some sort of magic, Tycho thought, his mind going to the less than well-kept secret that the boy seemed to have. His interest in the higher mysteries was known by those who cared to keep an eye on the prince in exile. There were those who bet that he would burn himself alive like that ancestor of his. Bright fire or something like that. Tycho had talked with the boy long enough to hope he did it away from Bravus at the least. Despite his arrogance, there was a part of the boy that was different. The boy seemed to judge you, looking into your very soul. Tycho remembered when he first met the boy, who had looked at him with those glowing violet eyes before calling him by his own name, before they were introduced. Tycho pulled on his cloak, his shiver having nothing to do with the cold winds above the wall. He could not say he cared for magic, it was a fickle thing, unlike gold, gold was reliable. That being said, when the boy who had a family famed for madness, greatness, and ability to foretell the doom of a civilization wanted the Iron Bank to work with the decrepit institution of Night's Watch that had stories of a winter that never ended, you listened. The Iron Bank representatives were not certain why the boy cared about the Night's Watch, but now that Tycho had time to hear the stories of recent increases in raids, disappearances, and the sorry state of the institution itself, he had an inkling. After hearing the famed house words of Stark's, winter is coming, he knew. The boy had a good brain between his ears at least, or so Tycho thought, looking from the top of the wall at the overgrown forest. A fool would demand Iron Bank help for no reason, yet the boy gave them what they desired. If not for the cold and having to travel during the start of winter, he would even praise the boy for finding Bravus a source of lumber far greater than anything they could directly access. You seem to be in deep thought, said the voice of the first ranger, Benyon Stark. Tycho was wary of the Stark, mostly from knowing the bad blood between them and his client. Given how fast the man had risen to his position, their influence on the wall was not insignificant, and Starks were the best people to work with to ensure the current status of the wall. First Ranger, greeted the Tycho, giving the man a nod. His eyes focused on the man's belt, seeing the new addition, a dragon glass dagger. The maester was fast, it would seem, having read the letter sent by his many times removed grandnephew. The maester thought that every ranger should have one of these, especially when going north of the wall. Said Benyon Stark, seeing where Tycho was looking. Do you not think it strange? Asked the banker, unsure how the changes he caused were received. I should, said the Stark, but there are rangers with far more experience than I who thought it a good idea, given I will be joining them for arranging beyond the Frostfangs in a fortnight. Whatever news you brought made people uneasy, I have not seen the old bear as frustrated, nor the maester with such fire in him. Bankers have a tendency to do that, I am afraid, diverted Tycho, seeing the knowing look. The Targaryen children's presence in Bravus was hardly a secret, even if the prince and his closeness to the bank was one that was kept strictly to the key holders. Speaking of, we got a letter from Winterfell, my brother is agreeable to a proposal, said Benyon Stark, who had worked with Tycho to handle the proper deals with his brother, the Lord of Winterfell. You should talk with Maester Aemon to finish whatever deal you got, said the first ranger before turning his face to the north, gazing. Had Tycho not seen him speak, he would have thought him carved from the same ice that made the giant monolith they stood on. Knowing a man of few words when he had seen one, Tycho went to the elevator, glad to be able to get down from the cold winds, and whatever portend they held. It had taken days, hours of debating and bargaining for the Lord Commander to agree to the deal that the boy had given a faint outline. Bravus would handle the shipping of lumber, while the Night's Watch would have reason to clear out the overgrown bits of the haunted forest that now reached the wall in exchange for food shipments and coin. Of course, the entire enterprise had somehow gotten larger, with the Starks of Winterfell being involved in providing the manpower that would see the decrease in raids by the wildlings. All Tycho needed to do was keep the identity of the boy who had started the entire chain of deals a secret. Tycho would think that whatever was beyond the wall, should not have the wildlings to use as fodder, but small steps were needed. Viserys Targaryen probably had some foolish-looking plot that would turn out to be the perfect one, something like using the fleet Bravus would build to carry the wildlings south of the wall or something. It was hard to predict what went through the head of that wizard. His journey was as much success as he could have hoped. In the end, Bravus would have a steady source of lumber, Night's Watch would get food and coin for future use, and North would have fewer wildlings going over the wall with the trees bordering the giant monolith of ice cut down in numbers. Tycho thought that the project had gone a bit larger than first expected, but it was a worthy endeavor that would make him and his client very rich in the long term as the middleman. If only Tycho could suppress the urge to sigh once more after dealing with Viserys Targaryen and his bullshit, even if Iron Bank would profit greatly from the venture, prophets of doom were unnerving. Tycho may have been working in a bank, but he was not made for such cloak and dagger dealings. The deals have been sealed and signed, said the maester, just in time for Tycho to step through. The blind man was not as blind as his clouded eyes may have implied, or at least he was seeing in some other way. Dealing with Viserys Targaryen had made Tycho assume either of those to be possible. Then again, the one who arranged it had been rather through. What do you know of my grandnephew Viserys? Representative Nestoris. We have met a few times, to call it knowing him would not be true, I am afraid, responded Tycho honestly. I simply represent him to the Iron Bank, though one thing man note is that he is, strange. How strange? Asked Maester Aemon Targaryen, his attention on Tycho. His words, his thoughts, his acts, he holds knowledge a boy his age should not be able to hold, he speaks like a man grown holding secrets beyond his age, explained Tycho, taking the communication between the two Targaryen in his own judgment to not hold back from a man who had chosen to refuse to play in the Westerosi politics for near a century. Does he keep to a faith? Asked the Maester, sitting down on a chair, his eyes not moving from where Tycho stood. Not to year 7, neither is he one of those fire worshippers, he does not as far as we could tell at least, he holds to no faith from all we have seen, admitted Tycho, knowing. A dreamer then, how foolish of us, of Rhaegar to dismiss the child. My brother. Durin was strange as well, haunted by visions that drove him to drink and an early death, even if all he said came true in one way or another, muttered the old man, looking as old as Tycho knew him to be. The elder brother of Aegon the Unlikely seemed to have come to a realization. That means winter truly is coming. Dragon glass and dragon steel, we found the account that he wrote of. Dragon glass is easy to find, I had the master at arms dig up a few in the bottom of some rather old chests we had, ones that were not opened after the watch moved out of the night fort. We know where to get more, but, as an educated man yourself, have you heard of such thing as dragon steel, Representative Nestoris? Asked the old man. I cannot say I have, Maester Aemon, said Tycho Nestoris. Could it be Valyrian steel? I did not know either. I am afraid. I thought it to be Valyrian steel, just as you did, yet the timing would not work according to Prince Viserys' message. He claims that Valyrian steel may not be as old as the book hidden in the library, that it may be a fallen star, as comets are akin to dragons. Explained the Maester. Comets? Is there such a weapon? Asked Tycho. Only one. Dawn, it is a sword made from a fallen star, a dragon, if you will. I had the opportunity to see it once when I went to Starfall to visit my mother's family. Said the Maester, passing a letter to Tycho in a bundle. To think the boy knew when grown men with more education knew nothing of, he must be quite brilliant, I wish I had a chance to meet him in person. He seems to hold some trust in you, so I shall do the same, bring this letter and package to him, it holds knowledge he might find useful, the path that he would need to follow will be hard, but so long as he does not give in to despair, I can only hope he will succeed. And what makes you think I will deliver such a book to the boy? Asked Tycho. The old man smiled at him at that before saying, I have an eye for that, even if I am half blind. All man must serve. A chill ran down Tycho's spine at the tone of the old man, making him wish he did not learn of those stories about the wall and what lay beyond it. Fucking Targaryens. Fucking wizards. I am back. Alright, so this was longer but the other POV will have to be done for later because I wanted to upload what I had instead of waiting. I had a couple of busy weeks and did not get a chance to write much as I was busy with work and rest of my time was dedicated to playing Hogwarts Legacy, which I am a fan of if the FIC did not give you that idea. I am however confused about the relationship between turning someone into a chicken and smiting them like Zeus. I really liked writing Stannis, before he got in contact with Melisandre, because the irony of it was just perfect. As always, I appreciate any feedback or suggestions. I came to as the sun rose, strangely feeling heavy, and not because of the mother and daughter sharing my bed. It was a spiritual weight that I was still trying to get used to, even after nearly a week since the ritual that nearly quadrupled my original soul. I held out my hand, summoning my belt with my wand in it, feeling the decrease of magical energy within myself in a way that I would not have been able to before and feeling it replenish itself in a moment or two. I could have done the same trick before, using a rather roundabout method of casting the summoning charm through the wand on myself. It had limitations, such as the wand needing to be close to me for my soul to reach without touching the wood, but it was possible, the simple principles based on recalling how Harry had managed to cast a wand lighting charm without touching his wand once. Using the same principles to summon myself to the wand, I let momentum work to get the wand to me instead. Now, the difference was that I had actual telekinesis, rather than letting the wand do the work for me, I could finally start using actual spells without a wand. It was not much, but being able to summon things without a wand would come in handy in the long term. The ritual I had done also came with a greater insight into how magical energy actually worked. While the soul stored the energy, most plants actually had the ability to absorb said energy, weirwood being especially suited for the task. Binding the essence of weirwood into my own soul allowed me to not only absorb ambient magic to replenish my reserves but also made me more attuned to magic in general. It also made me realize that I had bypassed the main drawback of using magic in this world as my soul connected with the weirwood of my wand, which in turn allowed me to slowly fill back the energy to my soul when I held it. Now I did not really need the weirwood wand to do it for me, not that it was not useful for other reasons, and I was still struggling to figure out new methods of casting magic. Maybe I should give a staff a try. Speaking of replenishing my reserves, the blood candles were simultaneously the smartest and most stupid things I had ever created. It had given me a secondary reserve to pull from instead of my own life fire, binding it to my physical body in the process. The problem was that said reserve did not replenish through my wand, which would lead to my body being bound with more and more souls that were empty of magical energy, which I was sure had some side effect. The effect also explained why I could not help Lana. I was essentially throwing filled souls into an unfilled container. It countered the physical issues of lacking the life force by enchanting the body, but it did not help with the lethargy she was feeling. The only solution I could think of was to include her in the exclusive group of people I planned to make wands for, which used to only consist of only Dani before. As for having empty souls bound to my body, I did not think the results would be pleasant once the disparity between my soul size and the soul amalgamation within my body became larger than it ought to be. It had benefits, like allowing me to use possession more easily through skin changing as my soul was knocked loose, so to speak. Still, there was the risk of any independent soul forming into something else. I did not need to host a pseudo-god in my body or the potential multiple personality disorders that would imply. I also made Lana stop her own rituals for similar reasons. Now was the final step of the ritual, distributing the soul stuff over my original soul to act as both an additional layer and a shield. Because the new essence contained a bit of my own through the ritual, I could bind my soul to the new additional soul stuff. The plan was to fully combine the two by layering the new souls over my original soul. Sure, common sense dictated that I ought not to mess with my own soul, but this world was proving to be far more dangerous, and I was already feeling like the walls were closing in on me. Something or someone was plotting my death. I could feel it beyond paranoia, though the source of the feeling was hard to identify, even with mind arts to provide me with increased self-awareness. I made my way outside to the well that was not a well. The added weirwood around the hole in the ground that spewed magical energy was new, grown from a few saplings in record time to better absorb the released magical energy. The weirwood acted as an anchor to the method I chose to hook the potential access to the local ley line into the protections around the keep. It was not the smartest option, as it still was outside the range of the protections, but it was the only available option I had, passing a rope infused with weirwood from the well into the perimeter around the building. I sat on the clearing in front of the well, with the circle carved into the dirt, before removing my latest creation from my robe, the thing I owed all the other upgrades I had made. The small circular glass discs were dark and attached to a wooden frame that seemed to have grown around the lenses, which it had. It was an unusual design for a pair of glasses. The lenses were made from a combination of dragon glass and weirwood that I accidentally created after playing around with combining weirwood bark and dragon glass into the blood candles at once. Playing around with dragon glass, I learned a few things. Just heating the glass created glass foam, preventing me from reshaping the volcanic rock without something additional that I was missing. Given how I knew blood could dissolve it, I had a feeling that the famed Valyrian black stone was far more bloody than initially believed unless those psychos managed to figure out a magical version of concrete. I had noticed that the dragon glass I used in the blood candles seemed to pool back into its original form. Something about dissolving it in blood using magic must have changed its nature enough that it did not need high pressure to be reformed. Burning off the blood allowed the material to return to its glass form. Usually, I would have just reused the dragon glass like I did with the ones from blood candles to make more of them, but the variant I had was somehow imbued with weirwood, which changed its properties. It did not absorb any magical energy like I expected. My basic understanding was that weirwood absorbed magic, dragon glass stored it, and dragon bone expelled it. That idea had been incorrect, however. Rather than storing or expelling magic, dragon glass and dragon bone transformed magic from one form into another. Dragon glass could create light and fire, and dragon bone could create heat and air. My initial theory of White Walkers being created by combining weirwood paste and dragon glass chunks had been incorrect. Cold was just the absence of heat, and a white area spell to slow down the vibrations of atoms was closer to what the White Walkers would be doing. That did lead me to learn a few ice magic tricks, at least. Glacis is always a nice spell to have in your pocket, after all. Returning back to the weirwood and dragon glass lenses, they somehow allowed me to see the magical energy when I looked through them, absorbing and converting magical energy into light. My best guess was that souls were needed to store energy, and without a soul attached to the stone, so it was relatively inert and only reacted to external magical energy by producing light. When I put them on, the lenses allowed me to see magical energy, wisps of something floating in the air that seemed to be pushed through my wand every time I cast a spell. In a way, the material reminded me of glass candles with how it worked. I needed to figure out how to see through long distances. However, the news of the Ironborn rebellion had already reached Bravus after all. While the result of the rebellion was not much of an issue for me, what with Balong Greyjoy being a moron and Robert actually having competent generals, all I cared for was Tywin losing his fleet of ships. Putting on the glasses, I looked around. Colors were more defined, yellows were gold, greens were emerald, and black was darkness itself. Looking at the well of magic, I could see wisps of something rising from the hole descending into the abyss. I resisted the urge to throw an eye into the well to see what would happen. I had to acknowledge those impulses but not let them control me. Eyes were too valuable to sacrifice for an undefined ritual for an unknown benefit. I had only 2 of those, and depth perception was horribly useful. I would start with the eyes of a few birds first, see if they changed anything with them. Placing a silvered mirror in front of me, I looked at myself through the glasses. I had barely tapped into the potential uses of mirrors as it was, though this use was one I could say was one of the more valuable ones. In vampire lore, said creatures often lacked a reflection in the mirror, attributed to their lack of soul. Through the same logic, looking into the reflection with the glasses that see magical energy, I had managed to see the magical energy on my own body reflected from the mirror. The glasses removed my actual visage on the surface, stripping away the physical phenomenon like light, leaving behind my own soul shining with the magical energy contrasted by the energy from the well. I saw magical energy in everything that held that energy, like an X-ray that showed me, my soul, through an unseen world. In the silver mirror, in a world of black and white made from the reflection, I saw myself. A cloak covered my body, a cloak I could see through, a metaphor for the secret I kept from everyone, a shroud of secrets made manifest. I understood why the faceless men would call me a champion of death as I looked at the eyeless skull beneath the hood. Right on my forehead glowed a single eye made from fire, looking back at me. As it was, I looked eldritch, closer to the image of a grim reaper than a human. The metaphysical vision of myself was something of a horror show. There were patches of flesh still missing, with the bones still visible. Given that a week ago, all I could see were bones forming the skeleton that bound my soul to my body, it was a definite improvement. From knowing how whites could be destroyed by crushing the bones, I knew that bones and souls had a strange relationship. The only strange thing that differentiated my soul from a humanoid form were the 2 stumpy wings on my shoulders, potentially a remnant from my family's legacy, the last dragon lords of Valeria. Best I could tell, it was dragon wings, representing the lost connection to the dragons that I had. Bloodraven had referred to skin changing as flying, and without their fire-breathing familiars, House Targaryen had lost their wings. Nothing but the shadow of a Wyrm, my mind echoed, paraphrasing the words used to describe Viserys. Unlike my original counterpart, I was still a dragon, and my fire was still deadly, even if I too lacked the wings. Despite all that I had done, a part of me still held a grudge over how weak I would have been without my knowledge. From beneath the cloak came wisps of something, glowing threads of soul that had frayed off the bone that represented the main piece, a representation of my magic that could connect to the world around me with each spell I cast. Most of those threads attached themselves to the wand in my hand, remaining even when I let it go. Some of the wisps kept connecting and disconnecting to things around me in waves, pulsing with my heartbeat. I honestly looked like an eldritch abomination. Then again, I knew what to expect. The visions that Anna the Whore had seen of me were close enough to what I saw in the magical mirror, though she could not see beneath the shroud. Where my stomach would be was a glowing mess of soul stuff, white roots and fire burned within it. It was the last vestiges of the ritual I had performed, the remaining soul stuff that I needed to make part of the whole and integrate over my own soul. The source of the pulse influenced the small threads of my soul, lighting the threads up with my own heartbeat. I reached out with a mental command, guiding the glowing tendrils that were my magic to dig into the mess of roots and fire that I had consumed. Another lesson learned: only souls could interfere with souls. Where the 2 substances met, they stuck together, the ritual creating a mixture that was less defined and more akin to clay. Stripping pieces off of it, I guided them to spread over my actual soul, creating a layer of flesh over the bones. Unlike the usual cultivator bullshit, there was no core forging, no pulling everything into a nice little ball, at least. The vision in the mirror was my soul as it was right now, stripped bare and in a form that best represented me as I was. The soul bound itself over my bounds and onto my flesh instead. The result allowed me to absorb the ambient magic, which was paramount for any spellcaster with any ambitions of not relying on a focus. In the mirror, looking back at me, was a face without eyes now, the bones hidden beneath the wood and flame that became the flesh had covered where my eyelids would be, and the only thing of note was the third eye I had. Once the integration of souls was complete, I looked over my new metaphysical form. Where before I looked the part of a grim reaper, my new look was more refined, more humanoid, at least. With the souls completely absorbed, I only needed time for my soul to settle and get used to the changes I had made to myself through soul surgery. That being said, there was still one problem: my left arm was, well, different would be the best description. As it turned out, the physical scar that remained was just what could be seen. The curse had been removed from the cut, but it had still managed to damage my soul, even if it seemed to be slowly recovering, given the way the frayed bits of soul were trying to weave themselves together. The metaphysical concept bound to that part of the soul being harmed interfered with methods of healing that I had access to, even when I tried to remove the scarred tissue and force it to re-heal with potions. Spiritually, the effect was not that obvious. The soul that made up my left arm was slightly more frayed than my right arm, and the line was obvious when I looked through the glasses that allowed me to see the unseen. Guiding a bit of the soul stuff, I watched the raw materials try and fail to stick and bind to the cut, so I was now covering my entire soul with additional soul stuff to act as armor. The result did not completely remove the damage, but seeing the effect gave me an idea, something to keep up my metaphysical sleeve if you will. Once I was done, I pulled off the glasses, letting the reflection shift back to my physical one. My shoulder-length hair had shifted from pale blonde to silver, and my skin was paler than before as a reflection of my soul, yet I felt more alive than I had in, ever. I took a breath, feeling the raw magical energy being absorbed through my skin. I pointed my wand at the bounder, and a bolt of fire leaped out, carrying no intent within it but to reach my target. Crack! The sound echoed through the forest as I looked at the scorched rock. For a basic cast with no intent behind it other than the spell fire that made it, it had some decent weight to it. Anything else I could add in, reducing the spellfire's natural tendency to burn and amplifying the concept of change. I took a breath to center myself before heading back. I had been ignoring the faceless men in exchange for the ritual, knowing that I needed all the advantage I could get against them. Increasing my spiritual weight increased the effect of my spiritual weight, amplifying my magical power as a result. While I did not like the faceless men after the latest stunt they pulled, I still had to figure out what to do with the skull of that servant that tried to shank the Sea Lord. There was definitely something fishy going on, and I needed more insights into the politics of Bravus. Luckily, I just knew the perfect person to ask questions to. Black Pearl. He was fiddling around with the skull of all things as Black Pearl walked through the workshop of the wizard. It was as messy as the workshops of painters who were working to create the next great painting of her, poets who had scrolls lying around as they tried to decide on the words that would fail to catch her beauty. Where those artists had a specific theme to their work, Viserys Targaryen had a dozen different things that had no sense when put together. On one corner was a cauldron, a clear liquid inside it still steaming. Another corner held a pale white staff half covered in magical glyphs of Valeria, while another desk had a fabric stretched over it, covering something she probably did not want to know about. Another wooden desk held a cushion that had been turned into a rather large pincushion, holding dozens of wooden needles of varying sizes, some small while others were the size of daggers, right next to a jar of weirdly shaped beetles with holes in them. Belonara had no idea what sort of magic it was meant to be used for, probably some dark ritual that only made sense in the sense of the man before her. A common theme among various workbenches was the rolls of parchment and notes sprawled around any empty space holding scribbles and notes in some eldritch language Belgier did not know, possibly the one that the wizard used to cast his spells and would mutter to himself when he stopped caring for the fact that there were others around him. It was the first thing one noticed about Viserys Targaryen, that he was strange, even by the norms of Westerosi. At first glance, the strangeness was obvious. His clothes seemed to not fit any style in the Free Cities or Westeros. They were exquisite and tailor-made, as befit his noble status and wealth that seemed to keep growing every day, yet his clothes were in a style that barely paid homage to the styles of Bravasi, though she was certain it was only because the seamstress could not fathom whatever the man had probably designed for himself. The true strangeness was the patterns on the fabrics, however. A black shirt with swirling patterns that seemed to move with light, with buttons of white wood on the front cut a striking figure. The black pants lacked the complexity of any design that Belonara knew, being straight and without any pomp that most bravos favored, though weird cutouts in the sides hid pockets that Belonara had recently started seeing in the clothing of other men as well. The seamstress who made the clothing probably adapted it to her other commissions. The leather vest carved with glyphs completed the get-up, or at least when he was working on his projects. Having caught a glimpse of one of the knights striking the vest with naked steel and not even making a mark had been just another reminder of the protections the exiled prince wore, even in his own home. Belonara wondered why he would need to wear such protection while working in his workshop. With the sleeves rolled up, his arms were bare as he worked on some magical contraption. Watching him was akin to watching a painter work or a bard sing in a way strange and mesmerizing as much as it was unsettling. His hair had been changing, Belonara noticed. Whereas before, it was golden, it seemed to have shifted into a lighter color, closer to silver, just as his skin had gotten paler over the last week, though it somehow made him more eye-catching than before. The long scar on his left arm was easy to spot, the pale line had somehow held an intricate tattoo of 3 ravens around it that were not there the previous night. Belonara had heard the story of the scar, of course, the work of a shadow binder before the son of the Mad King set him on wildfire of all things. It was a battle scar that much Black Pearl could tell with the way how his face darkened when he noticed her looking at it. He was not ashamed of it, but he did not like it either. It was yet another proof that the boy was not as green as she had assumed at first. I have found that certain scars are harder to heal than the ones on the flesh, said the sorcerer prince, as though reading her mind. Take a seat. I am almost done, he added, not shifting his eyes from the eyeless skull he was inspecting, filled with some strange liquid. Forgive me, your grace, I was merely lost in thought. You have asked for me, said Belonara, avoiding any form of flattery, knowing it was useless on the man before her. At first, it was the prospect of having the last Targaryen on her side, having heard of the growing wealth and power of Viserys Targaryen. The rumors of his magic, of course, helped, and seeing firsthand all but confirmed to Belonara that he would be a powerful player, a good first lover for her daughter. Recent events had changed her ambitions, however. It was not whatever magic he had done that left a warmth between her legs every time she thought about him. Neither was it the power he displayed or the casual way he could kill two of the best fighters she could find, however impressive it was. The binding had been a stupid plan, one that was forced on her by the faceless men. If she had the freedom to choose, she would rather have gained influence over the Wizard of Westeros in a more traditional way. That being said, Viserys had discovered her plot from half-forgotten knowledge, somehow translated from the original texts that he should not have been even able to read. It was his reaction that had left Belonara bewildered, however. A simple man would have hurt her and her daughter for their attempt to have influence over him. A cruel man would do much worse. Even a good man would have simply left, or even kill them. Viserys Targaryen was none of those, choosing a punishment that ended with her being bound to him instead. Like Belonara was a stranger to being a servant. There was only one constant truth in Bravos, that all man must serve, or all man must die. Those words were far more sinister than she had first thought them to be when she first heard them in her youth. In the city where men were free, they were still slaves in one way. Alas, the Black Pearl served Bravos, and hidden beneath all, Bravos served the faceless men. It was not a truth known to many, and those who knew would not risk angering the faceless men by revealing it. It was not safe life, but it was better than other cities for those with wealth and influence, even if what the faceless men aimed to achieve was unknown to any but the faceless men. And they had threatened her daughter. All I had done was to change one master to another, thought Belonara, though this one was much easier to bargain with than the faceless men, who seemed to not care about anything but death. Mayhaps it was magic that made people strange? Viserys Targaryen was similarly strange and aloof, his face carved from stone as his eyes gave nothing away, his tone cold and without emotion when he was angered, something that scared her more upon seeing how cold the wizard's wrath could be. The memories of that day, a flash of green light shrouded in fog and two dead men with no bodies to be found. If she had to serve the wizard to ensure her daughter's protection, that is what she would do, even if he scared her as much as he excited her. The whole mess had only worked to make Belonara understand that for the city without slavery, all of Bravos was still slaves to the faceless men, and at least with Viserys Targaryen, Belonara could tell where she stood. Her eyes roamed over her newest lover, a strange warmth pooling in her loins as though she was a young girl. A part of it, Belonara knew to be the result of the magic that chained her, though the young man was one of the better lovers she had taken, despite his age, and he was not hard on the eyes either with his Valyrian features. She had recently noticed a particular glow in his eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. Her eyes landed on one of the other skulls on the desk. This one had glinting of the gems resting on a skull upon a pile of books, gilded with jewels and grinning, before it started to shriek as she looked through the jewels fitted in the eye sockets, causing Belonara to jump back, her back hitting the wall. "Shit!" exclaimed the wizard, only moving after the shrieking started. Taking the skull and threw it to one of the walls, with enough strength to shatter said bone, littering jewelry onto the floor. What was he doing, torturing that soul? Belonara recognized the skull in a way. The two Bravos had not been of any use to provide protection or discourage the wizard. The exiled prince had taken their heads with a single swing of that stick of his, leaving nothing but a pair of skulls that he now played with. Even in death, they were being punished for daring to take what the dragon saw as his. Not cruel, but definitely vengeful, her mind concluded. Was this some sort of a lesson for her? Was this the real reason she was here? Belonara was uncertain, a subtle threat, showing her that death would be a mercy if she ever angered him again. She could not move, however, not for some spell on her, but from fear as the boy had perfectly arranged for the skull to do what it did when she walked in. That should not have happened, that was unnerving, said the wizard, scratching his head before turning to her and giving her a sheepish grin before his face fell. Belonara swallowed in fear before the chair by the side of the wall moved near her on its own. "You look like you might faint, please take a seat." Belonara felt herself slip down on the chair, her face still frozen. She was trying her best to not break down, though she was uncertain whether she would laugh at the way the wizard reacted or cry while begging for his mercy. Predicting the young man had been an exercise in futility. The way he thought, the way he acted, it was strange, primal in a way that could only come from the surety of one's abilities and a set of rules he followed only to discard them when angered. Two things were certain: Viserys Targaryen was powerful, and a second betrayal of his trust would prove fatal for Belonara. Belonara could admit that she was terrified of Viserys Targaryen, even if a part of her wished that he took her right then and there. "Oh, dear," said the wizard, looking at her as though he had just read her mind. "That was, honestly, an accident," he said, and Belonara heard the muttering of stupid alarm clock. A few moments later, he handed her a cup and told her to drink. Belonara took a sip, too afraid to disobey. The warm chamomile tea, best she could judge, immediately caused her to relax, too fast not to be some type of magic. Right. I had called you here for a thing, well, two things now that I think about it, I suppose, said the boy, turning around and picking up a skull, holding it upside down, as Bellonara noticed a strange liquid in the skull, with white wisps peeling off the bone and mixing into the liquid. Do you wish me to drink that as well, Your Grace? Asked Bellonara, apprehensive. What? No. Exclaimed the wizard, his voice not raising. It is called a pensieve, well, a prototype really, a really crude and limited version. The memory potion in it is poisonous, however, probably, a bit of nightshade in there with the forget-me-not and evening shade to give it a, well, never you mind that, give me a second, I might have a better way. Even if she could not tell what he was talking about, Bellonara could see the passion and excitement he had, and it was contagious. She could only nod, understanding only bits of what he was saying. Bellonara watched as the man dipped the tip of his wand into the liquid, pulling out a wisp of white, something with the tip. As she watched, the wizard waved the wisp around before touching it onto his own face, which shifted like a water ripple before settling into the form of the faceless men she had met. I see. I had to double-check, he said, reading her like an open book, another power that made her feel lightheaded and her small clothes rather damp. I was sure I had seen the face in your memories as well, but now I know it to be the same person. There is reason to believe that the man who told you to bind me also threatened this man to stab the Sea Lord. The faceless men can have many faces. Are you sure it is the same person? Asked Bellonara, unsure where this was going. It made no sense. I know, it does not make sense, said the young man, but there is a reason they wanted me to see that memory, a reason to antagonize me through you, a reason for me to feel like I was in danger and lash out. I hate puzzles. You are the most experienced person in Bravasi politics. What do you think are the faceless men planning? What benefit do they get by replacing the Sea Lord or attacking me? That made Bellonara snort. Most men would dismiss her when the one who did not need to play petty politics acknowledged her talents. It felt strange, but that seemed to be the norm for Viserys. The Sea Lord holds no love for the House of Black and White. My influence over him is limited, and there are others, like Sirio Forel, who are wary of the faceless men. That might explain one plot but not both. Countered Viserys looking thoughtfully. The plot against me only happened after the first one, a reaction, an attempt to force my hand and limit my influence. There have been some who are not comfortable with your presence before the uncloaking, Your Grace. The Sea Lord and the Iron Bank saw the worth of having leverage against the Iron Throne, however, with the Stag King having an heir of his own, many fear he might attack Bravus, explained Bellonara. Unlikely, but it is possible that someone wants me away from Bravus and on the run again, said Viserys, looking into the fires. Where does the faceless man come in, however? What is his play, and is he working alone or for the whole of House of Black and White? Maybe they are trying to blame one of their own to protect the rest, let one person carry the plot in case it would have you attack them. Bellonara said, knowing that it was something a noble might try to do. A patsy? Potentially, but why make me fight a single? Oh. I see. Said the wizard, his eyes widening. Bellonara could admit that the faint glow of his lilac eyes rimmed with a darker violet were mesmerizing to look at, especially when he had that gleam in them. It seems that will be another test for me, but that is for me to know. Is that wise, Your Grace? Picking a fight with the faceless men, started the Black Pearl, only to be interrupted. It is what you want me to do, is it not? Asked Viserys Targaryen, looking into her eyes in a way that made Bellonara feel like he was gazing into her soul. Bellonara gulped, feeling the gaze of the young man be replaced by a large predator. While I will admit that it is tempting, I am not going to pick a fight that is a waste of my time with not enough to gain. As for your predicament, they have no reason to be a threat again. They threatened my daughter and expected her to die, countered Bellonara, and they expect me to do nothing? Kill them, and I am yours as long as you want me. The wizard chuckled, a deep rumbling sound that was more primal than anything Bellonara had heard before. Never tickle a sleeping dragon, he said, once more choosing to speak in riddles. While tempting, there are not many ways to take them out all at once because if I miss even one, they will be coming after me and those I care about. Wizard means wise man in a way, and I, my dear, am no fool. Bellonara nodded, knowing that it was not a likely outcome. Other than a direct attack from the faceless men, there was not much that could provoke the last dragon to a fight. As I was saying, since our little agreement regarding the ritual is done, there is nothing holding you back from leaving. I am sure the faceless men will not bother you over me, so you have two options before you. He said with a look that made Bellonara want to slowly back away, given how I seem to be scaring the shit out of you, if you so choose, I can take the memories you have of me and leave you and your daughter be. Now that I know how to draw out memories, he said, pointing at the skull for some reason, was the wisps of memories or something. I am pretty sure I can do it if you wish. I have to admit that I dislike the way this enterprise had turned out, even if our arrangement was profitable in a manner of speaking. I decided that it would be prudent to give you and your daughter an option to never see me again. Bellonara held back a snort that would be beneath her. You said 2 options, Your Grace. We can make a proper contract, one that ensures that I would not abuse you or your daughter, explained Viserys, looking into her eyes. A contract using magic? Asked Bellonara, her mind reaching to the implications. Maybe in the future, if you pose a threat to what is mine again, said the wizard, making Bellonara gulp, knowing that such an act would end with something worse than death. I am not foolish enough to bind myself with such things for trivial things, came his response. You will have to trust that my word will be enough. Had anyone else said that, Bellonara would laugh at their face, but Viserys Targaryen, despite his strangeness, was someone she could not see turning on his word. He had not done it when he had every reason to, he would be less likely to do in the future. Ending up becoming the mistress of a wizard had not been what Bellonara intended for herself as well, even if the thought of being able to personally teach her daughter the art of pleasure was as tantalizing as it was scandalous. The wizard was a dragon, and there was more than a drop of dragon blood in her that she really did not mind. Bellonara had no doubt that she was attracted to the wizard's power, it had such potential. Viserys Targaryen was not the first practitioner of higher mysteries, as one of the maesters Bellonara had met called magic. He was, however, the most prolific. Few that were worth their salt would trade their firstborn for the type of magic the boy of 13 did with ease. Another courtesan would kill to be in her place right now, gaining the attention of this, what even was Viserys Targaryen. He was certainly more than a man. Some men called Targaryens dragons, had they not? In the end, with some proper guidance, the potential of the one before her was limitless, and Bellonara was not a fool to pass the opportunity that presented itself to herself or her daughter. A small part of her whispered that Viserys Targaryen stood the best chance that she could make the faceless men pay for trying to harm her family, but that was not something she dared bring out. Trying to manipulate him to fight the faceless men was a risk, and she was not sure if he could win. Just as Bellonara started to untie her laces to provide more incentive for her lover, the wizard froze. We have company, he said, making sure her clothing covered her once more with the flick of his wand, just as a knock was heard. Viserys looked at the man, who poked his head out with a glare. Yes. Pardon me, Your Grace, Sir Willem said to get you fast. The Master of Horse came back, said the man-at-arms, who was one of the 2 named Wat. How the boy ran into 2 men with the same name was an enigma, though Bellonara thought that it was a way to prevent the name of one man from being given since 2 shared the same name, maybe another protection from the faceless men. She decided to see if she could do the same once the danger they were in passed. Strange, anything else that made this urgent? Asked the sorcerer prince. His face is all wrong, said the man. It is hard to explain, but it is wrong. Wat told me to ask you what to do. Bellonara's blood ran cold. Viserys Targaryen did not seem fazed, his eyes clouding for a moment before he stood up. Your wish just might come true, my lady, he said with a confidence that Bellonara though was out of place, given the situation. The wizard picking up the white wooden staff with a smirk on his face and headed out the door. No, it is not dead, it is just slowed down as a result of me being not that good at time management. This chapter had been rewritten so many times that it became a pain. That being said, loads magical shotgun with malicious intent. This took a bit too long to come out, mostly because I did not actually have the time to write for most of the 2 months and I kept rewriting multiple versions of it. End of the glory said. Are there any news when the new update will be? It's almost 2 months since the last chapter. Since you asked so nicely, yes there is. Enjoy. Out of the shadows. Did I expect the faceless men to come knocking? No, I did not. I suppose it made sense in a way, with me flipping the board and making myself nearly impossible to find through the wards. Did it really matter? Not really. Was I prepared? Not as much as I would have liked, but I had a few tricks up my sleeve if it came to a fight. I tightened the grip on my staff. It was one of those preparations I had made in case I had to face a numerically larger opponent, trading finesse for power. Where my wand was a tool of control and precision, the staff was a weapon meant for war. The wood was reshaped from the weirwood ritual circle I had used, making the wood connect to me on a spiritual level. At the same time, the nature of the material was ideal for channeling magical energy, which was the main advantage of a focus of this size. The tip of the staff had the 3-headed dragon that had been the remaining parts of the cloak pin, bound in obsidian, similar to the core of my wand, ready to bring fire and blood to my enemies. I stopped, looking at Dany standing by Sir Willem. Her eyes were filled with worry, as though something was going to happen. Princess insisted that there was a danger, and Wat seemed to notice something odd about the man, said Sir Willem, having recovered his sword. Brains noticed that he should not be here on time, and the eyes think he acts funny, stiffer, unused to his body. Missy was acting up, said Dany holding a ball of fur in her arms. Says there is danger. Meow, greeted the kitten named Missy, already the size of a fully grown cat despite being only a few months old at best, her raised fur making her look larger still. She was named after another cat of impressive size, with adjustments made to fit her gender. Missy was, by all definitions, an easel or a magical cat that had a strange ability to tell if someone was trustworthy. I do not think I need to explain why an animal like that might come in handy, or why I made sure Dani bonded with her. Missy was one of the continuing magical experiments I had been running. Having mostly mastered the art of breeding normal animals and making them larger, I was working on adding concepts to them now. Trying to bind specific affinities to animals to give them magical talents was the first experiment I did when I discovered the concept of magical affinities before I used it on myself. It was the next step of my long-term plans of flesh crafting, and modifying a pregnant cat to deliver what amounted to an easel was a decent step for practical purposes. An extra-large cat that was soul-bound with the concepts of revealing and survival through runes was as good of a defense as any when faced with super assassins. I had to bind a magic circle onto the skin of his mother while pregnant and feed the pregnant cat a potion regimen based around moonstone, but the result was a species that could sense hidden dangers and threats, making it an invaluable part of my preparations. The fact that Dani took a liking to the kitten and stopped asking me to somehow combine owls and cats so she could have a pet of hers was an added bonus. My rules were mostly set: no cross-species experimentation without access to both Wildfire and Valyrian steel, just in case. A touch of the kitten's mind gave me a more comprehensive vision than any of the words that could be exchanged. That makes sense, I thought, pushing the thought to the kitten. While she was Dani's familiar with all applications, she responded to my thought as well, and it was easier to train her this way. I patted Dani's head, watching her lean towards my hand. Given how young Dani was, I wondered if the bleed over from sharing a mind with a cat would be too bad. I needed her to start somewhere when it came to magic, and the instincts of an easel were one of the most valuable things I could grant her, allowing her to feel whom she could trust in the long run. She was older than Rickon Stark when he got his dire wolf, so I was optimistic and a deft hand at mind magic if optimism did not pan out. "The lads are outside with our guest," said Sir Willem, interrupting my train of thought. "Not a guest," I corrected, clutching my new staff. There was no need to give guest rights to someone who was not welcome. I did not know if guest rights held power, but I treated the whole thing as though I was making deals with Fae. With the White Walkers being compared to the Cid, it sounded reasonable to stick to small things. "I shall meet him outside, Sir Willem, secure the keep and stay with my sister. You do not need to go out there, only one of them exists. What can it do against a knight and 2 armed men? Let him try to storm the keep on his own," stated Sir Willem, clutching his cane that hit a blade. "Underestimating the enemy is a path to failure. The faceless men thrive in shadows. I would much rather fight where I can see him, though let us hope it does not come to that, and he is simply a messenger," I said, taking a deep breath to calm myself. "And if he is not?" asked Sir Willem, giving me a look. I stiffened. From the memories I was able to gather, the faceless men were trying to pit me against one of them for a reason I did not understand. It might have been their way of testing me, similar to how Arya had to fight Waif. It was also possible that they decided what I had discovered regarding magic was as much as they could tolerate and would take the knowledge through wearing my face. That being said, one thing was certain: I did not trust the faceless man who was pretending to be the master of horse. "Then I won't hesitate," I said with finality. Sir Willem nodded before stating, "Take the dog as well, he is of more use to you outside than waiting in a room," he advised. As I moved outside, Huan followed without even being told, some weird combination of using telepathy to teach him language allowing him to understand the conversation. Dani would be safe with Sir Willem, and both mine and the dog's talents were much more useful out in the open. A tap of my staff shut the doors behind me, the runes of force glowing along the staff. Due to its size, a staff managed to channel more energy than a wand, but that meant a lack of versatility because it was clumsier to draw runes with it, not to mention the whole wand core not working. My solution had been to carve the runes onto the surface of the wood to act as a shortcut. It limited my choices to a dozen spells that I could cast with additional power faster than with a wand, but that would be worth it if faceless men had some counter-magic protection. Sir Richard was standing there, with his sword drawn, while Wat the Eyes held a Myrish crossbow aimed at the man standing there, as he was the one with the most talent for ranged combat. The master of horse had been working in the ranch for longer than I owned the place. He was waiting and pretending to be confused about why he was not granted entry. I was going to assume that the unusualness of the man's early arrival was a result of enemy action instead of anything else. As a general philosophy, I did not believe in coincidences. "Ah, Prince Viserys, it is good to see you," said the master of horse. "Your men are threatening poor." Something caused my ears to ring as my mind screamed, "Danger!" Thunk. My left hand, still holding the staff, had moved on its own volition, the tip of a black blade sprouting through the white staff that I somehow pulled in front of me. There were no words exchanged, no boasting or speaking, no offers or targets to give, only an uncharacteristic scowl of the faceless men for failing to kill me in a single fast strike. It was unusual. Faceless men were patient, and the deaths they caused were akin to accidents. This felt personal. Had it not been for the staff, the blade would have hit me through the eye and into my brain. The ripples on the blade and spiritual pain that resonated through me were enough to let me know that this was Valyrian steel. While the blade had been physically stopped by the wood, my soul was connected to the weirwood it cut through, meaning that my soul was also harmed, even indirectly. I noticed a lance of pain on the back of my left hand, though the flesh was not harmed. Valyrian steel can harm the soul, I noted, not putting it into words. That type of information was something I did not want another to realize. I did not spend time pondering the spiritual meaning of that event more than that, focusing on providing a response for the assassin before anything. I chose to use my wand to respond to the attack instead of the staff, as I was not going to try casting with a focus that just stuck by what was obviously Valyrian steel. The best case scenario would be the staff blowing up in my face, so it was going to be useless unless I fixed it. In my opinion, I gave the most reasonable answer to someone throwing a magical blade to my face, lifting my wand, and sending fire, not a spell, but raw spell fire with the command to consume. The spell engulfed the faceless men in a corona of blue flames fueled by my anger to consume the one before me. I have played around with feeding my emotions to the spells, only to see if they had an effect. The more emotional I was, the less stable magic became, more destructive, reflected by the temperature of the fire. While I could do the same with simply control and emotions rarely went hand in hand. I channeled my frustration, not the frustration at the death cult but the frustration at myself. Reasoning and dealing with a death cult was stupid, trying to understand them was an exercise in futility. I was not sure what sort of logic a fanatic death cult followed, not that there needed to be a logic given it was a fanatic death cult, but the one before me wanted me dead, either because all of them wanted me dead or because this was some sort of a test. The flames lasted for but a moment before collapsing into nothingness, leaving behind the faceless men, untouched but lacking the clothing. Unburnt. What the hell? I heard Sir Richard mutter, and I found myself agreeing. My initial attack stopping had been the signal as what the eyes, losing a bolt, while Sir Richard prepared to leverage an opening I would create when our opponent got close enough. We had worked through such potential scenarios, including a few instances of me using my magic against them, and they were not so stupid to try to get in close with a deadly assassin where they would be collateral damage to one of my stronger spells. That game was changed the moment the faceless man proved himself to be fireproof. That was my shtick. The assassin's next move was some sort of a smoke pellet aimed at me. He must have been already holding them in his palm, ready to throw them. The faint shimmer of the bubble head charm protected me from inhaling the smoke as I held my wand in my right hand. A flick of it had the winds disperse the smoke while Sir Richard was far enough to not get the brunt of what was obviously pepper spray of some sort. Realization dawned on the faceless man's face as I watched him realize that I did not say a word for the fire spell either. My use of nonverbal casting granted me a brief window, as I caught a glimpse of the mind behind the occlumency through the shock. He expected me to become incapacitated, choking on the smoke and unable to cast a spell. He seemed to have studied me enough to think that I was solely dependent on incantations, an illusion, and an ace that I knew had been worth it. Before I could take away anything else or leave him unable to move through a mental attack, I was locked out through the variant of occlumency that the faceless men practiced. A sweep of my wand caused the grass to burst into flames and release smoke. Plants had their own form of soul stuff, a bit more foreign and lacked the more complex properties of a living being, but it was still useful when molded into the most destructive cutting curse I could produce. The curse was amplified by shadow smoke from the grass, giving it more substance. Accounting for the fact that the assassin was fast enough to dodge all the bolts sent by Watt, I sent a wide crescent of shadow without a word, a moment later followed by another, just behind it, slightly higher. In the first spell, the assassin jumped over before Huan slammed into him, catching his sleeve and ensuring that the assassin could not dodge the second cutting curse before releasing and running away, knowing that a prolonged struggle would end up with him injured. I watched the blade of shadow hit its target, droplets of blood flying in the air. The smoke and shadow that caused the shallow cut roiled before sinking into something close to his neck instead of bisecting the man as I would have expected from the experience. Some form of protection, my mind supplied as I followed through with the bolts of fire meant to pierce instead of burn. The assassin dodged the 3 bolts of magical flame, responding with another throwing knife that bounced off the shimmering air in front of me. A flick of my wand sends the compressed air shield to my opponent. The assassin rolled to the side of the shimmering air, only to catch an arrow to the shoulder, to no effect. Resistance to physical and magical attacks, I mentally counted, the way the assassin shrugged off the bolt in my spell fire, that was essentially dragon fire. Must be an item or something, I concluded, knowing that such a process was hard to achieve on your own. Seeing that he was focused entirely on me, I noticed that the only proper offense he was aware of that could definitely hurt me was the knife made of Valyrian steel. I chose to do the simple thing of banishing the staff from my hand to Huan, who took it between his jaws and ran towards the woods with a mental command. The look of offense I got caused me to smirk as I sent 3 more firebolts, the most simple yet efficient spell I had. Instead of the assassin, the flames hit the drops of blood that had landed on the grass, allowing me to forge a link and push a mental attack through it. Fun fact, faceless men have some sort of occlumency, a way to keep their personality and tap into the memories of the faces they wore. That was their trick, how they could get around more powerful mages in this world, using the memories from the dead to form a front while hiding their true intentions. It probably made them very good at killing anyone who dabbled in magic and got far enough to be considered a danger, like the pyromancers of Valeria. Another fact, mentally I had the mental impact of Robert's Warhammer when I wanted to. It was not useful for legilimency, but for controlling bodies, or making sure they are locked just long enough for someone to stab my opponent. I could do that. While we were locked in a battle of wills that brought the assassin's speed down to manageable rates, Sir Richard had swung his sword and carved a long gash across his torso. The bite of steel broke the mental connection as the faceless man turned to face the knight, as though his guts were not starting to fall off. Sir Richard took a knife to the gap in his armor on his thigh, grasping at the faceless man and trying to pull him back. The training armor he had on when the assassin showed up was padded, but it was not the best at protecting him against sharp objects. A mental thug moved Sir Richard out of the reach of the blade that was aimed at his throat. The modified summoning spell was the most I could achieve without a wand, as I was simultaneously occupied with the air rushing into a small ball between my left hand and the tip of my wand. He turned to charge at me, but Sir Richard's distraction gave me time to charge something I had not managed to stabilize into a proper spell yet. A breath later, the assassin was before me, his knife made to stab me in the center mass. It was hard to miss. Only stopping because of the enchantment I had bound to the leather vest. Unlike the tunic, the leather could hold stronger protection, and all I felt was a hit that would bruise instead of break a rib. The ball of compressed air destabilized as it always did when I tried casting it, exploding outwards with force, launching all three of us away from the center. My back hit the ground, the shield spell I wove in the last moment preventing the worst of the damage, even if I was going to end up bruised from the impact. The prototype explosion spell, shelved until I either figured out how to ensure the explosion happened away from me or until I had more protective gear, did its job of giving me distance and physically stunning my opponent. It also had the side effect of turning my entire body into a bruise. It would have been worse without the shield spell I had managed to layer around myself, but it was not a spell I had mastered yet. Rather than wasting time to get up normally, I pulled a move straight out of Dracula, using magic to lift me up to my feet, as my entire body rotated upwards around the balls of my feet to stand up. My entire body was going to bruise, and that trick was a pain on my ankles, but time was of the essence. What is this guy made out of? I thought, watching the faceless man get up, his right arm broken and his body looking like it had gone through the ring a dozen times over. There was blood, a large yet shallow gash across his chest from the cutting curse, and a deeper cut through his stomach with his bowels hanging out and the bits of broken arrow shafts sticking out his body. None of the injuries seemed to have an effect on the faceless men, so I decided for the countermeasure I prepared for those who were harder to kill, like the alchemist and now the faceless men, taking out a specific knife. The blade was the one I had recovered from the sorrowful men, coated with what I now knew to be manticore venom. Before, I had made the mistake of not having a blade that could potentially harm someone with magic against the alchemist, and I was left wanting. My use of shadow binding ought to have addressed that, but apparently, there were protections against that type of magic, as my current opponent showed. The blade itself was nothing unnatural, but it was coated by the venom of the manticore. I had no idea how the venom worked, as any attempt to study had been a failure, mostly because I did not wish to possess the rats I killed with the poison on the off chance that it was magical enough to influence the soul. What I could gather from observing the dead rats with my glasses of mage sight was that the venom seemed to have poked a hole in the soul for the magical energy to rapidly escape, leaving the victim without any life force, leading to death. Being magical in origin, it was hard to heal, so I tended to keep the blade away unless I really needed to. I reached to the shadows bound to my arm, pulling the shadow smoke from the scar that I had used as storage. Wrapping the shadow smoke around the blade, I threw it with my left hand. The blade was hidden by the shadow binding, taking the form of a raven made of smoke and magic, accompanied by 2 other shadow ravens that leaped out of my sleeve. I threw the blade with my left hand just as 3 shadowy ravens came out of my sleeve, one of them covering the dagger and guiding its flight midair, making it curve and aim for my target. All 3 ravens, made from shadow smoke to become my variant of magic missile, bound around the cut on my arm to act both as a temporary suture and in case I needed to call upon self-guided shadow familiars. With the cutting curse removed, the flesh still had an affinity to shadow smoke. All 3 of the bolts, vaguely shaped like ravens, hit their target even when the faceless men moved to dodge. The first 2 got absorbed by the same protection that shielded my opponent against the cutting curse, while the last one revealed the dagger sticking out of his chest. The manticore venom on the blade that was once owned by the sorrowful men that targeted me proved to be deadly and efficient, the blue color tinting the veins on the neck of its victim. The faceless man looked at me with shock, understanding clear in his eyes that he had just been killed. Instead of accepting it, however, his shocked look changed to a sneer. With a strength he should not have had, the man before me took out the dagger that had been stabbed to his own heart and threw it back at me before collapsing. Should have I dodged, I thought to myself as I watched the blade rip apart the magical shield I hastily erected. Against a normal weapon, the shield would have held. A knife covered with blood and manticore venom was not a normal weapon, however, not to mention the fact that I had tinkered with it enough times to know it would pierce through my armor. As I reached to alter the path of the knife, my control slipped, the covered blood blocking my access. As the accidental blood magic caused my control over the spell to be ripped from my metaphorical grasp. Something, or rather someone, tackled me out of the way as we fell into a heap of muscle and steel. A second was all it took me to get my bearings, summoning my wand back to my hand from where it had fallen as I made to get up. The faceless men seemed to be dying, the black veins slowly spreading out from the cut. That did not change the cold anger I felt as I slashed my wand up from the ground, pulling on nature itself to bind to my will. A wordless roar heralded the water rising out of the grass and the ground itself, wrapping around the faceless men's fallen body, before turning into a block of ice with my will forcing its vibrations of the atoms to stop, pulling the heat into my own wand and encasing the collapsed assassin in a block of ice before turning around to the man who had saved my life, again. Spells, when you knew how to make them happen with the rules of physics, worked best, in my experience. Sir Richard was on the floor, the blade stuck to his right arm. He was still alive as I pulled out the blade from where it was stabbed into the armor, having punched through the steel plate as though it was not there. Next, I pointed my wand at his arm, burning away the clothing and straps that kept the armor together, revealing slowly spreading blue veins. The good news, they were not black, indicating that the venom was diluted after first use. Bad news, I had no idea how to treat and counter the magical venom. Shit, I said, pulling the knife out and stretching out his arm. While common sense indicated that a knife should not be removed from where it was hit to prevent the victim from bleeding out, venom-coated daggers had other rules. Sir Richard looked at me with pleading eyes before his eyes hardened as our eyes met. He gave me a nod of understanding as Watt made it close enough to get an idea of what I was about to do, placing a few arrow shafts between the fallen knight's mouth. Apologies about this, sir, I said, lifting my wand and swinging it. Lacero inf Elamari. I intoned, using a variant of the cutting curse. The made-up incantation was meant for a cursed fire that caused inflation and further torture. It was a way for me to put down groups of people and prevent them from further attacking, but the basis of it was still a flaming cutting curse. Given that I was knocked around more than my fair share, the added focus that the incantation could provide was needed. I slashed my wand down, drawing a line of fire in the air with my wand, sending the spell flame imbued with the concept of cutting, severing the limb just below the shoulder, and cauterizing the wound at the same time. My intent targeted the manticore venom, burning the damage around the area. Sir Richard screamed, as Watt kept him from trashing about. The limb fell away, but the danger had not yet passed. Manticore venom was potent, but most of it had already dissolved in the body of the assassin. Whatever remained on the blade after it was used a second time was less potent and slower to spread, or so my brain came up with, having gone fully logical when confronted with an emergency. Taking out a bezoar from my pocket, I held it next to the stump, letting spell fire consume the material and take on the properties of the bezoar. While normal bezoar did not have the properties of counteracting poisons as I hoped it would be able to on its own, combining it with magic allowed me to create a spell fire that absorbed foreign materials. The echo of the cursed flame from the cut joined to the flame that was meant to absorb the poison of the stone from the stomach of a goat, providing me with a way to burn the poison out. The flames that were burning a soft yellow took on a blue tint for a moment as I wove a quick enchantment on the remnants of the poison itself, breaking down the will of the manticore with my own. A bird landed nearby only to burst into flames with a look from me and a finger of fire from my left hand, the ring on my finger acting as the focus. The fire and shadow wove themselves to anchor the enchantment, binding the manticore venom to the blood and the enchantment of cursed flame and bezoar, reaching a balance. I used the small break to take out my glasses, putting them on. They were no simple aids for my vision. The glasses of mage sight were crafted from a combination of dragon glass and weirwood and gave me the ability to see magical energy and even souls. Watching the process through the glasses of mage sight, I saw the strange way the remnants of the venom influenced the body before me. The manticore venom is slowly leaking magical energy, I mumbled to myself, watching wisps of light leave through the cauterized wound. The effect looked the same as it did with nightwood. That was what I was missing. Nightwood must be some sort of a hybridization of manticore venom and trees, which would explain why it had the ability to remove magical energy from the soul. Magical energy was so linked to willpower and drive. A vision of Sir Robert Strong came before me, lacking his own will, his own motivation, and drive. Where my initial treatment had prevented the actual venom from causing damage, its ability to leak magic was one that I needed to fix, lest Sir Richard would find himself with no life force and a shell of his former self. Your fault, a treacherous part of me whispered in my mind. There was, ironically, only one answer I could think of to solve his problem. I clenched my left arm, only now noticing the ghost of a cut on my hand. It had been, something, a strange feeling that I had forgotten in the heat of battle. While my flesh itself looked unharmed, in the unseen through the glasses on my face, there was damage, as though my hand had been stabbed through instead of the staff that I used to intercept the Valyrian steel. There was nothing to do with my injury directly, but I noted that it was only skin deep, in a metaphysical sense, at least. It was limited to the layer of soul I added lately, in my pursuit of divinity. A layer of soul that was meant to absorb, amplify, and channel magical energy, the life energy. The layer of soul stuff I wrapped around my own self was meant to absorb magical energy, a process that I had achieved by binding the essence of weirwood to my own soul. It was the exact opposite of nightwood in a sense, the exact opposite of what the manticore venom was doing. It could balance it out. Threads of soul stuff extended from the fingers of my right hand, digging themselves into my left hand where the cut was, tearing off a chunk of the added layer I had gained through the ritual through gritted teeth. The soul stuff looked frayed in the corners, it was still malleable enough that I could remove it. In the unseen, I could see the smooth cut from Valyrian steel, with the skeletal outline of my original soul remaining, but the ghost of the pain was gone now. The soul stuff I took was held in my hands, though I would need a medium to bind it. I coughed, my throat felt raw, as I noticed that I was screaming in pain, not even noticing that, so wrapped in my task that I was. What I was doing, it was hard to put to words, instincts guiding me through soul magic as I surrendered myself to what I intended to do. The cut from the Valyrian steel was part of the soul now, a piece of it. I poured my will through the connection, shifting that story of the soul slightly. Where the soul stuff was initially cut, now it would cut. Where the soul stuff was severed, now it could be used to sever. My blade, I declared in High Valyrian, finding the words fitting. I pressed my hand onto the back of Sir Richard, pouring the essence onto his flesh, watching the soul stuff bind itself to the dimming soul of the knight who had taken a knife for me, who had saved my life more than once. Dash. He will live, but it is still touch and go, I admitted, collapsing onto the couch. It had taken hours and dozens of potions to stabilize the manticore venom, along with other poisons that the assassin had used. Now that I had time to relax, I felt the bruises on my body. Using magic to move was much more dangerous than normally moving, as it turned out, which, combined with having a spell explode in front of me, made me feel like I was a walking bruise. Nessa had brought some food while others were waiting on me to explain what happened or come to a decision in the case of the Black Pearl and her daughter. It was only the adults in the room. I did not realize that the sun had already set, and everyone was looking at me. They are afraid, I noticed, realizing that most of them had not seen me use my spell to go all out. Sir Willem knew, as he had watched me use most of my spells one time or another, and Bellonara had an idea of my abilities but not the extent. Compared to the fight, all I had used were cantrips in comparison. Dany was standing next to Sir Willem, looking at me with wide violet eyes while still holding Missy. She was the first to move, forcing me to scoot over as she sat next to me on the couch, snuggling beside me. She is the same girl who would hatch and ride dragons, I mused mentally, playing with her silver hair as I watched her fall asleep against me. That seemed to have set everyone at ease, as Lana's stiff shoulders relaxed while Belgier looked at me, biting her lips while making eyes at me. "What will you do?" asked Bellonara, her intentions clear. "You would have me declare war on the faceless men?" I asked, breaking through the subtlety that she was trying to go for. "What do they want?" asked Sir Willem, looking his age more than before. "I do not know," I admitted. At the end of the day, the faceless men were a death cult, and those tended to not be limited by mortal concepts like logic or reason. Looking back, every action of the faceless men has been beneficial to me until now. Sir Richard had proven his loyalty more than enough times. The alchemist had been the path to discovering more magic than I could normally do in a short amount of time. The attempt on the Sea Lord of Bravu seemed too staged and had been a boon for me. Even Black Pearl had been a boon, the faceless men forcing my hand and teaching me to distrust the motives of others. What was their end goal, though, that remained a mystery. The kindly man claimed that I was some sort of messianic figure, blessed by their many-faced god, but their actions were very Sith, you know, kill everyone you care about, break down your morals for power, that kind of thing. "When will it end?" asked Sir Willem, "if we left Bravus?" "Valam Morgulus," I whispered, repeating the words of the faceless men. "Until I am dead," the words whispered. "That is ominous," commented Bellonora, making me realize that I had spoken those words out loud. "Can you kill them?" asked Sir Willem, finally asking the right question. "Can you win?" his words meant. Not in a straight fight, obviously, I thought to myself. Fighting faceless men would be futile unless I took them all out in a single blow. While I could protect myself by hiding, it would not change the fact that sooner or later, someone close to me would get hurt instead. I would need a decisive strike, one that would end the threat in an instant. I could not let the faceless men respond, not give them a choice in the matter. That is what the likes of Tywin would do if he were in my place. I found myself agreeing, "Fuck, when did Tywin fucking Lannister become the voice of reason in my head? If you hit the king, you better kill the king, as the saying went. Huon trotted in then, distracting me from my thoughts, my staff still between his teeth. Good boy, I said, ruffling his fur as Huon dropped the staff onto my lap. The blade was still stuck a quarter way through to the top of it. I severed the part of the staff that had the blade stuck in it, leaving me with a walking stick. I was not sure if the cut itself could be fixed, but I was not willing to risk using it. A flick of my wand had the weirwood and the knife it was connected to set on fire. The spell I used cleaned the Valyrian steel knife from any substance around it, my insight returning only traces of blood and cleaning oil. I would have expected poison of some sort, a trick that I would expect from the faceless men and constant vigilance and whatnot. Once the weirwood was burned out, I was left with a gloved blade on the floor. The flames also caused the blade to reveal something. I grasped the dragon bone handle. It was not hot, as dragon bone had some unique thermal properties. The words in High Valyrian glyph clashed against the ripples of the magical crucible steel, which the ignorant would think to be folded instead of formed naturally through a chemical reaction. From my blood comes the prince that was promised, and he will be the song of ice and fire, I read out loud, before cursing whichever idiot had the idea of putting the words of a prophecy into a magical artifact and leaving it unsupervised. Everyone looked out the window to the field where I fought the faceless men, half burned and half frozen. Strangely, it reminded me of which world I now lived in. This was a cruel world, and I had no luxury of hesitating. I did not want to choose to be reborn as Viserys Targaryen, but living a peaceful life was not going to happen. It was time I stopped holding back. Before making any more life-altering and possibly foolish decisions, I needed to strip everything off of the faceless men that came to kill me. The ice that trapped the now frozen corpse of the faceless men slowly retreated with my will until I could stab the corpse in the heart with the Valyrian steel dagger, just to be thorough, before proceeding to decapitate the corpse, through, definitely not for some reasonable anger on my end, just being through. When I swung the blade the first time around, the blade clinked against something, causing me to do a few follow-up cuts to remove the head, both because the dagger was too short to do it in a single swing and because whatever was around the man's neck was strong enough to stop Valyrian steel. That thing turned out to be a necklace that I was quite fascinated by. It is clearly Valyrian steel, with dragon glass and rubies decorating it. Interestingly, there are bits of the metal that look like it had melted and cooled, and half the jewelry is missing, with the remaining half looking as though it had melted. It was likely that it had been recovered from the royal treasury by the faceless men when he stole the dagger. Knowing only dragon fire or possibly wildfire could melt Valyrian steel, which narrows the object to an heirloom of House Targaryen that either survived Summerhall or even possibly belonged to the only female royal executed by a dragon. Rhaenyra Targaryen. Wonder if Sunfire died from choking on Valyrian steel, I muttered to myself, deciding to gift it to Dany. Even if it was half melted, it was still Valyrian steel and managed to absorb any shadow-binding based attacks I could throw at its wearer. With the dagger by my side and the necklace on her, I would feel much better. The thought about Sunfire gave me an idea that I would need to pursue, but for now, I needed intel. The face peeled away after I poked at it for a few minutes, figuring out how to remove the face he wore. The edge of my wand carving through the actual flesh. Once the skull was cleaned and prepared for me to turn into a proto-Pensiev, so I could take a peek at the memories of the dead assassin. The frustrating part was that there was nothing that made the faceless men my enemy. There was no personal grudge, no survivor of Ares' cruelty wanting to get payback, he had been just a man, his life given to faceless men for revenge against those who wronged him. He had nothing personal against me, being told to take me out. What was not there were memories of knowledge best shared with no one, the story of Valyria and the foundation of the faceless men was there, but the fate of the fire mages that Arya had not heard was not. An acolyte, maybe an apprentice, I commented, my hand falling from the memory potion I used to fill the skull to draw out the memories. The bone itself had merged with weirwood, a white skull with no eyes or any holes, forming a cup. The white threads of memories were drawn out by the memory potion that filled it. The glasses of mage sight I crafted out of combining weirwood and dragon glass failed to penetrate the protections on the faceless men's face, while a bit of divination using scrolls of runes showed traces of weirwood and nightwood in the blood, consumed through some sort of a potion. I clenched my jaw, thinking of an improvement to my glasses and how to increase its range, making a better variant of the glass candle that I was sure made from wood, dragon glass, and dragon bone, not dissimilar to my wand. Fuck it, let's go for broke, I muttered to myself, taking out the bronze cauldron I used to make potions. The bronze cauldron sat before me, scrubbed clean for nearly an hour on the running river. It was decent enough, and I had channeled my magical energy to my it, ensuring that the cauldron would be clean enough for the delicate potion I was making. My wand moved along the surface of the bronze, etching glyphs onto the metal. Delicate potion meant the cauldron would be single use. Ask me the secrets of Sith alchemy, I heard the words echo in my memories, something I had only heard once, the voice cold and dark, and I would ask you for 3 measures of blood, 1 from a person you love, 1 from a person you hate, and one from yourself. First was the blood. The blood of the faceless men, who was my enemy, the blood of Sir Richard, who was my protector, and finally, my own blood. Nagasado had been onto something. 3 was a powerful number, one that happened in more than one work of fiction. Blood had power, and the 3 types of blood were all delicate in their nature. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you shall not hide from the maker, another voice echoed. This one was hesitant, shaking, echoing as I focused on the heart's blood of the faceless men. It still held traces of the potion that worked to hide them from the sight of other magicals, a mix of nightwood and weirwood saps that hid the faceless men from detection. It was a more permanent form of my amulets, though less refined and more long-term. I had no idea if the process left them unable to use magic or some other marginal side effect, but I was not going to try it. Best I could think was that it would leave the drinker infertile. Blood of the servant, given in defense, you shall protect the maker, the words sounded in my ear as though spoken by me. The blood of Sir Richard was an important aspect, the venom in his blood, the essence of weirwood bound to his soul, and the multiple set of unique effects that his blood now contained, a mocking copy of the potion the faceless men consumed to gain their powers, the same liquid that left them blind. Blood of the caster, willingly given, you shall bind to the maker, the words completed themselves. I let my instincts guide me as I made a shallow cut on the finger and let 3 drops of my blood mix with the content of the cauldron. Next was stone, sticking to the theme of 3s. 1 for sight, 1 for hiding, and 1 for revealing. I already knew dragon glass was magical and made the base of the glass candles, so I had the sight covered. Hiding was easy as well, for moonstone was the answer. I had a single piece of moonstone I was experimenting with, using sympathetic magic to bind the stone to the new moon and the conceptual hiding the moonless sky represented. Revealing was tricky until I found a ring in the pile of jewelry we took from Dragonstone. Among the pile was a ring made of ruby and sunstone, one that belonged to Elia Martel. At first, I reached for the ruby before my fingers brushed against the sunstone. It made sense, in a way, a representation of the sun to go with the moon. Dragon glass, moonstone, and sunstone went in next, with 3 stones that represented the earth, the moon, and the sun, respectively. Dragonstone to bind to earth, moonstone to find the hidden, and sunstone to reveal it. Lastly, 3 pieces of wood are suspended over the cauldron. The weirwood and nightwood were given. The combination of the woods hid the faceless men, and they would reveal it all the same. Last, I went with the ashwood mostly because I found the concept of ash poetically appealing, and golden heartwood would not be of any use without understanding its properties. As the wood pieces burst into flames, I watched the ash mix into the potion, thickening it. 3 of 3s, making 9, the number of divination and knowledge. 3 stones, 3 kinds of wood, and 3 types of blood. The last piece was going to be the part that closed the ritual in a way. The head of the magical staff I made, the 3-headed dragons of dragon bone, even though it was also 1, completing the potion with 10 ingredients, and cycling back to the number 1, representing unity and singularity, the 3-headed dragons holding a 4th conceptual set of 3s, which made 12. That held meaning as well, 1 for unity, 2 for pairing, and 3 for stability all at once. Pulling on the magical energy around me, I slowly reached out, lifting the potion out of the bronze cauldron. The materials resonated with my wand, the dragon bone was the same, and there was power in shared cores, even if the rest of the materials were different. The final piece was some soul stuff, like the piece I removed from around my own to remove the cut, a connection that would be established, elevating the control from affinity to mastery. I slowly channeled spell fire through the ball of potion, crushing the liquid under my will, boosted by the power of the well of magic I had access to. The potion ignited from the inside as the memories of the fires within the world came to me. Proteus, I muttered, opening my mind to those memories, using them to guide my consciousness through the world, reaching out and down to the core of the world, building a link between the core of the black sphere that was slowly forming and the core of the world, its inside still glowing yellow, even though outside of the glass ball was cold enough to hold. Once the orb was complete, I held it in my palm. It was smooth, perfectly spherical, and large enough to hold within my fingers. The core of the orb glowed, and I saw. In the Isle of Gods, in the middle of Bravus, a man walked off a drifting barge, guided by no one. Magic was handy like that. I did not have time to heal up, my body was still too stiff for my comfort, but I needed to have this talk with the faceless men all the same, and the 2 days I had was all I could afford. A man is angry, stated the kindly man upon seeing me standing before the house of black and white. I raised an eyebrow at the observation. What gave it away? I asked as sardonically as I could. The servants can clean bird droppings on his cloak so many times before he gets the idea, came the explanation, making me smirk. It had only been a week, but I had managed to put a more long-lasting hex on all the faceless men, linking the face I acquired, along with some specific memories of the Hall of Faces, to define the conceptual representation of a faceless men. Even the ones who use less than magical means. I asked, pretending and failing at sounding innocent, on purpose, at least. Just so, responded the kindly man, narrowing my eyes. Yes, you little shit, I can target each and every one of you, imagine what I plan to do next. And the 2 days was just enough to make sure that the faceless men got that message. That had been the main issue with killing off the faceless men, their diverse methods of changing faces were not ideal. The only solution I could find was to target them, using some high-level sorcery to curse every face they wore. In a similar vein, I could not target their non-existent name. While I did not know how to leverage the name of the person, there were enough stories that I could figure out with some effort. Instead, I attacked their very identity, the face, the name, and the memory all at once, specifically using my own memory of the Hall of Faces that I removed from my mind, to isolate those who had seen the center of the House of Black and White, with the exclusion of myself, as I no longer held that particular memory. In comparison, binding a constant compulsion on the birds to make them shit on the faceless men was rather easy, requiring a few birds to sacrifice. It was a bit wasteful, as I disliked sacrificing animals or people for spells that reduced over time, but it was a necessity. Sometimes, you needed to get the point across. I could hit each and every faceless man all at once was the point, if it was not obvious. I killed that little test of yours, I stated, causing kindly man to sigh. That makes me one of you, now I want answers, I declared. A man is now truly, no one, said the kindly man, pausing for a moment. Now, could he stops the spell he put on the servants of the many-faced god? Fine, no more bird poop for you lot, I nodded, tapping my staff and undoing the jinx with a flex of my will. The orb of divination I crafted, the one that I placed as the new headpiece of my staff, glowed for a moment. A wizard is most gracious, said the faceless men. So, servant of the many-faced god, what is the deal exactly? You lot are not really against slavery, or you would have killed off all the masters and there would be an unending string of slave rebellions, but you have weird rules and. I was cut off, feeling something punch through my chest. A servant of the many-faced god would not have hesitated, he ought to have struck the killing blow when he had the chance, said the kindly man, this way the enemies cannot get a wizard, he would be wise to accept the gift. Valamore coolies, said the kindly man, as I looked down and saw the hilt of a sword sticking out of my torso, clutched by the kindly man. For a moment, all I could feel was the cold. Good news, this FIC is not dead. Viserys on the other hand, well, find out next time on Dragon Ball Z Wandbearer. It should not take 2 months. This chapter was the reason the previous one took so long to complete, since I wanted to be mostly done with both to make sure there was no waiting between them. Previously, a servant of the many-faced god would not have hesitated, he ought to have struck the killing blow when he had the chance, said the kindly man, this way the enemies cannot get a wizard, he would be wise to accept the gift. Valamore coolies, said the kindly man, as I looked down and saw the hilt of a sword sticking out of my torso, clutched by the kindly man. For a moment, all I could feel was the cold. First thing I did to having my body be impaled by what looked like a sword was to slam my staff down, the butt of it revealing the Valyrian steel dagger that buried itself into the ground. In hindsight, I should have something cool like a dragon is no slave, or something like that, you know, instead of all men must serve that they parroted all the time. Even something like you are confusing my mercy for weakness, would have been better. The only word that I could croak out was textbook, commenting on the placement of the blade. Center mass and through where the heart your be, the man before me was clearly skilled as he had hit the mark to the inch. He had also missed me by a mile, well, more like 20 miles and some change, but who was counting? As for the feeling of cold, I mean, what should I expect, sitting in the middle of a ritual circle, naked at the tail end of winter? How, you will ask? Well, the short answer is shadow clones, bitch. Well, not really, it is more of a combination of shadow clones, puppetry, and flesh crafting, along with a bit of magical ventriloquism. I think I was going to go with necromancy, but I have lines I would rather not cross, and bodies decapitated with Valyrian steel turned out to be a bitch to resurrect, or make them talk in any way. The long answer was that, as a proud nerd with detailed knowledge of things that came in handy in this world, I have been working to create shadow clones from Naruto ever since I figured out how shadow binding kinda worked. The shadow demons that I could craft by burning a body and binding the soul to the smoke that came out was a tricky process. The shadow could be made solid, but only for a short while, like when you wanted to use it as a cutting curse to kill someone. It was however not enough to be able to carry a staff, which I needed to place inside the House of Black and White for my next trick to work. I finally realized the missing bit, once the need to create a new arm for Sir Richard came to be an actual problem I needed to solve. A glamour over the shadow demon I could conjure up by burning the body of the dead was good enough to stab something, but it tended to degrade over time. The glamour also was not solid enough for me to be able to fool the faceless men. Instead, I had crafted a wooden puppet, spending the last 48 hours enchanting it to high heaven to be as close to human body as I could. It was still wooden and stiff in places, but binding the shadow smoke from the assassin to the puppet, and using my latest creation, the Orb of Divination, to remote control the entire thing gave me the tools needed to enter the place of power of the faceless men. The torso, hidden by the clothing, was the only part of the puppet that was not shadow-bound, mostly because I knew from the Valyrian steel stabbing into my staff that injuries using magical weapons would transfer to the soul casting a spell or animation and, therefore, the original body. Limb injuries were easy to handle and less risky, and I did count on the faceless men to go for either the heart or the neck if they attacked. It was not that I could not take it, but no one likes getting injured, and while it did not physically hurt to peel back the layers of soul stuff I added to myself, it would weaken me until I found a way to use the ritual again. The face fell as the magic holding everything together unraveled, revealing a raven behind it, a way for me to speak. A combination of using ravens to speak and pass messages used in the old times by the first men and the children of the forest, and the variant of flesh crafting that the faceless men used that turned the raven into a speaking head that I could attach to the puppet torso gave me eyes, ears and a mouth. I had even gone so far as to magically alter the face of the one sent to kill me to become like me, morphing the magically treated skin with transmutation and a bit of my own blood. Combined with my spiritual presence and the added layer of glamour, I managed to fool the faceless man before me. In the end, the simulacrum I crafted was a mishmash of magical concepts I had learned from day one, made to give me the time I needed to complete the ritual I was going through, and to get answers, and give me a backdoor into their headquarters. Dangerous folk wizards, should not give them time to prepare and a clear enemy to target. What? Did you think I was stupid enough to go into the headquarters of a bunch of death fanatics without a plan, which did not involve me being as far away from said headquarters as possible? Even without the 24 methods of divination I tried to use to see the outcome of me walking into their place of power, I knew that I would not be spared, or at least I was not taking chances. You simply cannot threaten a group of people that see death as a mercy and a gift. Death was not the most pleasant state of being, and I liked my new life. There was more to the faceless men than I could think, but the thing that clued me in was that when I fought the faceless men who came after me, he was surprisingly immune to both magical and physical attacks. Faceless men did not like magic users, so it made sense that they knew ways to protect themselves from the most common methods of magic used by their greatest enemy. Valyrian pyromancers. It was understandable, Valyria may sound fancy, but the mines were something that would make Warhammer universe look nice. I could argue that the alchemist was on the same status as the pyromancers of Valyria, and we could have a debate about that the whole day, but at the end of the day, fire and shadow were magic that faceless men would have faced before. Physical immunity, however, if you thought of it, it looked like everyone and their cat had that nowadays. Then I had this tiny gnawing feeling, they sent me after the alchemist for a reason. Memories of the faceless men, or his skull rather, called the liquid wine of courage, or the recipe that the faceless men must have bought from the alchemist in exchange for their immunity. The memories of the faceless men showed a concoction that he took, made from blood fly larvae that slowly left him unable to feel his body. My own memories implied a connection to the Unsullied, but I could not recall the details, and memory potion I had access to was still technically poison. The whole knowing the name of the alchemist was a clever excuse, as they had used me to take out someone they promised would not be targeted, because a few hundred-year-old immortal alchemist would know to bribe the local murderers to be left alone, just like a decade-old wizard would. So, I had no trust for the faceless men, who would walk in invited to a home and kill the owner. Also, please, this is the world where main characters drop like flies. I am not a moron. I have plans to avoid even my own wedding, because I did not trust weddings to not end in a massacre. If Jaehaerys the Old could pull off elopement and get away with it, so could I. I shivered, not liking the fact that I was sitting naked in the middle of the woods. Tapping into a magical power source to remote control a body was not the best way to keep warm. The orb of divination I created and placed on top of my staff was connected to me, like an antenna, allowing me to reach the House of Black and White and set up step 2 of my plan to eliminate my pest problem. Pity, the faceless men did not manage to kill me. I really did not want them to give me the reason to go through with this. Now, it was my turn to kill them, and I had a lot of time to think about how I could manage something so monumentally dangerous and stupid. The fact of the matter was the faceless men had to die. That part was no more a matter of question. There was no condition attached. It was not something that was up for debate anymore. There was no bargaining with men who had made their peace with their own death and dedicated their life to a creed. A part of me considered all the people they killed, all the politicians, artists, creative minds, all those who died for the ambitions of another so they could finance their ambition to kill all magic users in the world. This world was stuck in the Middle Ages, sure, which had something to do with the magic influencing things like chemistry to the point of messing with any fire-based inventions like steam engines, but there was also the effect of those people killed by the faceless men. Why was rest of the world stuck in Dark Ages while Bravus was going through the Renaissance? In the end, I had already made up my mind, hadn't I? There was nothing more the faceless men could do for me, and I was not going to serve their whims and become their attack dog. Even then, would they be satisfied with a few lives when I became truly a significant player in the great game? Even then, This was my attempt to make peace before I channeled good old Ares and killed them all with fire and blood magic, just to make sure I slept well at night. How, that was, a thought experiment I had been working on for, more than a year now, since I faced the alchemist and thought how they were using me as a tool against things more powerful and dangerous than most people could handle until I died. So I went all out, combining every bit of knowledge and information I had collected, researched, and practiced into a single silver bullet. The first thing you have to understand is that magic is about bending reality to your will. It was tricky, though. You needed to first be able to bend your own mind to your will. If I look back, I am lost, was how Daenerys would say it before hatching dragons. If you could convince yourself that up was down, you could convince reality that up was down, and the next thing you know, you have a squirrel clutching at the branches of a tree to not fall to the stratosphere. Speaking from experience. It was hard, though, even when you had a floating flame in front of you, it was hard to convince someone grown with the scientific knowledge of the modern world that magic worked. That being said, science had a rather lovely way of accepting evidence, so once the initial doubt was gone, I could do a lot of things if I had the power or precision required for it. There was a method to the madness, a logical progression of breaking reality. That worked on small things, spellcraft, where you could slowly build up and modify spells to do things. My wand helped, recalling every spell that came before and aiding in recreating the same spell while I added just a bit more to it. First came fire, next a fire that did not burn, next a fire that did not burn but forced your weapon to fly out of your hand, you get it. On a larger scale problem like the one I was facing now, I needed another approach, as building up a spell that could target all the faceless men at once would be impossible before they caught on to the fact that I could indeed target each and every one of them. The kindly man had been at least honest about that, though I had used ravens to track one of the sloppier faceless men who used makeup and checked that my jinx worked even on him. My solution to doing such a complex bit of magic to kill off a group of super assassins was complexity. The complexity of the rituals was the best, the effort I placed into each part of the ritual accumulated, and that feeling of sunk cost fallacy ironically made for a stable ground to force reality to call you daddy. Sympathetic magic was an obscure branch of magic I had used for years. The flames held a connection with each other, allowing me to look through one and see another with ease. I did not do it a lot, that waylay madness and getting hounded by a bunch of red priests, whom I avoided like the plague after I learned the bare bones of their magic from the local branch of pyromaniacs. I don't know which is more disappointing, their inability to understand what they are doing or their zealotry. By the same logic, I could use the concept of thaumaturgy from Dresden Files. As is above, so is below was a wider scale application of the sympathetic magic after all. The orb of divination was an item that worked on the same principles as the glass candles, with the added ability to slip through the protections of the House of Black and White, containing both the blood of a faceless man and the combination of dragon glass, dragon bone, weirwood, and nightwood, instead of the original version that I was certain did not have nightwood, or the manticore venom. The simulacrum had been a proof of concept to ensure that what I would do would pass through their protections, just as the jinx I placed on the faceless men to have birds shit on every one of them, on the planet was a confirmation that I could hit them all at once. The entire confrontation was an experiment as much as a way to convince me that I could not bargain with a fanatic death cult. It was a test to see if I could control a connection even if they hid behind the magical interaction between the wood that was bound with bones and the wood that was bound with manticore venom. That was the secret of the two magical woods in the end. Weirwood was made of bones and could channel magical energy, even if it seemed unable to hold onto the souls. In contrast, nightwood was wood bound with manticore venom, allowing it to slowly separate magical energy from the soul, leaking it. It also explained the properties of Shade of the Evening, as consuming it allowed one to cast spells, like a bootleg wand with a core of manticore venom. The combination of weirwood and nightwood stripped souls of their magical energy, the OD, the motive force, the willpower, if you will. That was what kept the boundary that formed, preventing people from looking through. Weirwood sucked them in, and nightwood undid the magic's purpose. My necklace felt heavy on my chest. I had long since discovered that blood allowed one to bypass the magical phenomenon, as the owner of the blood could skin change into the nightwood and, in turn, gain access to the lost magical energy. It was as much responsible for me not ending up as brain dead as Brandon the Broken as my wand. The orb worked on similar principles. While the protean charm I created bound it to the very planet's core and the fires within, the materials used allowed me to access through the normally magic stripping effects of nightwood in a way only a green seer could. The puppet body fell apart, having completed its task of stabbing the Valyrian steel dagger hidden by the weirwood, sinking the blade into the floor. That was what I had actually come to the House of Black and White for after all. In a metaphorical way, that was me punching a hole through their protections and taking over the control of the House of Black and White, using the entire building as a magical focus to channel my spell, creating a backdoor. I had a method of bypassing their protections. Next, I needed a connection to reach each and every faceless men. The jinx I used worked as a proof of concept as I tapped the skinned face in front of me, acting as a makeshift bowl to hold the correct memory that was shared by every faceless man. Lastly, a way to kill each and every one of the faceless men, and I was going to do it with style. Out of the shadows, I muttered as I felt the connection to every faceless man in existence. There were spells that I did not dare to use, spells that were physically dangerous. I did not know how to cast fiend fire, but I knew another fire that was far too potent for me to be able to safely cast near me. But the spell I crafted would be cast far from me in this case. Names, in this world, held a degree of power that I was barely scratching the surface of. Where in another universe, someone named Severus Snape created a severing curse that severed and snapped. In this world, the names held a more abstract connection. In that regard, my name, Viserys, was a unique one, and it was my name, no matter what the faceless men claimed. The origins of name came from Visenya, a name given first to the son of Aenys Targaryen, whom Maegor had allegedly tortured and killed. Visenya itself was a variation of the High Valyrian word, Vizimka, which means sun. In the same line of thought, High Valyrian for fire was Perses, and dragon fire was Dracarys. By following the same line of logic, I could indicate that the High Valyrian word for sun fire was, in fact, Viserys or Viserys if you wanted to make it compatible with the Westerosi common. Viserys meant sun fire, talk about greens sucking up to Viserys the First. Dismissing the stray thought, I focused on my task. What the meaning of my name meant for me was a bit more complicated. The ritual I had designed connected and channeled a single spell through the faceless men's specific type of magic, through the link I used to target each faceless man of House of Black and White, conceptually identifying a faceless man, a no one. The effect was not limited to the ones who could wear the faces of others, but also the ones who wore glamours and makeup to change their identities, as they too had seen the Hall of Faces and they too were no one. If I did a spell, I did it right, and none of the faceless men would escape my wrath. For a brief moment, I was connected to all the faceless men. The ritual stripped me of my identity as someone who was not Viserys Targaryen. As I imposed my name, Viserys, Sunfire, over every faceless man on the planet, using the orb of divination to bypass their protections and the Valyrian steel of the dagger, I got to punch through the protections they had on their own House of Black and White, giving me access to the faces in the Hall of Faces to channel the spell through, allowing for the spell to gain more momentum. In doing this spell through my soul, I etched into my very soul my identity of Viserys, thus precluding me from being targeted by the spell in the same way as others. To me, the spell had no effect. I was not no one, or a nameless reincarnate. I was Viserys Targaryen, third of my name, and I was already Sunfire. To the rest of the faceless men who were no one, I gave reality a set of instructions to make sure that the faceless men too, were Sunfire. Tapping my wand onto the sunstone inside the skin bowl, I pulled on the small amounts of sunlight I was able to bind to the stone before the sunset, into the Sunday. Incendio solemn, I incanted, pulling on a concept that is foreign to this world. The face that was before me was a link to the faceless men, their own faces, the fake mask they pulled over themselves, more than just the magical item it had become. The spell of my choice was not a matter of energy but knowledge and will. I knew how to cast the spell, the path that the physics needed to bend to achieve the result. I did not, however, want to risk it before, as it was never something that I thought I would need soon. Guided by my will, nuclei imposed themselves on spaces occupied by other nuclei through the quantum tunneling effect. The wave function collapsed under my mental heel as atoms went through a process known as cold fusion and released a nuclear flame so small that it would be barely enough to heat an entire room. As is above. The spell took its hold on the Hall of Faces first, which was the closest thing to my reach I had. The Valyrian steel knife that I stabbed into the ground inside the House of Black and White acted as a way for me to subvert their protections and reach out to the faces in the Hall of Faces. In a moment, all the faces in the hall ignited in fire, causing the spell to gain more and more momentum before I let it expand across the planet, like a tide washing over the shore, reached the faceless men. In dozens of different locations worldwide, thousands of pairs of atoms decide to occupy the same location at the same time. Reality flexed under my will, though quantum mechanics held, and fire, nuclear fire bloomed. Where to me, Sunfire became my name as I embraced who I was. In dozens of different locations around the world, the sun's fire ignited through the faces of men and women with no name to protect them, killing them instantly. So is below. All around the world that a wizard called Planetos, assassins whose mere name sends a shiver down the spines of the most powerful men of the realms died in pain as the laws of physics bent to my will, as their faces melted in the fires of the sun, all that was left were corpses, faces burned off. Now, the servants of the House of Black and White were indeed faceless. My name is Viserys Targaryen, and I am a wizard. As such, I am subtle and quick to anger. Do not fuck with me. And, to those of you who saw through the puppet, kudos. I did not make any comments because I did not want to spoil it. As many of you guessed, it could have only been a puppet or just a vision. Viserys is not that stupid and he had already made up his mind about killing the faceless men, which is going to become an important decision and place was in the watch list of every magical and non-magical power block. Before anyone asks, no, Sunfire is not a spell that is in any shape or form stable. There is a reason why ASOIAF avoided even thinking about such a trick. The only reason it worked was that the targets were far enough away from ASOIAF that any actual side effect would be minimal, but those side effects are for later chapters to explore. Robert decides to send assassins after Viserys. Viserys kills the scariest group of assassins on the planet with nuclear flames. Robert surprise Pikachu face. Red priests watching the flames and getting sunburn from the magical backlash alone. He is the chosen one. Next chapter, consequences of Viserys' actions. She who sings the Song of the Moon. She felt the air shift as she conducted the prayers for all the singers in the middle of the night, the moonlight blessing her naked flesh. Her song was cut short as the very air thickened around them. The chorus around her, too, gasped, or those with the blessing of the moon, those devout enough, sensitive enough to the shifts of the tides to be able to sing the harder songs of the moonsingers. Above her stood the great goddess in her three forms, yet it was the image of the moon-pale maiden, who guided the living to death, who stood the brightest, the moonlight streaming through the colored glass. The high priestess offered a brief prayer to the pale mother, feeling her judge events as just. Her order had been to act as a priestess, healer, and judge. It had been the moonsingers who truly founded Bravus, guiding the ships meant for the flesh pits of Gagasos to the hidden lands only visible to the sight of the moon goddess. Now, something had shifted, the very air felt heavy with the presence akin to what the records of her order had when doom came to Valeria. There was a great work of magic being done, and the high priestess knew of the one responsible. There was only one person who had the potential to cause such an event, who would not have done so in the past, the Targaryen prince. It was no secret that the wizard of Westeros, Viserys Targaryen, had a reputation in Bravus. A boy who had grown into a man, the high priestess remembered the days when the boy would listen to the sermons and the songs of the moonsingers, a quill in hand. Once, she had hoped that the boy would join their temple, as exceptions were wont to happen for boys with the gifts to perform the songs and the prayers to the moon, and he was pretty enough to pass for a girl. That was not to be, however, as the prince in exile showed those who bothered to watch the difference between the common practitioners of magic and a dragon lord of Valeria. It was then that one of the beggars in the corner cried out, her face bursting into flames too bright to look at. As the priestess heard the cries, she also felt the heat in her bones as though she had been lying naked under the sun for too long. Whatever magic was being worked, one that had the blessing of the Moon Mother, who would stand judge over the dead as moonsingers stood judge over the living. As the dawn broke over the horizon, the light of the sun hiding the moon from their eyes, the high priestess of the moonsingers knew what that light was as she saw the same bright light that burned the beggar's face rise from the east. It would seem the sun had chosen its champion. Now, so too should the moon choose one of her own, as it was meant for in the songs of the sun and the moon. Farrago Anti-Ryan. Farrago Anti-Ryan woke to the banging on his door. Come in, the Sea Lord of Bravus commanded. Your Excellency, First Sword is here to see you. He says it's urgent, said the guard, his tone showing his panic. And it is, entered Sirio, not even bothering with the protocol. He threw 3 coins to the bed as Farrago held on and passed his thumb over the coin, finding a rather familiar face hidden beneath a cowl. What happened? Growled the Sea Lord, knowing that either the faceless men attacked someone or someone managed to kill 3 of them. Either way, that was a problem he would have to deal with. 4 corpses were found by the guards, in 3 different locations, their faces burned off, the coins were found in each location on one of the bodies, stated Sirio. And the 4th one? Asked Farrago. The 2 bodies were found to be in the middle of coupling, said Sirio, sounding amused and uncomfortable at once. Faceless men actually fucked, poor thing, only a moment away from death either way, Farrago thought to himself. Do we know who might be responsible? I have received a raven an hour ago, with the wizard claiming that the faceless men were responsible for the attempt on the life of His Excellency during the uncloaking, said Sirio. There was no need to name which wizard. For all he had seen, Farrago only knew one person who was competent enough to lay claim to the title. We cannot act with mere suspicion, lest he has proof. Countered Farrago before sighing. Once, he had been a young lad with dreams of putting a stop to the rogue ways of the faceless men. He was wiser now, though leverage against the House of Black and White would have been a useful tool to have. How reliable is he? Asked Farrago, having assigned Sirio to teach the boy to get a measure of him. He does not lie if he can help it, avoid the truth certainly, but not outright lie. If he says the faceless men are responsible, they had a hand in it, stated Sirio simply, directly or indirectly, I cannot say. Are we sure he did it, killed these 4 faceless men? Asked Farrago, unable to believe a boy of 3 and 10 capable of killing 4 faceless men, even with whatever magic he had. There was a red priest stumbling around the Isle of Gods, preaching the coming of a dragon-breathing sun fire to cleanse the servants of the Great Other, said Sirio with a tone that ought not to be so serious. Visions and portents. I miss the times when my greatest problem was foreign rulers refusing to pay the Iron Bank, Farrago thought to himself with a sigh as the guard knocked on the door. At least the boy's father had the courtesy to threaten war before he relied on fire. What say you, First Sword, would it come to a war between the wizard and the faceless men? Do you think him capable of killing all the faceless men in the city? Farrago, his mind trying to figure out a way to stop the fighting, even if it means sending the wizard away. The exiled prince was a useful political asset against his opposition and a threat to hold over the Stag King and the old falcon he had for a hand, gaining some lucrative deals to delay any ambition the boy might have, given how he could have given the boy the ships needed to launch an invasion. The war is over, Your Excellency, said Sirio instead. I have taught the boy long enough to know he does not do things in half measures. If he killed more than one at the same time, the dead are not just the ones in the city, corrected Sirio, making Farrago look at him in confusion. If he has some sorcery to kill more than one faceless man in Bravus at once, he would end the fight and strike the killing blow to all. There are no more faceless men living. Is that so? Asked Farrago, contemplating that fact. Just so, responded Sirio, his head held high, as he was probably proud of the student he had who seemed to tell death to come another day. Farrago once more congratulated himself for having chosen Sirio Forel, and even though the man was getting on with his years to still be working as the first sword, he had a certain dislike for the faceless men that he shared with Farrago. As the silence filled the room, a knock was heard, and the guard at the door poked his head in. Tycho Unaharis is awaiting in the meeting chamber, Your Excellency, said the guard, letting the old man in the purple robes walk in. He came in a moment ago, Your Excellency, said he just landed from the ship from West Eros. He was dropping off an agreement he had worked on, but I thought you might want to see him, Your Excellency. Why would you let some Iron Bank representative this early? Asked Farrago, confused. There are rumors that he worked with the wizard, Your Excellency, said the guard, figured he might know something of use to you. Farrago looked at the guard for a moment before turning to Sirio, who gave a shrug. After a moment, Farrago sighed before stating, Thank you, Captain. I am not the captain, Your Excellency, said the man in the guard uniform. Clearly, you ought to be, said Farrago, getting a nod from Sirio that meant he would arrange it. Sirio, make it so, and have guards posted on the Isle of Gods, the last thing we need is a religious upheaval. Already done, said Sirio, the smirk clashing with his hooked nose. I have also sent men to usual places Viserys Targaryen visits, however few they are, to let us know if he shows up. He has not been seen for nearly a moon now. Let us hope that Bellonara was right and the boy is sweet on Belgier, thought Farrago, as a way to keep the last dragon sated enough to not cause problem for Bravus was the best he could do. Good, if you are right, he will show up somewhere soon. I would like you to ask him kindly for a private meeting, said the Sea Lord, looking at Sirio. Kindly, he repeated, getting a nod of understanding back from the first sword. There was no need to offend the Targaryen prince if he was truly the one who had killed all the faceless men in the city. There was no love lost between the Sea Lord and the faceless men, though faceless men often worked with the Sea Lord to handle a threat or two to Bravus, they were far too independent for the Sea Lord to hold any authority over. Few knew the secrets of why the faceless men did what they did, even Farrago knew not. Yet, the order of assassins killed whomever they were paid to kill, and the Bravus had prospered for it. Now, it was up to Farrago to ensure the same with the wizard, who granted the most dangerous assassins in history their so-called gift. Herald of the Stars. Their time had come. The Star Child had revealed himself. Their time had come. The sleepers stirred. Soon, Star Child would lead them. Soon, all would know the secrets of the stars. Soon, the sleepers would awaken. Melisandre of Asai. The flames showed him once more. Azor Ahai. It had been nearly 3 years now, 3 years since the flames had shown her lord's chosen. Melisandre of Asai had been ecstatic when the visions came of the white-haired man holding a flaming sword. Then a few days later, they were gone, leaving behind the vision of a skull hidden beneath a cloak and nothing else. It had led Melisandre into despair, for surely the Great Other had hooked his claws into the Savior and ended him before he could forge the Lightbringer to the fullest. She could not find where Azor Ahai was, that knowledge eluded her, veiled by the foul powers of the great enemy. Then, she had a vision, looking for Lightbringer, and she was granted arcane knowledge by the Lord of Light, a tool for her to use to bring the faithless back to the grace of her Lord. Her hands traced over the scepter as though it was the mast of her lover. She had it made from ash wood, named as such, for it was holy to the Lord of Light. Cleverly slotted into the wood by the hands of a Myrish acolyte, the scepter held a piece of the wing of a dragon, capped with a ruby matching the one on her neck. She had bound the shadow of the acolyte who helped her build the tool of the Lord and fed the scepter his blood as a sacrifice, the scepter breathing fire and cleansing the devout, binding his essence to itself. Even with the scepter, her vision had not revealed the location of Azor Ahai until one day, it did, bringing flames that left Melisandre blinking away the sweet light of Arhalar. She saw him again, not as he had been when forging Lightbringer, but as he had become. The tall man, holding a blade made of fire that left dark spots on her vision, as he slashed at what was certain to be the servants of the Great Other, covered in black cloaks with skeletal faces. The one wielding the black flaming blade. It was time for Melisandre of Asai to leave the Red Temple of Asai and go west. She would find the Lord's Chosen and bring him to light. I think this fits better between the last 2 chapters, but I am open to your opinions. Melisandre is fun to write, because she is such an idiot, and she has a wand, or close enough, which is a terrifying thing. She is probably not the only one because divination is a prick when used against you. 3 guesses who she is going after. The first spoon of the white and red paste tasted of rotten flesh and sickness that stuck with me my whole life, and the last tasted of the sweetest berries of honey mead and warm milk. Good, the paste is going to open your eye and wed you to the trees. In time, you will take my place, said the blind and old woman with a raven on her shoulder, watching the world with a judging eye. Mother Malna was the village wise woman, one that the crows called a witch, though few dared attack her, smarter ones. Alive ones, a part of me said, took her bread and salt, and listened to her tell her dreams. Now off to your parents with you, I tire of your presence, said Mother Malna, using her cane, a twisted piece of white weirwood, to smack me in the leg and chase me out. The crow chose that moment to make herself know, landing on my shoulder, nibbling at my ear that tickled before I swatted her away with annoyance that it knew was superficial. The laughter of the children filled the air as the summer snow fell on Hardhome. I made my way through the village, passing through the wooden houses huddled against the cliff. Hardhome was not much, but it was the only town in the true north, where only clans of free folk, descendants of the first men, lived. It was relatively safe, where girls were not stolen without the leave of their families, and fights were kept in the yard when a man was insulted. Ma and Pa were waiting for me, a pot of beaten bronze holding warm stew that I could not wait to taste. I must have beaten others to supper then. Everything was peaceful and calm. Then one fateful night, hell came to Hardhome, and demons descended upon the shore. The roar of the dragons was like thunder, and their fire set the wooden houses on fire. Ma burned to dragon fire. Pa was cut down by the spears of the man with bronze skin and bronze armor, their eyes dead. I do not know what happened to the others. Mother Malna was atop a hill, singing a song in the old tongue, her hands wide as a dragon made to dive towards her, spewing fire and death. In the last moment, the dragon opened its wings and somehow flew into the cliff face, crashing into the stone and bringing rocks down onto the village, as Mother Marla screamed, her eyes engulfed in flames. A moment later, she, too, was lost in the fire of another dragon that came out of nowhere. Come dawn, the smart ones had hidden themselves in the caves, only for the bronze men to seal them all in. They were the fortunate ones, while the ones who were not, they took us all in chains, in galleys, under threat of their steel blades and whips that ripped the skin, they chained us and made us kneel, made us no more free folk. Men were of less use to them, but a few that survived were put in heavier chains. The ones that knew how to fight, ones I somehow knew would be made to fight for the enjoyment of these masters. My eyes landed on another with chains, a black brother whose eyes were slashed, blind to the world, his limbs bleeding with half-dozen cuts that would fester soon. A crow was taken in chains. What sort of kneelers were these? I thought, seeing the man, the boy really, be forced to move. Dash. The fires of Valeria hungered for death, yet the masters of Valeria hungered for the gems and the glittering metals that came from the ground. I had been too sickly since birth, a cost of the gifts of gods, Mother Marla would say. I was too sickly for housework, not pretty enough to be made into a whore. So here I was, serving in the mines of Valeria, forced to mine metals through the scorching heat. That is how I died, the first time, and the second time, and the third. The sorcerers called it the kiss of life, though it was more a curse. Pain became lessened with each death, hunger mattered not, sleep was not needed. We were all dead, man, working in the mines, after all. Chosen for not being strong enough for the fighting pits or crippled and of no better use to them. Their sorceress ways brought each of us back each time we died, made lesser than we were before but also less bothered by the fires that burned within the walls. I forgot their faces first, Ma and Pa. And then I forgot their names, and I had a brother. I think. A fourth death, and a fifth, each death meant we were sent deeper into the mines, where the fires within the 14 flames burned closer. Another step closer to the deepest of hells. The only ones spared were those consumed by the fire or had their bones crushed beyond repair, or the things that moved through the ground, melting and carving their own minds through the very stone itself. By 7th, I was just another slave with no name and no power. Those fortunate faded after the first death, no word they uttered, just mindless dead working until their flesh burned off and bones crumbled to dust. He endured, though, the blind black brother. He was there, not too far away from me. It was as if the gods themselves guided him to me. Every moment he breathed, he repeated it again and again. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. I tried holding on, but there was nothing but the groans of men dying and falling apart, and the non-stop chant of the crow, his words echoing through the groans of the dead. It shall not end until my death. Death was the only mercy in this hell. Death was the only God that mattered. Until death, we all served. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. None of the masters cared for the faces of the dead men of the mines, they cared for the numbers. We were no one to them. I shall live and die at my post. I do not remember why I chose to grant him his wish or what guided me to pick up the black rock left behind by the beasts that moved through the ground. I wanted him to be taken far away from me. I wanted him to stop talking, for his watch to end, for him to be silent for once. The rock fell, and the black brother died. And he did not rise again, the mages could not make him rise again, and I knew there was mercy in death. The body, someone had to drag out of the mines, the masters of Valeria would not sully themselves, so it was me and another who had moved the body. With sand, we washed his body, for water was not wasted on the dead. I noticed the crack in the stone, only realizing that I still held onto it. A chipped piece came off from the black stone, flat and sharp. I wondered what he was thinking, where he had gone to after death. Mother Malna had told me of the gift I had, skin changers she had called us, the memories of those stories had not faded, nothing had faded after the foul taste of the paste. The black stone was sharp, and it could cut the skin of a dead man. No magic without sacrifice. I recalled the wise woman preach in lessons of how to serve the old gods. I took the stone to my face, a long cut across my forehead. I stuck the skin onto the skin and felt the blood stick the skin to my own. I was supposedly a skin changer, so it made sense to me to wear the skin of another. The face of the blind man left me blind, but it mattered not in the darkness of the mines when I had long since learned to see without my eyes. Then came the memories of the dead man who was supposed to have faded into nothingness. Among those memories was one of a black stone. Obsidian. Dragon glass. The watched were armed with knives made of dragon glass for when the horn was blown thrice. The stone would bring true death, and it could be made into blades. Ice or fire, was it any different? Were the dead in the mines not whites of a different form, were these Valyrians not akin to white walkers of the stories I had forgotten since then? From the Black Brother, I learned how to hold a knife, and of the Cold Ones and the true purpose of the Night's Watch. From the Black Brother, I learned how to chip at the black rock, make it into blades. I am the sword in the darkness. Each night, I waited. Each night, I gave the gift of mercy to the ones who begged, taking their faces in exchange. Soon, I learned so much, how to survive in the winter, how to dig, how to make knives and weapons. And each night, I watched the masters move. I am the watcher on the walls. There is only one wall, my mind supplied, making me scratch my head. It is far away, and I will never see it again. Then why did the Black Brother call it walls? Then came another and another. One after the other, their memories came to me, many faces I wore and many faces I served. Then one day, I found one who did not beg for his own death but the death of a master, one who held on, one who was cruel, one half mad, and a warg whose partner burned in dragon fire. But everything had a cost, and the only thing a man owned was his life. It was not hard to sneak out of the mines. A dozen lifetimes of picking locks and sneaking while hunting helped. The master did not feel the black blade slice his throat. That day, the first master died, and one became two. Many months later, taking the knife to cut the face off the dead blood mage, to take it for my own. 1,000 years of knowledge flooded into me, and I understood for the first time. Master to apprentice, the blood mages moved from body to body, their souls growing with each life, becoming more and more while bound to the same dragons that had grown so large that they could not fly with their wings. The blood mages lost their names, taking on the names of the 14 dragons that now lived in the 14 flames. Myraxes and Viagar, Syrax and Arax, and many others. All men must die, for that is the way of things. Blood mages were not men. Abomination is what Mother Malna would call them, not men. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. Was I not dead now, yet unable to die? All men must serve, I added, knowing the secrets of the pyromancers. Their knowledge would serve so that men could live and die as they ought to. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come. And in the night, I hunted. Enacting a global-scale ritual that targeted a conspiracy of assassins, as it turned out, was exhausting, and included me tripping balls as I lived through the highlights of the life of who I could guess to be the first faceless men. That is going to be the last time I shared a connection with them as I killed them, I thought to myself. I wiped the wetness on my cheeks as my eyes adjusted to the white light, witnessing something as horrifying as the mines of Valeria. Also, I would like the records to reflect that Valyrian freehold was fucked up, and they deserved to get their asses blown up. I would have frozen their asses up just to be contrary if the little girl had not somehow managed it using all the knowledge she got from blood mages and pyromancers. So you understand, said the voice of the girl I had dreamed of. I stood up from where I was lying, naked as the day I was born, and I looked at my surroundings, shrouded in a white mist. She stood before me, with her pitch-black hair and glowing red eyes indicating her potential as a green seer. This was the nameless girl who had carved her way through the freehold, her name forgotten and sacrificed to the altar of vengeance, justice, and mercy to those who had been subjected to such cruelty. The being before me had my senses scream danger, and the ritual had left me disoriented enough that a more primal part of me had taken over. I held up my arm, my wand materializing in my hand and shooting a blast of destructive nuclear flames, brought into existence through my will, memory, and knowledge, only for my opponent to brandish her own wand in return. It was a familiar-looking, pale wand, long and straight with bulbs along the wood itself. I knew it to be Elder, Thestral Tail Hair Core, 15 inches, unyielding, deadly. My opponent simply slapped away my spell, sending a green light that hit my wand in response. In a second, the white wood turned to ashes in my hands as I watched. The green spell fire traveled up my arm and vaporized the flesh of the bone up to my elbow before it stopped. Once it managed to sear off the soul stuff bound to my arm up to the elbow, the pain was gone, and I was left gasping. Right, do not pick fights with a potential representation of death, and try to keep a better hold of the impulses. Close, but no, said the being before me, reading my mind. I am not death, just a green seer, or at least I was, once. All that is left now is a shadow, as a shadow in the weirwood who serves death, and now you know why I do so. Offended that I killed off your death cult? I asked, grasping the soul stuff that was on fire from the backlash and ripping it off, letting it consume itself in a conflagration of golden and green flames. That is disturbing even by my standards, wizard, commented the faceless men, and I am not offended. You destroyed my wand, I countered. And you targeted the faces of the faceless men, countered the girl. The wand was gone the moment you poured star fire through it. There is a cost of the ritual you have done, a backlash of using that particular spell. You really should not dabble in such things without a proper focus, you know. And you would know, how? I asked while trying to not panic. I watched the flames burn through the flesh of my arm, stopping only when the bone remained. It took away all but my own soul, my mind concluded. I have the knowledge of many, and in here, I have the knowledge you hold as well. It was not a spell you were ready for, not one that you would have called on had the faceless men shown themselves to be a threat. Now, you pay the cost. You might find that specific combination no more work for you. Sacrifices should mean something after all, said the faceless men, waving her wand around. Now, you know who I am and why I became what I was. A cold feeling shot through my spine as I tried to calm myself. The elder wand came from my memories, but to claim it as her own. All men must die, I repeated, now understanding more of the faceless men and their creed. Am I dead then? I asked. No, not yet, at least, said the girl in turn, her eyes closing for a moment as though she remembered something before she spoke. Even if not for that dog of yours acting as an anchor through your skin changing, you are not dead. You are in the in-between, limbo, the gate, consider it. The bridge in that story of 3 brothers from the memories that you hold. Killing so many all at once, their souls tried their best to drag you along, so here you are. While I cannot cross to the land of the living, this neutral ground, though, we are overdue for a chat. Wizard, said the girl, twirling her wand. Fascinating, isn't it? So simple yet so versatile. No wonder you managed to outsmart the best of them with it. The mages of Valeria would give their firstborn for less power, and they have done so in the past, she stated as she inspected the wand. I cannot take the whole credit, I admitted. You do not sound so sad. What with the order you built dying out, I countered, making her look at me with pity. All men must die, and all men must serve. It was the time for faceless men to die, and now, it is time for you to serve, said the girl with a shrug. I am not a faceless man, I countered, knowing it was a futile argument. Are you not? They have learned from the ones they hunted and those they deemed too dangerous for the realms of men, as I learned the spells of blood mages and pyromancers, only to turn it on them, as they would have done to you, explained the girl. Is that what they wanted, gain my knowledge once it was ready? I asked. Had you joined the faceless men, they would have learned from you, said the girl. Had you died in their hands, they would have taken your face and worn it, and your knowledge would serve them. Had you killed them all, they would have the gift and you to pick up their task. It matters not to faceless men. Do you think the one who stabbed that puppet of yours cared that he died when the knowledge you held could be used to bring the gift to those who have avoided them for centuries? I nodded, understanding why they were so contradictory. They supported me until I became capable of avoiding them, until I was considered good enough to be made part of the group. The faceless men turned their very magic on Valeria, and Valeria burned for it, I stated. Have you not done the same for the faceless men? Asked the girl before me. You have made the call, said the girl. You have passed the sentence, and now, you will live with that decision, the burden. I took a step back. I am not going to kill humans on the whims of a god, I stated simply, preparing to go out fighting. Foolish boy, without death, life cannot flourish. We serve the realms of men, she responded, her tone even and under control. The likes of Valeria are rare and far between, but should another rise, the cost to the living is far too high. The many-faced god cares not the living, but the ones who threaten it. Sounds hypocritical from Knives for Hire, I countered, not buying the whole thing, considering that Kohor had human sacrifices, Asai and Karth existed for those who practiced magic that even I would have questions looking into. Is it? Coin, food, steel, resources are needed to keep a close watch on the realms, as the foolish push the boundaries of what they ought to do. The many-faced god cares not for the sacrificed, for all return to him. He cares for those who are bound in chains, forced to remain beyond death, begging for the gift. A red priest raises the dead, and a few years later, an army of dead burn through cities in their religious zealotry. We keep watch, intervene when those with power abuse it. Explained the faceless one. Some learn to avoid us, but they would not be able to avoid you. What makes you think I am even willing to do something like that? I asked. Why would I pick a fight I have no qualms with? Do you not think there ought to be a reason you were returned from the beyond? Do you think him of many faces would have let you go without reason? Asked the faceless one. There are more of the kinds who would pervert death, I would call them wights, and you would call them liches, ghouls, wraiths, vampires, immortal sorcerers, and god kings. The girl paused, as though she had tasted something bitter. Your knowledge of the undead is both disturbing and terrifying, but I suppose that is why you would have been the best of us. How many ways can you list, wizard, that can be used in this world? Asked the girl, somehow looking through my memories without even an effort, making me think it over. Off the top of my head, there were 3 methods, but with the proper understanding, there could be dozens. And you expect me to hunt your run-of-the-mill undead that thinks they have found ways to run from their end, only to prey on the innocent of having one more day on this world? I asked, ignoring that bit of thought. Not soon, but in time. First, the ones in hiding will show up, the users of magic who avoid the attention in fear of what we might do, thinking us the hunters of all with magic. Then will come the ones corrupted with power, working to build an empire of their own. There will be those who would raise the dead and bind them to their will and take that belongs to him of many faces for their own ends, those like the blood mages, drunk on their power. You would not let another Valeria come to be, would you? Asked the faceless men. What do you expect me to do, serve like some slave, and fight everything that goes bump in the night until I am old or a cripple? I asked, not really following the cryptic talk. Like a slave? Repeated the girl. No, you are not a slave, little dragon, you have proven that once more. I gave her a look that showed how unamused I was with the nickname. Beneath all the bravado and arrogance, you are, however, kind, and you would not let the innocent be defenseless. With the faceless men gone, they will come out as cockroaches that they are. You will choose to stand against the enemies of men because that is the type of person you are, and when I pass you the mantle, you will become a shield that guards the realms of men, whether you want it or not. Whether you choose to do it alone, or let others join you, it is a choice of your own. Rebuild the house of black and white if you wish, or hunt them one at a time, bringing fire and death upon them far from your tower. You will not stay idle. Is that so? I asked, ignoring that bit of assessment. I had long since gone far from the idealist I was when I found myself in the life or when I had taken a life. Good men did not kill hundreds of people in a second, good men would feel regret. It is so, and the choice will be yours, she said with finality. Are you not the man who chose to fight for a little girl against someone with greater power and experience? Are you not the man who refused to break the minds of the weak as punishment for protecting their families and yet binds them in oaths they could not break as would be just? Are you not the man who braved the fires of the sun to kill his enemies yet still offered his enemy a last chance? So they were tests, I observed, realizing that it was the case. Thrice you were tempted to cruelty, to become an abomination in line with the others, and thrice you refused. We are the shield that guards the realms of men, more so than that decrepit institution under the shadow of that ice wall. We are the watchers on the walls, she said, and I could feel the capitalization of the last phrase. This is happening in my head, I declared simply. How can I know you are not some hallucination or manifestation of my guilt? I asked. You do not. She shrugged. Mayhaps I am a hallucination, mayhaps I am who I say I am, mayhaps I am you from the future, manipulating you in the dream world. Does it matter when it comes down to it? You will answer the call, the girl stated with finality. Your time here draws to a close, wizard, mayhaps we will talk again, she said finally. And how do you expect me to leave this place? I asked. Where do you think we are? She asked in return. I looked around, pushing against the mist and opening my third eye to see through everything. The ground was covered in black sand, with a hill that moved up. Through the mists, I saw a familiar castle, half remembered but easily identifiable, with dragon-shaped black stone towers. Dragonstone, I stated, seems fitting, given this is where I started this whole life. Then you know how to get back, the girl said to me. I suppose I could take a ship, I admitted before getting a feeling that that was not what I was supposed to do. I suppose you could, but this is a place beyond time, Viserys Targaryen, and there is another way off this island, said the girl with a smirk. Her red eyes had a carefree attitude that they did not have before, as though her burden was past. I paused before closing my eyes and reaching out with my senses. A moment was all it took for the wind to change direction and a roar to be heard almost at the same time. A great pure white dragon, shot with streaks of red beneath the scales, landed in front of me with a thud. Its head was larger than Balrion's skull, its eyes the color of crimson sunrise. I reached out, my right hand touching the dragon before I opened my eyes to a searing pain as I felt myself engulfed in the golden fire. This chapter was inspired by the 7 sis you never hear about, https://m.fanfiction.net/s/133666539, 3366539/1/ the 7 sis you never hear about, which I would recommend as a read, though it made me lose sleep after reading that fic from the sheer horror elements. The connection between Hardhome, Faceless Men, and Valyria is my own interpretation based on theories. My estimation is that Hardhome happened 600 years before the canon, which is 200 years before the Doom. Uncloaking of Otherro happened 111 years after Bravos was founded, so timeline-wise it all fits. Given what we know from Faceless Men being found in the mines of Valyria, there is a decent chance that the first Faceless Men was some warg or green seer from the north, given how they are training Arya to reach her full potential as a skin changer. Also, the limbo is how Viserys would subconsciously process it, given his understanding of being reincarnated into a fantasy series. To him, HP-verse is off in one direction of the multiverse, so he has his own mental king's cross, only his is Dragonstone, which was the starting point of the entire new life. Yes, the entire chapter is Viserys having a dragon dream after going through the ritual, because that much magic will have side effects and he barely got a glimpse of the consequences of his actions. With Faceless Men gone, magic users will become bolder, as well as magic starting to play a larger role in the whole world and not only for Viserys. Incentive said. Not today too. Maybe today, laughing face, previously. A great pure white dragon, shot with streaks of red beneath the scales, landed in front of me with a thud. Its head was larger than Balrion's skull, its eyes the color of crimson sunrise. I reached out, my right hand touching the dragon before I opened my eyes to a searing pain as I felt myself engulfed in the golden fire. Number 026 A New Day. I did not know how long I spent passed out, my mind catching up to the real world as it replayed my wand turning to ash. The fire on my arm had gone out a moment later, but the skin had burned badly up to my elbow, so much so that I did not feel any pain. The ground around me was still burning, however, yet there was no fire. I blinked, watching the ethereal flames of gold rise from the ground itself. I blinked, looking at my hands, overlaid over the flesh was the image of my skeletal hands. No, my soul, I thought as I reached out to the world around me. Slowly, my skeletal image moved outside my flesh, moving beyond the limits of the flesh, holding a golden glow similar to the flames that rose from the ground itself. I was the air itself, as I was Viserys Targaryen. Possessing the air, I saw the golden flame move, reaching out to slowly move around the skeletal fingers, the magical energy being pulled as I slowly wove a spell before letting it disperse. Looking through the gate must have given me mage sight, I theorized, that or looking at pure magical sunlight got to me. All I knew was that I could see magical energy and potentially souls when filled with the magical energy. I closed my eyes and focused, feeling. As I opened my eyes, I willed myself to see the physical and ignore the metaphysical, my sight returning to its original form. I breathed, inspecting my right hand. The skin was warped, as though it had been burned and healed in an instant. The flesh felt raw, as though it was supposed to be burned but not at the same time. It still hurt as though it was burnt, though. Channeling the sun fire was dangerous, I knew that before I decided on the course of action and actually cast the spell, and the feedback my body got, as a result, was something I had to live with in order to end the fight that the Faceless Men started. My wand, unfortunately, did not survive the ritual. The fact that both Dragon Bone and Dragon Glass had turned into ash made me reconsider ever using that bit of spell work again, given how the focus I had crafted essentially blew up in my face. I took a moment to grieve the wand that unlocked the path to power for me, the pile of ash looking as though it had a weight of its own that mere wind could not move around. The fact that I saw it in my vision made me wonder if I could truly not use the same wand combination, and if it meant the rest of the vision was reliable as well. I was not going to simply take the word of some dead green seer, however, and I would definitely be testing it out, both to make sure I was armed and to check if what the first Faceless Man, the Faceless One, had claimed. Worst case scenario. I was going to go with Plan B. I did not like Plan B. Plan B had a decent chance of death involved. Clamping on my mind, I got up from where I was lying, only to come face to face with Huan. My dog had long since grown large enough to meet people at eye level, and he had been standing guard outside the circle, holding a first aid kit in his mouth. Good boy, I muttered, picking up the first aid kit with my left hand. The latest healing potion was built upon the old one, the healing poultice, mixed with dittany leaves. I grew myself in a pot. I did not know how to create the essence of dittany for now, but the leaves themselves worked fine enough as ingredients to improve the quality of the potion and accelerate the healing process and maybe save most of my skin. I was not sure if the injury could heal as though it was a physical one, but I could only hope. I looked up, the branches of the rowan tree casting a shade over me, guarding me against the first lights of the dawn as though shielding me from harm. I found it poetic, as my mind picked up on something that I had forgotten, but something important about the rowan tree itself. Ever have that thing where you have a word at the tip of your tongue, but it does not come? What I had was like that but with memories. My hand traced over the vial of memory potion in the bag instead of the healing potion. A potion of forget-me-not and nightshade, it was the liquid I used on the proto-pensievs to pull memories out of the skulls, a way to preserve said memories out of the body. The problem was that the memory potion, as it was also poisonous, magically poisonous. Magic amplified all the properties of the ingredients, and deadly nightshade had already made a name for itself. I uncapped the seal, dipping a finger into the potion before drinking the rest of it with a single motion. Tapping the finger, I dipped into the potion to my temple. I focused on the memory I was looking for, the one that refused to come to the front of my mind but existed within my mind before pulling. The silvery thread started to rise out of my temple, called forth, and bound to the memory potion at the tip of my finger, amplified by the potion I had just drunk. Once I removed the memory, that feeling of having forgotten something I should have remembered left me until I placed my forefinger and the thread of memory to the middle of my forehead, where my third eye was. The name came to me then. Wiggenwald, a magical tree that had a basis of the rowan tree, used in healing due to the association between rowan tree itself and healing. Magical rowan tree used in healing potions. In Harry Potter, it made the Wiggenwald potion, which healed. I suppose. My memory recovered, I took a bezoar and forced myself to swallow the enchanted piece of calcified goat hair and whatever, just as the edges of my vision started to darken from the poison of the nightshade. Magically enchanted anti-poison to counter the magically enchanted poison. It was hard to admit, but I was slowly losing the knowledge that I had before this life, not as a consequence of any spell I cast, but from how long it had been since I had learned of that knowledge. Repetitions helped, and it worked for most of the knowledge regarding Westeros and magic, but the memory potion was what I counted on to be the true winner for my retention of the more esoteric forms of magic I had read up on my first life, and maybe a few improvements to the comfort levels of this world. The leaves fell from the tree, willingly given through a basic application of green sight. Druidcraft? Technically they were both a form of druidcraft, have the power to skin change the tree and go through the right rituals, and green seers could do what they just did. Instead of falling to the floor, the wind picked up the leaves, causing each of them to land on my outstretched right arm, slowly covering the burned flesh and giving off a feeling of comfort. Slowly adding the healing potion to the leaves, I reached out to the side, outside of the circle, where I had left my clothes. From the pile, I took out my ring, with a piece of obsidian attached to it. The ring was less of a fashion statement and more of a utilitarian backup that I disliked using, mostly because the fire I could conjure from the obsidian was less reliable and far more resistant than the spell fire from my wand, not to mention that the metal itself overheated from the magic. The magical flame sank into the cast as I pulled on the transformative properties of fire, willing it to merge together with the leaves and absorb the potion. Ever so slowly, my right arm was covered by a green glow that left behind a similarly colored cast made from the healing potion and the leaves of the magically activated rowan tree. While my transfiguration was limited to wood, I was good at it from the sheer practice I got. I could feel the cast slowly absorb magical energy, not dissimilar to the weirwood, just slower. The cool feeling brought comfort to me even if I could force my mind to work through the pain. The potion slowly healed the burn, accelerating the healing process and ensuring that the flesh was not as red and easy to get infected as it would be. I would need to figure out a way to solve the problem of having such an injury, but for now, the cast would have to do. At least there was no great pain, though that probably meant the damage was worse than superficial. I slowly got up, relying on a large stick I took from the ground as my body ached from a combination of being bruised and sitting still the whole night in the cold. I was tapped out for all intents and purposes until my own reserves recovered to a safe level to casually use magic again. Leaning onto one of the fallen branches of the rowan tree, I slowly hobbled towards the keep, Huan close behind to provide support if needed. Dash. The faceless men are dead, I declared simply, having sent a raven to check the house of black and white, which was still standing, though its doors barred entry to anyone who came to check. Sir Willem looked up at me, his eyes clouded with age, but I knew he saw me clearer than anyone else. He nodded, looking at my arm. I had Nessa prepare food. You hurt? He asked from the chair he was sitting on. He did not seem like he had slept since I left the night before. Nothing crippling, I dismissed, though I was not sure. I did not sense any deep damage, the shadows I bound to my flesh taking on the brunt of the backlash. It would scar, and I would have some issues of mobility if it healed wrong, but it was a sacrifice I had made, and I was going to live with it. There was no use angsting over it. Sir Willem nodded as I fell on the other chair, taking a deep breath while simultaneously pulling on the ambient magical energy to replenish my reserves. Nothing the last night. Your eyes have changed again, Your Grace, said Wat the Eyes, coming over to give a report after Wat the Brains took over the watch on the wooden tower I had raised with my magic, which looked more like a glorified treehouse. He looked tired, the bags under his eyes from standing watch the whole night while I was near the dragon well. They twinkle with light, he added, answering the unasked question. I grunted in acknowledgement, burying the fact that I had eyes that twinkled. That way led to eating lemon drops and calling people my boy. Looking at the cup of soup, not feeling like I could eat it, though I still forced myself, as magic had this tendency to make you ignore mortal requirements. The best bet was the disparity between the magical energy in the soul and the actual physical food one consumed. It was hard to live without both. Anything else? I asked the eyes, who had the inexplicable ability to see any sort of glamour, while lacking in any other magical talent whatsoever. Your hair is closer to silver than the white it had become, it has a faint flow to it, Your Grace, he stated before leaving to take a nap. I mentally reached out, feeling the self-inflicted glamour of my own perception of myself. It was similar to the trick Bell pulled unconsciously. Those strong with magic seemed to hold some sort of an illusion, projecting their image of themselves out. The subtle shift in light was not something I expected. My increased connection to the sun must have caused it. As I pushed my will, I felt the glamour I tried to weave collapse, forcing me to sigh. I usually kept my hair short because the upkeep was less of a hassle, but I might have to come up with a way to hide the glowing hair or even shave my head to operate without getting too much attention. 3 ravens landed before me as I held my hand, calling fire from the dragon glass on my ring, binding the shadows to the 3 birds to prepare a magic missile for future use, as the one I had before was burned off during the ritual. I had a vision, a dragon dream, I said finally, after forcing a few spoons of soup, making Sir Willem turn his attention back to me. You once told me that visions, when you do not look for them, mean everything and nothing, responded Sir Willem, making me nod. It warned me that there would be threats in this world, supernatural in origin and dangerous, I repeated, trying to wrap my head around it. You do not need prophecy to tell that, can you, Your Grace? What did you see? Asked Sir Willem, giving me the look that he did when he thought a move I made in the yard was too reckless. I saw man, turned to monsters. I saw a future of the path I could build, I said, knowing that it would be the truth. I had plans to create a Valeria that was better than what had been. Westeros was great and all, but creating something from scratch in the stepstones would have been preferable to having to listen to the whinging of idiots who cried about my magic being unfair. Now, I was not so sure. If Valyrians had access to the wands I could make, they would have become worse than what I had seen in my visions. This world was too grimdark for things to go my way for too long, and I needed to have an organization in place to take over what the faceless men were doing. Maybe it is far too soon for my plans. All I saw was a warning for the future, which has become more obscure after what I had done, I stated, getting a nod from the old knight. Contrary to popular belief, I had a plan, a long-term one that hinged on certain events happening as they should. I had killed off the faceless men, meaning there was a likelihood that the White Walkers would prove to be more problematic than it would have, if I took the shows I had seen as the potential future. I took them as loose guidelines, given how I knew most characters were named after their book versions. For now, White Walkers were a priority, but I would need to gather more knowledge and an army to get there, as I would not launch an invasion and kickstart all the wars that would follow Robert's death. Despite being a drunkard beggaring the realm, Robert's peace was still a peace in the end. It gave me time to prepare for the more important war. The calm silence ended when Sir Willem next spoke. You are nearly 4 and 10, yet you have done more valiant deeds than the greatest men I had the honor of knowing. You do not need to burden yourself with the weight of the world, at least not on your own. I am sorry, Your Grace, for there is not much I can give you, but there is one thing I can do if you permit me, for I cannot ask my king to kneel, Your Grace, as it would not be proper. I looked at him before snorting. And I care so much for propriety, I stated. My knee hit the ground for the last time in my life. I would be honored, Ser. Viserys of House Targaryen, you have defended the innocents, shown mercy where you could, and put an end to those who declared themselves your enemy. So you are old enough for me to do this, he said simply, taking the sword out of the cane. Dash. My knighting was a private affair, a formality meant to honor Sir Willem more than my own actions, mostly because I did not care about being a knight that much, nor the renown it would bring. Witnesses were important for such events to show that your knighthood was legitimate. To those who would demand proof from me, I owed none. I had thought of it, the concept of knighting. I was decent with a blade, but I knew that my opponents went easy on me even now. I had no care for becoming a knight, mostly because there were no knights whom I respected enough to grant me the honor, save one. Sir Baristan was a good man, but he was flawed, and he had bent the knee to Robert instead of dying or taking the black, an act that I could understand, an act that I could forgive should he come and beg to become my king's guard, but not an act that I could not forget. I considered Rhaegar to be a moron, and he was dead. The Sirs Hightower, Went, and Dane, or the idiot trio as I called them, chose to die after supporting the Crown Prince in whatever harebrained scheme he had that caused the rebellion. Sir Richard, who had been still sleeping, was a good man who had saved my life twice, but he, too, had his own demons and flaws. Sir Willem had been there when I most needed it, and he was loyal and true when none were. He knew my thoughts on the matter, that if I were going to be knighted, the old man was the only one whom I respected enough to do it for me. Once the ceremony was done, I checked up on my sister only to find her and Lana passed out, probably after staying up all night, unable to sleep with me out there. I ended up being sequestered in my workshop, trying to figure out a way around the problem of lacking a wand and gathering enough tools to handle a fighting retreat from Bravos if it came to that. Just because I was going to the enemy territory did not mean I could not prepare. I first removed the memory and knowledge of being incompatible with the weirwood and dragon bone combination. Such things had no place when using magic. The weirwood reached out like a bony white hand, grasping the sliver of dragon bone. It had taken me months to grow the weirwood to bind the dragon bone, but my abilities had grown since then. A wave of the wand did nothing, only for golden flames to lick through the red veins of weirwood before the entire thing broke apart into dust. Sighing and deciding to work it out later. Dragon bone and weirwood combo did not work, yet I did not know of any other alternatives for now. Nightwood would not work, the material had the ability to unravel any structured spell that was not blood magic, and I did not have easy access to another magical animal to use for parts. As I moved around pieces of moonstone around, I heard a knock, letting the door open on its own with a thought. I have heard the news, Your Grace, or would you prefer Sir Viserys? Asked Bellonara once the door opened on its own just as she was about to knock, stating the fact once more as though she had trouble believing it. It was always fun to use magic to unsettle people and remind them of my power, and the power game we played seemed to be doing it for the Black Pearl. Technically, Dark Lord is the proper term, given how I killed off an entire religion, but I will let you choose, I quipped, as my mind picked up on her thoughts. She seemed to be suppressing her actual reaction, which cycled through disbelief, shock, disbelief, confusion, back to disbelief once more, before accepting, knowing that I did not like lying, and this was too serious a topic to joke about before her mood shifted to arousal. Well, my lord, I would have thought you had come to bed, to celebrate, said Bellonara, pressing herself to my back as I worked. Where is Belle? I asked, my mind cleared of the distraction as I pushed the half-finished cloak of invisibility to the corner, making space for the large stick of Rowan I had used as a walking stick as I started carving glyphs along the shaft. Normal wood did not have the efficiency of the weirwood, but a staff was a staff, and I could pull more ambient magic through the staff than I could on my own. The ash of weirwood and dragon bone went into the cauldron, mixed with blood, and slowly painted on the runes. It is only a few hours past dawn, Your Grace, she is still sleeping, said Bellonara as she watched me work. It is news that is hard to believe, however, stated the Black Pearl, holding herself with grace. You can always confirm it, I know you have your spies, I stated, turning towards her. Now that you and your daughter are safe from any potential reprisal, what is it you wish to do? Why ask us, Your Grace? Asked Bellonara, giving me a coy smile. I thought you enjoyed our company. I do, but I dislike having someone bound to me against their will, I countered, having done some reflection after living a life as a slave in the Valyrian mines had me, it was traumatizing. I am giving you a choice to leave and have things return to normal. You chafed under the control of the faceless men, and I am not foolish enough to keep you against your will and have you plot my downfall. Now is your chance to make your own path, given your pet wizard killed them for you. You act as though they were not a threat to you, Your Grace, or who truly holds the leash, said Bellonara with a smirk, or that you did not wish to rid of them. The world I am building has no place for the likes of faceless men, I dislike zealots on principle, even if I might agree with some of their points, I shrugged, not mentioning the potential mess that it may have caused. If the faceless men were playing whack-a-mole with the crazier cults that could abuse magic, then I would have to figure out how to address that problem in the long run. I did not have the temperament of trying and failing to destroy cults, but I had proven that I could hit an entire cult all at once if I chose to dabble in the darker aspects of magic. In the short run, I had too many things on my plate to care much. Just because they think some way is the best does not make them the authority. And where would me and Belgier fall, in this world that you are building, Your Grace? Asked the Black Pearl pressing herself closer to me, her breath tickling my lips. I dropped the chip of dragon glass I used to carve the runes into a box with other pieces of obsidian fragments, shutting it and willing the wood to merge, locking it completely before focusing on the woman before me. There is a place for you if you ask for it, I stated, enjoying the curves pressed against me, slowly grinding against me as I looked into her chocolate-colored eyes. I reached out to the connection I had to her binding, causing Bellonara to shudder at the presence she felt. Her mind was in ecstasy, as my mere presence had slowly become like a drug to her. Under you, your grace. The black pearl purred, placing kisses as she buried her face against my neck, her breath tickling my neck as she wrote a mini orgasm. Her hands traced along my abs before going lower. While I would enjoy victory sex, there was a time and a place for it. I looked to the side, my eyes landing on my hand, the green me against, still covered by the green cast that protected it and worked on healing it. The fact that I had been losing the soul stuff that I had built around my body since I first created it made me sigh. I needed a focus that was not made from weirwood. That being said, I needed it to contain the magical properties of a weirwood. The soul cultivation ritual was specifically designed to imbue the properties of the weirwood, its essence, along with other concepts, and bind it to a vessel, any vessel. In theory, I could even split the raw soul stuff produced from the potential of creating life through sex across myself and, say, a piece of wood to force an artificial bond. You make it so hard to despise you, Viserys Targaryen, a man who could hold what many can only dream of in the palm of his hands, said Bellonara, guiding my left hand to her ample breasts and yet is willing to let it go. Had I been any younger, I would keep to myself, though I am glad Belle found a good one, she teased, closing the distance and getting a growl in return. Have I awakened the dragon? Teased Bellonara, palming my manhood. I leaned in to capture her lips, only for Bellonara to pull back, scrunching her nose in the act. You need a wash, she stated, making me snort at her exaggeration, despite the fact that I smelled of ash, blood, and sweat, and the stink of death that was less physical and more spiritual. My action had marked me in more ways than one, but this was the first time she actually said anything about it. Why don't we draw you a bath, suggested Bellonara. My hands ghosted over her soft curves, a growl rising from my throat as I flipped us around so that Bellonara had her back pressed against the desk, my body trapping her there. I need to get to House of Black and White, there are things I must retrieve, I stated, not wanting to lose the orb or the dagger. I do not have time for baths. Can any enter the House of Black and White? Asked Bellonara. None but me, I admitted, having felt my spell target, even the novices. Then, you have time for a bath, she said, pulling me by my uninjured hand. Rest will wait for the whims of the king, as they should. She had a point, and I was not at my best as I was. I never liked resting on my laurels, but making sure I was at my best was going to be handy. And the Sea Lord? I asked, getting a dismissal wave from Bellonara. He will be easy to convince, what with his plot to have you take Belle as a lover. The Sea Lord knows better than any that an alliance with you is more profitable than the other options, said Bellonara, comprehending the political problem that would be happening. Well, my lady, why do you not advise me on Bravasi politics? I asked, with a smirk as I. Later. First, I shall wash you, then, well, I will ride you until you ask for mercy, as I promised I would, should you actually rid us of those death worshippers, said Bellonara with eyes filled with lust as she pushed me before taking my hand and guiding me upstairs. I liked that plan. I liked that plan very much. Dash. I took a sip from my flask, a potion, made from a version of wake bean tea, also known as coffee, with added magic to boost its effect. It was apparently something belonging to the summer Icelanders that Bellonara was addicted to as well, though she kept it for special occasions, which the death of the faceless men and the mind-blowing sex counted as. Having arrived in a pleasure barge, I grew out of the trees. I had sent Bellonara to the Sea Lord's palace, dropping by her more public pleasure palace to pick up clothes and guards for her. The next stop I made was the Happy Port. The partially made cloak of invisibility holds enough enchantment to keep me hidden from the ones who might be seeking me, including the guards who seemed to be trying and failing to not stick out. The cloak was mostly a notice me not enchantment which was less effective than I would have preferred, but the disillusionment charm proved itself to be both an elusive and hard to master spell. The brothel would be the best location where I could get some information on the gossip of the months I have been away from the city. The sources that Bellonara's apprentices had given me a general picture, but relying on one source made a man blind. Impressive, I commented, seeing Ina's illusion in the bed with a man. I had only taught the seer how to use the basics, and she had apparently mastered it enough to make it work for her over the months. She is probably powering it with the tantric magic, my mind noted. Your Grace, said Ina, bowing low. That one leaves bruises, so all he gets is a ghost, she said with a smirk. Her two eyes gleamed in the light of the hearth before I dismissed the glamour that was made of compulsions, coming face to face with the one-eyed witch who could tell the future from a drop of blood. I was expecting you. I held my left hand up, pulling spell fire from the dragon glass, shaping into the glyphs of sleep and throwing it at the man. The illusion disappeared, and the man fell back onto the bed, unconscious. Ignoring the sting of the heated metal of the ring, I sighed, knowing that I was going to get a new headache. I hated divination. Dash. The House of Black and White still stood, a monument to the dead, as though I had not burned everyone who had been a member of the giant house of marble and misery that looked as large and grim as it always did. No one thought that the mists were too low, this being bravos and all, though it gave us an advantage in sneaking into the building as I wrapped it around us using my cloak as a focus. Those who saw me would find their eyes slipping past my form. What I heard from rumors and preachers was worrisome. I had caught the tail end of a sermon by the Church of the Starry Wisdom, whom I avoided for the simple fact that their mere presence implied worse things than mages trying to find ways beyond death. Their sermon, something of a newborn star, had me almost go through a panic attack and figure out a way to add them to the House of Black and White in the now extinct clergy. I only needed to tap the weirwood door once before it opened up, and Wat the brains and I went in while Wat the eyes and Sir Willem stayed back in the ranch behind the magical protections to watch over Dany and others. I had figured out how the faceless men entered, as the assassin used the face of the old man whose face he took as a vessel to skin change into the horses. Since the horses were already inside, he had moved through the magical protections with the help of his Valyrian steel trinkets. The air was oppressive, worse than it had been, as though the souls of the faceless men were there with us. I opened my eyes to my new sight, seeing golden flames of magical energy and the shifting forms of humans, their forms slowly losing their cohesion. I had to do something about that before their souls were absorbed by the building and wove themselves into a subtle curse. The entrance chamber of the House of Black and White was always eerie. It was quiet in a way only a morgue could be, empty apart from the dead priest on the floor, the kindly man who had stabbed me, lying next to a mess of wood and cloth. The remains of the puppet had a sword sticking through its torso that sent a twang of pain through my chest. My focus was drawn to the staff, still standing upright, still holding the orb of divination atop it, yet the wood itself lacked the signature red color. My hand wrapped around the staff, pulling on it only for the staff to snap and turn to nothing but dust. The orb of divination fell on the floor, rolling towards one of the corners of the room. As I picked it up, I noticed that I was standing in front of a weirwood face, its eyes looking as though there had been a fire beneath the chunk of weirwood that was hung on the wall. Or is it hanged? Is a weirwood face a tapestry, or are they still considered a person, given they are likely the green seers turning into weirwoods? I mused idly. What can break Valyrian steel? Asked Wat behind me, breaking me from my thoughts. He had already filled a skin with the poisoned waters of the well. Same thing that forged it. Dragon fire and magic, I responded automatically, knowing the answer from the necklace I had given Dany. There were few things hotter than dragon flame. I turned to find Wat inspecting the blade that had been shoved into the chest of the puppet I had used. What I had first thought to be a short sword that had pierced the chest of the puppet turned out to be a broken blade. Normally, I would wonder why someone would use a broken sword, but the subtle smoky pattern on the blade meant it was Valyrian steel. I took the blade, inspecting it against the light, making out a faint impression of runes that were not Valyrian. The blade was warped and obviously broken, the blade was as thick as my hand ending in a sharp edge. The colors were lighter however, as though the shadow binding used in its enchanting was reduced. Runes of the first men, I noted with a soft hum. From my knowledge, there are 2 Valyrian steel blades in the world that might have such runes on them, and I am only certain of one. Right. I saw them runes, on the banner of a knight from House Royce when he came to Guldsdone once, said Wat, making me nod. Which swords are they, your grace? Asked Wat. One of them is ice, the ancestral blade of House Stark, and it is in Winterfell, and the other was lost during the storming of the dragon pit in the dance. This is lamentation, I stated before proceeding to curse in 3 different languages, one of which was not ever heard in this world. The fact that faceless men had this particular sword that was lost during the storming of the dragon pit was rather damning. It was broken, burned, and the smoky pattern faded, suggesting that the shadow binding that made the enchantment over it was somehow used up. I placed the blade to the side, as I would take it with us. Honor demanded that I return it to House Royce. They could have it when they bend the knee. Until then, I could study it without having to worry about accidentally destroying it, given that the blade was already mostly destroyed and thought to be lost to time. I turned to the ashes of the weirwood staff, and the pile of white dust, black as sin with the handle of dragon bone standing half molten from the heat but still usable. The blade went into its sheath on my belt, followed by a pouch that now contained the weirwood dust, finding itself next to the pouch that contained the ashes of my wand. I held out the rowan staff I brought with me, the moonstone on top of it glowing softly to cast light that was bound with conceptual revealing. The layout of the House of Black and White was a simple one. A couple of corpses were in the rooms where they slept before I finally found the Hall of Many Faces, or what was left of it. Anything beyond was now unreachable. Sunfire must have melted the stone columns, causing a cave-in, I muttered to myself, touching the wet stone and mud blocking the path. The columns that stored the faces of the dead, as it turned out, were load-bearing, and the entire Hall of Faces had collapsed. Being constructed in the middle of an island, the collapse had led to flooding, which further made any further attempt at accessing the loot a long and drawn-out process. A cursory spell through the orb in my hand showed that the rest of the House of Black and White beyond the Hall of Faces was intact, though flooded. Any books I could get would be ruined, but I could not see any gold, or rather the emptiness that I knew to be how I saw gold when looking through the magical sight. Fuck. Giving a sigh, I decided to start on my next plan to go through the physical obstacle. Taking a lesson from nature, I dropped a few saplings on the floor, pulling on the residual magical energy and casting a spell that was druidic in nature. Channeling the ambient life force in the air from the simultaneous death of the faceless men into the saplings, I watched as roots and branches started to dig into the rubble, slowly shifting it until it formed a passage to the other end of the Hall of Faces. It would take a while, maybe a few years even, but trees could crack stones and move through the water, and they could grow to shift the rocks around enough to form a trunk that I could manipulate into becoming a passage, but it would just take time. I used lamentation to cut off the head of the High Priest of Death that was in the entrance hall as well. The skull was intact, and I had a special purpose for that skull. Taking the head and burning the body, I turned to head out when a raven landed on my shoulder, a raven that was. "What happened to you?" I asked, looking at the raven that I had used to talk through the puppet. His wings had a glow to them, and each flap of his wings seemed to cause a wave of heat and flakes of amber to float. "Sun. Fire," the raven croaked as I went through the mental gymnastics to understand why this specific effect happened. The raven had been at the ground zero of the ritual, channeling the entirety of the sun fire through itself. Where my wand had disintegrated, and my arm burned, the raven looked to be changed in a more general manner, bound to fire as it was. "Right, you just got promoted to the status of familiar," I declared, a smirk forming on my lips, "and I am going to need a tail feather later," I stated, not trusting the protections that may be compromised in this location to craft a new wand. "Ah, Your Grace, the first sword and guards are at the door," said Watt, looking through the eyes on the face of the moon that was carved on the doors. "Tell them to wait," I commented, dumping the materials we were able to scavenge from the House of Black and White in the middle of the room, carefully away from everything else. "What if they attack?" asked Watt, paling at the idea. I looked at him for a moment. "You are quick, figure something out and tell Sirio that I killed all the faceless man for harming one of my men. I am not above doing the same to the entire city," I stated, knowing that the first sword would wait. That got Watt to nod as he started to go outside. I trusted him to keep things from escalating or act as an early warning should they decide to try to burn the temple to handle me, not that it would work. Should words not work, Watt had the bag of grenades I prepared in case we needed to make a fighting retreat. Given the lack of explosions, I think he had everything under control. Closing my eyes, I placed my left hand on the weirwood face, focusing on what I wanted, what I needed. My mind reached beyond thought and memory, beyond form and time itself, as I used divination in its rawest form to pluck the knowledge I needed from the ether itself. Visions meant nothing if you were not looking for a specific something, but they were invaluable if you had an idea of what you wanted and a grounding on how you wanted it done. I had looked through the weirwood to the future it would have. Taking chalk from my pocket and drawing a simple pentagram on the large slab of stone that made up the ground, I placed the weirwood face on top. Next, I placed the skull of the kindly man I had taken, filling it with a vial of memory potion and the water from the pool in the middle of the House of Black and White. Lastly, I dropped the orb of divination inside the skull. I took off my dragon glass ring, the skin under it red from the heating of the ring every time I pulled on the fire to make spell fire. I would have to figure out a safer method next, but for now, I pulled on the spell fire once more, in the comfort of having taken off the ring. The weirwood face, the last remnants of the face of a green seer long dead, turned to stone over the centuries, came to life, the memory potion seeping through the bone to the weirwood. Spell fire flowed through the red veins of the wood as the wood itself, animating it, making it flow. Soon, the face grew taut over the skull of men before flowing into the bone itself. As I shaped the wood, I watched the souls around me slowly flow, sinking into the host that they were familiar with at a conceptual level, merging and becoming a single soul. Once it was done, I held a white skull, its eyes glowing with the flames of the dragon glass that made the orb of divination held within. "Viserys Targaryen?" asked the faceless men, whose shape took the form of a familiar girl in the middle of the large room, an illusion formed from the light of the dragon glass. "What have you done to me?" I faced the black-haired girl, looking into her red eyes. I tapped my hand to my head, pulling out the memory of the vision, and threw it at the white skull, the weirwood absorbing the memory and the experiences. "So you know," she said, the knowledge and memory becoming part of her. "I understand why you have done what you did. Heck, I even understand the storming of the dragon pit, given how both Rhaenyra and Aegon were unworthy of even having dragons with how they bumbled their way through that civil war of theirs. That does not mean that you get to fuck off to the afterlife, however." I started, looking at the founder of the Faceless Men, the black-haired girl with the red eyes of a green seer. "Here is the deal, I will take care of the major problems that may lead to extinction-level events, given I live in this world as well. I will even set events in motion once in a while to make sure what happened in Valyria will not happen again. Hell, I will even personally make sure that the White Walkers are dealt with." "And in exchange?" asked the girl without a name, whose wrath carved through Valyria just as mine carved itself through the House of Black and White. "You serve me," I declared, you are bound to an artifact with the ability to observe the world, and you hold the knowledge of magic from the last 600 years, I stated with a smirk. And you are not bound to your body or soul anymore, just a coalescence of memories, a ghost. You are, a spirit of intellect, I said with a smirk. Or at least close enough to one that the difference does not matter. Had I made a bob? Yes, I have. Eat your heart out, Creme Miller, or whoever made Bob. Then serve, I shall, stated the girl, accepting the situation. Though if my soul is no longer bound to my own body, am I who I was? If not, who am I? I looked at her for a moment, considering my option. I think I will call you Morrigan, I said with a smirk. I felt something bind itself to me as I named the spirit, my right arm started to itch. I ripped off the cast made of leaves and potions to heal it. The skin beneath looked burned and ugly, still red, but somehow healed as though it was months old after less than a day. On my forearm, shadows danced, flowing like ink. First, the shadows formed a line, the shadows moving from my elbow to my hand. Next, it formed a circle bisected by the line. And finally, as the itching stopped, the shadows formed a triangle containing the line and the circle, forming a symbol that had a personal meaning for me, a form I knew it took for the knowledge I held within my own self, much more than being an actual rune or glyph. Then I shall be called Morrigan. Master, said the being I bound to my will. A few days late, but enjoy. As always, I appreciate all your comments and it drives me to work more, so go for it. Just a reader. Said. Watchwiseries create the orcs to replace the faceless men as a deterrent to invaders. Wheezy Egona Crumpta Humies. Forta sea boss. Waik. Now, I have to figure out if it is feasible to fuse mushrooms with humies, and there is a theory that weirwood is a mushroom, so human-weirwood hybrids that go Waik. Maybe, not canon though, but I would love it if anyone made an omake of this.